Chapter 001 Dragon Ball World, 7th Universe, Planet Beerus. Chi Luo, who was lying on the chair, looked at the sky in a daze while eating the food on the table, and his eyes were full of reminiscence. He has always had a secret in his heart, and that is that he is a traverser. Although he has read a lot of novels about crossing before, he never thought that he would one day encounter something that is even lower than the probability of finding a girlfriend. Moreover, cross it, what world can you cross to? Not good, but cross into the world of Dragon Ball. Although Dragon Ball, a hot-blooded king anime, is Zillow's favorite, it is also because of this that he also knows how dangerous this world really is. Planets, galaxies, and even the entire universe are just things that can be destroyed with a wave of their hands in the eyes of those big guys. Ordinary people simply cannot control their own destiny in this world. What made Zillow feel even more devastated was that the place he crossed was not Earth, but the planet of Beerus. You must know that Beerus, as the god of destruction in the 7th universe, is the strongest existence besides angels. Moreover, at the beginning, Beerus did not have a very good temper. Therefore, when such an ordinary person as Zillow appeared on his planet, the first thing Beerus did was not to ask who Zillow was and how he got here. Instead, he wanted to destroy Chi Luo, an ordinary human being. Even if it is to destroy a planet, Beerus will not feel anything, let alone just destroy an ordinary human like Zillow. As for Weiss, he certainly wouldn't stop Beerus. But fortunately, when his life was threatened, Chi Luo immediately showed the greatest value of his survival. That is, Zillow told Beerus that he could cook so many good meals. Chi Luo, who did not cross over, because as a foodie, in order to be able to eat his beloved food anytime, anywhere, he deliberately spent money to learn a good cooking skill. Although it is a little worse than those top chefs, it is still no problem to conquer the taste buds of Beerus and Weiss. And knowing that Zillow could cook a lot of delicacies, Beerus immediately dismissed the idea of destroying Zillow. Beerus prefers to do two things rather than destroy, one is to sleep and the other is to eat good food. It can be said that Beerus is a complete foodie. Of course, the same goes for Weiss. After Zillow showed his hand, Beerus and Weiss were conquered by Zillow's cuisine. Beerus even regarded Zillow as his exclusive chef. And with the passage of time, Zillow was not only the exclusive chef of Beerus, but even Beerus cultivated him as a candidate for the 7th universe. Under the guidance of Weiss and Beerus, Zillow's strength can be described as growing by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the fact that Beerus's planet was originally very suitable for cultivation, it only took Chi Luo a few short years to step from an ordinary person to the realm of the god of destruction. Moreover, what surprised Beerus and Weiss even more was that Chi Luo actually comprehended the freedom extreme skill that even many destruction gods did not comprehend. And it's perfect for yourself. You must know that even Beerus himself has not mastered the perfect freedom extreme skill. Chi Luo, who has mastered the perfect and free extreme skill, although he has just stepped into the realm of the god of destruction, but his strength can compete with some veteran god of destruction. When I watched Dragon Ball before, because I was just an audience member, I didn't know many things about Chi Luo. But after crossing into the world of Dragon Ball and stepping into the realm of the god of destruction, Zillow knows a lot of things. For example, although the god of destruction is a position, it is also a realm of strength. Because Chi Luo had just stepped into the realm of the god of destruction, he could only be a junior god of destruction. And according to Beerus, the other destruction gods, even the weakest destruction god, have already stepped into the realm of intermediate destruction gods. No way, the other gods of destruction have cultivated for hundreds of millions of years more than Chi Luo. Beerus himself is the realm of the intermediate destroyer, and he is also the intermediate peak destroyer. It's only so close to stepping into the realm of the high-level god of destruction. However, because Beerus is one of the few destroyers who has mastered the freedom extreme skill, although his mastery of the freedom extreme skill is not perfect, it is enough for him to compete with ordinary high-level destruction gods. It is also because of this that Beerus is also the strongest of the 12 destruction gods. Beerus was still very satisfied that Zilluo was able to step into the realm of the god of destruction in just a few years and master the perfect freedom extreme skill. Therefore, not long ago, Beerus officially passed the position of the god of destruction to Zilluo, making Zilluo the current god of destruction in the 7th universe. Beerus himself, on the other hand, slept and ate every day. After becoming the god of destruction, Zilluo's days became boring. After stepping into the realm of the god of destruction, the improvement of strength has slowed down a lot, almost minimally. So every day he is basking in the sun and eating, boring but leisurely. And at this moment, suddenly a voice entered Qi Luo's mind. Wanja chat group invites you to join the group chat, please agree or not. Agree/refuse. Chat group. Hearing these 3 words, Qi Luo immediately sat up from the chair. Having read a lot of novels, he certainly knows what this thing is. But he didn't expect that there was really such a thing as a chat group. Chapter 002. Chat groups. Qi Luo is still relatively familiar, after all, he has read a lot of novels about chat groups before. After crossing, he also thought about whether he would be bound to a chat group or something, but there has been no reaction at all in the past few years. So Zilluo gave up. Especially after becoming the god of destruction, although his strength is not the strongest, he is already standing at the top, and it seems that it is useless to come out with another golden finger. It's just that Qi Luo didn't expect that the chat group would actually appear at this time, and it seemed to be a little late. But it doesn't matter, he is bored, the appearance of chat groups can allow him to pass the time, etc. Agreed. Without saying a word, Qi Luo immediately chose to agree. You've joined a chat group. A voice sounded in Qi Luo's mind, and then Qi Luo suddenly had a rather special feeling. It was as if something was bound to him. After joining the chat group, Qi Luo found that a very familiar interface appeared in his mind. Chat groups, it seems that the interfaces are similar. Lord Zilluo, are you all right? Seeing that Zi Luo was originally lying down, but suddenly sat up from the chair, and then stared at the front in a daze, Weiss couldn't help but ask. When Weiss trained Zilluo, he was called by his first name. But now that Zilluo has become the new god of destruction, Weiss will also add the word adult to Zilluo's name. This is a respect for the god of destruction. It's okay, it's okay. Zilluo, who originally wanted to enter the chat group, shook his head after hearing Weiss's words, and then lay back on the chair. Judging from Weiss's reaction just now, only he can see the chat group, and Weiss can't see it. I have to say that to be able to let Weiss, the angel, not see the chat group, this chat group is still something. After lying back on the chair, Qi Luo reopened the chat group and found that several messages actually appeared in the chat group that had not moved just now. Kaguya Shinomiya said, "Welcome newcomers to the group. Here are the poorest people in the group. Carp, welcome welcome. The old man is the strongest combat power in the group. If the newcomer has any ideas that want to become stronger, the old man is willing to help. Sakamoto, and Shimo Sakamoto, what are you doing? Shinomiya Kaguya. Carp. Sakamoto." These 3 names, Qi Luo is still very familiar. Shinomiya Kaguya, the eldest lady who integrates ice sculptures and sand sculptures. As for what she said was the poorest in this group, Qi Luo believed that she was a ghost. As the eldest lady of the 4 palace group, the assets of the 4 palace Kaguya family are as high as 200 trillion. Not 20 billion, but 200 trillion. And 1 trillion is equal to a trillion. In other words, the Shinomiya Kaguya family is a truly rich and rival country. On the earth where Qi Luo was before, those famous rich people added up all their assets, and whether there was a fraction of the 4 palace group was still a question. It's just that no matter how rich Kaguya is, it seems that it has nothing to do with Qi Luo, and her money is placed in the Dragon Ball world, which is estimated to be just a pile of waste paper. And Carp, needless to say, is the naval hero of the One Piece world, Iron Fist Carp. For this role, although Zi Luo has not seen One Piece much, he still likes it, especially his character. It's just that he was pressed to death by the justice behind him, and even his godson Ace died in front of him. I don't know if Ace is dead now. If not, Zillow can do Carp's ideological work and let him put aside the justice behind him to save Ace. And the last Sakamoto, this is a bigwig-level figure. His world had already been spoken in the message he sent, and just listening to the name brought a thick pretense to his face. Although his strength is very weak, his achievements on the road of loading X are still very high. Maybe, Chi Luo also has to learn like him, how to put an X so natural, people can't stop. It's a pity that I don't know if it's the reason why this chat group has just started running, plus Chi Luo himself, there are only 4 people in this chat group. According to Zillow's experience, if the number of people in the chat group can reach 5, it is estimated that some new functions can be turned on. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, don't you introduce yourself. Carp, newcomer, come to a burst photo. Sakamoto, it's okay to send a red envelope. Looking at the information sent by the 3 group members, a smile appeared at the corner of Chi Luo's mouth. This picture reminded him of how young he was when he was in the water group before. Running in the sun, that is his lost youth. And just when Zi Luo wanted to say something, suddenly Weiss on the side spoke. Lord Ziluo, you have given me a new movement in the earth that I am concerned about. The previous Shuru is about to hold the Shala conference, which is 10 days away. Weiss looked at the staff in his hand and said, inside the crystal ball of the staff, it was the picture of Shuru announcing the world that the Shuru assembly would be held. Hearing Weiss's words, Zillow's eyes lit up. He then edited a message in the chat group and sent it. Thanks for the invitation. People in Dragon Ball just became the god of destruction. The earth is about to be destroyed, go to the theater first. Chapter 003. Shinomiya Kagaya, God of Destruction? Could it be that this newcomer is actually a god? Shinomiya Kagaya, if that's the case, then this newcomer is too terrifying. God of Destruction. This name is very powerful when you hear it. The 2 words of destruction give people a feeling of trembling. Those who can call this name, even if they are not real gods, are definitely not much worse. Carp, not necessarily, it's probably just a title. There are many similar names in my world, but they are only human beings, not gods. Sakamoto, is that all you focus on? Didn't you hear the second half of his sentence? The earth is about to be destroyed, go to the theater first. Sakamoto, you say, is the earth where this new man is really going to be destroyed, or is he just exaggerating? Shinomiya Kagaya, it should just be exaggerated, the earth is so big, how can it be destroyed? Even if it is an alien invasion, it cannot be said that destruction is destruction. Carp, the old man also thinks that this is just an exaggeration of the newcomer. In my world, people who stand at the peak of their strength are only destroying a country, how can they destroy a planet? After spending some time with Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto Mizu, Carp also knew what the earth was and how huge it was. That's a lot more than 4 seas. In the world of One Piece, those 4 emperors and generals whose strength stands at the peak are already very remarkable to be able to destroy a country, and this country is still a country in the One Piece world, and the countries on Earth are simply incomparable. To say that destroying the entire Earth, even if the people of the entire pirate world combined, it is impossible to do it. Therefore, the 3 people in the group all think that this is just a bull blown by Chi Luo, the Earth is going to be destroyed, and watch the play? Shouldn't you run for your life? As for why Chi Luo wanted to brag about this bull, the 3 of them had the same idea, that is, he didn't want to send red envelopes, he didn't want to explode photos. If they knew that what Chi Luo said was true, they wouldn't know what kind of expression they would have on their faces. After Zillow turned off the chat group, he asked Weiss to take him to Earth. Before he became the god of destruction, Zillow had already kept Weiss to watch the situation on Earth. Since you have come to the Dragon Ball world, it would be a pity if you don't see those warriors led by Monkey King. Unfortunately, Zillow could not leave the planet of Beerus before he became the god of destruction. At the time he became the god of destruction, the Earth was already in the age of artificial humans, and now, Shalo is preparing to hold the Shalo Conference to show his strength to the world. The Shalo Assembly is a relatively complete appearance of the warriors, and it can also be said to be a turning point in Dragon Ball. Since some of the previous incidents were not involved, then Shalo's incident still needs to be involved. If nothing else, at least you can pass the boring time. The Earth is still far from the planet of the god of destruction in Zillow, and even if it is Weiss, it will take tens of minutes to arrive. So, while on the road, Luo suddenly came up with an idea. Weiss, let's not go to Earth first, let's go to Adetra first. Zillow said to Weiss, who was flying. Yadetra Star, this is where Sun Wukong learned to teleport. I have to say that the move of teleportation is still very convenient. If he had this move, then he wouldn't have to bother going to Earth in the future. Yadetra Star? Lord Zillow, do you want to learn teleportation? Hearing Zillow's words, Weiss reacted at once. He glanced at Zillow and said lightly. Yes, it takes us so far to get to Earth. Wouldn't it be much more convenient if we learned to teleport? It seems that there is no rule that the god of destruction cannot learn to teleport. Zillow looked at Weiss with some doubt. He remembered that he had memorized all the rules about the god of destruction, and there was no rule that god of destruction could not learn to teleport. Could it be that he remembered incorrectly? How Weiss would be this reaction? There is no such rule. It's just that I suddenly remembered Lord Beerus. If only Lord Beerus had been as diligent as Lord Zillow before. Weiss sighed with some emotion. If Beerus had been able to be less lazy and learn teleportation before, how much effort would have been saved him? Beerus, who was sleeping on the planet of the god of destruction, suddenly sneezed in his sleep. He wiped his nose, rolled over and went back to sleep. The star of Adetra was a little closer to Earth, and after flying for a while, Zillow and Weiss arrived here. Not long after the two landed, several Adraxians immediately surrounded them. Who are you? How did you get here? As the god of destruction, Zillow understands the languages of all the planets, so he can also understand the words of this Adraxian. Chapter 004. After explaining his intentions, Zillow did not get the goodwill of the Yadetra people, but was even more hostile to Zillow. Teleportation is the signature move of the Star of Adetra, unless it is a great favor to the Star of Adetra, or someone who has a good relationship with the people of the Star of Adetra. Otherwise others will not be able to learn, because the Adrasians will not teach. In this way, we have nothing to do with you when we first arrive, so there is no such thing as whether it is good or not. In other words, as long as I have great favors to your Yadetra star. Chi Luo touched his chin and said to the group of Yadetra people in front of him. We at Yadetra are very peaceful right now. If you want to be kind to us, it is simply impossible. The Yadetra starman led by him raised the weapon in his hand and said loudly to Zillow. Their star of Adra has always been peaceful, and no one will come. Just a few years ago, a human named Monkey King came over and spent a year with them. Because they felt that Sun Wukong was not bad, they taught him teleportation. And apart from Sun Wukong, they have not taught anyone else to teleport. No, I think you misunderstood me. The great grace I said is not the kind, your planet is invaded, and then I save your planet. That's what I mean by great grace. As soon as the words fell, Chi Luo waved his hand, and a purple-black beam of light flew out and landed on the mountain in the distance. The Yadetra people were shocked to see that several mountains that were thousands of meters or even tens of thousands of meters high in the distance had actually disappeared. Under Chi Luo's purple-black beam, those mountains had disappeared without a trace. Or rather, already destroyed. Introduce yourself. My name is Chi Luo, the 7th universe destroyer. Your planet was originally on my destruction list. But if you can teach me to teleport, then I can spare your planet. How, is this a great favor to your planet? Ziluo looked at the Yadtra Starman in front of him and said with a smile. It's just that his smile is like a demon in front of these Yadetra stars. In the 7th universe, not many people know about destroying gods, because most of them have already been destroyed. But Yadetra is just one of the few planets that knows about the existence of the god of destruction and has not yet been destroyed. When they knew that the young man in front of him was actually the legendary god of destruction, all the Yadtra Starmen immediately knelt down. Meet Lord Destroyer. I don't know if it's Lord Destruction who is coming, how offensive, I hope Lord Destruction God can spare his life. At this moment, what vigilance and hostility were thrown out of Cloud9 by the Yadetra Starman. Some are just endless fears. You must know that this is the god of destruction. If you want to destroy the planet, destroy the planet. Just now, they offended Lord Destruction so much, if Lord God of Destruction was angry and destroyed Yadetra Star, they would have no place to cry. I said, teach me teleportation, and I will let your planet go. Chiluo said lightly. Although Yadetra Star can be said to offend him to destroy the majesty of the gods. But he is not like Beerus, who destroys a planet because of a small thing. Although he is not a virgin, he will not destroy a planet at every turn. Of course, as a condition for letting go of Yadetra. Teleportation is definitely something he has to learn. And after knowing his identity as the god of destruction, Ziluo did not believe that these Yadetra Starmen could still be so bold and not hand over the teleportation obediently. Sure enough, after hearing Ziluo's words, all the Yadetra people breathed a sigh of relief. Although teleportation is their planet's signature move, but the planet is gone, what else do they want the signature move for? It is definitely not a loss to exchange teleportation for the safety of a planet, and the lives of so many people. What's more, they offended the majesty of the god of destruction, even if their planet was really destroyed by Ziluo, it was their own doing. Now that Ziluo can give them a chance to save their planet, how can they say a word? Lord Destroyer, already very merciful. The Adetris immediately settled Ziluo and Weiss, and then prepared a lot of food for them. However, because the food of Yadetra Star did not taste good, Weiss and Ziluo stopped eating after a few bites. If you want to eat good food, there are many on earth. And seeing that Ziluo and Weiss were eating a few bites and stopped eating, the Yadetra Starman called out in a panic, and quickly knelt on the ground, saying that they were not well entertained, hoping to let them go once. There is no way, the name of the god of destruction is among those who know, but it can never be provoked, and even the slightest flaw cannot exist. Ziluo didn't care about their hospitality, just asked them to quickly teach him teleportation. Because Chiluo's current realm is very high, it won't take that long to learn a teleportation at all. Soon, Ziluo learned to teleport. After learning to teleport, there is no need for Weiss to take Ziluo to Earth. Ziluo directly took Weiss with a teleportation and came to Earth. Chapter 005. This is the first time that Chiluo has come to the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, and compared with the Earth where he was before, the Earth of this world is not mentioned in other aspects for the time being, at least in terms of science and technology, it is still far more than the Earth before Chiluo. If a black technology product like a universal capsule is placed on the Earth before Chiluo, it is estimated that it will take at least hundreds of years to be manufactured. After coming to Earth, Chiluo had already scanned the entire Earth completely. Among them, there is a chi that far exceeds the others, and it is estimated that it is Shailu's. And those warriors on the Earth are now all concentrated in one place, the temple on the Earth. In order to be able to defeat Shailu, several warriors led by Sun Wukong were cultivating in the temple at this time, because there was a very special room in the temple. Spirit Time House. But Chiluo also knew that even after the cultivation of the Spirit Time House, Sun Wukong still could not defeat Shailu. Earth, it hasn't been here for a long time. The last time I came with Lord Beerus was a long time ago. Looking at the environment around the Earth, Weiss said lightly. He had been to Earth with Beerus before, when the Earth was still dominated by dinosaurs. Because the dinosaurs were rude at that time and offended Beerus, Beerus wiped out all the dinosaurs. In this way, the Earth is really big enough. Beerus actually only exterminated the dinosaurs, not the Earth. The Earth should have changed quite a lot now. Maybe there will be more delicious food than what I make. Speaking of food, Chiluo couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Like Beerus, Zillow is a big foodie. And the reason why he became a foodie is actually very much related to Dragon Ball. Anyone who has seen Dragon Ball knows that Scions have a very good appetite. Whenever Sun Wukong and they eat, what they eat is called a fragrant ah. I don't know how many people watch Sun Wukong, they eat to see hungry. At least Chiluo is one of them. He just likes food because watching Sun Wukong and they eat too fragrant, and then becomes a big foodie. And now that he has come to the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, the delicacies in those memories can now be eaten directly, which makes Chiluo still a little excited. And Zillow's words also made Weiss's eyes shine. How Zillow's craftsmanship is, VES knows very well. That's called a like. And now, there are still more delicious foods on this Earth than the food made by Zillow, which makes Weiss also look forward to this small planet. Of course, food is one thing, and Chiluo has not forgotten his main purpose of coming to Earth, to meet those warriors led by Sun Wukong. Although he is now the god of destruction, Sun Wukong was once his life after all, and seeing these warriors can be regarded as fulfilling a dream when he was a child. Of course, as for dealing with the Monkey King, they are concerned. If Sun Wukong and they take the initiative to take care of him, then he will also take care of them. But if Sun Wukong and them don't come, Chiluo won't take the initiative to come up. He destroys the gods, and there is no need to be so humble for the sake of a few mortals. Weiss, first go with me to meet those warriors on this planet. Yes, Lord Zillow. Weiss nodded. He knew who the warriors Zillow was talking about. From the time Ziluo asked him to pay attention to the situation on Earth, Sun Wukong and their affairs, Weiss knew almost the same. Although at first I didn't know why Zillow was so obsessed with a few mortals, but later Weiss figured it out. Before becoming the god of destruction, Ziluo was also a mortal, and he had only become a god of destruction not long ago, so he was still a mortal in terms of heart. Zillow used teleportation and Weiss to come to the temple. At this time, it was when Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan father and son were cultivating in the Spirit Time House, and the others were waiting outside the temple. The sudden appearance of Zillow and Weiss startled Vic because they had no idea how the two came over. Who are you? Vic looked at Zillow and Weiss and asked with a wary look. The people who can come to the temple, except for Boomer who can fly the plane, the other people who can come are all a little strong. And those people, Vic happens to know them all. But Zillow and Weiss, Vic had never seen before. What surprised Vic even more was that he actually felt an aura from Zillow that should not appear in humans. It is the breath of God. Now Vic has merged with the Earth's heavenly gods, so he also has a little ability to feel the breath of the gods now. The divine aura emanating from Chiluo's body can be called terrifying. What Vic didn't know was that this was the reason why Zillow converged. Otherwise, just the divine aura emanating from Chiluo's body could make the Earth completely disappear into the universe. Not only Bike, like Tianjin Fan, Trunks, and these people also looked at Zillow and Weiss with a wary face. They have even taken up a fighting stance. Among these people, only Vegeta glanced at Zillow with disdain. In his opinion, Chiluo was just an ordinary person with some strength to come to the temple. Chapter 006. In Vegeta's heart, the only people who can be put in his eyes are Kakarot, that is, Sun Wukong, and now Shiru. Others, even his son Trunks and son Gohan, son of Son Goku, are just ordinary people. In a word, those whose strength is not as good as his are all ordinary people. Vegeta didn't feel any powerful aura from Zillow, or he didn't feel the breath from Zillow at all. He just thought that Chiluo had suppressed his breath to the minimum. Don't care at all. The people in the temple, even the weakest Tianjin, they can casually suppress their breath. So Vegeta didn't take it to heart at all. I wouldn't have thought about how terrifying Chiluo's strength really was. How did he know that Chiluo's body was the breath of God? How could he be felt by a mortal? Unless he stepped into the realm of God in the future and turned into Super Blue, he could not feel it. But it's a little too early for Vegeta now. I warn you, no matter who you are, after Kakarot comes out of the Spirit Time House, the next person to enter will be me. You can stay wherever you are cool. Vegeta walked to Zillow, clasped his hands in front of him, and looked at Zillow with disdain. He regarded Chiluo as someone who had come to rob the Spirit Time House to cultivate. You're Vegeta, the Prince of the Scions, aren't you? Vegeta's disdain didn't make Zillow angry, because he knew that Vegeta was such a character. But destroying the majesty of the god is not disgraceful, and although he is not angry, Zillow still intends to teach Vegeta a lesson. You know me? Then you should also know my strength. Remember, when I come out of the Spirit Time House, you can't get in. But you can't get in before me. Vegeta began to pose in front of Zillow, or rather his current personality was like this. I have to say that no matter how much man Vegeta is in the future, how caring he is. But now Vegeta, it's really annoying. Let Zillow have an urge to teach him a lesson very much. You misunderstood, I don't have any interest in the Spirit Time House. I just wanted to ask you, how do you feel about causing so much trouble for other people? What do you mean? Vegeta said very unpleasantly. He stared at Chiluo deadly, as if as long as Chiluo's next words did not satisfy him, he would directly do it. Isn't it, if it weren't for the fact that you were too confident in your strength, you didn't directly eliminate Shalo before he became a complete body, but gave him the opportunity to become a complete body. I don't think Shalo has a chance to hold any Shalo conference now, and you don't have to gather here in the temple to grab a spiritual time house. Chiluo looked at Vegeta, whose face was already very ugly, and said lightly. Although Vegeta's strength is good, he has a very bad habit, that is, he loves to pretend to be X. In fact, it is not a big problem to love to pretend to be X, but who doesn't? The problem is that Vegeta seems to have rarely succeeded. When he fought Frieza, because his strength had greatly increased, he felt that he had become a Super Saiyan and no longer had to be afraid of Frieza. So crazy provocation Frieza, and still the final transformation Frieza. As a result, he was first beaten half to death by Frieza, and finally died at Frieza's hands. And Shalo this time, after coming out of the Spirit Time House at the beginning, Vegeta, who had greatly increased his strength, beat Shalo, who only absorbed number 17. What a spirit! As a result, because Shiro told him that he had not yet become a complete body, and when he became a complete body, he would definitely not be his opponent. Because of this, Vegeta did not kill Shiro when he was able to kill him, but let Shiro go, giving him the opportunity to become a full body. In order to defeat Shalo, he wants to defeat Shalo and show his strength that he thinks is invincible. As a result, everyone also saw that Vegeta was no match for the full-fledged Shiro. If it weren't for Sun Wukong telling him that there was such a magical place as the Spirit Time House to cultivate, it is estimated that Vegeta would have doubted life by now. So, Vegeta was confident in his strength several times, but each time he was madly punched in the face. Sad. Zillow's words made Vegeta's face very ugly, and he also knew that he was very responsible for why Shiro became a complete body. But his tsundere personality made him unable to admit it. And others did not dare to complain because they were afraid of Vegeta's strength. You can only sulk in your heart. And now that Chiluo said it, this is simply a crazy punch in the face. How could this make Vegeta endure? You're looking for death. Vegeta looked at Zillow and gritted his teeth and said. Then, Vegeta moved in front of Zillow and punched Zillow with a fierce right fist. P.S. Given that some readers say that the protagonist licks the Monkey King and these people. The author explains here that the protagonist does not lick the Monkey King. Don't lick the Monkey King. Don't lick the Monkey King. It's the Monkey King who licks the protagonist in turn. Chapter 007. Vegeta's movements were so fast that the others didn't react at all. By the time Vic reacted, Vegeta had already arrived in front of Zillow, and his fist was about to hit Zillow. And Chi-Luo just stood in place dumbfounded, as if he didn't react at all. Vegeta! Stop it! Dad! Exercise restraint! Vic and Trunks hurriedly spoke up to stop them. Instead of just saying so, they all rushed towards Vegeta. How strong Vegeta is, they know very well. Even if he doesn't become a Super Saiyan now, not everyone can deal with it. And Vegeta is obviously in a state of rage now, and he has no mercy at all. If Vegeta's punch hit Zillow, in the eyes of Vic and Trunks, Zillow would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Although they are very curious about the origin of Chi-Luo, they will punch people when they come up, which is unreasonable. Unfortunately, Vic and Trunks are still too slow. Before they could reach Vegeta, Vegeta's fist had already come to Zillow. Vegeta just wanted to show a cruel smile, but saw that his punch was actually easily blocked by Zillow. Moreover, it only took one finger. Vegeta's face changed and became a little surprised. It seems that he underestimated Chi-Luo. I didn't expect you to have some strength, no wonder you can come to the temple and dare to talk to me like this. However, don't think that a little strength can be arrogant. In this world, people who are stronger than you still exist. Vegeta withdrew his fist and looked at Zillow and said with a sneer. He admitted that Chi-Luo still had some strength, at least stronger than Tianjin Fang. But that's all, the punch just now is just his normal punch, and it's not the normal all-out punch. Next, he wanted to let Chi-Luo see what real power is. This mysterious young man still has some strength, and he can actually block Vegeta's punch. Vic said silently in his heart. He now feels more and more mysterious about Chi-Luo's identity. On the other side, Zillow couldn't help but laugh after hearing Vegeta's words. Because Vegeta's words are all about Vegeta himself. Vegeta, are you talking about yourself? It seems that you yourself are the one you say, and you are very arrogant with a little strength. Otherwise, Shuru wouldn't have become a complete body. Hearing that Zillow actually said something about Shalo becoming completely physical, Vegeta was angry. Ha! The angry Vegeta turned straight into a Super Saiyan. Bring out his strongest strength. At this moment, he didn't care about any Shalo, what Spirit Time House. He only wants to do one thing now, that is, kill Zillow. That's right, it's killing. Vegeta wants to kill. Dad! Wait a minute. You calm down. Seeing that his father had actually turned into a Super Saiyan, Trunks hurriedly came to Vegeta to stop him. Just now, it was wrong for Vegeta to suddenly attack Zillow, and now, it is clear that he is going for Zillow's life. Get out! Vegeta glared at his son coldly, waved his right hand, swung Trunks aside, and then rushed towards Zillow. Trunks didn't expect that his father would make a move without hesitation, and he didn't have time to become a Super Saiyan, so he was swung aside by Vegeta. By the time he wanted to stop it again, it was too late. And Bike, when he saw that Trunks had not succeeded in stopping Metro, gave up his mind to stop Vegeta. Because he knew that he would definitely not be able to stop Vegeta. Moreover, he had a hunch that even if Vegeta turned into a Super Saiyan, he would not be the opponent of this young man. You give me death. Vegeta rushed to Zillow, but this time he did not choose to fight closely, but used his best Prince combat method against Zillow. Countless balls of light emanated from Vegeta's hand and flew towards Zillow. With so many balls of light, if they all hit Zillow, Vegeta believed that no matter how powerful the other party was, he would not be able to escape a dead word. Most of the people present felt that Chi Luo was dead, and even if he didn't die, he would definitely be seriously injured. There's only one person who doesn't think so, and that's Bike. Because he saw it clearly, the disdainful light emanating from Chi Luo's eyes, the disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Vegeta's attack caused a huge explosion. Fortunately, Vegeta's target was not the temple, otherwise the temple would have been destroyed by him. The huge explosion produced a large amount of soot. And in the world of Dragon Ball, there is a very magical law, that is, the law of smoke without injury. When the smoke cleared, everyone was surprised to see that Chi Luo was still standing in place, not to mention that his clothes were not damaged, and even a single hair had not fallen out. Chapter 008. Vegeta's attack was very violent. If he didn't hide, but just stood in place and resisted, it is estimated that even Churu would be injured. However, this mysterious young man who suddenly appeared actually resisted Vegeta's attack and was unscathed. Doesn't it mean that the other party is even stronger than Churu? Everyone, including Vegeta, was shocked. How could such a powerful figure suddenly appear? Impossible! That's impossible! Vegeta shouted in disbelief. He had always been confident in his strength. Except for Shailu and Sun Wukong, he didn't put anyone else in his eyes because he felt that everyone else's strength was weaker than him. But now, there is actually another person with unfathomable strength, and it is still a young man. Looking at the age, Vegeta estimated that Zillo would not be older than his son Trunks. This is the most unacceptable thing about Vegeta. A young man who is younger than his own son, but his strength is so strong, which makes Vegeta, a proud scion prince, proud of his own strength. How can he accept it? Isn't it pointless to cultivate for so many years? So Vegeta, what you just said is talking about yourself. With a little strength, I feel that I am the number one in the world. As everyone knows, there are many more powerful people in this world than you. Chi Luo yawned and said very casually. Not to mention Vegeta's current strength, even if he makes Vegeta 10 times or 100 times stronger, he can easily defeat him. Damn, I don't believe it. Vegeta was already angry and unwilling to get carried away. People can indeed improve their strength a little when they are angry, and at this time, Vegeta's combat effectiveness has increased a little because of anger. Vegeta's current combat effectiveness has actually increased to this point. But unfortunately, this power is not lasting, otherwise it can increase the hope of winning the battle against Churu. Vic and the others first brightened their eyes when they saw Vegeta's current situation, and then shook their heads with some regret. If Vegeta can burst out with such strength during the Shailu conference, maybe there is still a little bit that he can defeat Shailu. Vegeta's outburst made Zillo look a little interested. He remembers that in the original book, because Beerus hit Boomer, Vegeta burst out to surpass the strength of the Monkey King Super Saiyan 3. When fighting Shuru, Shuru kills Trunks, and although Vegeta bravely challenges Shuru because of his son's death, it is of little use. Poor Trunks. Parents are true love, children are just an accident. In fact, there are many ways to defeat Shailu. Either let Klin sacrifice the heavens, or let Boomer sacrifice the heavens, or let Vic sacrifice the heavens. No matter which of these three people sacrifices to the sky, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, one of these three, it will definitely burst out very powerful. If the three of them sacrificed to the heavens at the same time, it would be terrible, and Shailu was estimated to be beaten to the point that there was no slag left. But unfortunately, these three methods Sun Wukong they will not use. At this time, Vegeta's strength had improved a lot, and even Shailu, who was waiting for the start of the Shailu conference in the distance, had a serious expression. This breath is Vegeta. I didn't expect Vegeta to have such a powerful power now. It's kind of interesting. And I don't know how strong Sun Wukong's power will be. A smile of anticipation appeared on Churu's face, and this is how the Shailu conference was going to be fun. If Sun Wukong's strength is too weak to be interested, then this Shailu conference will be meaningless at all. On the temple, Vegeta, who had improved his strength, once again rushed towards Zillow, and Vegeta, who was dominated by anger, had no other thoughts. He now just wants to kill Chiluo, the person who humiliated himself and trampled on his dignity. Vegeta arrived in front of Zillow almost instantly, and the speed was so fast that even Trunks, the strongest of the remaining people, could not see clearly. But unfortunately, Vegeta's speed beyond the limit is no different from turtle speed in Zillow's eyes. Zillow once again blocked Vegeta's attack with one finger, and then, with another finger, flicked it lightly at Vegeta's forehead. Vegeta flew upside down like a cannonball. If it weren't for the mercy of Zillow's subordinates, just this bullet, Vegeta's head would have exploded like a watermelon. But even though Zillow had already left his subordinates merciful, Vegeta still couldn't withstand Zillow's bullet, fell to the ground and fainted. And his forehead was still high and swollen. Dead. Trunks quickly ran to Vegeta's side, relieved to find that Vegeta had just fainted. Then, he looked at Chiluo like a monster. It's not just Trunks, but everyone else. With such a flick, Vegeta was fainted, and this strength was completely beyond their imagination. Chapter 009. Good, what a terrible strength. Who the hell is this man? How could there be such great strength? Vegeta's strength just now may even surpass Shailu, and he was actually stunned by his flick. If he is willing to deal with Shailu, then Shailu is not afraid at all. Bic, Tianjin Fan and the others had been completely frightened and stupid by the strength shown by Chiluo. Originally, they thought that Shailu was already the strongest existence in the world, and even the original Frisia could not compare. As a result, now there is an even more terrifying existence than Shailu. They know very well that Zillow's strength is definitely above Shuru. But what made Vic a little relieved was that looking at Zillow's appearance, it seemed that he was not their enemy. Otherwise, with Chiluo's strength, even if he killed them all, it would be effortless. The reason why Vegeta is so miserable is completely because he did it himself, and Zillow was in self-defense from beginning to end. I'm sorry, it's my dad who is not good, he is too impulsive. Seeing that his father was okay, Trunks ran to Zillow again and apologized very politely. Unlike the little Trunks in the main time and space, the future big Trunks has experienced a lot of things, so although he is not old, he is very mature. For big Trunks, Zillow is still a little fond of it. In other words, in addition to Vegeta today, Zillow has a good impression of other warriors. After all, he has been with him since he was a child. It's okay, you don't have to pay attention to it, it's just that your father is a little too arrogant, so I'll just teach him a lesson. Zillow glanced at Trunks and said. Originally, Vegeta offended him as a god of destruction so much, even if he directly destroyed Vegeta, it was nothing. But for the sake of feelings, just surround him. There is only one chance, not an example. Please, excuse me, are you? At this moment, Vic walked to Ziluo trembling and looked at him with some awe. What am I? Are you Lord of the Great Realm? Vic trembled and said what he wanted to say. Because Vic and the gods fused, under the influence of the gods, Vic also had some understanding of the gods. In Bike's opinion, the Great Realm King is already a high-status god, and even the Realm King can't compare. He was just a small Earth celestial god before, and even seeing the Realm King was a great honor, let alone the Great Realm King. Vic originally felt a divine breath from Chiluo, coupled with the strength that Chiluo showed just now. If it is the Great Realm King, then everything is reasonable. King of the Great Realm? That kind of weak god? Sorry, I'm not. Chiluo originally thought that Vic wanted to guess that he was the Realm King god, but he didn't expect that he was just a big Realm King. Joke. With his identity as a destroying god, let's not talk about strength, let's talk about status, that is also a level of existence with the king god of the realm. A great realm king, when he saw him, he immediately bowed down. Chiluo is very disdainful of the great realm king, but Vic can't. After hearing Chi Luo's words, and hearing the disdain for the great realm king from Chi Luo's tone, Vic was completely dumbfounded. Oh, my god! In his eyes, Lord King of the great realm, who was high above, was actually just a weak god in the eyes of the other party. Doesn't that mean that the other party, whether it is identity or strength, must be above the great realm king? Could it be? Vic suddenly remembered a legend, that is, above the great realm king, there was a god with a higher status, the realm king god. Could it be that this mysterious young man in front of him is the lord of the realm king god? Seeing Bike's appearance, Zillow knew what he was thinking, but unfortunately, Bike's guess was wrong again. You don't have to guess my identity, you can't guess. You just need to know that I have no ill will towards you or the earth. Zillow was telling the truth. Even if Vic knew about the existence of the realm king god, he would never know that there was a destruction god. No way, the position of the earth celestial god is still a little too low. Hearing Zi Luo's words, Vic instantly closed his mouth, deeply afraid that saying one more word would upset Chi Luo. But he had already determined in his heart that Chi Luo was the legendary realm king god lord. Oh, my god! He actually met the lord god of the realm. You must know that even the lord of the realm king has not necessarily seen the lord of the realm king, and he has actually seen a small former earth heavenly god. If it was the previous Vic Bike, of course, it would not be so excited. But since he merged with the celestial god, it can be said that he has also inherited the wisdom and memory of the celestial god. The heavenly god can see the realm king god, it's strange if he is not excited. After meeting Vic and them, there was no point in staying in the temple. As for Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, they will be seen at the Shaila conference 10 days later, and there is no need to wait for them to come out. This gentleman, will you attend the Shaila assembly in 10 days? Just as Zillow was about to leave, Trunks suddenly spoke. In his eyes, full of expectation. If someone as powerful as Chi Luo can participate in the Shaila conference, then the Shaila conference will win. Chapter 010. It depends. Zillow dropped a word and left with Weiss. Zillow's ambiguous answer made Trunks a little disappointed, but he still held a trace of luck in his heart. Maybe Zillow would appear at the Shiru conference at that time. And shortly after Zillow left, Vegeta woke up. If it weren't for Zillow's intentional mercy, Vegeta wouldn't have woken up so quickly. Dad, you're awake! Trunks said excitedly. He was still worried about when Vegeta would wake up just now, in case he fainted for 10 days and a half at once, and by then the Shailo assembly would be over. The man is gone. Looking around, but not finding Zillow's figure, Vegeta asked. Trunks nodded. Abominable. I was actually defeated so easily. Vegeta punched the ground hard, knocking out a big hole in the ground of the temple, and the corner of Bike's eyes twitched. Although he was carried away by anger just now, he still knew what happened. Thinking of his strength beyond the limit, he was actually fainted by Chi Luo's easy finger, which hit Vegeta a little hard. Although when he faced the complete Shailo before, he had no way at all, and he was not Shailo's opponent at all. But for Shailo, Vegeta at least had the motivation to cultivate hard and then defeat him. And for Zillow, Vegeta had a heartfelt fear. Although he didn't want to admit it, Vegeta was terrified, and Zillow developed a sense of fear. Chi Luo, I'm afraid that even if he cultivates all his life, he won't want to catch up. On the other hand, after leaving the temple, Zillow and Weiss came to the western capital. Since you want to come to the earth to taste food, you must choose a big city. And Zidu is one of the largest cities on the earth of Dragon Ball. The world's richest man Boomer and her family's Universal Capsule Group are located here. Although Chi Luo did not have the money of this world, how could this kind of thing be rare to destroy the gods? After casually defeating a guy in the ring on the side of the road, Chi Luo obtained hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's not much, but it's totally enough to spend on food. Weiss, there are many delicacies on earth that I can't make, you can try them. Walking into a restaurant, Zillow said to Weiss with a smile. Although Ziluo's own cooking skills are also good, he is not likely to cook all the food. There are many delicacies that he can't make, and these delicacies bring him and Weiss a huge attraction. This is the delicacy of the Dragon Ball world. There must be something different from those delicacies on Earth before Killua. After ordering a lot of food, Zillow and Ves began to wait for the food to be served. The waiting process was boring, and there was no phone to play with, so Zillow opened the chat group again. Although I haven't opened the chat group for a while, there are a lot of messages in the group. Although no new members joined, the news of those 3 group members alone has reached a terrifying 99 plus. Open the group and see that most of the messages are at his. Shinomiya Kagaya, at, can the newcomer say a word? Can you explain what you said earlier that the earth is about to be destroyed? Carp, that's it, newcomer, even if you don't want to send red envelopes, don't want to burst photos, there is no need to tell such an unrealistic lie. Sakamoto, at, I thought I was already pretending to be like the wind and always with me. I didn't expect that the newcomer was not bad to pretend. And even the words that the earth is about to be destroyed and go to the theater first come out. Little brother bows down. Chiluo took a general look at the news in the group, most of which were doubting his previous sentence. However, it is no wonder that the world in which these 3 people live is too low in terms of force. Even Carp, who has the highest force among them, is already a top master who can destroy a small country. As for the destruction of a planet like Earth, it seems to them to be impossible. So they agreed that Zillow was bragging. After thinking about it, Chiluo edited a message and sent it. Zillow, although you think that my previous statement is bragging, I can assure you that what I said is true. Zillow, the Earth where my world is located will encounter a big crisis in 10 days, and if this big crisis cannot be overcome, then the Earth will be destroyed. As soon as Chiluo's news was sent, he immediately received a response from others. This is the second time Chiluo has spoken since joining the chat group, and the other 3 have been waiting for a long time. Shinomiya Kagaya, at, newcomer, what kind of world is the world you are in? Could it be that the Earth you are talking about is not the same Earth as the Earth I understand? Sakamoto, it's possible, maybe the Earth where the newcomers are located is much smaller than the Earth we understand. Even smaller than the Moon. Carp, at, since there will be a big crisis on the Earth on your side in 10 days, it is better for you to open a video in the group at that time, so that we can also see the big crisis that is enough to destroy the Earth. Chapter 011. Carp's words made Zillow's heart move. This is indeed a good idea. Didn't these 3 people not believe what he said? Then when the time came to wait for the Shayla conference, he would open a video in the group. You can also let Carp and them see what combat power beyond their imagination is. Chiluo, at, your proposal is very good, I will open a video in the group at that time, you can remember to watch it then. Carp, at, don't worry, I will definitely watch it then. Shinomiya Kagaya, at, so am I. Sakamoto, at, so do I. Instead, they wanted to see what kind of crisis was enough to destroy the planet. Is it an alien invasion of Earth? Or did something catastrophe on Earth begin to erupt? In their minds, the kind of crisis that could destroy the planet is nothing more than the extinction of humanity on Earth. How could they have thought that the destruction of the Earth that Chiluo said was to make the Earth disappear directly in the universe? Zillow, then we'll contact you then. After editing this message and sending it, Chiluo did not pay attention to the movements in the chat group. The current chat group is still a little too weak in Chiluo's eyes, and at most he can only pass the time when he is bored. Originally, Chiluo still wanted to rely on the chat group to improve his strength, but now it seems that it should not be possible to achieve it at least in a short time. However, it is also good to be able to pass the time. After all, after becoming the god of destruction, Chiluo's life is already endless. After closing the chat group, the food ordered by Zillow and Weiss had also come up. I have to say that the food in Dragon Ball is very different from the food on Earth before Killua. It may also be that he has seen more food in the past, and for the cuisine of the Dragon Ball world, Killua has a freshness. And in terms of taste, that's not to say. Although Killua is very confident in his cooking skills, compared with this kind of chef, it is still a bit behind. Lord Beerus is sleeping, it's a shame not to eat such a delicious thing, Weiss said while eating his food. But Zillo didn't see any pity on Weiss's face. Instead, it was a look of schadenfreude. And Beerus, who was far away on the planet of the god of destruction, sneezed again in his sleep. The food here is really not covered, Killua said with some emotion. He now finally knows why Sun Wukong and they eat so fragrantly. Not only because they have a great appetite for Sion, but also because the deliciousness of the food occupies an important reason. Zillo and Weiss were very satisfied with the meal. Because of this delicacy, Weiss became very interested in the very remote planet of Earth. Originally, Weiss was thinking, anyway, that Chiru conference will be held in 10 days, then come to Earth in 10 days. But now, he thought about living on Earth for these 10 days. But he can only think about it, although he is an angel, the person who really makes the decision is Killua, the god of destruction. If Zillo said that he wanted to go back, then Weiss could only go back even if he wanted to stay on Earth again. However, Zillo's idea is the same as Weiss's, this is coming, then these 10 days will simply live on the Earth. As for money, just kidding, how could this kind of thing stump him, the god of destruction? Just one day after Zillo and Weiss came to Earth, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan also came out of the Spirit Time House. Before entering, Sun Gohan would not become a Super Saiyan, and after coming out, he would have maintained his Super Saiyan appearance. Because before Son Goku and Son Gohan entered the Spirit Time House, Shalo had not yet become a full body, so they missed a lot of things. Monkey King first asked Bobo to prepare them a lot of delicious food, and then asked Vic to tell him what happened during his retreat. And after listening to Bike's story, Sun Wukong's expression was a little solemn. So, Shiru has become full. And in 9 days' time there will be a Shiru conference. Then not long ago, 2 mysterious people appeared, very powerful, and even stunned Vegeta, who took out his full strength with one finger. Hearing Sun Wukong's words, Vegeta on the side snorted coldly. Goku, I guess that mysterious young man should be the legendary Lord of the Realm. Vic told Monkey King his guess. Lord Realm King God. Hearing these 5 words, everyone, including Sun Wukong, was taken aback. Others were surprised because the name sounded very powerful and gave people a feeling of being very pressed. And Sun Wukong was shocked because he had heard of this name from the King of the Realm. Lord Realm King, I heard about it from Lord Realm King. He is said to be the highest god who stands above all the gods. And hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, the other people's surprise was even deeper. Chapter 012. Everyone here knows who the King of Realms is. Although the strength of the Realm King is not strong, there are many magical moves, such as the Realm King Fist, the Yuan Chi Bomb and so on. Moreover, the Realm King is also a god, and his status is not low, so Sun Wukong still respects the Realm King. And the Realm King God, you can know by listening to the name, it is a god above the Realm King. If the Realm King is a god to them mortals, then the Realm King God is a god to the Realm King. In front of the Realm King God, the Realm King is just an ordinary mortal, and his status is simply incomparable. And not only in terms of status, according to Chiluo's performance just now, his strength in this Realm King God is also very strong. Well, under the guidance of Bike, the others have completely regarded Ziluo as the Realm King God. If that young man is really Lord Realm King God, then this Shalo conference is nothing to fear. Even if that Shalo is strong, he can't be the opponent of the Realm King God Lord. Vic said excitedly. In his heart, the Realm King God is the strongest person in this universe, and a single Shiru is simply not enough to see. But the question is, whether the Lord of the Realm King God will attend the Shalo conference in 9 days. Trunks' words made the audience fall silent. Indeed, even if Chi Luo is really a Realm King God, even if he can kill Shalo in seconds, if he did not attend the Shiru conference, it would be meaningless. Moreover, people are the kings and gods of the realm. The battle of these mortals, what Shalo assembly, it is estimated that in his eyes, it is just a child's household. Will a dragon go to a group of ants? Fortunately, Chi Luo didn't know what Sun Wukong thought, otherwise he would definitely laugh out loud. The realm king god of the 7th universe who had never seen the world was actually able to obtain the monkey king that they were so sought after. If Vic knew that the king god of the realm was just a guy who had never seen the world, and his strength was pitiful, he didn't know if the glorious and great image of the king god of the realm in his heart would collapse. In short, this Shalo conference still don't put all your hopes on Lord Realm King God, it still depends on us. Spirit Time House Gohan and I don't need it anymore, you can use it if you need it. Sun Wukong ate his meal and said to everyone. Kakarot, what do you mean by that? You mean to say that your strength is already above us? Vegeta was upset with Monkey King's words. What does it mean that he no longer needs the Spirit Time House, and others can use it if they need to? It was as if Vegeta still needed the Spirit Time House because his strength was weak. I think so. Sun Wukong did not have a polite conversation with Vegeta this time, but directly admitted it. After that, Sun Wukong didn't care about Vegeta's already livid face, and left with Sun Gohan. After leaving the temple, Sun Goku and Sun Gohan came to the Karin Pagoda. He had just raised his strength to the limit, so he wanted the Karin immortals to compare the strength gap between him and Shalo. On the Karin tower, Sun Wukong began to gather chi, and then began to explode his own chi. Sun Wukong's chi is very powerful, and after he exploded, all the people on earth who could sense chi felt it. This is Goku's chi. So powerful. Unexpectedly, Goku's strength has actually increased to this point. These are Vic words. That's awesome. Is this the strength of Uncle Goku? It's really too powerful. With Uncle Goku here, we have hope to win this Shalo conference. These are the words of Trunks. Abominable Kakarot, why does he go in front of me every time? This gritted teeth were Vegeta's words. This is Sun Wukong's chi? Worthy of the Monkey King. His strength is already above Vegeta and Trunks. I'm really looking forward to the conference more and more. These are Shiru's words. It seems that Sun Wukong has already come out of the Spirit Time House, that's it, anyway, in 9 days it will be the day of the Shalo conference. Let's see him again then. On the other side, Chi Luo also felt Sun Wukong's chi and couldn't help but say. Originally, when Sun Wukong was out of customs, he could meet this hero for many people at the first time, including the hero in his mind. But thinking about it, anyway, when the time comes, the Monkey King will also play, so let's put this meeting until that time. Anyway, it's just to see the Monkey King, and you can do it at any time. It's hard to come to Earth once, of course, you still have to enjoy the food of the Earth. That's right, now Zillow and Weiss are eating in another restaurant. Zillow and VES plan to enjoy the food of the Earth in the time leading up to the Shalo conference. Anyway, with their strength and realm, even if they eat more, they will not eat a bad stomach, let alone eat fat. No worries at all. And just when Zillow and Weiss were eating, drinking, and leisurely, a few days passed quickly. The Shalo conference is about to begin. Chapter 013. On this day, people all over the world did not go to work, but stayed at home, either in internet cafes or in front of big screens in the square. Because this day is the day of the Shalo conference. 10 days ago, when Chiru announced to the world that he would hold the Shalo conference in 10 days, the world was in a panic. When Shalo was just born, he killed wantonly, causing panic. If no one can defeat Shalo at this Shalo conference, the whole world will fall into darkness. Some people of the older generation even remembered the events of the era of the great demon king of Vic a long time ago. The current Chiru is no different from the original Vic Great Devil, and even more terrifying than the original Vic Great Devil. However, this time, people around the world did not feel any panic. Because just when Shayla said that he would hold the Chiru conference, Mr. Satan, the world martial arts champion, had already announced that he would attend the Shayla conference. Satan has become a big hero in the world since he won the championship of the world's first martial arts association before. He has also become the strongest person in the hearts of people all over the world. Therefore, they believe that as long as Satan can participate in the Shayla conference, he will definitely be able to defeat Shayla and save the earth. And at that time, this Chiru conference will be broadcast live by TV. In other words, they can see how Satan defeated Chiru and saved the earth. This exciting time, of course, is something that people all over the world want to witness. So on this day, the whole world did not go to work, but waited to see how Satan saved the earth. In order to leave a good impression in the hearts of people all over the world, Satan set out early with his apprentices and the people of the TV station. By the time they arrived at the Shayla conference venue, Sun Wukong, and they had not yet come. Dear audience, the man you are seeing now is Mr. Satan's opponent, the man who caused panic in the world, Shaylu. The TV host asked the camera to turn the camera on Chiru and began his hosting today. Don't see him standing very calmly in the ring now, but I believe he already knows about Mr. Satan's arrival, and he is already afraid in his heart. You're right, Mr. Satan. After speaking, the host also specially handed the microphone to Satan on the side. Of course, it's not just me who came today, even my 3 apprentices came. This Shaylu, don't say it's me, I guess I can't even beat my apprentice. Satan said confidently into the camera, as if Chiru could be defeated casually in his eyes. In fact, Satan now really doesn't put Chiru in his eyes. Because he doesn't know the horror of Chiru at all now. Even if Chiru had done a lot of shocking things before, he had done it with the phrase "this is a trick." Therefore, now Satan is still immersed in the dream that he can save the earth and become a savior. And for Satan, what the host did, Shaolien did not look at them and directly ignored them. In Chiru's eyes, Satan and the others are just a few bedbugs, and they don't even bother to kill. Because, killing them, you will dirty your own hands. He is now just waiting for the arrival of the Monkey King. Because there was still some time before the start of the Shayla conference, Sun Wukong and they had not arrived at this time, but were on their way to arrive. During this time, the host created a lot of momentum for Satan, and Satan himself created a lot of momentum for himself. They cast Satan as a great hero in heaven and unparalleled on earth, the savior. Shaping Chiru into a great evil man who wants to cause chaos in the world. As long as Satan can defeat Chiru with the power of thunder, then his image in the minds of people all over the world will reach a higher level. Here it comes. At this moment, Shaylu, who had been standing motionless in the ring, suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw several figures flying from there. He waited so long, Sun Wukong they finally came. Chiru's sudden look up also caught Satan's attention, and they all looked in the direction Shayla was looking. They were surprised to see that several people were flying over. With flying. Mr. Satan, I'm not mistaken. How could this human being fly in the sky? The host hurriedly asked Satan on the side. He really couldn't explain why there were humans flying in the sky, which was simply a violation of the laws of physics. Trick, it's a trick. Satan didn't know how to explain it, because he himself was at a loss. But in order to maintain his image in the eyes of the public, everything he does not understand, what he cannot do, is summed up in a trick. It turned out to be a trick. The host nodded as if in realization. But in fact, he is still very puzzled, what kind of trick can make people fly in the air? Chapter 014. The puzzlement and shock caused by Sun Wukong and their flying in the air were brought over by Satan with a trick. And the host and the people in front of the TV did not care. Anyway, in their hearts, what Mr. Satan said is right. Sun Wukong. They flew to the ring and landed on the ground. This time, there were many people who came to the Shala conference, led by Sun Wukong, and there were 8 people coming. Among these 8 people, like what Yamuti, Tianjin Rice also came. Of course, they did not come to participate in the Shala conference, but just to make up a number and make up for the excitement. They, including Vic, are still self-aware, knowing that this Shala conference, the main force is still on the 4 scions. Of course, if Chi Luo comes, the main force is Chi Luo. But alas, Zillow did not come. It seems that Lord Realm King God did not come. Trunks said with some disappointment after looking around and not yet seeing Zillow. Are you just putting all your hope in that Realm King God? You really don't have any dignity as a scion. Vegeta on the side glared at her son fiercely and said coldly. Trunks' performance really disappointed him. If he wasn't his own son, he would be the first to kill Trunks. But this can't be blamed on Trunks. After all, he is not a purebred scion like Vegeta and Son Goku, and he is not very eager to fight. And he has experienced so many things. If there is a strong person to help solve the trouble, he will definitely agree. Monkey King, you're finally here. In that case, let's get started. Shiru looked at Sun Wukong, his eyes full of desire to fight. As for the others, even Vegeta, he ignored them. In Shalu's opinion, among these people, the only person who can have a trick with him is Sun Wukong. And at this time, Zillow and Weiss suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong. The two of them used teleportation, but it was not the teleportation used by Zillow, but Weiss. In the past few days, Zillow has also taught Weiss teleportation. After all, he is also a god of destruction, and Weiss is his servant, so you can't let him take Weiss with him every time. So who becomes whose servant? Therefore, Zillow taught teleportation to Weiss, so that Weiss could also use teleportation to take him on his way in the future. Moreover, with Weiss's strength, he can go to more and farther places using teleportation. The Shala conference hasn't started yet. It seems that I'm here at the right time. Looking at the situation on the field, Chi Luo knew that the Shala conference had not yet begun. The time card is just right. If the Shala conference had already begun, when he opened the video in the group, it was estimated that others would be at a loss. Lord Realm King God. Seeing Zillow, Trunks couldn't help his excitement and blurted out. Hey, don't shout, I'm not the guy who hasn't seen the world. Chi Luo said that he did not carry the identity of the Realm King God. What? Knowing that Chi Luo was not a Realm King God, everyone was taken aback. They all already regarded Chi Luo as a Realm King God, and the result told them that it was actually not. But the next moment, they were even more surprised, because they heard that Chi Luo actually said that the Realm King God was a guy who had never seen the world. Oh, my God! They were dumbfounded. In their eyes, the Realm King God who was high was just a guy who had never seen the world in Chi Luo's eyes. And listening to Chi Luo's tone, you can know that Chi Luo knows the King God of the realm. And in the case of knowing the Realm King God, he dares to say so, that Chi Luo's identity may be higher than the Realm King God. However, shouldn't the Realm King God be the god with the highest status? How could there be an existence with a higher status than the Realm King God? At this moment, Sun Wukong and they were completely at a loss for Chi Luo's identity. Who are you? Zillow's sudden appearance also made Shala very puzzled. Sun Wukong's information is all in his database. But Zillow's data he didn't have. Moreover, what surprised Shala was that he actually didn't know how Zillow appeared. With his strength, even if Chi Luo's speed is fast, he should not be able to escape his eyes. But just now, he didn't see how Chi Luo appeared. It's as if it appeared out of thin air. Shala is too confident in his strength. Don't say that Chi Luo relies on teleportation, even if it really relies on speed. Just with Shala's strength, he can't keep up at all. I'm just a melon-eating mass, you don't have to worry about me, you beat yours, I eat mine. I just came to see the play. Saying that, Chiluo really took out a watermelon and came out. What a melon-eating mass! Another idiot. Shalo didn't pay attention to Zillow. In his opinion, Zillow, like Satan before, was an idiot. Chapter 015. Sun Wukong, there are so many of you here, so who do you plan to be the first to play? Shalo looked at Sun Wukong and the others under the ring and asked with a sneer. Although among so many people, he only felt that Sun Wukong alone could fight him. But if you play with other people before fighting with the Monkey King, it's not bad. After all, this Shalo conference he held, if it was him and Sun Wukong fighting in the first place, wouldn't it be meaningless? For dinner, it is still appropriate to eat after the appetizer. But what Shalo didn't expect was that the first person to challenge him was not Sun Wukong, nor was it Vegeta and their so-so people. It is the earliest Satan, who was ignored by him from beginning to end. The time for the Shalo conference has come, and as the hope of the whole world, Satan will certainly not let Sun Wukong and these trickers show off. Although Satan thinks that Sun Wukong and they are just coming to make a scene, in case Shiru is defeated by them. Isn't there no point in coming by yourself? Therefore, Satan decided to defeat Shiru before Sun Wukong and them. And Satan thinks very well, if he defeats Shalo in front of Sun Wukong and them, then Sun Wukong will be surprised by his strength. Maybe when the time comes, he will beg him to take them as apprentices. You know, it's the whole world live now. If someone begged him to take them as apprentices in front of the whole world, it would be too faceful. A few of you, Shiru is not worthy of letting me make a move, he will leave it to you. In order to show his strength, Satan did not even personally strike, but let his 3 apprentices strike. If Shalo couldn't even beat his 3 apprentices, wouldn't he, a master, have more face? There are 3 of Satan's apprentices, but because the rules of the Shiru Assembly are similar to those of the world's first martial arts association, they are one-on-one, so only 1 apprentice can play. However, even if 3 people could go together, Satan would not let them do it. If the 3 apprentices go up together to defeat Shalo, how can he show his strength? Only if Shiru is defeated by 1 of his apprentices can he show his strength. At that time, he can say that Shalo can't even beat any of his apprentices, and if he plays on his own, he can defeat Shalo in a few seconds. At that time, his image in the eyes of the people of the world will reach a new peak. Satan thought so beautifully that he was even immersed in his beautiful fantasy and laughed. But he didn't think about a problem. That is whether his 3 apprentices, including himself, will be Shalo's opponents. Satan's actions made Sun Wukong. They did not expect that by the time they reacted, Satan had already sent 1 of his own apprentices to the scene. I didn't expect that there would be entertainment in this Shalo conference, Goku. I think it's better to wait for you to play after they are all on the field. Seeing Satan's stupid move, Klin couldn't help but laugh. These people were already a little heavy by the Shalo conference, and it would be good if they could watch Satan's funny show and make their mood easier. Sun Wukong didn't say anything. The key is that now that the person has stood in the ring, it is not good for him to call people down. He could only pray that Shalo could show mercy to these ordinary people. On the other side, Chiluo, who was eating melons, also opened a chat group. There are also many at him messages in the chat group. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, didn't you say that there will be a big crisis in 10 days, now that the time has come, when will you open the video? Carp, yes, newcomer, have you forgotten that there is such a thing, but we are already waiting to see the great danger. Sakamoto, newcomer, open video. Chiluo looked at the time when these messages came from. Good guys, they were all sent in the early morning. It seems that Carp can't wait to see what the catastrophe is that can destroy the world. But seriously, Zillow really doesn't want to open a video at this time, because Satan they are completely here to be funny. After thinking about it, Chiluo still turned on the video function of the chat group. Although Satan is here to be funny, he can also take advantage of this time to explain some of the ins and outs of the matter to Carp and them, so as not to let them not understand the situation at that time. And just after Chiluo turned on the video function of the chat group, several messages appeared in an instant. Shinomiya Kagaya, the newcomer, finally opens the video. I've been waiting for a long time. Carp, is this picture going to be in the ring? Could it be that there is a ring and a crisis of destroying the earth? Sakamoto, but you see, the man standing in the ring with green all over his body looks like he is not a normal human being. Chapter 016. The scene was transmitted to the eyes of the other three people through the live video broadcast, and Carp and they looked at Chiru and others and talked about it. In their opinion, what Chiluo said is too exaggerated. Isn't it just a ring? What great danger of earth destruction can occur? Could it be that if this ring is lost, the earth can still be destroyed? And Shailo's appearance surprised the three slightly, but it was just that. Carp, it seems that the world where newcomers live should not be ordinary, at least not in an everyday world like yours. Sakamoto, after seeing Mr. Carp's world, I found that my receptivity has improved a lot. Shinomiya Kagaya, me too, now I don't have much reaction to seeing this guy who doesn't look like a normal human. As the three people in the most advanced group, Carp still has a certain understanding of each other's world. People from the two ordinary everyday worlds of Kagaya and Sakamoto have also seen the One Piece world where Carp is located, and they have also seen those humans who are like monsters in the One Piece world. Therefore, after seeing Sharana's different appearance from normal humans, Sakamoto and Shinomiya Kagaya did not feel particularly surprised. A little surprised, already give enough shale of face. However, Shiru's appearance also let them know that the world where Ziluo is located should not be an everyday world. After all, in the everyday world, there are very few such strange-looking guys. And while they were chatting and watching the live broadcast, in the ring, Satan's apprentice had already made a move against Shiru. As a result, not surprisingly, before he touched Shiru, he flew directly off the ring. Except for Zillow and the others, Satan and them, including Carp in the group, they don't know how that person fell into the ring. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this a movie? Why did that person fly out so decently? I don't see that green guy doing anything. Carp, I didn't see what the green man did, I guess he was really making a movie. After chatting with Kagaya, Shinomiya and Sakamoto for a long time, Carp also knew what it meant to make a movie. Sakamoto, so, could that strange-looking guy be wearing makeup, when in fact, the world of the newcomer is the same everyday world as us? Shinomiya Kagaya, it's possible. Carp, I think so, too. Looking at the news in the group, Chiluo had a wry smile. He knew that this would happen if he shared the picture of Satan and Shayla fighting against them with Carp. Because, Satan, they're just here to be funny. Zillow, guys, this is not making a movie. The green guy you see is called Chiru, and he's an artificial human created by humans in this world. Chiluo, although his strength is weak, there is still no problem in destroying a solar system. Zillow edited 2 messages and sent them out. And these 2 news of his instantly caused a shock in the group. Carp, newcomer, don't be funny, okay, and destroy the solar system, it's good that he can destroy this ring. Pirate world, in a room, Carp is eating senbei while sending messages. There was still a look of disdain on his old face. He learned from Kagaya Shinomiya what is called the Earth, what is the solar system, and what is the universe. If the solar system is compared to the Earth, then the Earth is estimated to be similar to the microorganisms on Earth. But Chiluo actually said that the one named Shayla could actually destroy the solar system. Isn't this funny? Not only Carp, but even Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto did not believe Zillow's words at all. Before, Chiluo said about the great danger of destroying the Earth, and they already felt very nonsense. Now it is actually said that the one named Chiru can destroy the solar system. As modern people, they have a deeper understanding of the solar system than Carp. It is precisely because of this that they feel that Chi Luo has gone crazy, and they can even say such words. Carp, I don't know if the world where the newcomer is an everyday world, but I know now that this newcomer is probably here to be funny. Shinomiya Kagaya, +1. Sakamoto, +2. In their opinion, Zillow has completely become a person who comes to be funny. Originally, they were still looking forward to Zillow's video, but now, they feel very bored. But they can't be blamed for this, because what Zillow said has completely exceeded their imagination. Although even the chat group came out, they still didn't believe that there would be someone who could destroy the solar system. Shouldn't this kind of thing only exist in novels and movies? Chi Luo also saw the message in the chat group, and he shook his head with a smile. He didn't bother to explain so much to them, this kind of thing, or facts speak louder than words. When Chiru and Monkey King fight, they will know who is funny. Chapter 017. Carp, let's give the newcomer a face. After all, we also promised that the newcomer would watch him open the video. Sakamoto, I don't have anything to do right now anyway, I don't care. Shinomiya Kagaya, me too, that Miss Ben will give the newcomer a face. Kagaya Shinomiya and Sakamoto are both students, and they are still very top students, so they still have a lot of time. Unlike other students who have to worry about homework or something, their homework is usually done right away. Looking at the news in the group, Chi Luo also nodded slightly. Originally he wanted to let them watch it, but since they were willing to take the initiative to watch it, it was best. In the ring, because Satan's first apprentice was easily thrown off the ring by Chiru, Satan shot his second apprentice on the ring. As a result, this second apprentice had only been in the ring for less than a minute before he was thrown off the ring again. The same goes for the third apprentice. Together, none of Satan's 3 apprentices lasted a minute in front of Chiru. Even, Chiru stood in place, not moving at all. What's even funnier is that every time an apprentice is thrown off the ring by Chiru, Satan will explain to people around the world why his apprentice is thrown off the ring. In that way, like a student who desperately makes excuses in front of his parents after a very bad exam. All 3 apprentices lost, and Satan could only play in person. And now Satan still doesn't put Chiru in his eyes. He is full of confidence in his strength. As soon as he got into the ring, Satan first said a bunch of nonsense to Shailu, which roughly means that Shailu still quickly admits defeat. If he waits for him to strike, then Chiru will be injured and so on. It's just that Chiru didn't listen to Satan at all, or even look at Satan. It is completely ignoring Satan. Shailu's mind and gaze have always been on the Monkey King under the ring. Even Vegeta was extremely speechless about Satan's performance. He didn't expect that there were such people on this earth who couldn't figure out the situation. Seeing that Chiru was unmoved by his words, Satan also felt too faceless. Since he can't rely on what he says, he has to use his strength to make Shailu submit. However, before Satan ran in front of Shailu, Satan was casually swung by Shailu and knocked him off the ring. If Shailu hadn't felt that killing Satan would have dirty his hands, Satan would have gone to drink tea with King Yan Luo just now. The flies have all been driven away. Sun Wukong, it's your turn now. Shailu didn't even look at Satan and them, but said to Sun Wukong. Shailu's words were also heard by Satan, and after knowing that Shailu actually compared them to flies, several of Satan's apprentices were angry. But they are now full of jealousy of Chiru, because they know that the reason why they fell off the ring just now is not at all like Satan said. Compared with Satan, these disciples can clearly understand some of the situation. Satan and these people are nothing more than entertainment, except for themselves and the wretched human beings in the world who have never seen the world. Zillow, they do not take them seriously at all. Next, Shailu and Sun Wukong, their battle, that is the real good show. On Sun Wukong's side, Sun Wukong was the first to play. And seeing Sun Wukong the first to play, Shailu was also slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Sun Wukong, the main force. was actually the first to play. Sun Wukong, I didn't expect you to be the first to play. Why, do you want this Shiru conference to end so soon? Shailu's original idea was to play with Vegeta first, warm up, and then fight Son Goku. I didn't expect that Sun Wukong would actually be the first to play. Shailu, I'll meet you first. Sun Wukong did not talk nonsense with Shailu, but looked at Shailu with a vigilant face. This was the first time he had fought Shailu, and although his strength was the strongest among them, he couldn't be careful when facing Shailu. Seeing that Sun Wukong finally came on, Chi Luo once again spoke in the chat group. Zi Luo, what was just an entertainment show just now it's the real battle. Carp, are you sure about the newcomer? Aren't you making movies over there? Shinomiya Kagaya, this seems to be a small production, and the investors don't pay much money. Sakamoto, I hope the next battle will be a little more interesting, at least the martial arts instructor will be a little more powerful. Well, Carp and the three of them are now treating the Shiru conference as a movie. Zillow didn't explain it to them, anyway, then they would know if they were making a movie. Because this was the first battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu, he did not show his strength right away. But then again, even if Sun Wukong had fought Shailu before, he wouldn't have brought out his full strength right away. Chapter 018. This is Sun Wukong's fighting habit. You must first find out the strength of the other party, and then slowly improve your combat effectiveness. Sun Wukong did not show his full strength, and Shailu would not show his full strength. Neither of them treated the initial battle as a fight, they were just warming up. But the warm-up of these two people is not the same thing in the eyes of others. Because the speed of the two is so fast that even the camera can't catch them, in the eyes of ordinary people like Satan, Shailu, and Sun Wukong seem to have disappeared in the ring. Vegeta, on the other hand, was able to keep up with the speed of the two, because they were just warming up and not using their full speed. In the chat group, Carp and they were also at a loss for the performance of Shailu and Sun Wukong. Shinomiya Kagaya, what's going on? How did the two big living people who were still in the ring just now disappear in the blink of an eye? Sakamoto, Mr. Carp, do you know how the two of them disappeared? Carp, I don't know. I also don't see exactly how they disappeared. Shinomiya Kagaya, could it be that the technology in the world where the newcomer is located has actually developed to this point? Even when making a movie, you can add special effects. Shinomiya Kagaya regarded the speed of Shiru and Sun Wukong as a special effect. Sakamoto, no, I can see that the live broadcast of the newcomer is definitely on the scene. Even if the technology is high, it is impossible to achieve this point, make people suddenly disappear. Shinomiya Kagaya, I know, I'm not curious. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, can you explain to us how those two people disappeared? I can't figure out how I think about it, no way, Shinomiya Kagaya had to ask Chi Luo. Zillow, it's simple, because the two of them are fast, so fast that they are beyond the limit of what your eyes can see. That's why you think they've just disappeared in the ring, but they're always in the ring now. As soon as Chi Luo sent this message, Shailu and Sun Wukong and the two of them appeared in the ring, and the two were now engaged in a game of strength. Zillow, look, aren't they showing up now? Carp, how is this possible? Could it be that the two of them also have abilities in terms of speed? Pirate World, Kapu, who was originally sitting on a chair and eating senbei, suddenly stood up from the chair. If Shailu and Sun Wukong suddenly disappeared just now because their speed was too fast, then what kind of speed did they have to become? Even he can't see clearly. In the pirate world, it is estimated that only the yellow ape who eats the shining fruit can achieve this speed, and the antelope who eats the thunder fruit can do it. But they can only do it with the help of the power of the devil fruit, and they can't suddenly disappear and appear like Shailu and Sun Wukong. Although the speed of the yellow ape and antelope is fast, because they are using the devil fruit, they have to turn into light and thunder to do it. Chi Luo, this speed is the result of their own cultivation. By the way, I forgot to tell you that the speed they just showed is not their fastest speed. They're just warming up. Chi Luo's news caused an even greater shock in the group. Especially Carp. Although Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto were also very shocked, how could a normal human have such speed? But because they were ordinary people themselves and did not understand the knowledge of combat, they were not very deeply touched. But Carp is different. He knew how difficult it was to cultivate on his own. Although the devil fruit has a great flaw, that is, it will be restrained by sea water and sea floor stones. But there are still countless people who want to get a devil fruit. Why? Because only one devil fruit is needed to step from an ordinary person into the ranks of masters. People like himself who did not eat the devil fruit and became top experts were a minority after all. Moreover, it was precisely because he had the strength he had now, which he had obtained by cultivating his own, so he knew how difficult it was to become stronger by cultivating on his own. But now Chi Luo told him that the speed of Sun Wukong and Shalo was actually obtained by their own cultivation, which really stunned Carp. What does this mean? This means that Sun Wukong, relying on their own cultivation, they have a speed no less than that of the yellow ape. And the yellow ape, but has shining fruit. If he himself can achieve the speed of the Monkey King and them, Carp believes that he will definitely become the strongest person in the world. And what shocked Carp even more was that Sun Wukong they were just warming up. That is to say, their speed just now is just what they casually displayed. Carp, are you sure that the one just now is really not a trick? Chapter 019. It's not that Carp doesn't want to believe it, it's really hard for him to believe. In his world, without relying on the ability of the devil fruit, he would not be able to reach such a speed. And there is another point, since Sun Wukong and Shalo's speed is so fast, then the strength of the two of them is definitely not weak. This is also the knowledge of kinetic energy he learned from Sakamoto. Carp's reaction is completely in Zillow's control, because Carp was the strongest in the chat group before, and his own one-piece world is also a world of bloody battles. Therefore, Carp is very confident in his strength, and it is also a very normal thing to have a subtle sense of superiority in front of the two ordinary people, Kagaya Shinomiya and Sakamoto. And now Carp knows that a human being who can still be such a monster will definitely feel incredible, even hard to believe. Zillow, everything you see is true, and it's not a trick. And don't be surprised, because this is just the beginning. This Monkey King and Shalo have not yet fought seriously, just thinking about their speed has already surprised the three of Carp. Then if they saw the battle that destroyed the world after that, wouldn't they have to drop their eyes in surprise? In order to prevent this from happening, Chi Luo gave them a preventive injection in advance. Shinomiya Kagaya, oh my god! Will there be more exaggerated things later? Sakamoto, there should be more, since it is a battle, it should not only be speed. Shinomiya Kagaya, I'm starting to look forward to the follow-up development now. Sakamoto, me too. I don't know if the battle in the world of the newcomer can surpass the battle in Mr. Carp's world. Carp had also broadcast the battle in the One Piece world live to them before, leaving a very deep impression on Kagaya Shinomiya and Sakamoto. They saw how the powerhouses of the pirate world fought, and also let them know how terrifying the human beings in the bloody battle world really are. In comparison, the humans of their two everyday worlds are much more normal. And now, Chi Luo's appearance seems to open another door for them, allowing them to see another world of blood. Carp, newcomer, I apologize to you for what I just said. Now I kind of believe what you said. Carp apologized to Zillow because he had previously said in the group that Zillow was likely to be funny. But as things stand, it's them who might be funny. Carp is not an arrogant person like Vegeta, and when he feels wrong, he apologizes. Not only Carp, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto also apologized to Zillow in the group, because they also thought Zillow was here to be funny before. In the ring, after a new round of collision between Sun Wukong and Shalo, the warm-up of the two of them ended. the two of them began to enter the real battle. If when warming up before, Vegeta and they could still keep up with the speed of Sun Wukong and Shailu, then after the warm-up, Vegeta and they gradually couldn't keep up with the speed of the two. The only ones who can keep up with the speed of the two are Son Gohan, Zillo, and Whis. However, it is also because Vegeta and Trunks did not become Super Saiyan, and if they did, they would still be able to keep up. But fortunately, after the start of the official battle, the speed duel between Sun Wukong and Shailu became less, and more of a fist-to-flesh fight. Dragon Ball is worthy of being the first manga of the Bloody Battle King, and the feeling of this battle is different. Because Zillo has been cultivating with Whis and Beerus since he came to this world. So he basically won't encounter such a fierce battle. So when he saw the battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu, Chi-Luo was still a little excited in his heart. This can be regarded as a little fulfillment of a small wish he had when he was a child. Because the speed duel between Sun Wukong and Shailu is much less, the three people in the group can also see the battle between the two. And the strength shown by Sun Wukong and Shailu has already made them dumbfounded. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this the battle of the newcomer's world? Why do I feel hot when a girl sees it? Sakamoto, this is what macho men should see. This is the battle that men should have. This punch-to-flesh blow is really exciting. Carp, it's amazing. Although they rely on punches and kicks, this kind of fight is what a fight should have between men. Those who can only fight with the devil fruit will not understand. Carp is known as an iron fist, relying on a pair of fists to fight the world, so he can fully feel the blood-boiling battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu. That feeling of fists to flesh is the romance of men. It's just that Carp seems to have misunderstood. He seems to think that Sun Wukong and Shuru will only punch and kick. And next, the performance of Shuru and Sun Wukong began to shock the eyes of the three. Chapter 020. In the beginning, Shuru and Sun Wukong were just fighting in the ring. But as the battle continued, the two began to be dissatisfied with fighting on the ground, and their battle area began to expand to the sky. And when Sun Wukong and Shuru fly, Satan they don't need to say, anyway, it's a trick. And the three carp who were watching the battle in the group couldn't bear it. Shinomiya Kagaya, I'm not mistaken. The two of them actually flew. Sakamoto, you are not mistaken, because I saw it too. They actually fly. Carp, Mr. Zillo, can you please explain to us how this is done? After witnessing the battle between Son Goku and Shuru, Carp no longer called Zillo a newcomer, but began to call him Mr. Zillo. Because Carp has gradually realized that the world where Ziluo is located may be a world with higher combat effectiveness than his world. And after seeing that Sun Wukong and Shailu could actually fly, Carp couldn't help it and sent a message to ask Shiluo. Although there are people who can fly in the pirate world, it is because they can do it with the power of the devil fruit. Moreover, in addition to the fluttering fruit of the golden lion, which can keep him in the air for a long period of time, other devil fruits, even the kind of flying animal fruits, can only make people stay in the air for a short period of time. Like Sun Wukong and Shailu, flying in the air is the same as playing, the point is, they don't have fruit ability. Is it possible, human beings can still rely on their own cultivation, they can fly in the air? Zillo, they can fly because they perform a skill called dancing void technique. As long as you know this skill, you can fly freely in the air. Shinomiya Kagaya, dance void technique? Then can we learn? Sakamoto, yes, Mr. Zillo, can we learn too? Hearing that as long as you learn to dance the air, you can fly freely in the air, Kagaya, Shinomiya, and Sakamoto were very moved. Who hasn't had a heart that wishes they could fly in the sky? Although there are planes now, how can you fly in the air by yourself and have a sense of accomplishment? Not to mention Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, even Carp was thrilled by Mai Kyujutsu. It's just that after Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, he is embarrassed to ask again, to put it bluntly, he just can't pull this face. But since Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto both asked, then if Chi-Luo can say the method of dancing the void, he can also learn it. Although Carp is old, he also wants to be able to fly in the air, and still not rely on the devil fruit. Chi-Luo, this may be a little difficult for you, because if you want to learn the art of dancing, you must first learn to control your chi. Gas? Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto are a little confused. What kind of anger is Chi-Luo talking about? Is it angry anger? Probably not. However, Carp couldn't help but get excited when he heard Zillow's words, and he quickly asked in the group. Mr. Zillow, is the chi you said is a force hidden in our bodies? Chi-Luo, that's right, the so-called chi is actually something that everyone has in us, but it is usually hidden in our bodies and has not been found. Chi-Luo's words made Carp excited. If he was angry, he had awe. And he's a domineering man. If Chi-Luo said that chi is domineering, then doesn't it mean that he can learn the art of dancing the void? It's just that before Carp finished being excited, Zillow's next message came again. It's just that the chi I said and your domineering are not the same thing. So don't try to use domineering to learn the art of dancing, because then it will not be successful. Chi-Luo's news was like a basin of water in the winter, which directly made Carp excited. Just now he was still excited, he would be domineering and be able to learn air dancing. Even he was fantasizing about the scene where he flew freely in the air after learning the art of dancing, making Goku and Tsuru extremely envious. As a result, the next moment, Chi-Luo told him that domineering could not learn the art of dancing the void. Doesn't this make him happy for nothing? But soon, Carp reacted. How did Zillow know that he would be domineering? Could it be that Shinomiya Kagaya or Sakamoto told him? Could it be that the two of them had already chatted privately with Chi-Luo? It doesn't look like it. Zillow did not say in the group whether he would teach them air dancing, and with some disappointment, the three of Carp continued to watch this battle that was enough to refresh their world view. After the battlefield broke away from the ring and began to fight in the air, Sun Wukong and Shailu gradually burst out more of their strength. The fight between them was not just about punching and kicking, but also about long-range attacks. Monkey King and Chiru send each other long-range attacks such as balls of light, beams of light, etc. towards each other. And their great destructive power began at this time. When they saw the damage caused by the two, the three of Carp expressed their position in the group. This is also too exaggerated. Chapter 021. In terms of destructive power, the destructive power of Qi is definitely stronger than the destructive power of fists, and I don't know how many times stronger. Previously, because Sun Wukong and Shailu were engaged in close hand-to-hand combat, their destructive power was not reflected. And now, they began to use Qi to attack from a distance, and the powerful destructive power of the two began to manifest. A large number of energy balls and beams of light were released from the hands of Sun Wukong and Shailu, densely packed and innumerable. The two of them either choose to dodge each other's attacks or shoot the attacks out. None of them chose to resist each other's attacks. After all, neither of them is a fool, so why be stupid to resist when they can dodge and bounce off each other's attacks? Only when there is no way, they will resist each other's attacks. And whether it was dodged or bounced, these energy light balls that were dodged by Sun Wukong and Shailu did not hit the two, but flew into the distance and landed on the ground. This is a big deal, although they didn't attack with all their might, not destroy the earth. But when it comes to their realm of strength, even a ball of energy light released casually can produce huge destructive power. The balls of energy light that they dodged and bounced off fell on the mountains in the distance, and on the ground, they blew the ground out of bottomless pits, and smashed the 1,000-meter-high mountains to smithereens. Juggling. They added a trick. Satan desperately uses tricks to explain what is happening in front of him, and he absolutely does not believe that human beings can actually do this. Shinomiya Kagaya, this is really exaggerated. This battle is beyond the battle of Mr. Carp's world. Sakamoto, I think so too. The battle that Mr. Carp broadcast live last time was not as exaggerated as it is now. Carp, I'm not, I don't. There are no such monsters in my world. Not to mention the two ordinary people of Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, even Carp, a naval hero who has experienced hundreds of battles and fought with countless strong enemies, was shocked by the battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu. That's a bit of an exaggeration. Although in the pirate world, the owners of those powerful demon fruits also have very powerful destructive power. Like the three generals of the navy, the Whitebeard of the four emperors, and so on, their demon fruits all possess very powerful destructive power. Even Carp's own destructive power is top-notch. But Carp can be sure that no one can exaggerate as Sun Wukong and Chiru. Through the live broadcast, Carp can see clearly that that small ball of light can actually blast out such a big hole in the ground, and it is not deep. Moreover, such a tall mountain, just because it touched those small balls of light, it was directly shattered into slag. This kind of terrifying destructive power that I don't know how to describe, it is estimated that the top powerhouses, including him, need to go all out, and whether they can do it is still a problem. Although he used to fight against a sea thief and beat 8 mountains with his fist. But he only leveled 8 mountains. It's not about beating 8 mountains into slag. Moreover, the mountain he leveled is not such a 1,000-meter high mountain. It's already nice to have a 100-meter. Moreover, this is nothing more than the destructive power caused by a few balls of light. Carp saw very clearly, just now Sun Wukong and Shailu released countless balls of light. Just a few balls of light caused such a huge amount of damage, so what if all the balls of light were added together? And looking at the appearance of Sun Wukong and Shailu, it is just their ordinary move, which is equivalent to a flat A. So what if they make a big move? And what kind of damage will it cause? Now Carp understands why Zillow would say that the Earth is about to be destroyed. He doesn't know if Shailu can destroy the solar system, but with such a terrifying destructive power, it seems that it is not an impossible thing to destroy the Earth. The 3 admirals, the 4 emperors, including him, the naval hero, these top combat power of the pirate world, even if they go all out, they may not be able to do things. In the world of Chiluo, there are actually people who can do it with a ball of light. Exaggeration. Incredible. In addition to this, Carp didn't know what to say. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this definitely an earthling? Why are they all earthlings, and the gap between everyone is so big? Sakamoto, I always thought that my abilities were already the best among the earthlings, but compared to them, I was a waste. Shinomiya Kagaya, who says it's not, Mr. Zillow's world is also a little too terrible. There are actually such terrifying earthlings. Sakamoto, yes, the Earth where Mr. Zillow is located is also too dangerous, and it is in danger of being destroyed at every turn. Carp, Mr. Zillow, since you say that the Earth is in danger of being destroyed, then why are you still in the mood to watch a play? Chapter 022. Carp's words also made Kagaya, Shinomiya and Sakamoto leave messages in the group. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, Mr. Zillow, since the Earth on your side has already been destroyed in danger, then how can you still be in the mood to watch the play? Sakamoto, Mr. Zillow, I think you should not be an ordinary person. I don't know if you have the strength to protect the Earth. If so, you should do your part. Now the 3 of them have no doubt that the Earth that Chiluo said before is about to be destroyed. With the destructive power that Sun Wukong and Shailu are currently showing that is comparable to a humanoid nuclear bomb, it seems that it is really not too difficult to destroy an Earth. But they don't understand Chiluo's behavior of eating melons and watching the play. This Earth is going to be destroyed, how can they still be in the mood to watch the play? Chiluo, it's okay, it's just the destruction of an Earth, it's just a small thing. The destruction of the Earth is just a trifle. The 3 of Carp no longer know what to say. They couldn't tell whether Chiluo was really fearless or just saying so. However, after experiencing the previous slap in the face, Carp and they did not think that Ziluo was funny this time, but planned to first find out where Chiluo's confidence came from. Carp, Mr. Zillow, if the earth is destroyed, then all the people living on the earth will be destroyed. So many lives. Shinomiya Kagaya had told him before that there were billions of life on one earth. Although the population of the pirate world is also very large, the navy and pirates, plus ordinary people, is also an astronomical amount. But compared with billions of people, there is still a bit of a gap. As a navyman, Karp knows how fragile ordinary people's lives are. A fight between pirates and the navy may cause many innocent people to die because of this. This has already made Karp feel very uncomfortable, let alone billions of people. They are obviously innocent, but they lose their precious lives because of the battle of the strong, which is a little too unreasonable. Although he is not a person of the world, Karp still has a heart of compassion for those people. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, Mr. Zillow, and if the earth is destroyed, I am afraid that you will also be affected. Sakamoto, Mr. Zillow, are you really watching like this? All three believe that Chiluo should be like Sun Wukong and Shailu, not ordinary humans. Therefore, if he can make a move, he may be able to prevent a catastrophe of the destruction of the earth. It is also because of this that they are all persuading Chiluo in the group. Although the world is different, they cannot watch so many people die. Zillow, don't worry, although this disaster will indeed put the earth in danger of being destroyed. But even if I don't make a move, there will be others who will stop this disaster. Kilo, who is familiar with the plot of Dragon Ball, knows that at the Shayla conference, Son Gohan will burst into a very powerful force. The scene of Son Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Chiluo once thought that it was the first time in Dragon Ball that became a Super Saiyan after Son Goku. It's just exciting. Since someone can stop Shailu, then he won't make this fun. Thinking that he destroys God and metals in this kind of child's life seems to have a little bit of a bargain. Zillow's words made the group fall silent. And Kapu and they were not in the mood to send messages, but wanted to see how this big crisis that was enough to destroy the earth could be solved. But then again, they still don't seem to know why Monkey King and Shailu are fighting. And at this time, Chiluo also sent some of the ins and outs of the matter in the group. This gave Karp and them a rough idea of what was going on. I didn't expect that green monster Shailu to actually kill so many people. And in order to show his strong strength, he actually held this Shailu conference. What a proper villain's approach! At this moment, in the hearts of Karp, Shuru has become the image of the ultimate boss who does nothing evil and wants to destroy the earth. And Sun Wukong has become a big hero who fights to protect the earth. This made Karp sigh, thinking that he had also fought against those powerful sea pirates for the sake of the navy and for many ordinary people. Those battles, looking back now, still make people feel addicted. At this time, Sakamoto suddenly posted a message in the group that made Shinomiya Kagaya and Karp very interested. Sakamoto, at Mr. Zillow, then your strength is compared to that Chiru and that Mr. Monkey King, who is powerful. Chiluo, this question, let's put it this way, even if the two of them combined, they can't resist a finger of mine. Sakamoto. Shinomiya Kagaya. Karp. Mr. Zillow, what a god man. Chapter 023. Karp, Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto were speechless at Zillow's words. After a while, he came out with the phrase Mr. Zillow, he is really a god man. They have now found out, it seems that this Mr. Zillow seems to like to pretend to be X. The strength shown by Sun Wukong and Shailu has stunned them, and the three views are about to collapse. But now Chiluo actually told them that the two people who were comparable to humanoid nuclear bombs could not withstand one of his fingers even if they added up. It's not that they don't want to believe Chiluo's words, but every time Chiluo's words make it difficult for them to believe. Although it seems that Zillow's words are true every time, this time, Karp they really have a hard time believing. If Sun Wukong and Shailu combined are really not comparable to one finger of Chiluo, then Chiluo's strength must be so strong. Is it possible that blowing a breath can make the entire earth disappear? Well, forgive them for really imagining what kind of strength it is. And while Zi Luo and Carp were chatting in the group, the battle between Sun Wukong and Shalo had reached a white-hot stage. Sun Wukong had already tested Shalo and began to fight with all his strength. A very powerful qi emanated from Sun Wukong's body, and even the ground began to shake. Carp, what a terrible strength! Even just watching it in the video, I can feel this terrifying strength. Shinomiya Kagaya, did you see it? Even the ground began to tremble. It's hard to imagine that this is actually something that a human can do. Sakamoto, it seems that Mr. Zillow's world is stronger than Mr. Carp's world in terms of combat effectiveness. Carp, you really can afford me, all the strong people in my world combined, it is estimated that they will not last long in front of that Mr. Monkey King. Because Carp's strength is also top in the pirate world, he can feel the horror of the Monkey King more than the two ordinary people of Kagaya, Shinomiya and Sakamoto. He knew very well that it was good that Sun Wukong was not in front of him, otherwise, just the momentum that made the earth tremble from Sun Wukong's body would already be able to kill him in seconds. The gap in strength between him and Sun Wukong is too big. He estimated that it was already very good that he could have 1% of Sun Wukong's strength, or even 1,000th. And seeing that Sun Wukong took out his full strength, Shalo was also a little more serious. Although his strength is stronger than that of Sun Wukong, in front of a master like Sun Wukong, if he underestimates the enemy, he can easily be counter-killed. That's awesome. Goku's strength is actually strong to this point. Abominable cockroach. How the hell did he cultivate? Why can he go in front of me every time? Monkey King. You finally gave your full strength, you really are not simple, Vegeta and Trunks are a waste compared to you. Seeing that Sun Wukong took out his full strength, everyone's thoughts were different. There are excited, and unwilling. There is a wide variety of everything. After Sun Wukong gave his all, the battle between him and Chiru was more intense and exciting than before. Moreover, in order to be able to make the battle between himself and Sun Wukong less worried, Shalo also took action to destroy the ring he built. Because there is no ring, then the rule of falling out of the ring even if you lose is gone. Shalo doesn't want to fight well with Sun Wukong, only to lose because one side falls off the ring. That's a shame. Under Shalo's shot, the original ring has disappeared, replaced by a large pit with a diameter of tens of meters and a bottomless depth. And because this time it was to see Shalo's destructive power up close, the three carp in the group exclaimed again. Shinomiya Kagaya, oh my god! With a casual wave of your hand, the destructive power caused is actually more powerful than a missile. Mr. Zillow's world is so terrifying. Sakamoto, I'm just an ordinary normal person, and I can't compare with these monsters. Carp, Mr. Zillow, I want to ask, is it possible that in your world, there are many people like Mr. Monkey King and Chiru? Zi Luo, of course not, there are only a few earthlings who can do this. Phew. Listening to Chi Luo's words, the three breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that there are not many people who are so terrifying in Mr. Zillow's world. But that's normal. If the entire Earth were so terrifying, then the Earth should have been destroyed a long time ago, I don't know how many times. Zillow, by the way, I just forgot to say. There is not much that can be done among the Earthlings. But among aliens, there are countless people who can do it. As soon as Chi Luo's words came out, there was silence in the group again. Here it comes, and here comes Mr. Zillow again. Chapter 024. The three of them no longer knew what to say to Zillow. They really wanted to ask Chi Luo, could it be that he just came to hit them in the face on purpose? They had just breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that there were very few people like Monkey King and Shalo, and there were only a few. As a result, I will give them a sentence in the next second, which is very rare among Earthlings, but there are many in aliens. Good guys, this is even the whole thing about aliens. Shinomiya Kagaya, Mr. Zillow, there are still aliens in your world. Chi Luo, yes, Could it be that you think that such a terrifying destructive power like Sun Wukong and them will be able to be done by an earthling? Qi Luo, the Monkey King you see is actually not an earthling, but an alien in the universe, called a scion. By the way, that Chiru is not an earthling either. He is an artificial human created by earthlings, not an earthling. Sakamoto, an artificial man made by earthlings. Is that a robot? Oh, my god! On the earth where Mr. Zi Luo is located, can humans even make such a terrifying robot? Shinomiya Kagaya, at, Mr. Ziluo, how did this artificial human be made? If you know, can you reveal it? Money is not a problem. What a rich woman's speech. Carp, at, yes, Mr. Zillow, can you tell us a little bit about how this artificial human was made? You don't need to reveal much, just a little bit of content. Carp thinks a lot, although their navy also has similar war machines, but those war machines are not even qualified to compare with Shailu. If he can know a little information about manufacturing Shailu, it doesn't take much, even if it's just that, he can raise the strength of the war machine to a higher level. Maybe you can directly raise the strength of those war machines to the level of 4 emperors or generals. At that time, a large group of naval armies composed of war machines with the strength of the 4 emperors of the generals, it will not be easy to eliminate the pirates. Unfortunately, Zillow's statement disappointed Carp. Zi Luo, I don't know this, I don't know anything about this. Well, Zillow's words also woke up Carp from his sweet dream. He also suddenly figured it out. Don't say that Qi Luo doesn't know this, even if he does, why should he say it? Qi Luo has not been in the group for a long time, and most of the time is diving, and his relationship with them is not even a friend. Since this is the case, then why should the other party tell them this kind of thing? Carp knows very well that he doesn't have that much face. On the other side, the battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu has reached a very fierce level. Although Sun Wukong and Shailu are comparable so far, everyone with discerning eyes knows that if they continue, Sun Wukong will lose 100%. Because Sun Wukong has given his full strength, but Shailu has not. And Sun Wukong's physical strength has begun to gradually decline, but Shailu's physical strength is still at its peak. Sun Wukong himself knows this. If he continues to fight, he will definitely lose. Therefore, he intends to take a dangerous move. Sun Wukong flew into the air and looked at Shailu on the ground in a turtle school Qigong pose. From Sun Wukong's angle, if he goes all out, once Shailu dodges the attack, Sun Wukong's attack will directly hit the earth. And the earth will disappear without a trace in an instant. Shailu wondered why Sun Wukong did this. Could it be that he wanted to die with him? But no, Monkey King is not the kind of person who will sacrifice his partner. Moreover, even if Sun Wukong destroys the earth, but he has Frisia's cells, he will not die in the universe at all. Shailu, who was puzzled by Sun Wukong's actions, had forgotten that Sun Wukong could move instantly. By the time Shailu reacted, it was too late. Sun Wukong had already used teleportation to come to him. Moreover, the turtle faction Qigong was launched with all its strength. Under Sun Wukong's attack, Shailu's upper body has disappeared. Win! Mr. Monkey King defeated that Chiru. It's wonderful. The earth is saved. In the group, seeing that Shailu had lost his upper body and fell to the ground, the 3 of Carp cheered. Although Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto were a little uncomfortable when they saw Shiru's appearance, after all, they were just ordinary people and had never seen such a scene. But the earth is saved, and they are still happy. It's just that Qi Luo's words made them laugh again. Zillow, don't be happy too early, Shiru is not dead. Although they were slapped in the face by Qi Luo several times before, this time, they felt that Qi Luo thought too much. Carp, no, Mr. Zillow, that Chiru is half gone, just isn't dead yet. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, Mr. Zillow, you must have guessed wrong, that Chiru must be dead. Chapter 025 Shailu was defeated by Sun Wukong in front of their eyes, and he didn't even have his upper body. If this is not dead, then it really can't be said. Don't say that Chiru is just an artificial human created by an earthling. Even if he is an alien, it is impossible that his upper body is alive without his upper body. Although aliens are different from earthlings, their vitality cannot be so tenacious. But before they could wait for Karp to be happy for long, they were shocked to see that Shailu, who had fallen to the ground, actually jumped up from the ground. You must know that Chiru now has no upper body, only such 2 legs. This picture, how weird it looks. As a girl, Kaguya Shinomiya saw such a terrifying picture, and even cried out in surprise. Of course, it was in her room, not in the group. Because of Shinomiya Kaguya's call, it also made her maid Hayasaka Ai think that something had happened to her. Even Karp, a naval hero who didn't know how many big scenes he had seen, was a little surprised after seeing such a strange picture. Although those who are naturally capable of the devil fruit will not die even if they divide their bodies into several sections after elementalization, they can still recover. But that's because of the fruit ability. And Shailu, but not elemental. And what surprised the 3 of Karp even more happened. After Chiru jumped up from the ground, he actually grew a new upper body. Shinomiya Kaguya, could it be that this Chiru has the genes of an earthworm? You can actually grow a new body. Sakamoto, maybe it has the genes of a gecko, and if the gecko's tail is off, it will not be able to grow a new one. Karp, no wonder Mr. Zillow said that Chiru is not dead yet, so it is. Karp, it seems that Mr. Zillow already knows that Shailu has such a special ability. Shinomiya Kaguya, I have already decided, no matter what Mr. Zillow says in the future, I will not doubt him. Sakamoto, I'm the same, and Mr. Zillow's words will be the truth to me in the future. All I have to do is believe. Karp, alas, I still have too little knowledge, and it is really undesirable to use my shallow knowledge to judge Mr. Zillow's right or wrong. I will not doubt Mr. Zillow's words in the future. After this time, the 3 of Karp reached an agreement that they would no longer doubt Zillow's words in the future. They had doubted it from the beginning until now, but every suspicion was exchanged for being slapped in the face by Qi Luo. Their faces had been swollen by Qi Luo. They don't want to be beaten by Qi Luo anymore. Now, even if Qi Luo told them that Sun Wukong was actually a woman, they wouldn't suspect it. On the other side, Shailu's recovery made Sun Wukong's face a little ugly. He didn't expect that Shailu would actually have this ability to recover like Bike. Although he consumed a lot of Shailu's physical strength because of his recovery, his physical strength consumed even more. Why was Sun Wukong's move just now a dangerous move? On the one hand, if Chiru guesses that he will use teleportation and is prepared, his attack will be difficult to hit. On the other hand, it is also because the move just now is his all-out move. It's physically draining. Sun Wukong's physical strength was already running low, and after performing the Turtle Sect Qigong with an all-out blow, his current physical strength was even more scarce. Although Shailu's physical strength has also decreased a lot, it is much better than him. Moreover, Chiru has already been fooled once just now, and will not be fooled a second time. Sun Wukong knew very well in his heart that he had no hope of winning. However, Sun Wukong did not have feelings of loss and unwillingness, because he had long known that he was not Shailu's opponent. In the ensuing battle, Sun Wukong casually made a few moves with Shailu, and then made a move that surprised Vegeta and them very much. Surrender. That's right, Sun Wukong surrendered to Shailu. As soon as the words of Sun Wukong's surrender came out, Vegeta, Klin and others who were familiar with Sun Wukong were shocked. They know Sun Wukong's character very well, and he is the one who will never say the word surrender. Thinking of his previous battles with the great demon king of Bike, with Vegeta, and with Frieza, which time was not as difficult as now, and some were even more tragic than this time. But even on those few occasions, the Monkey King did not surrender, but exceeded his own limits, or defeated his opponent with the help of his partner. But this time, Sun Wukong actually surrendered just like that. This is not like the style of the Monkey King. Even Chiru was surprised by Sun Wukong's surrender. Because his data and information about the Monkey King told him that the Monkey King was a talent who would never surrender. Sun Wukong, you're not joking. If you are because of lack of physical strength, I can let you eat a fairy bean and fight again. But surrender, it's not like you. Chapter 026. In Shailu's heart, among all the people present who could fight with him, only Sun Wukong was alone. He is fighting hard now, but Sun Wukong is actually about to surrender. This makes Chiru, how could he be willing? Shailu knew that Sun Wukong had a magical thing called fairy beans. As long as they ate one, they could not only restore the injuries of the whole body, but also restore all their physical strength. So he asked Sun Wukong to eat a fairy bean and fight him again. Although Sendu can restore Sun Wukong's full physical strength, Chiru does not care. Because he was very confident in his strength, he knew that even if Sun Wukong recovered all his physical strength and injuries, he would not be his opponent. However, Sun Wukong still shook his head and refused. He knew that even if he ate the fairy beans to recover his strength and injuries, he would not be Shailu's opponent. Moreover, with his personality, he can't do this kind of thing of eating fairy beans halfway to recover his state, and then joining the battle. Because the rules of the Shailu Assembly are similar to the rules of the first martial arts association in the world. And at the world's first martial arts meeting, props cannot be used. Sun Wukong, you can think clearly. If you admit defeat, then this Shailu conference is my victory. As a price, although I have little interest in destroying the earth, I am still very interested in destroying all the creatures on the earth. Shailu finally knew that Sun Wukong really wanted to surrender, and he suddenly felt very bored. Unexpectedly, this Shailu conference would end with Sun Wukong's surrender. He thought that he would have to fight Sun Wukong to death and I live. Shailu, although I surrendered, it does not mean that no one will challenge you again. You don't want Vegeta and Trunks to challenge me. Although the strength of the two of them has indeed improved, they are not as good as you, and they will not be my opponents. Still, that sentence, Shailu only recognized Sun Wukong as his opponent, and as for the others, they were not put in his eyes at all. Vegeta and Trunks were nothing more than defeated men, and if he hadn't become full, happy, and unfamiliar with his powers, he would have killed Vegeta's father and son. Even if the strength of Vegeta's father and son has improved now, it will not be his opponent. As for the others, excuse me, he is even less in the eye. And Zillow and Weiss, because there is no information about these two people in Chiru's database, so Chiru directly ignored them. The people who can enter his database are all people with some strength. In other words, not everyone is eligible to access his database. Just like the idiot Satan and his several apprentices before, he didn't have their qualifications in his database, because they didn't have this qualification at all. Therefore, in Chiru's view, Zillow and Weiss are also Satan-like goods, and they are not worth his attention at all. The conversation between Son Goku and Shailu was also transmitted to the ears of the three of them. They didn't expect that this Monkey King fought well and actually surrendered. Carp, why did Mr. Monkey King surrender? He should be able to fight Shailu again. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, and he almost defeated Shailu just now. If it weren't for that Shailu actually recovering, Mr. Monkey King would have won long ago. Shinomiya Kagaya. And that Chiru should not be unlimited and can be restored, he must have weaknesses. If Mr. Monkey King continues to fight, he is likely to win. Sakamoto, could it be that Mr. Monkey King is too tired, he no longer has physical strength, so he will surrender? Carp, probably not, although Mr. Monkey King is indeed panting, but he does not have the kind of lack of physical strength or overdraft, so he should still have the physical strength to fight. Carp is also a person who has experienced countless battles and knows what it is like to have no physical strength. And the appearance of Sun Wukong does not look like a lack of physical strength in Carp's opinion. And just when the three of them were speculating very lively, Chi Luo spoke. Zillow, you don't have to guess. To tell you the truth, Sakamoto's guess is correct. One of the reasons for Sun Wukong's surrender is that his physical strength is already insufficient, and even if he continues to fight, sooner or later he will lose to Shailu. Carp really wanted to argue with Chi Luo. Sun Wukong obviously still has physical strength. But he thought of the way he had been slapped in the face by Chi Luo several times before, and he gave up the idea. Mr. Zillow's words are the truth. Therefore, Carp quickly sent a message in the group. Mr. Zillow is right. And his news was echoed by two other people. Chi Luo, it's not just that panting is a manifestation of lack of physical strength. Don't look at Sun Wukong, it seems that he is only slightly panting, but in fact, his physical strength is now not enough for him to continue fighting. As if knowing Carp's thoughts, Zillow explained in the group. Originally, the three of them decided that they would not doubt Chi Luo's words in the future, and now that Chi Luo gave them an explanation, they would not doubt it even more. Chapter 027. Mr. Monkey King is just short of physical strength. There will be no other explanation than this one. On the other hand, when Son Goku told Chiru that someone else would challenge him, he looked his head at Son Gohan and them. In fact, at the beginning, Sun Wukong turned his head to Chi Luo. He had heard about Zillow from them before in Vic and also knew that Zillow was very powerful. One finger stunned Vegeta. And Vegeta, who has exceeded his limits because of anger. With Vegeta's strength at that time, Sun Wukong knew very well that he definitely couldn't do it, and Chiru couldn't do it. In other words, this young man named Chi Luo is even stronger than Shailu in terms of strength. If he is willing to deal with Shailu, it should be a simple matter to defeat Shailu. It's just that Sun Wukong looked at Chi Luo, and Chi Luo had already spoken. Don't look at me, I'm just a melon-eating mass. You beat yours, as long as that Chiru doesn't come to mess with me, I won't mix. Zi Luo didn't want to deal with Shailu at all. No way, Sun Wukong can only pin his hopes on his son Sun Wuhan. And Shailu also heard Zillow's words, and he was very upset with Zillow's words. What is called as long as he does not mess with him, he will not mix. The meaning of Chi Luo's words was as if he could defeat himself if he mixed in. Shailu originally did not put Chi Luo in his eyes, and now Chi Luo actually dared to say such arrogant words, and he was on Shailu's must-kill list all of a sudden. Originally, Shailu was too lazy to deal with an idiot like Satan, like Chi Luo, but since the other party said such brainless words, then he didn't mind giving the other party a ride. Shailu has already decided that after the end of this Shailu conference, he will slaughter Chi Luo. And when they learned that Sun Wukong was actually going to let his son Sun Gohan play, everyone except Zillow and Weiss was shocked, including Shailu. Although he said the words to Sun Wukong, the person who appeared next was able to defeat himself disdainfully. But when he knew that the person who appeared next was actually Sun Gohan, Shailu's first reaction was whether Sun Wukong was faint. He would actually send his own son to die. And Vic was also unhappy after learning that Sun Wukong actually let Sun Gohan appear. Vic for Sun Gohan, that relationship, not a father, more like a father. Now seeing that Sun Gohan is going to fight such a powerful opponent, how can Vic be happy? However, after Sun Wukong's words, Sun Wuhan still decided to play against Shailu. Sun Wukong said something to Sun Wuhan, and Chi Luo heard it very clearly. He had some emotion, because he had always felt that throughout the entire Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong was the most mature in the Shailu chapter, and it was also the most emblematic of his martial arts master. And the conversation between Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan was also heard by the three of Carp, who did not understand Sun Wukong's action of letting his children play. Shinomiya Kagaya, no, after Mr. Sun Wukong surrendered himself, he actually let his son play. Could it be that he thinks that his son can defeat the monster of Shailu? Sakamoto, that's what I said. Mr. Monkey King's children are still so young, and it is unlikely that they are better than Blue. Carp, Mr. Monkey King is so impulsive to let such a small child face such a powerful monster? How strong can a child be? Although Son Gohan has become a Super Saiyan and has become a little handsome, don't forget that he is only 9 years old. 9 years old. No matter what world you live in, at the age of 9, you are a child. Carp thought of his grandson Luffy, who was just a little fart when Luffy was 9 years old. But now, Sun Wukong actually let a small child area deal with a powerful enemy that even he couldn't deal with. Carp, they really can't understand the operation of Sun Wukong. Could it be that Sun Wukong deliberately let his son die? Or does Monkey King think that a 9-year-old child can defeat that monster of Shailu? Although Sun Wukong's strength is very strong, his son's strength should not be weak. But how strong can it be? And after Sun Wuhan came on, Sun Wukong made another move that made everyone very speechless. He actually asked Klin for a fairy bean, and then gave the fairy bean to Shiryu. This really wants Sun Gohan to die. Sun Wukong's behavior caused a lot of dissatisfaction from Vic and others. After listening to Chi Luo's explanation of Xiando, the 3 people in the group already didn't know what to say to Sun Wukong. Carp, Mr. Monkey King, what is this for? It actually made Shailu recover his strength. Shinomiya Kagaya, could it be that that child is not Mr. Sun Wukong's biological child, and Mr. Sun Wukong took this opportunity to solve him? It is worthy of being a girl, this brain hole is big. Sakamoto, Mr. Monkey King. Alas! Chapter 028. Although they are just bystanders, they really can't understand Sun Wukong's actions, and even some can't stand it. If they could, they really wanted to ask Monkey King why he did it. And the question of Carp and others was asked by others, that is, Vic. Seeing that Sun Wukong actually handed over the fairy beans to Shailu, he really couldn't bear it. Goku! What the hell are you doing? Vic grabbed Sun Wukong's collar and asked sharply. Is this because Sun Gohan didn't die fast enough? And Sun Wukong's explanation made everyone very speechless. Sun Wukong's explanation is that Shailu has consumed a lot of physical strength by fighting him just now, and now it is unfair to Shailu to change to Sun Gohan. People who know Sun Wukong know that this explanation is very much in line with his character, so even Vic will not say anything after listening to Sun Wukong's explanation. But Carp, Shinomiya Kagaya, and Sakamoto, who don't know Sun Wukong, are quite speechless after listening to Sun Wukong's explanation. Although they appreciate and admire Sun Wukong's kind character very much, this kindness also divides people. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Sun Gohan doesn't care about his father's actions, and he knows his father's character very well. He was even there waiting for Shiryu to eat the fairy beans, instead of stopping Shiryu from eating the fairy beans before this. After Shailu ate the fairy beans, all the physical strength he had lost was restored, and he finally understood what a good thing the fairy beans really was. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this the power of Sendu? He actually recovered all of Shailu's physical strength. Sakamoto, not only physical strength, but even the injuries on Shiryu's body have all recovered. Carp, what a magical fairy bean! If the Navy can also have such a magical thing, then the strength of the Navy will be even higher. Carp is still a naval hero in the end, and the first thing that comes to mind for anything good is the Navy. If the Navy can have such a magical thing as fairy beans, if it can be owned in large quantities, or even one per person, it is equivalent to each Navy having one more life. But Carp is also very clear that something as magical as fairy beans is estimated to be very rare even in the world of Ziluo. I didn't see the bag that Klin took out when he gave the fairy beans to Sun Wukong before. It is estimated that there are only a few fairy beans in that bag, and at most a dozen. The quantity is too rare. And after Shailu fully recovered his physical strength, Sun Gohan finally exploded his strength. A powerful aura emanated from Sun Gohan, surprising Vic and Vegeta. They didn't expect that in their eyes, Sun Gohan, who was just a child, was actually so strong. Especially Vegeta, he felt very clearly, with Son Gohan's current strength, he was no weaker than him. But how old is he? How old is Son Gohan? Vegeta was always unhappy with Sun Wukong, who was always stronger than him, but now even Sun Wukong's son caught up with him, which made Vegeta unwilling. And in the group, Goku has also been surprised by Son Gohan's strength. Although they can't feel how strong Son Gohan's strength is, through the video, they can roughly know how terrifying Son Gohan is now. I didn't see Son Gohan show his strength, and even Shailu's face showed a surprised expression. Moreover, when Sun Wuhan burst out just now, the ground was also shaking. And cracks appeared. Carp, is this sure that a child can have? Shinomiya Kagaya, this kid is also a little too scary. Even Chiru was surprised by his strength. Sakamoto, sure enough, the tiger father has no dog son. If Mr. Monkey King hadn't given the fairy beans to Shailu, maybe this kid would really be able to defeat Shailu. But now, it's hard. Sakamoto is still a little worried about the fact that Sun Wukong gave Sendu to Shiru. Carp, this child of Mr. Monkey King should not be too old. Zi Luo, it's really not big, he's only 9 years old. 9 years old. Although they had long guessed that Son Gohan's age was not old, when they really learned Son Gohan's age, they were still surprised by his age. 9 years old. Younger than they guessed. This is only 9 years old. But this can't blame them, because Son Gohan is like this, although he can see that he is still a child, but it is really hard to believe that he is only 9 years old. Shinomiya Kagaya, oh my god. I was still in elementary school when I was 9 years old, but this kid was already fighting such a horrible person. Sakamoto, me too. People's 9-year-old, ours 9-year-old, the gap is too big. Carp, people's children are only 9 years old and so sensible, and when I think of my smelly boy, my heart hurts. It's really someone else's child. Chapter 029. The smelly boy in Carp's mouth is, of course, his grandson Luffy. When Luffy was 9 years old, he was just a little brat, shouting all day about being a pirate and not wanting to be a navy. It was a headache for Carp to death. Look at the children of Mr. Sun Wukong, who were already fighting for the safety of the earth when they were 9 years old. Strength aside, the brilliance of a hero like Son Gohan alone is enough for Luffy to learn for a lifetime. It's a pity that Son Gohan's age is still a little too young, and although a small child has good strength, it is still difficult to defeat Shailu, who has fully recovered. After all, although Son Gohan's strength is strong, he is not necessarily rich in combat experience. Where to expect a 9-year-old little child with combat experience? Sure enough, as soon as Son Gohan came on the field, although he showed his strong strength, he was basically pressed and beaten in the battle with Shailu. First, it was because Son Gohan's strength could not keep up. Second, because Son Gohan's mind was not focused on fighting at all. He wasn't seriously fighting Shailu at all. When Chiru knocked Son Gohan out and smashed a mountain, the people who cared about Son Gohan were distressed. Vic, who was at the scene, watched Sun Wukong complain constantly. If it weren't for the fact that he was not Sun Wukong's opponent, it was estimated that he would have made a move. And in the group, Goku also called a heart-wrenching for Son Gohan. Carp, it's really miserable. Although this child is very strong, after all, he is still young, and it is estimated that he has not experienced many battles. Mr. Monkey King let him face such a powerful enemy as Shailu. It is really a bit of a miscalculation. Shinomiya Kagaya, this Shiru is really an artificial human, and there is no human humanity at all. Even a 9-year-old child can put such a heavy hand. Sakamoto, oh my god. Such a big mountain was actually shattered like this. How much that child hurts. Even if he is strong, he can't have nothing at all. Goku, although they don't know Son Gohan and don't know Son Gohan, they all feel sorry for Son Gohan now. Such a young child, sent to the battlefield by his own father, has to face such a terrible enemy. It is estimated that he is very afraid in his heart now. But to the relief of Vic and Carp, nothing happened to Son Gohan. Although a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth, it seemed that he was not seriously injured. It's just that they can also see that Son Gohan doesn't have a little fighting spirit at all. Later, Son Gohan tells Shiryu that he doesn't like fighting as much as his father. And he also knows why Son Goku let himself play, because he also knows a special thing about himself. That is, once you are in anger, you will burst into a very powerful force and fight non-stop. Son Gohan is telling the truth, but it's a pity that there are no others who believe in him except Zillo, Whis, and Son Goku. Even Shalo looked at Son Gohan with a look of disbelief. He felt that Son Gohan would say these words because he didn't want to fight with himself, so he wanted to use these words to scare himself. But alas, he's Shiryu. How could it be so frightened? Moreover, Son Gohan's words aroused his interest. Since Son Gohan said that as long as he is angry, he can burst out of great strength, then he will make Son Gohan angry. He wanted to see how powerful the angry Son Gohan would be. When a person feels that his strength is strong enough, he will often make some death-threatening moves. It was like this before Vegeta made Shiryu fully physical, and now Shalo wants to make Son Gohan angry. In the final analysis, they simply do not believe that the other party's strength will surpass themselves. And in the group, Kapu, they also did not believe Son Gohan's words. Although they took Zillo's words as truth and would not doubt it. But Son Gohan is not. How strong can a child, even if he is angry, burst out? They all thought that Son Gohan must have said this because he was too scared. But how scared you have to be to tell such a lie? Chi Luo didn't explain anything to them, and when Son Gohan broke out, they would know if it was true. And Chi Luo's heart also has a little expectation. Although his strength surpassed Son Gohan too much, he always felt that Son Gohan turned into Super Saiyan 2 because of anger was too handsome. When he first watched Dragon Ball, he watched this clip several times. This has nothing to do with strength, but childhood memories. And at this time, the chat group, which had not been moving for a long time, suddenly sent a group message. Newcomer Kazuichi Kaneda has joined the group chat. As soon as this group news came out, several people, including Chi Luo, were a little surprised and excited. Unexpectedly, in addition to Chi Luo, a new person was actually added to the chat group. Chapter 030. After Chi Luo joined the chat group, he has not joined a new person for more than 10 days. There were only 4 people in the group all the time. Although everyone is somewhat familiar with each other, after all, the number of people is a little small. And now, finally, a new person has been added. Although the number of people is still small, one more new person, one more friend. Carp, they are still very happy. Carp, welcome newcomers to the group. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, this is the poorest young lady in this group. Sakamoto, newcomer, just enter the group to burst photos, send red envelopes. Zillo, welcome welcome. Everyone is warmly welcoming the newcomers to the group. Kained Aichi, what's going on? What is a chat group? Who are you again? Could it be the puppeteer of hell, the ghost made by Gao Yuanyeo? In the world of Kindaichi's juvenile incident book, Kained Aichi, who was originally deserting in class, looked at the chat group in front of him with a puzzled and blank face. He was just deserting and was having fun, why did such a thing suddenly appear? Chat groups? What is that thing? Because he was so surprised, Kained Aichi even shouted in his mouth, causing the class to laugh wildly, causing the teacher to be angry, and directly let him stand in the corridor outside the classroom. And Chi Luo looked at Kanedaichi's speech and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. Others may not know who Kained Aichi is, but he does. Because he is a man who has seen the complete collection of Kained Aichi Shonen Incident book. Similar to Detective Conan, the world of Kanedaichi's Shonen Incident book is also a world of reasoning. And because Conan and Kained Aichi are both in Tokyo, and there are dead people wherever they go. Therefore, the two are collectively known as Tokyo Shuangfu. Kaned Aichi can be described as the pinnacle of Benja's reasoning manga, and many of the techniques in it have been borrowed by many TV series and movies in later generations. Although Kanedaichi's fame is not as great as Conan's. But Zillow felt that in terms of reasoning, Kaned Aichi was better looking than Conan. Of course, both have the benefits of both, and Zillow likes both equally. And now, Kaned Aichi actually joined the chat group, and I don't know if Conan will join the chat group in the future. If you can, Tokyo Shuangxiu can join forces and give each other's cases to each other to help. Because Kanedaichi's era has not yet reached the 21st century, that era is still the era of Big Brothers, there are forums and so on, but there is no such thing as chat groups. So he is very unfamiliar with everything in the chat group. But fortunately, there are very enthusiastic members in the group. Under Carp's explanation, Kaned Aichi got a general idea of what this thing was. His IQ is already very high, so it is also very easy to understand these things. Kaned Aichi, so you and I are not from the same world. Carp, of course, but newcomer, can I trouble you to introduce your world? Is it also the kind of world where the strong can destroy the earth at every turn? Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, yes. Are you a big guy? Sakamoto, newcomer, is your world also a world of bloody battles? Because of Zillow, Carp they no longer underestimate every newcomer. And in order not to let themselves be slapped in the face again, they quickly asked Kaned Aichi, wanting to know Kanedaichi's world. In case Kaned Aichi is the same as Chiluo, they will continue to be slapped in the face. Kaned Aichi, destroying the earth at every turn. What are you talking about? How can there be such a person? Because he saw that Carp mentioned earth, Kaned Aichi took it for granted that the rest of the group were ordinary earthlings like him. And on earth, how can there be human beings who can destroy the earth? I'm afraid it can only be done with nuclear weapons. Carp, why not? You open the video sharing in the group and take a look. Because before Shinomiya Kagaya they taught Kaned Aichi how to use chat groups, he quickly opened the video. As soon as he opened it, what caught Kaneda's glance was the picture of Son Gohan being beaten by Shailu. In the video, Shiru presses Son Gohan to the ground and rubs it fiercely. Sun Wuhan doesn't know how many injuries he suffered. Kaned Aichi, how is this possible? How could humans do such a thing? Kaned Aichi couldn't believe his eyes. He clearly saw that the battle between Jiru and Son Gohan caused the ground to produce large pits, and the surrounding stones were as fragile as foam. And the ball of energy light emanating from their hands can make a mountain disappear with just one. This kind of scene that only appears in movies and television is now happening so alive in front of him. If it weren't for the fact that Carp had told Kaned Aichi before, the pictures in the video were all real, not movies or anything. Kaneda wondered if he was watching a movie. And Kanedaichi's statement did not make Carp say anything, because not long ago they were just like him, the same ignorance. Chapter 031. Kanedaichi's performance seemed very normal to Carp and them. If Kaned Aichi didn't appear so surprised, but looked very normal, then they would have to wonder if Kaned Aichi was also a big guy like Chiluo. And Kanedaichi's current performance told them that the world he was in, at least in terms of combat effectiveness, was definitely inferior to Mr. Zillow's world. Carp, don't think it's impossible. This is the world that Mr. Zillow is in. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomer, before we were like you, we also thought it was impossible, but now I just want to say that Mr. Zillow is powerful. Sakamoto, newcomer, because you are new, I would like to advise you not to doubt what Mr. Zillow says in the future. This is the truth that the three of us get with our high, swollen faces. Mr. Zillow? Kaneda set his eyes on the remaining person in the group. Could it be that this one named Chiluo actually comes from such a terrifying world? Because his world is also an ordinary and normal world, except for more homicides, there is nothing special. Therefore, it was hard for him to imagine that there would be such a terrifying existence on Earth. However, Kane Daiichi has a high IQ, and people with high IQ are generally calmer. So, after experiencing the initial surprise, disbelief, he calmed down. Since even such a magical thing as a chat group has appeared, and there are all kinds of different worlds, it seems that it is not impossible for humans to have this kind of earth-destroying power in other worlds. After all, whether the Earth where Chiluo is located is still a question whether he knows the Earth inside. But no matter what, the appearance of the chat group opened the door to a new world for Kane Daiichi, a person who was invincible except for solving cases. But he also knew that only he could see the chat group, otherwise, he really wanted Miyuki to see this magical chat group too. The group has reached 5, and now we are starting to select the group leader. At this time, the chat group sent another group message. Pick a group leader. In fact, about this, they had also discussed it before when there were only Kapu, Shinomiya Kagaya, and Sakamoto. Since there are chat groups, there should also be group owners. It's just that because the group leader has never appeared, and there is no information about the group leader in the chat group, they gradually forget it. Unexpectedly, this group leader actually wanted to choose from these 5 people after the group was full of 5 people. The position of the group leader was very powerful at a glance, but the other 4 people except Chiluo made a unanimous decision. Carp, I support Mr. Zillo as the leader of the group. Kane Daiichi, me too. Shinomiya Kagaya, +1. Sakamoto, +2. That's right, they agreed that this group leader should let Chiluo take the role. There is no special reason, who makes the world where Chiluo is so terrifying? Who dares to grab the position of this group leader in front of Chiluo? Although the group members can't go to each other's world now, what if they can in the future? They don't want Chiluo to come to their world in the future and directly destroy their world. It is not worth offending such a terrifying person for the sake of the position of a group leader. Although I don't know that Ziluo is not interested in the sense of position of this group leader. But there is always nothing wrong with making an early statement. Make a better impression on Zillo. Ziluo, I think this group leader should not be selected by ourselves, but by the chat group. So your support is really of little use. Shinomiya Kagaya, I don't know if this group leader can let people, if I can, I propose, except for Mr. Zillo, no matter who obtains this group leader, how about we give this group leader to Mr. Zillo? Carp, I agree. Sakamoto, I also agree, I will only be convinced if Mr. Zillo is the leader of this group. Kane Daiichi, I don't have such a thing as a chat group in this world, even if I am the group leader, I can't do it. Let Mr. Zillo do it. Everyone's opinions are exceptionally unanimous. At this time, the chat group finally moved again. The group master has been selected. Congratulations to group member Chiluo for serving as the chat group leader. Seeing this news, Chiluo was slightly stunned, he didn't expect that he really became the group leader of the chat group. But this is also good, the group owner must have a lot more permissions than ordinary group members, and there may be a way to make yourself stronger. Although the water is indeed a happy thing. But Zillo never forgot that he was in the world of Dragon Ball. A world full of strong people. Although his strength to destroy the gods is already very strong, it is not enough, he has to become stronger. Chiluo, since the chat group also chose me to be the group leader, I am not respectful of the position of the group leader. Chapter 032. Chiluo did not pretend to anything, he originally wanted the position of this group leader, there was no need to be pretentious. And he also knew that except that Kane Daiichi probably didn't know about the chat group and the group leader, so he didn't have much idea about the position of the group leader. The other 3 people must also have some ideas about the position of group leader. It's just that because the Dragon Ball world he is in is too terrifying, they don't dare to fight. But since they were doing well, Zillo decided to give them a little sweetness when the time came. After all, as a chat group leader, you still have to think more about the group members. After becoming the group leader, Qi Luo also obtained some permissions from the group leader. However, it may be the reason why the number of people is a little small now, and the authority of the group owner is not very much. Some of these permissions are familiar to Qi Luo, such as what can be banned, can kick people and so on. And there are some permissions that Zillow finds more interesting. For example, as the group leader, you can watch a copy of the world where the group member is located. In other words, he can watch it. For example, he can watch a copy of the One Piece world where Carp is located, which is equivalent to watching the anime One Piece. This permission is still somewhat useful for Zillow. After all, he will definitely join more and more group members in the future, and it is impossible for him to understand the world of each group member. At that time, he can use this permission to understand the world of those group members. As a group leader, if he doesn't even understand the world of his own group members, then what he has done as a group leader is a bit of a failure. Also, as the leader of the group, he can go to the world where the group members are without any restrictions. That is to say, as long as he wants, he can go to the One Piece world, Kaguya-sama world, Kaned Aichi world, and so on. But he doesn't have much interest in this permission right now. Although it should be fun to go to other worlds, you can also meet paper people who were only seen in anime before. But now, Zillow is still interested in getting stronger. Because, after Qi Luo became the leader of the group, the chat group finally gave him a way to become stronger. Exclusive mall for group owners. There is a mall in the chat group, but because the number of people is not enough, the mall has not yet opened. The chat group, on the other hand, gave Qi Luo an exclusive mall for the group owner. The exclusive mall of the group owner, as the name suggests, is a mall that only the group owner can use. And Qi Luo took a look at this mall. There are really a lot of good things in it. There are also many things that can make him stronger. As long as you can have enough points, you can exchange what you want. Moreover, it seems that in order to take care of Qi Luo, the new group leader, the chat group also gave Qi Luo 10,000 points. This chat group is quite human, but I don't know how to get points. Qi Luo thought silently in his heart. And as if knowing what Qi Luo was thinking, the chat group sent a message to Qi Luo in the background of the group leader. Since you become the group leader, you can know in advance how to earn points. There are various ways to earn points. You can complete the tasks that the chat group posts from time to time, and you can help the group members solve some of their difficulties. You can also exchange some treasures recognized by the chat group for points. The number of points depends on the difficulty of the task and the preciousness of the treasure. There are quite a few ways to get points, but among these methods, Qi Luo values the most is the method of exchanging treasures for points. After all, the tasks of chat groups are posted irregularly, and the devil knows how often a task is posted. And help the group members solve their difficulties? It's not Qi Luo bragging. With his strength and the authority of the group leader, it is still very simple to help these group members solve their difficulties. And from the current perspective of these group members, even if they help them solve their difficulties, they will not get many points. It's better to exchange treasures for a quick coming. With his identity and strength as a destroying god, it should not be difficult to obtain treasures, but I don't know how many points those treasures can be exchanged for. Qi Luo was still familiar with the exclusive mall of the group owner, and there was already a lot of discussion in the group. Carp, Mr. Zillow, did you get any permissions after becoming the group leader? Shinomiya Kaguya, yes, Mr. Zillow, can you tell us what permissions you have? Kaned Aichi, the authority of the group leader. It should be very advanced. Sakamoto, Mr. Zillow, can I please tell me to satisfy our curiosity? Seeing the news in the group, Qi Luo told them some of the permissions of the group leader. Of course, some permissions he did not tell. And after learning some of the permissions of the group owner, several people sighed. I didn't expect that the group owner would actually have so many permissions, and it seems that he will have a good relationship with Qi Luo in the future. And just when Qi Luo became the leader of the group, Sun Wuhan on the battlefield had already been beaten miserably by Shailu. Shiru wants to make Sun Gohan angry, so he deliberately beats him very badly. But Sun Gohan has never been angry, which makes Shiru a little headache. Chapter 033. This Sun Gohan is really too difficult, he is beaten like this, and he is not angry. According to Shailu's knowledge of human beings, when a person, especially a man, is beaten like this, there will definitely be a rush of anger in the heart, and then the adrenaline will start to be pumped, no matter who the other person is, will roll up their sleeves and start fighting. Anyway, Shailu felt that if it were himself, he would definitely be angry when he was beaten so badly. But this Sun Gohan really broke his cognition. Could it be that Sun Gohan doesn't know what anger is at all? Or if it were only aimed at him alone, then he would not be angry. Thinking of this, Shailu looked at Sun Wukong and them. Since just torturing Sun Gohan can't make him angry, then he will point the finger at Sun Goku and them. He wanted to see if he would be angry when he saw his father and his companions in danger. Sun Wukong, they felt a little bad when they saw Shailu. This Shailu, shouldn't he pay attention to them? Not only Sun Wukong and them, but even Ziluo and Wisai were glanced at by Shailu. Although he felt that Ziluo was just an idiot like Satan, this idiot kept dangling in front of his eyes, which was too much of a hindrance. If Ziluo could find a place to hide like Satan, he wouldn't bother to care. But since Qi Luo had been dangling in front of his eyes, he reluctantly cleaned up the other party. To be able to die at his own hands, Shailu thinks it is Qi Lao's honor. After counting the number of people, Shiru made a few small Shiru out. Don't underestimate these little Shailu, although their strength is not as good as Shailu, but they also have a few % of Shailu's strength. Even with Vegeta, it would be very difficult for them to win. Like Vic and Klin, in front of them, they are the result of being killed in seconds. Since you can't make you angry, then I'll deal with your partner. Shiru said to Sun Gohan, and then asked little Shiru to deal with Sun Goku and them. Even Zillo and Weiss are no exception. Hey, I said Shailu, didn't you hear my previous words clearly? If you don't mess with me, I don't want to mix your affairs. Why, you have to mess with me? Qi Luo looked at Shailu and said with a sneer. Although he can destroy little Shiru with a single breath, this action of Shailu already shows that he wants to provoke himself. Qi Luo originally didn't want to interfere, and it was a little too cheap for the god of destruction to interfere in this kind of childlike matter. But now that Shiru dares to offend him and destroy the dignity of God, then he can no longer be a melon-eating mass. In the group, Carp and the others also saw Xiao Shailu rushing towards Zillo. Although in their hearts they have already determined that Qi Luo is a big guy. But they who had seen Shailu's strength before, when they saw little Shailu, they couldn't help but pinch a cold sweat for Qi Luo. After all, this is a monster created by Shailu, and it is definitely not weak. Carp, group leader, your strength should be enough to deal with it. Because Zillo has become the group leader, Carp does not call him Mr. Zillo, but directly uses the group leader. And everyone else is the same. Shinomiya Kagaya, group master, although I know that you are a big guy, I haven't seen you make a move, so let's see your strength now. Sakamoto, group leader. Please defeat this little monster with a very handsome move. Kane Daichi, group leader, just knock him unconscious, don't kill people. After all, Kane Daichi has just joined the chat group, and he is a good law-abiding citizen, so it is still a little unacceptable to kill people. It's just that this idea of Kane Daichi will change sooner or later after joining the chat group. Qi Luo's words made Shailu sneer, and he now felt more and more that Qi Luo's brain had a problem. Who gave him the courage to feel that he did not dare to provoke him? He also took the confidence that he felt that he could blend in with the battle between himself and Sun Wukong. It's just an ordinary human being, who dares to be so arrogant. Little Shiru had come to his opponents separately, and Vegeta began to fight with little Shailu. Little Shailu's strength is very strong, even Vegeta and Trunks, who have turned into Super Saiyans and gave their all, are in a bitter battle. And people like Vic and Klin, who are weak in strength, are directly beaten, not too miserable. And Sun Wukong is also not Xiao Shailu's opponent because he has lost too much strength. In short, Sun Wukong and their side were beaten very badly by Little Shailu. And seeing his father and partner being beaten so badly, Sun Gohan finally began to feel a little angry. Shiryu was very satisfied with Sun Gohan's changes, and his method finally had an effect. However, when he saw the situation on Chi Luo's side, his face changed. Chapter 034. In Shailu's opinion, among these people, the best to deal with are Zillo and Weiss. So the two of them should be the first to die at the hands of Little Shailu. And Shiryu didn't expect to make Sun Gohan angry after killing Zillo and Weiss. He's just clearing two flies. But what Shailu didn't expect was that these two people who had never been put in his eyes and had always been treated as idiots by him would actually hide deeply. Shailu saw that when Little Shailu rushed to Chi Luo stretched out a finger and flicked it, and directly flew Xiao Shailu out. By the time Little Shiryu fell to the ground, his head was gone. A simple single bullet directly killed Little Shailu's head. And Weiss next to him was even more terrifying, and Little Shailu disappeared directly every time he came to him. Shailu saw very clearly, and the Little Shiryu, who attacked Weiss, disappeared out of thin air. Shailu doesn't think that Weiss is performing some kind of magic trick that changes the living person. That disappeared Little Shiryu has really disappeared in this world. Zillo and Weiss's actions on their side also attracted the attention of others. Little Shailu and Sun Wukong, who were fighting very fiercely, stopped one after another and looked at Zillo and Weiss in amazement. Good, what a terrible strength! Little Shailu, who has been fighting with us for so long, was actually solved by him with one easy shot. Vegeta said in disbelief. He didn't even know that his body was trembling slightly. That's a shocking performance. After fighting with Little Shiryu for so long, Vegeta knew very well the strength of the other party, not weaker than himself, and even above himself. But such a terrifying Little Shailu was actually solved simply by Chi Luo. Thinking of how Zillo solved Little Shailu, Vegeta couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, Chi Luo's subordinates showed mercy at the beginning, otherwise, he would have become the senior of this Little Shailu. Thinking of this, Vegeta was directly scared into a cold sweat. I was played by Chi Luo before, but I fainted for a while, and I really have to thank Chi Luo for not killing. He didn't think his head would be harder than Little Shailu's. Not only Vegeta, but also the rest of Trunks, Vic, and others were also very shocked. Even Sun Wukong couldn't believe it. Although they knew that Zillo's strength was very strong, they were even able to defeat Shailu. But they didn't think that Chi Luo could actually be so strong. It is estimated that even if Shailu personally makes a move, it is impossible to achieve the level of Chi Luo. In other words, Chi Luo's strength is definitely stronger than Shailu, and it is not a little stronger. Seeing that his partner was killed, Xiao Shailu, who was originally dealing with Sun Wukong, did not fight with Sun Wukong and them. Instead, they gathered and surrounded Zillo and Weiss. Shiryu did not stop it, because he finally discovered that Zillo and Weiss were completely playing pigs and eating tigers. The threat of the two of them is greater than the Monkey King and them combined. Little Shailu, who surrounded Zillo and Weiss, attacked Zillo at the same time. Because they are made by Shailu, and Shailu will have all the moves that the Monkey King will do, so Shailu Jr. they will too. What Turtle School Qigong, what Magic Flash, what Magic Light Killing Cannon, what Kiwan Chop. Various moves were performed by Little Shiryu. With so many Little Saru, none of the moves they cast were duplicated. So many powerful moves flew towards Zillo and Weiss, causing a huge explosion. According to the law of smoke without injury, Zillo and Weiss were not injured at all. But Shiryu doesn't know this law. After seeing Zillo and Weiss being hit by so many moves, even if they don't die, they will be seriously injured. Unfortunately, when the smoke cleared, Shiro was a little dumbfounded. Zillow and Weiss stood in place, nothing at all. Even the hairstyle is not messy. How is this possible? Shiro finally couldn't help but be moved. Even if it was himself, if he was forced to take so many moves, he would be injured. Could it be that the strength of these two people is even stronger than their own? That's impossible. He didn't believe it. Shiro would never believe that Zillow and Weiss were stronger than him. Because after becoming a complete body, Shalo is full of confidence in his strength, and feels that his strength is already the strongest existence in the universe. And this self-confidence has slowly turned into conceit, so he simply can't accept that someone's strength is stronger than him. It's a pity that Zillow is destined to let Shiro see reality clearly and let him know that this is just him deceiving himself. After blocking little Shalo's attack without injury, Chiluo glanced at these little Shalo with disdain. Then, his arm moved slightly, and several purple-black energy thin lines emanated from him, and then wrapped around Xiao Shalo. Under the action of these energy lines, Xiao Shalo had no room to resist at all, and directly disappeared into this world. Chapter 035. These purple-black energy lines are Chiluo's destructive energy. Although it is only as thick as a hair, it is not a problem to destroy several planets with such a thin line of energy. Under the powerful destructive power of the destruction energy, can little Shiro still live? Although the destructive energy used by Chiluo just now was very fine, like a strand of hair. But none of the people present had excellent eyesight, and they all saw how those little Sara disappeared. How is this possible? Such a thin piece of energy actually wiped out a little Shiro. Vegeta hasn't stopped being shocked since the beginning. Little Shalo was so terrifying, but Chiluo actually used only a little energy to wipe it out. That thin line of energy actually contains such terrifying energy. Doesn't that mean that the energy thin line that Chiluo randomly casts is even more powerful than the destructive power of his own full strength? If Zillow knew what Vegeta was thinking, he would have told him that he had thought too much. Even if Vegeta was 10 times stronger, he wouldn't think of being able to resist one of his energy lines. Destroying energy, is it a joke? And the little strength that Chiluo showed slightly had already stunned the people in the group. Shinomiya Kagaya, is this the strength of the group master? Isn't it a little too strong? Sakamoto, big guy. Please bear with me. Carp, it turns out that the group owner is actually strong to this point. No wonder he could have said that the earth was about to be destroyed, and he went to the theater first. Carp, with such a terrifying strength, I think in the eyes of the group owner, the battle between Mr. Sun Wukong and Shalo is like a child's family. It reminded Carp of how Luffy and Ace fought together many years ago when they were little children. At that time, in his eyes, Luffy and Ace's fight was just a joke. Kane Daichi, group leader, why did you kill people? It's illegal to kill. Well, because Canada had been in the group for a short time, his thinking was still at the usual level. So when he saw that Chiluo killed so little Shalo, his first reaction was that Chiluo had broken the law. Carp, Kane Daichi, don't you apply the rules of your world to the group master. Don't say it's the world of group masters, even in my world, this kind of thing often happens. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, Kane Daichi, you have to learn to get used to it. You have to remember that the laws of every world are different. It is illegal for us ordinary people to kill in the world, but in the world of group masters, it is estimated to be a very normal thing. Sakamoto, although you two are not wrong, I still want to say something. Those little Shiro were made by Shalo, and Shiro was just an artificial human created by the humans on the group leader's side, and could not be regarded as real humans. So the group owner cannot be considered a murderer. Carp, yes, too. Those little Saru are not real humans either, and the group leader did not kill people. Shinomiya Kagaya, you can rest assured now, the group leader did not kill people, he just eliminated a few artificial people. However, you still have to adapt quickly. You see me and Sakamoto, we have almost adapted. Because Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto joined the group earlier, they have gradually adapted to these things. They have seen the battles in Kapu's world. And they have also seen Shalo, who was destroyed by Sun Wukong before and then grew again. Therefore, the endurance of the two of them has increased a lot compared to when they first joined the group. They also clearly know that not all the people in the chat group come from the normal daily world like them. Many of the rules they believe do not apply to others. Seeing Shinomiya Kagaya's words, Kane Aichi fell silent. Indeed, don't say that Chiluo can't be considered a real murder at all. Even if it is, what can it be? He and Zillow are not in the same world. Many of the things he thought could not be applied to Zillow at all. Moreover, now that he has joined the chat group, he should try to change some of his views. Otherwise, if there are too many things he can't accept, he will collapse. Thinking of this, Kaneda immediately edited a message and sent it. Thank you, I'll learn to adapt. But I've just joined the chat group, and I hope you can give me a little time. His message also received a response from Carp. They said, don't worry, just take your time. The group was a happy scene, and Shalo's face was not so good looking. After all, the little Sara were eliminated by Chiluo, Sun Wukong, and they were no longer in danger, and Sun Gohan's original angry state also calmed down. It's just that Shalo doesn't care whether Sun Gohan will be angry now, and he is now all focused on Chiluo. The current Chiluo has given Shalo a very big sense of crisis. P.S. There are many readers who say that the Shalo plot is a bit dragging and a little watery. But I originally wanted to use the Shiru plot to show the rest of the group the power of the protagonist's world. But rest assured, this plot will end tomorrow. I also hope that you can support flowers, evaluation tickets, and collections. Thank you. Chapter 036. Shalo looked at Chiluo with a slightly ugly face. He didn't expect that this guy who took out a watermelon as a melon eater as soon as he came, Joey would be a big guy who was even stronger than Sun Wukong and them. The strength shown by Chiluo has already made him have a very big sense of crisis. Of course, this sense of crisis means that Shalo feels that Ziluo has the strength to threaten his life, not that Shalo feels that his strength is inferior to Qilao. From becoming a full body until now, Shiru has not fought with all his strength. He didn't believe that with his full strength, he was not Chiluo's opponent. To put it bluntly, it is still Shalo's self-esteem that does not admit that he is not Ziluo's opponent. On the other hand, after solving those little Shalo, Ziluo set his sights on Shalo. Although he has no interest in mixing this matter. But now that Shiru has provoked him, if he does not do something, it will inevitably weaken his majesty to destroy God. After all, Shalo is not his favorite character, and Chiluo is not yet generous enough to provoke him casually, and he can let the other party go. Shalo, why bother, why bother? I said don't come and provoke me, but why don't you listen? Chiluo walked towards Shalo step by step with a cold smile on his face. As for Weiss, he stood motionless. It's time for Lord Destroyer's performance, and his entourage just needs to watch Lord Destroyer show his might. With Chiluo's strength, he could reach Shalo in an instant, and Shalo would not have a chance to react at all. But he still chose to go to Shiru step by step. Because, in doing so, it can bring a very great sense of oppression to Shalo. And the truth is also true, every step Ziluo takes, the expression on Shiru's face becomes more serious. As Chiluo got closer and closer, a few drops of cold sweat even appeared on Shalo's face and back. Although Shalo always felt that his strength could defeat Ziluo, that was just his psychological thought. But his body is honest, and his body can't withstand the oppression brought by Chiluo at all. Humph! Don't think that solving a few little Sara will make you think that you are my opponent. I'll show you now. My full strength. It's an honor. You're still the first person I've been able to deal with all my strength since I've become a full-fledged body. As Ziluo's footsteps got closer, Shiru finally couldn't bear it. He wants to use all his strength to deal with Chiluo. It is also because only if he brings out all his strength will it bring him some comfort. As for Son Gohan, he had already ignored him. And Son Gohan also took advantage of this time to return to Sun Wukong's side. Now that a new person has appeared to deal with Shailu, he can finally not have to fight Shailu. A very powerful momentum emanated from Shailu's body, much stronger than Sun Wukong's full strength and Sun Wuhan's full strength before. If Shailu had brought out all his strength to fight at the beginning, then Sun Wukong would not have lasted long at all. If divided according to the realm in other novels, Shailu's full strength is at the half-step super second level. Compared with the super full power of Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan, it is even stronger than half a level. Is this Shailu's full strength? It's really powerful. Goku, it seems that Shiryu has not seriously fought with you in the beginning. It is estimated that you are just a tool to pass the time in his eyes. That is to say, this mysterious young man named Chi-Luo is very threatening in Shailu's heart, otherwise he would not have come up and fought with all his strength. Anyway, this Ziluo still joined this Shiryu conference. And with the strength he shows, Shiryu should not be his opponent. This Shailu conference, Shailu should have lost. Monkey King, they had already eaten fairy beans after little Shailu left. At this time, they were discussing Shiryu and Ziluo. They agreed that since Ziluo had joined the Shailu conference, there was a 90% chance that Shailu would lose this Shailu conference. As for the remaining 10%, it is not ruled out that Ziluo will not fight until half. Shailu's all-out outburst made the entire earth tremble, causing panic in the whole world. Moreover, they were surprised to find that what about Satan, the good savior? How come now they actually found a place to hide, but it was a few people they didn't know at all who fought with Shiryu. Although the explanation given by the host is that Satan is now a little unwell and will wait until he breaks for a while before fighting Shailu. But not everyone is a fool, and many people still find that something is wrong. Satan, isn't it running away? Oh? That's all your strength? Do you think an ant will become after exerting his full strength? It's just going to turn into a bigger ant. Chi-Luo looked at Shailu in front of him and sneered. Do you know why I said don't come and provoke me? Because, you can't afford to provoke me. Chapter 037. Can the god of destruction be provoked by anyone? If it is some role that Chi-Luo used to like, he may still kill the other party for the sake of feelings. Like Vegeta? No way, feelings are still very powerful. If you change to someone else, there is only one end to provoke the god of destruction, and that is death. Unfortunately, the character Ziluo of Shiryu does not like it. If it is changed to King Frieza, maybe Ziluo will look at Frieza's face as a Beerus horseboy and spare his life. I can't afford to provoke? Ha 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 ha. I want to see if your strength is as powerful as you say. I'd rather see if I can afford to provoke it. Shailu was angered by Chi-Luo's words, and his proud strength had actually been scorned by Chi-Luo all the time. How could Xiaolu endure it? Because this is the first time that Shiryu has shown his full strength, this powerful force has given Shailu a lot of confidence. He is the strongest existence in this world. No one can be his opponent. Shailu took the initiative to strike. He had already decided that he would defeat Chi-Luo with the power of thunder, and then torture him well. He wouldn't let Chi-Luo die so easily. Having despised him so many times, if he died so easily, it would be too cheap Chi-Luo. Shiryu's all-out shot gives a very strong sense of oppression. Even Sun Wukong, who stood not far away to watch the battle, felt this sense of oppression. People like Klin, Tianjin Rice, who are relatively weak, under this sense of oppression, they don't even have the courage to fight with Shailu. And Satan, these ordinary people, let alone them. If they weren't far from the battlefield, this sense of oppression alone would have been enough to kill them. Even so, Satan was still pressed to the ground, unable to get up, very embarrassed. Not only these people at the scene, but also those in the group who watched the live broadcast. Carp, this Shiryu is such a terrible strength. Just watching the live broadcast, I felt a very strong sense of oppression. If this were on the scene, this sense of oppression alone would be enough to kill me in seconds. Shinomiya Kagaya, Mr. Carp, can you tell me about the battle later? After that Chiru gave his full strength just now, I felt very uncomfortable, so I turned off the live broadcast. Sakamoto, me too, Mr. Carp, please talk about it in the group then. Kaned Aichi, me too, the same request. Although Shalo's full strength is very weak, it is also in the eyes of the big guys such as Zillow and Weiss. In the eyes of others, Chiru is already a monster level among monsters. Even Carp was very uncomfortable to be suppressed by Shalo's sense of oppression across the screen. If he hadn't used the domineering talisman in time, it is estimated that he would be very embarrassed now. But even so, Carp is now trembling all over. Even Carp is like this, not to mention ordinary people like Kagaya Shinomiya, Sakamoto, and Kind Aichi. When Chiru gave his full strength before, they turned off the live broadcast because they felt very uncomfortable. It's good that they turned off in time, otherwise they would probably be gone by now. Carp, if I can keep watching the whole game, then I'll say. But there's a good chance I'm going to turn off the stream as well. Because of Chiru's current sense of oppression, I almost can't bear it. Carp felt that he had reached his limit, that he could not hold out for long. But it was at this time that something that surprised everyone happened. Shalo's all-out shot was very powerful, and Sun Wukong didn't even react to when he came to Chi Luo. However, for Shalo's attack, Chi Luo raised his hand so casually and pinched Shalo's neck. The powerful momentum and sense of oppression on Shalo's body disappeared without a trace under this hand of Chi Luo. Chiru was held by Zillow in his hand, as if a chick had been pinched by the neck. There is not the slightest resistance force. Good, so strong. This young man named Chi Luo's strength is also a little too strong. The all-out Shalo was actually easily pinched by his neck. What the hell is his origin? There is actually such a powerful existence in the universe. Sun Wukong, their ideas were different, but they were all surprised by the strength Chi Luo displayed. Although they had already thought that Zilluo's strength was above Shalo, they could even easily defeat Shalo. However, it is also too easy. Just such a simple single grasp, and solved the all-out Shalo. In their thoughts, how can Shalo also have a few moves with Chi Luo? It's not that Chiru is too weak, but Zilluo, it's really too strong. After pinching Shalo's neck, Zilluo's other hand went directly through Shalo's head, and then took out a small chip. It's because of this chip that you can regenerate infinitely. Zilluo tossed the chip in his hand and said to Chiru. No, it can't be, why would you know? Shalo was completely dumbfounded, this chip, but his biggest secret. Chapter 038. Why is Chiru able to regenerate indefinitely? In addition to the fact that he has Vic cells, it is also because there is a chip inside his head. As long as this chip is not damaged, then even if he only has this chip left, he can regenerate indefinitely. This is his biggest secret. He never told anyone. But why would this young man know this? Looking at Shalo's incredulous expression, Chi Luo smiled coldly. Does he have a god's perspective, and he has to say such things after reading the script? The chip was taken out, and Shalo, who left the chip, felt that his vitality was rapidly draining. It didn't take long for Shalo, who was pinched by Zilluo's neck, to lower his head and lose his breath. Without the chip, Chiru simply wouldn't have lived long. And after this Shalo died, the chip in Zilluo's hand began to move. There are actually many cells growing on the chip, and if it continues, Chiru will soon recover. Chi Luo slightly, and directly crushed the chip. The chip was destroyed, and Chiru lost the ability to recover, and died completely. Chiru is dead. Chiru was actually killed so easily by that Zilluo. Shalo is dead, which means that we won this Shalo conference. The earth is saved. We are also saved. Klin, Tianjin Meal, they are excited. Originally, they came this time with the determination to die, and they were ready to die. But I didn't expect them to survive. And no one died except for Shailu. What a joyous spectacle it was! If they survived, who would choose death? The footage of Zillow killing Shuru was also broadcast live on camera to people around the world. Although they didn't know Zillow, they knew that it was this young man who defeated Shailu, saved them, and saved the world. In their hearts, Zillow has become a new hero. Although Zi Luo himself does not care about the title of this hero, in the hearts of many earthlings, he is the new hero. As for Satan, although there are still many people who worship him, he is still the champion of the World Martial Arts Conference. But in the eyes of people all over the world, Satan's prestige has declined a lot. After all, Satan's performance at this Shailu conference is too bad. It's just miserable. Especially after losing, there are various ways to make excuses, which makes many people feel very disappointed. Poor Satan originally wanted to take advantage of this Shuru conference to enhance his prestige in people's hearts. As a result, he didn't expect that stealing chickens would not be successful, and he could not even maintain his original prestige. Defeating Shailu, Zillow didn't feel anything. In his opinion, it was just an ant killed casually. Originally, Chi Luo wanted to try to see if he could convert Shailu's chip into points. After all, Shailu's chip can be regenerated, how can it be regarded as a treasure? Unexpectedly, Shuru's chip was actually worthless. You can't even exchange a single point. Obviously, in the eyes of the exclusive mall of the group owner, Shailu's chip is not a treasure at all, it is just a piece of garbage. For this result, Chi Luo had actually expected it for a long time. After all, compared with many things in the mall, Shuru's chip is actually quite rubbish. Therefore, Chi Luo will not hesitate to crush Shailu's chip. After Shailu's death, Sun Wukong and they flew in front of Zillow. Although they are not familiar with Zillow at all, the villains have also saved them and saved the earth. It is still necessary to say thank you. This is the first time that Chi Luo has seen Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan father and son up close. When he came to the venue of the Shailu conference before, because he was standing far away from Sun Wukong, he didn't observe it well. Roughly the same as the Monkey King in the anime, the Monkey King in front of him gives Chi Luo a feeling full of wisdom. It's the wisdom of praise. The Monkey King of the Shailu chapter is definitely the perfect man who combines maturity, intelligence, and strength. For the thanks of Sun Wukong and others, Chi Luo smiled and accepted. Although solving Shailu is nothing to him at all, but for Sun Wukong, they save their lives and the whole world. However, because of his own shot, Sun Gohan did not succeed in becoming Super Saiyan 2, and Sun Wukong did not die. I don't know if it will have any impact on the future. But what about him? If Shailu kills everything, is it possible to resurrect him and let Sun Gohan kill again? And in the group, because Shuru has been solved, Zillow also closed the video. Carp was in the group at this time to give Shinomiya Kagaya, and they told them what had just happened. In fact, there is nothing to talk about, because Zillow solved Shuru too easily, and Carp could do it in a few words. Shinomiya Kagaya, this is the strength of the group master. It was so simple to defeat that Shuru. Sakamoto, the group leader is worthy of being the group leader, and only a person like Mr. Chi Luo is qualified to be the group leader. Kained Aichi, if the group leader comes to my world to commit a case, I won't be able to break it for the rest of my life. Chapter 039. Although Kained Aichi has an excellent IQ, any case is solved by him. But his world is a world that conforms to the laws of physics. Even if it is the puppeteer of hell, Gao Yuanyi, the magic technique is very masterful, but it is just magic, and it is still in line with the laws of physics. If there is a person who can ignore the laws of physics to commit a crime, then I am afraid that he will not be able to crack it in his life. Carp, at Kained Aichi, you are very courageous, you actually dare to say this about the group leader. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, Kained Aichi, who is the group leader? How could it be a crime? Sakamoto, if this is seen by the group leader, Kane Daiichi, it is estimated that you will be unlucky. Kaneda Yi only sent such a message because of emotion, and he did not have any malice. It's just that under the reminder of Carp, he also reacted, and his words just now were very inappropriate. Kaneda hurriedly wanted to withdraw the message he had just sent, but it was too late, and Chi Luo had already seen it. Chi Luo, do you really want me to go to your world to commit crimes? As the leader of the group, you have the permission to go to the world where the group members are. As soon as Chi Luo's news came out, Jin Tian was immediately frightened. If Chi Luo really wanted to come to his world to do something, it would be by the strength of the other party. It's not as simple as dying a few people, not destroying his world is already Chi Luo's subordinates. Kane Daiichi hurriedly at Ziluo in the group. Lord, I was wrong. The paragraph just now was only issued by me without a brain, so forgive me this time. Saying that, he also sent a few pitiful, begging for mercy expressions. Ziluo wasn't really angry either, and what Kaneda said was an idea he often had when he used to watch reasoning anime. If the murderer can really ignore the laws of physics, then it is really impossible for those detectives to commit a crime. Of course, Ziluo is not bored enough to actually do this kind of thing. Also because Kane Daiichi himself is not provoking him, or should be praising him, he will not calculate with Kane Daiichi. Chi Luo, okay, I'm just joking with you, you don't need to be so nervous. Receiving Chi Luo's reply, Kane Daiichi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he really provoked Chi Luo to be angry and caused a crisis of destruction in his world, then he really became a great sinner. After solving Shiru, Ziluo did not go to the temple with Sun Wukong and them, but continued to play in the world with Weiss. I've been here on Earth long enough this time, and it's time to go back. So of course, enjoy it more while you haven't gone back yet. Although you can come to Earth again even if you go back, that is a matter of later, so enjoy the present. In the process of playing, Chi Luo suddenly thought that as the leader of the group, he should also give the group members a little welfare. Thinking of the previous Carp and they let him burst photos and send red envelopes, Chi Luo decided to send a few red envelopes in the group. It is impossible to explode photos, he does not have the habit of bursting photos. And he is so handsome, he is afraid that after the photo explosion, Sakamoto, Kane Daiichi and they have an inferiority complex. As the leader of the group, you still have to think about the group members. But it's still okay to send red envelopes, anyway. With the strength and technology of the Dragon Ball world, there are still a lot of good things. The group leader Chi Luo sent a red envelope in the group. Suddenly, such a message appeared in the chat group. As soon as this news appeared, the four of Carp immediately took action. Before Chi Luo and Kane Daiichi joined the chat group, the three of Carp had already sent red envelopes to each other, so they still liked this kind of thing. What's more, it's still the red envelope sent by the group leader Chi Lufa. It must be a good thing. However, because Kane Daiichi had never snatched the red envelope and did not know what it was, he was the last to receive it after Shinomiya Kagaya taught him how to receive it. Fortunately, the number of people set by Killua red envelopes is 4 people, which means that each of the 4 people in the group can get a red envelope. Otherwise, this time the red envelope Jintianika will not get anything, which is not very fair to him. Carp, group leader, is this the red envelope you sent, a capsule-like thing? Shinomiya Kagaya, group master, could it be that this capsule is a good thing? The 4 people in the group all grabbed a capsule, so they thought it was strange. They also know the capsule, although the capsule given by Chi Luo looks strange, but a capsule is just a good thing? Shouldn't Zi Luo be so stingy? It shouldn't be possible. With Chi Luo's strength, even the things he couldn't see were treasures in their eyes. Zi Luo, don't underestimate this capsule, it's called a universal capsule, open it, you will know what is inside. After speaking, Chi Luo also posted the method of how to open the universal capsule in the group. Carp and they opened the universal capsule according to Zillow's method, and finally saw what Zillow gave them. Chapter 040. Shinomiya Kagaya, this universal capsule is so amazing. There are still things inside. It's just that Lord Kun, did you send this red envelope by mistake? It's useless for me to want this. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at a small and delicate pistol in his hand and said in the group. She didn't know if the gun was real, but whether it was real or not, she couldn't use it at all. Her world is an ordinary everyday world, and it is illegal to hold a gun without permission. Although with the strength of her fourth palace family, even if she is armed with a gun, it is okay, but what is she doing with a gun? Kaned Aichi, group leader, this is a strange dress on my side. Is there any use in this dress? Carp, mine is a fist, and this thing is quite compatible with me. Sakamoto, these are the things you two snatched, then I was lucky, I snatched a car. Shinomiya Kagaya, what's so strange about grabbing a car? My family has a lot of cars, and they are all luxury cars, I didn't say anything. Sakamoto, you have so many cars, let me find a car that can be suspended in the air. Sakamoto knows the world of Shinomiya Kagaya and knows that the other party's world is similar to his. Maglev does, but there is no such thing as a hovercar. Shinomiya Kagaya, hovercar. Such a high-tech one. All four people got different things, but they were all quite curious about what they had acquired. And at this time, Chi Luo finally explained in the group. Zillow, don't look at the small and exquisite pistol you got, but it is the latest laser pistol. It's still okay to smash a building with one shot. It's quite appropriate to give you self-defense. Shinomiya Kagaya. Use this black technology pistol for self-defense? The group leader is the group leader, and the brain circuits and these mortals are really not together. Zillow, this dress you got is a flight suit. With it, you can briefly fly in the air for about 10 minutes. And it is charged by solar energy, which is very convenient. Kaned Aichi, so, I can fly in the air in the future. Kaned Aichi was very excited, he was just an ordinary high school boy, and of course he was very yearning for such a thing as flying in the air. I didn't expect that he could actually fly in the air one day. It's only 10 minutes, but it's enough. The flight suit obtained by Kaned Aichi is still very envious of the other three, and they, like Kaned Aichi, also have a dream of being able to fly. Chi Luo, this fist sleeve of yours is called Chong Energy Fist. Wearing this fist sleeve can increase the attack power of your fist by up to 3 times. As for how many times to improve, you can adjust freely. Zillow, speaking of which, what you get is the most suitable thing for you. Hearing Zillow's introduction, Carp was excited in his heart. Although he didn't get the flight suit, he felt a bit of a pity, but after getting this punch boxing suit, he didn't feel a pity at all. You must know that his title is Iron Fist Carp. Fight the world with a pair of fists. And this punching fist sleeve can actually increase the attack power of his fist up to 3 times. This is equivalent to directly increasing his strength by 3 times. With this fist, what Whitebeard, what Kaido, what 4 emperors? Being able to resist him with 1 punch counts him as losing. Chi Luo, your car is the most ordinary thing. It's just an ordinary means of transportation for people here. It's just that your car has been modified by a friend of mine, so it can be driven not only on the road, but also in the water. And it's a little faster than the supercar over there. Sakamoto, sure enough, it's ordinary enough. Fortunately, Sakamoto was used to Zillow's style, otherwise he would have spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This kind of black technology car is actually ordinary. In short, after Zillow introduced what they had obtained, Carp and they were still quite satisfied with what they had obtained. However, they did not expect that the world where Chi Luo was located was not only terrifying in strength, but even technology was so high. These 4 things are not something that the technology of their world can do. And it's not just these things, let's say it's a universal capsule for these things. Such a small universal capsule can actually hold something several times larger than its volume. Black technology, what a black technology! They have long known that Mr. Zillow's gift is definitely not simple. Of course, these things are not from the handiwork of Zillow, but from the hands of the genius inventor, Boomer. A few days after defeating Shailu, Zillow once again found the Monkey King and them, and also met Boomer, the richest man and inventor in the Dragon Ball world. These 4 things were made by Boomer. And Boomer is willing to help Zillow because she has a request for Zillow. That is to hope to be able to cultivate with Vegeta. Chapter 041. As soon as Boomer uttered the request, Zillow knew that it must have been Vegeta who had asked her. After all, Boomer himself would certainly not have such a request. It is estimated that Vegeta deeply realized the lack of his strength after seeing his strength. Also know the strength gap between him and Sun Wukong. Therefore, in order to surpass Sun Wukong, he wanted to be able to follow Chi Luo to cultivate. Beyond Zillow, this Vegeta did not think about it, because he knew that it was estimated that even if he tried to cultivate for a lifetime, it would be impossible to do it. But to surpass the Monkey King, Vegeta feels that there is still hope. Especially when Sun Wukong doesn't know yet. I heard, you want to follow me to cultivate. Zillow found Vegeta and said to him. By cultivating with you, I will definitely be able to become stronger. I bite beyond that damn cockroach. Vegeta nodded at Zillow and said very firmly. There is something I want to tell you in advance, even if you want to follow me, I will not personally teach you cultivation, but this VES behind me. How about it, you don't accept it? Zillow said, pointing to VES standing behind him. On the one hand, Weiss is certainly better suited to teaching people than he is. After all, even he was taught by Weiss, and his guidance was definitely not as good as Weiss's. Let Weiss guide Vegeta, and Vegeta's strength will improve faster. And on the other hand, just kidding. He himself has to become stronger, how can he have time to guide Vegeta? If Vegeta agrees, Zillow may still take him back to the planet destroyer. But if Vegeta does not agree, there is no way, which is equivalent to Vegeta himself missing this opportunity. In the original work, Vegeta knew that Weiss was stronger than Beerus, so he would follow Weiss to cultivate. But now, Vegeta doesn't know how strong Weiss is, so this choice is very difficult for Vegeta. It can be said that this is also a test for Vegeta. If Vegeta must follow Zillow to cultivate, he can't look at Weiss. Then he would lose the opportunity to impact higher level forces in the future. Zillow's words made Vegeta very entangled. In his heart, he hoped to follow Chi Luo to cultivate. He had seen Chi Luo's strength, and even if it was unfathomable, it was not enough. But the strength of Weiss he did not know. Moreover, looking at the appearance of Weiss, it is Zillow's entourage. How strong can a retinue be? Training with him doesn't seem to make sense. So, Vegeta is very tangled now. However, after tangling for a while, Zillow saw Vegeta's eyes firm. Good. I am willing to practice with him. Vegeta eventually chose to follow Weiss to cultivate. Although he doesn't know how strong Weiss is, he is also Zillow's entourage. Even if he is weak, he is stronger than him now. As long as you are stronger than him, you can help him become stronger. After he surpasses the Monkey King, the first thing to do is to defeat the Monkey King and fulfill the dream he has always had. Vegeta also hoped that when he followed Weiss to cultivate, Zillow would see his efforts and agree to let him follow suit. But there's the question, and that's why should I promise you? Not long ago, you were still provoking me. I don't kill you, it's already very good. Zillow glanced at Vegeta and said. Vegeta provoked him so much before, he didn't kill Vegeta, and many people said that he was not good at all, a dick mentality. If he took Vegeta as an apprentice so easily now, it is estimated that he would be sprayed to death. Hearing Zillow's words, Vegeta frowned. Indeed, why did the other party accept him? Looking at Vegeta's tangled look, Zillow shrugged his shoulders and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Vegeta did something that surprised him a little. Vegeta actually knelt directly on the ground. "I beg you, take me." In order to improve his strength, Vegeta actually knelt down to Zillow. With Vegeta's haughty dignity, he made this decision even more difficult than killing him. It can be seen how much Vegeta wants to surpass the Monkey King. "Since you're all on your knees, then I'll give you a chance. You will practice with Weiss in the future. However, you have to be mentally prepared, Weiss's cultivation is very hard." Thinking of Weiss's inhuman cultivation, Qiluo couldn't help but shiver. If it weren't for the fact that the destroying god planet was originally suitable for cultivation, the divine power above was improving his physical fitness every moment. Coupled with his heart that wants to become stronger and want to survive in the Dragon Ball world, Qiluo gritted his teeth and persevered. "I'm not afraid." Instead of being afraid, Vegeta was faintly excited. The harder you cultivate, the faster your strength can improve. As long as he can become stronger, strong enough to surpass Sun Wukong, no matter what kind of suffering, he can endure it. After enjoying Earth for a few days, Zillow and Weiss left Earth with Vegeta. After all, he is the god of destruction and cannot stay on Earth all the time, and the planet of the god of destruction is his destination. Leaving Earth, Vegeta was not surprised at all. He had long known that Zillow and Ves were not Earthlings. How could the Earthlings have such great strength? And when Weiss uses teleportation to bring Vegeta to the planet of the god of destruction, Vegeta can't help but be curious about the identities of Zillow and Weiss. By the way, although teleportation cannot go to places where no one is, because Beerus is still on the planet, Ves can come here using teleportation. "I wonder if you can tell me who you really are." Vegeta looked at Zillow and asked, very puzzled and curious. "What if I don't tell you?" Zillow glanced at Vegeta and said. "I." Vegeta choked on Zillow and was suddenly speechless. "Actually, you should have heard of my identity. I am the god of destruction, Zillow, the god of destruction." The identity of the god of destruction has nothing to hide, so Qiluo directly showdowns. Chapter 042. God of Destruction. As soon as he heard this word, Vegeta looked dazed, because he had no idea what the god of destruction was. However, Vegeta still felt that the word was a little familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Seeing Vegeta's dazed look, Zillow did not continue to say anything. His identity has been told to Vegeta, and whether Vegeta knows it or not is his business. There is no need to explain to Vegeta what the god of destruction is. From today onwards, you will practice with Weiss here. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do, don't bother me if you have something. After bringing Vegeta to the planet of the god of destruction, Zillow left him alone. Anyway, there is Weiss here, so he doesn't need to worry about it. Now, it's time for him to improve his strength. Otherwise, among the 12 gods of destruction, he really has no face at all. Back in his room, Qiluo sat on the bed and opened the exclusive mall of the group owner. Before on Earth, because of the live broadcast in the group, he did not study the mall well, but just took a general look at the things in the mall. And now, he can finally take a good look at this mall. As an aspiring young man from the 21st century, he is still very familiar with the mall and this kind of thing. So soon, he figured out the general operation of the mall. There are many good things in the mall, although there are some things that Qiluo feels are not very helpful to him, but there are also some things that can help him become stronger. As a god of destruction, in addition to his own combat experience, there is also a very key factor in the strength of his strength, that is, the strength of the power of destruction. The stronger the power of destruction, the stronger the power of the god of destruction. Because Qiluo has just become a god of destruction, he is only a junior god of destruction, so his destructive power is not very strong. Of course, this one is not very strong, just for other gods of destruction. For those humans, the power of destruction is invincible existence. Even if the strength is comparable to the god of destruction, it can even defeat the humans of the god of destruction, such as Jillian of the 11th universe. Although Jillian is very strong, even Mei is not his opponent, and it is difficult for Qi Luo to compare with Jillian in terms of strength. But if Qi Luo really wants to deal with Jillian, even if the other party's strength is stronger than him, as long as the power of destruction comes out, Jillian will not be able to parry at all. Otherwise, the 11th universe would have been the world of Jillian for a long time, and there would be something so delicious. Of course, with Jillian's strength, he could also resist the relatively weak destructive power, but he definitely couldn't bear the destructive power of Qi Luo's all-out shot. No way, the power of destruction is so powerful. And in the mall, there is the power of destruction to exchange. As long as there are enough points, the power of destruction is as much as there is. In other words, as long as there are enough points, Qi Luo can become the strongest god of destruction in a short time, even surpassing Beerus, the strongest god of destruction today. According to the exchange ratio, 1 point can be exchanged for 10 points of destructive power. In other words, Qi Luo's 10,000 points can be exchanged for 100,000 destructive power. Nowadays, the power of destruction is the most important thing, so Qi Luo did not think of anything to keep a little point in case of emergency. He directly exchanged all the 10,000 points for the power of destruction. Starting with the power of 100,000 points of destruction, Qi Luo could clearly feel that his destructive power had become stronger, and his strength had become stronger. If he had just stepped into the realm of the god of destruction before, he was only a junior god of destruction. Then now he is already the destroyer god at the peak of the early junior stage. Only a little closer, you can step into the middle of the primary and middle stage of the god of destruction realm. The power of 100,000 destruction seems to be a lot, but it is simply unrealistic to make any huge breakthrough for the god of destruction. It's already very good to be able to make Ziluo improve so much. If Qi Luo could rely on perfect and free extreme skills and some veteran destruction gods before, it was difficult to tie. Then now, he has the confidence to defeat those old destruction gods, and even defeat those old destruction gods. Of course, the veteran god of destruction here refers to the weaker one. For Ziluo to defeat Beerus, at least for now, it is impossible. But Ziluo believes that as long as he has enough points, it is only a matter of time before he defeats all the god of destruction. Because the fastest source of points at present is to exchange treasures, Ziluo instructed Weiss to find all the treasures of the 7th universe while training Vegeta. Although I don't know what Ziluo wants those treasures for, Weiss still has to obey the orders of the god of destruction. With the strength of Weiss, it is only a matter of time to find the treasures in the 7th universe, and whether or not to find them is not a problem that Qi Luo is worried about. So, Ziluo waited for Weiss to bring the treasure to him. Of course, during the time that Ves was looking for treasures, Ziluo was certainly not idle. He is now at the critical moment of breakthrough. As long as he takes one step further, he will be able to step into the realm of the destruction god in the middle of the junior period, and his strength will increase greatly at that time. Chapter 043. Once Qi Luo can make another breakthrough, his strength will be ranked at the middle level even among the 12 destruction gods. And that is, when Qi Luo was working hard to cultivate and improve his strength, he suddenly received a message from the chat group, and it was still a private message. Group member Carp sent you a friend request, please accept it. It turned out that it was Carp who came to add his friend. In the previous chat, Qi Luo chatted with other people in the group, and did not add other people's friends. Luo also did not think about adding others as friends. If you want to chat, you can completely chat in the group, and add friends in private, as if it is not necessary. But now that Carp took the initiative to add his friends, Ziluo did not refuse. He was a little curious about what Carp was going on, he couldn't say it in the group, but he had to add his friends. Qi Luo chose to agree, and saw that under the chat group, an interface for a private chat with Carp appeared. In the pirate world, Carp, who stayed in the pirate headquarters, was nervously watching the chat group. He had just plucked up the courage to send a message to Zi Luo to add a friend, but he wasn't sure if Zi Luo would be willing to add him. Don't look at him as a naval hero, one of the strongest people in the pirate world, it seems to be very beautiful. But compared with Chi Luo, he is still a bit behind. A big guy like Chi Luo, if he is not willing to add him, then he can't do anything. When Carp saw a message in the chat group that Zillow had agreed to his application and the two had successfully added as friends, Carp was very excited. "Carp, Group Master, is it convenient for you now? I didn't disturb you." Carp immediately edited a message and sent it out. If he accidentally disturbed Zi Luo, it would not be good. "Zillow, what's the matter?" Zillow's reply was still quite fast, and did not make Carp wait too long. "Carp, Group Leader, that's the case, I want to ask you about some knowledge about Qi." It turned out that Carp was still obsessed with the dancing technique. But it's no wonder that after learning the art of dancing, you can fly freely in the air. Who can resist this temptation? And the reason why Carp chose to chat privately is not that he is selfish and does not want to share it with others. It's because it's better to have one-on-one guidance for this kind of thing. If you ask in the group, when the time comes, you will say a word to me, then do you still have to learn? Moreover, Carp wants to learn about Qi, not just for the sake of dancing the void. He saw very clearly in the video before, the balls of light, energy beams and the like that Sun Wukong and Shalo made with Qi. That's not a cover for destruction. He wondered if he could master Qi, would he be able to make his strength stronger? He didn't expect to be able to compare with Sun Wukong and their monsters, he only needed 1%, or even 1,000th, of their strength. Although he is already old, his heart that wants to become stronger is not old yet. Who in this world would dislike their strength for being too strong? Zi Luo, knowledge about Qi? I really don't know about this. Zillow was telling the truth, because he had trained with Ves and Beerus from the beginning, so from the beginning he followed the way of God, not the way of Qi. He really didn't know anything about Qi. If it is Sun Wukong and them, they can solve this problem for Carp, but if you ask Zillow, it can only be said that Carp asked the wrong person. Pirate World, seeing this news from Zillow, Carp was a little disappointed. In fact, he had been mentally prepared before, that is, Qi Luo would refuse. But after really seeing Qi Luo's refusal, he inevitably felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. Carp didn't think that Zi Luo really didn't know about Qi. In his opinion, Qi Luo probably didn't like him, so he didn't bother to tell him. "Carp, I'm sorry to disturb you, the group leader." In a simple sentence, Zillow could see Carp's loss in it. After thinking about it, Zillow sent a message to Carp. "In this way, if you can obediently listen to me in the future, then I will tell you, how is it?" Although Qi Luo has not seen One Piece before, he has heard about some big events in One Piece. For example, the war on top. This war has become a regret in the minds of many people. If he could change these regrets, Qi Luo would be more willing. "Carp, good. As long as the group leader can guide me, then I will definitely obey the words of the group leader in the future." Although Carp doesn't know why Zillow made him obedient, if he can learn about Qi, be obedient. What's more, Qi Luo is the big guy among the big guys. Being able to hold his thighs, Carp is still very happy. Receiving Carp's affirmation, Zillow nodded slightly. "Zillow, Carp, you tell me first, did your grandson Luffy go to sea?" Zillow's words surprised Carp. He felt more and more that Qi Luo, the group master, was really too powerful, and even his grandson was called Luffy. Chapter 044. Zillow's group master permission can see a copy of each group member's world. But Zillow didn't tell Carp about this permission. So in Carp's opinion, Zillow is really too powerful, and he even knows such a thing as his grandson called Luffy. Carp doesn't think that Zillow knows his own world, because he has never spoken to Zillow about his world. Although Carp didn't know why Zillow would know, he didn't find it strange. Chiluo's existence had already caused him too much shock, and it didn't seem to be a big deal to be able to know these things. Carp, Group Master, my grandson Luffy has already gone to sea. Zillow, then was your other grandson Ace captured by your navy? Carp, this, not yet. Pirate World, Carp looked at the message sent by Ziluo and widened his eyes. It is not surprising that Zillow knows that he has another grandson, Ace, but Zillow actually said that Ace was not captured by the navy. What does this say? Could it be that in the future, Ace will really be caught by the navy? If this is the case, then the group of masters is really terrible. Not only do you know everything, but you can even know the future. However, in doubt, Carp still asked. Group leader, do you mean that Ace will be captured by the navy one day in the future? Zillow, is Ace now under Whitebeard? If so, he would have been caught by the navy after a while. At that time, I hope you will be able to make a decision that you will not regret. Zillow's words are not meaningless, and these words can plant a seed in Carp's heart. If Ace doesn't catch it at that time and the war begins, this seed is likely to make Carp make a different decision than in the original book. Carp, Group Leader, I see, thank you for the reminder. Although I don't know if Zillow really predicts the future, his words also gave Cap a wake-up call. Although Ace is his grandson, he is also a pirate after all. If Ace is really caught, as the son of Roger, the Pirate King, he will definitely be executed by the navy. And according to his understanding of the warring states, the execution of Ace will definitely be broadcast live all over the world. And with the temper of the Whitebeard, he will definitely come to save Ace. At that time, the Whitebeard pirates will go to war directly with the headquarters of the navy. Carp didn't want to see such a situation, so he had to keep an eye on it. It is impossible to expect Ace not to be a pirate, so Carp can only prevent Ace from being caught by the navy. Even if you are caught, just put Ace in jail and don't execute him. After chatting with Carp, Zillow closed the chat group. Although he promised that Carp would teach him about Chi, he did not say when he would teach it. Ziluo still felt that his breakthrough was more important. A few more days passed, and in these days, Weiss also brought a lot of treasures to Zilluo. Chiluo exchanged all these treasures for points, but unfortunately, he only exchanged for just a few thousand points. Although a few thousand points is already very good, after all, Shailu's chip cannot even exchange a little points. But Zillow was still not satisfied. From the peak destruction god breakthrough in the early primary stage to the middle of the primary stage, the destructive power required must be more than the power of 100,000 points of destruction. A few thousand points is simply not enough. But fortunately, the treasures that Weiss brought over these days are not all the treasures of the 7th universe, and there are still many treasures in the 7th universe. If the treasures of the entire universe could only be exchanged for a few thousand points, then Chiluo didn't know what to say. And just when Chiluo was working hard to break through, suddenly two uninvited guests came from the side of the 7th universe. In the 7th universe, two figures are rushing towards the planet of the god of destruction where Chiluo is. If Zillow were here, he would definitely recognize that these two uninvited guests were none other than the neighbors of the 7th universe, the destroying god of the 6th universe, Elephant Pa, and the angel Bardos. I don't know what they came to the 7th universe for. Under the fast flight of Bardos, the two soon arrived at Zillow's planet of the god of destruction. The arrival of the two also attracted Chiluo's attention. Zillow left the room with a livid face, and when he came outside, he saw Xiangpa preparing to attack his castle. Hey! What do you want? Ziluo said very unpleasantly to Xiangpa. Just now, he finally found a little sense of breakthrough, and was about to break through with a bang, when suddenly the movement generated by the arrival of Xiangpa disturbed him. The opportunity for a breakthrough was so gone, how could Chiluo endure it? Of course Zillow knew Xiongpa, but so what? He is not afraid of Xiongpa at all. Among the veteran god of destruction, Xiongpa's strength can be said to be one of the weakest god of destruction. With Qi Luo's current strength, there is no need to be afraid of him at all. Moreover, if Xiongpa dares to provoke him, he can just have a fight with Xiongpa and vent his unhappiness. P.S. The new book needs everyone's care, and I hope you will move your little hands to make a fortune, collect this book, and vote for free flowers and evaluation votes. Thank you. Chapter 045. Zillow knew Xiongpa, but Xiongpa did not know Zillow. In Xiongpa's consciousness, the god of destruction in the seventh universe should still be Beerus. Beerus did not tell the other destroyers about his resignation as the god of destruction, but only reported the matter to the high priest and the king. Although the great priest and the king did not care about changing the god of destruction. Because in their eyes, the god of destruction is nothing at all, even if the seventh universe is destroyed, they will not care. But the report still has to be reported. In case the whole king wonders in the future, how can the destruction god of the seventh universe change one, feel unhappy, and destroy the entire seventh universe, then it is really too late to cry. As for the other universes, Beerus didn't bother to tell. Generally speaking, when the position of the destroyer of one universe changes, they will not tell the destroyer of other universes. Because this is their own universe's own business, regardless of the things of other universes. It's like in the 11th universe, there is such a candidate destroyer god as Topo, but the destructive gods of other universes don't know it at all. So, when he saw Zillow wearing the clothes of the god of destruction, Hannah called it a strange. Strange, isn't the god of destruction of the seventh universe that Beerus guy, how did he change someone? Elephant Paw turned to Bardos on the side and asked very suspiciously. And Bardos was also at a loss, and she didn't know when the god of destruction in the seventh universe was changed. Lord Elephant Pa. At this time, Weiss flew over and saluted the elephant. Weiss. When did your seventh universe destroyer change? What about that guy Beerus? Xiongpa's voice was so loud that it woke up Beerus, who was sleeping. Zillow. Can you guy be quieter? Beerus rubbed his sleepy eyes, flew out of the castle, and shouted very unpleasantly at Zillow. As for the elephant paw on the side, he ignored it. I said Beerus, I didn't wake you up to sleep, what are you yelling at me? It's this dead fat pig that wakes you up. Zillow pointed to Elephant Paw and said to Beerus. After Zillow's reminder, Beerus finally saw Xiongpa. It turned out to be Xiongpa. You are a destroyer of the sixth universe, what are you doing in the seventh universe? Beerus, when did you give up the position of the god of destruction to someone else? And still such an impolite brat. Zillow's sentence just now made Xiangpana uncomfortable, and if it weren't for Beerus on the side, he would have already started. It's just a new god of destruction, who dares to be so rude to him, the old god of destruction. I'm not polite? If you go to someone else's territory and make such a big movement, that's called rude. Qi Luo was already very upset with Pa, and he would not be polite now. Anyway, he is not afraid of Xiongpa, and he really doesn't know who wins and who loses when he really fights. Well said. Xi Luo, for this kind of guy, you just can't be polite with him. Zillow's words made Beerus very satisfied. He and Xiongpa were originally a pair of wrongdoers, and every time they met, they would definitely be noisy, so he naturally did not want his heir Qi Luo to be cowering in front of Xiongpa. Zillow's performance made Beerus very satisfied. Even if Elephant Paw is very angry with Zillow, so what, with him covered, a single Elephant Paw can't hurt Zillow at all. Well, Beerus, your heir is really carved out of the same mold as you. I came this time to let you see the superb cuisine of our sixth universe, but now, forget it. Elephant Paw knew Beerus and knew that he was a big foodie, so he offered out food to lure him. Only this time, Beerus was not lured, but looked at Xiongpa with disdain. What is the best food in your sixth universe? I tell you, my heir, he makes a delicacy that you can eat and swallow your tongue. If it had been before, Beerus would have been a little interested in the supreme cuisine of the sixth universe that Pa said. But now, for Beerus, who has already eaten the food made by Zillow, Zillow's food is the first in the world. Oh? Isn't he the god of destruction, and he actually cooks food? Elephant looked at Zillow with disdain, not believing Beerus's words. But Beerus didn't believe him, and he wouldn't let Zillow make a table of food for Xiongpa. If you come, if there's only one thing, then you can go. If you have other things, you can also go, you are not welcome in the seventh universe. Beerus has already issued an eviction order. Humph! Bardos, let's go. Xiongpa gave Beerus and Zillow a cold look, and turned to leave. He came to the seventh universe this time to show off his food in front of Beerus. As for finding Super Dragon Ball, that's for later. Wait a minute. But just as Xiongpa was about to leave, Zillow stopped him. What else are you up to? Xiongpa glanced at Zi Luo with disdain. For Chi Luo, the new god of destruction, Xiongpa did not pay attention to it at all. Xiongpa, do you dare to fight me? Chapter 046. Zillow's words rang out from behind Xiongpa. When Xiongpa looked back, he saw Chi Luo looking at him with a sneer on his face. The breakthrough opportunity that he had so hard to get was interrupted like this. How could Chi Luo let Xiongpa leave so easily? In addition to the retreat, cultivation can break through, fighting with powerful opponents can also break through. Although Xiongpa's strength is not strong, it is also a god of destruction. Zi Luo believes that if he can fight Xiongpa, and still fight with all his strength, it will definitely be very good for his breakthrough in strength. Boy, you want to challenge me? Xiongpa looked at Zillow in disbelief, and then began to laugh. Ha 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 ha. Boy, I heard you right. Your new god of destruction is actually coming to challenge me, the old god of destruction. It won't be Beerus who made your brain stupid for cultivation. Xiongpa did not put Zillow in his eyes. How strong can a new destroyer be? He is also a veteran god of destruction, and after so many years of cultivation, he is not a new god of destruction who can provoke. Why, don't you dare! Chi Luo looked at Xiongpa so coldly, and the meaning of provocation was very clear. Elephant Pa, he really is not afraid. And although Beerus was a little surprised by Zillow's challenge at the beginning, he didn't expect Zillow to challenge the old god of destruction like Pa as soon as he came up. But Beerus didn't stop it. Xiongpa's strength is very clear to him, except for Chi Luo, the new god of destruction. He is definitely one of the weakest god of destruction. And with Zillow's strength, even if he is not Xiongpa's opponent, he will not be beaten too badly. Moreover, this is not him, he will not watch his heir be taught by his own wrongdoers. As long as the situation is not good, he will intervene to stop Xiongpa. Beerus did not know that Zillow's strength had improved a lot. His perception of Zillow's strength is already in the past. Although there are rules that the gods of destruction cannot fight each other. But that's because if the gods of destruction fight in the universe they live in will perish. But there is a place where the god of destruction can fight to his heart's content. That is the boundary. In this place, don't say that it's just 2 destroyers fighting, even if the 12 destroyers fight together, it's okay. Don't I dare? Okay, since you want to be beaten so much, then I will reluctantly teach you a good lesson instead of Beerus. At this point, of course, Xiongpa would not refuse, and he accepted the challenge from Zillow. Since you two want to fight, you must not be allowed to fight in the universe, let's go to the Infinity Realm. Beerus spoke. Subsequently, the 2 angels, Ves and Bardos, went to the Infinity Realm with the 3 gods of destruction. With the speed of angels, they soon came to the realm of nothingness. The boundless realm is a chaotic and empty place, with no time and space, not even a place to stand. However, the lowest ones here are all gods of destruction, and they don't need to stand anywhere to float in the boundary. Xiongpa, I hope you can use all your strength to fight, otherwise if I defeat you too quickly, it will not do me any good for you. Since Qi Luo wanted to break through in the battle, of course, it was a hearty battle. If Xiongpa had not fought seriously because he had underestimated the enemy, then the battle would have lost its meaning. Of course, Zai Luo also knew that with Xiongpa's personality, he would listen to his own words to have ghosts. Sure enough, after listening to Qi Luo's words, Xiongpa sneered disdainfully. Want me to fight with all my strength? Then it depends on whether you have this strength. Although he said so, Xiang Peik did not think that Zilou had the strength to allow him to use his full strength. Qi Luo, a newly promoted god of destruction, will not surpass the primary god of destruction at most. And his strength is the realm of the intermediate god of destruction. Although it has only just broken through and belongs to the weakest kind, it is also much stronger than a junior destruction god like Qi Luo. Elephant Pa felt that the battle would soon be over. Qi Luo had no room to resist in front of him. Xiongpa's performance was expected by Zilou, and he did not say anything more. Since Xiongpa feels that his strength is not enough for him to give his full strength, then he must let Xiongpa see the price paid by underestimating the enemy. This battle is over, don't be in a hurry. Beerus glanced at Xiongpa and said lightly. His words were mainly to Xiongpa, asking Xiongpa not to shoot too hard. Don't worry, I can just teach him a little lesson, and I won't treat him like that. Although Xiongpa said so, the expression on his face had betrayed him. He will definitely treat Zilou well. This is a little lesson, a little degree is not his final say? Beerus knew Pa quite well, and he immediately saw what Likpa was thinking. But he didn't say anything. Chapter 047. At this time, Qi Luo's strength is not as good as Xiongpa, but Xiongpa's crushing is not easy, or almost impossible. So it is impossible for Xiongpa to teach Zilou too badly. Second, if this battle is won by Zilou, then forget it. But if Zilou loses, then Beerus will let Elephant know what the real lesson is. Wes, Bardos, and Beerus retreated to a distance from Zilou and Elephant Pa, giving them plenty of room to fight to their heart's content. How to say that I am also your elder, let you strike first. Xiongpa said to Zilou very pretendly. Then you're welcome. Qi Luo will not be pretentious with Xiongpa, and since Xiongpa gave him a chance to take the lead, of course he will not let it go. Facing Xiongpa, Qi Luo directly turned on the perfect freedom extreme skill. Although Xiongpa can underestimate the enemy, he can come up without giving his full strength. That's because his realm is indeed above Zilou. If Zilou is not perfectly comfortable, he is not a match for Xiongpa. But Zai Luo can't, if he doesn't turn on the perfect freedom as soon as he comes up, there is really no way to fight with Xiongpa. Since Xiongpa underestimated the enemy against him, then he had to let Xiongpa know that if he didn't have enough strength, he shouldn't underestimate the enemy. When Zilou turned on perfectly, Bardos sensed it. As an angel, I have always turned on the freedom extreme gong at ordinary times, so I am very clear about the breadth of the freedom extreme gong. No wonder you agreed to Lord Qi Luo challenging Lord Xiongpa, but I didn't expect that Lord Qi Luo had actually mastered the ultimate skill of ease. And it's perfect, free, and at ease. Bardos's tone made no secret of her admiration for Zilou. However, it is no wonder that not everyone can master the freedom skill. Even in the God of Destruction, there are only a few who can master the ultimate skill. Moreover, those gods of destruction who have mastered the ultimate skill are not perfect. Qi Luo was already the first destroyer besides the angels to master the perfect freedom extreme skill. With this alone, Zilou's future is very promising. With the perfect and free extreme skill, even if Qi Luo's strength is only a junior destruction god, Xiongpa cannot easily defeat him. That's of course, the apprentice I taught is of course excellent. Hearing Bardos's praise, Beerus was very proud. It's as if parents are proud and happy when they hear someone praise their child. Lord Beerus, Lord Zillow seems to have been taught by me, you spend most of your time sleeping and eating food there. Weiss did not hesitate to tear down at this time. As an angel, demolishing the platform of the destruction of God has always been something he loves to do. Not only is Weiss an angel, but other angels also like to tear down their own platform of destroying God. Weiss don't care about these details. Being demolished by Weiss, Beerus rarely blushed, and he really didn't spend much time on Zillow. In order to divert his attention, he set his eyes on Chi Luo, who was fighting. On the battlefield, Chi Luo, who had brought out his full strength as soon as he came up, caught Xiongpa off guard. Xiongpa didn't expect that he was just a newly promoted god of destruction, and he could actually have such a powerful strength. Because Xiongpa himself did not master the Freedom Extreme skill, he did not know that Chi Luo was performing the Free Extreme Intention Gong. Because the god of destruction is not like the Monkey King in the original work, there will be silvery white light around him, so in Xiongpa's eyes, Chi Luo is still the same as the same. The situation of Xiongpa, who was caught off guard, was somewhat miserable. Zillow's attacks on him never stopped, punch after punch, kick after kick. Xiongpa, who was attacked by Chi Luo I don't know how many times, his already fat body looked even more bloated. How is this possible? You are a newly promoted god of destruction, how can you have such strength? Xiongpa said in disbelief as he was beaten. Did he stay in the 6th universe for too long? Why is the strength of the new destruction god so strong now? He remembered that when he was promoted to the god of destruction, he was not so strong. Compared with the current Chi Luo, he was simply a waste at the beginning. Abominable Beerus, where the hell did he find such a monster? Humph! Because, my lord, times have changed. After that, Chi Luo punched Xiongpa's fat face fiercely, knocking him out a long way. If the fight continues, it is only a matter of time before Xiongpa loses. But this is not what Zillow wants. What he wants is to be able to fight with Xiongpa, who brings out his full strength, and then break through in battle. I admit, I underestimated you. It seems that you really have the strength to let me give my all. Xiongpa looked at Chi Luo with a slightly ugly face. To deal with a new god of destruction, he actually had to give his full strength. If this gets out, his face will be lost. But if you don't give your full strength, you won't be Zillow's opponent. When the news of his defeat by a newly promoted god of destruction spread, his face would be even more disgraced. Chapter 048. Xiongpa's momentum with all his strength is very powerful. Fortunately, this is in the boundary, even if you give your full strength, there is no problem. If this were in the universe, the momentum emanating from Xiongpa's body alone would be enough to make the entire universe tremble or even destroy. Very good. Only such battles are exciting. Feeling the momentum on Xiongpa's body, Chi Luo nodded with great satisfaction. Today's Xiongpa has given Zillow a little pressure. Only under such a battle will it be possible for him to break through. This guy like Pa, it seems that he has been lazy all this time. I remember this kind of strength when I saw him decades ago, and now he only has this kind of strength. Beerus said disdainfully. Although reaching the realm of destroying gods, let alone decades, even hundreds of years, thousands of years will not make any progress. But Beerus clearly felt that the momentum in Xiongpa's body, although powerful, was unstable. In other words, after Xiongpa broke through to the intermediate god of destruction, he had not stabilized his strength at all. Otherwise, the momentum on his body would not be so unstable. Decades to consolidate one's own strength is still enough. Lord Xiongpa has not cultivated since he broke through to the intermediate destroyer god. Lord Elephant Pa prefers food and laziness more than cultivation and destroying the work of the gods. Bardas's words were filled with deep complaints. Lord Beerus, too, prefers to eat and sleep more than the work of the god of destruction. Weiss glanced at Beerus and said lightly. The lives of their sisters and brothers are really bitter, and they actually spread out such two gods of destruction. So what about this god of destruction now? Bardos asked, looking at Zillow on the battlefield. Lord Chi-Luo has just become the god of destruction, so the work of the god of destruction has not yet been done. But for now, Lord Zillow is much better than Lord Beerus. Anyway, now that Beerus is no longer the god of destruction, Weiss naturally will not politely tear down the platform. But then again, even if Beerus was still the god of destruction, Ves would still do it. Weiss, I'm also a former god of destruction, you don't need to mock me like that. Beerus glanced at Weiss with some discomfort and said. Lord Beerus, I'm not mocking you, I'm just saying a fact. From the beginning of training Zillow, Weiss was very satisfied with Zillow. In addition, Chi-Luo took him to Earth before, allowing him to enjoy so many delicacies on Earth. This makes Vez's impression even better. As for Beerus, anyway, he is not the god of destruction now, and Weiss cannot give face at all. On the battlefield, Xiongpa, who had already taken out his full strength, was fighting fiercely with Chi-Luo. I have to say that although Xiongpa is the weakest existence among the old destruction gods, the good villains have also stepped into the existence of the intermediate destruction gods. Although the realm is not yet stable, the strength is not covered. The strength gap between the junior and intermediate destroyers is a bit big. If it was Chi-Luo before the breakthrough, although he would not be beaten so badly by Xiongpa, he would definitely not last long. But now, Chi-Luo not only fought back and forth with Xiongpa, but even slightly gained the upper hand. In this battle, Chi-Luo also knew that the destructive power exchanged from the Maul had another advantage, that is, the quality was better than the destructive power he had cultivated before. It was precisely by relying on the destructive power exchanged from the Maul that Chi-Luo could gain the upper hand. But unfortunately, only part of Chi-Luo's destructive power was exchanged from the Maul. If all his destructive power was like this, then Xiongpa would have been defeated by him by now. But fortunately, Chi-Luo had already felt that his breakthrough feeling that disappeared because he was disturbed by Xiongpa, had appeared again. And this time, even stronger than the previous one. Elephant Paw. Is this your strength as a veteran god of destruction? That's all I see. After punching Xiongpa back, Zai-Luo said with disdain. He is only so close to breaking through now, and if the pressure on Xiongpa can be a little greater, he is confident that he can break through. Provoking a person is one of the most effective ways to make him burst into strength. Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta. In the original book, these three people burst out of anger with power beyond their limits. Sure enough, Zillow guessed correctly. After listening to Zillow's words and feeling Zillow's disdain, Pana called out in anger. He is also a veteran god of destruction, stepping into the existence of a mid-level god of destruction. But now he can't take down a new god of destruction, and he is even faintly suppressed by the other party. How can this make Xiongpa? If this news spread, then his face in the circle of the god of destruction would be lost. And he knows Beerus, if he really loses, Beerus will definitely spread the news of his loss to Zillow. Defeating Chi-Luo is the best way for him to protect his face. The angry Xiongpa's momentum was even stronger than before. And feeling the more powerful momentum of Xiongpa, Chi-Luo's breakthrough has reached a critical point. Chapter 049. Very good. If it goes on like this, I will soon be able to break through. Looking at the increasingly angry and powerful Elephant Paw, Zillow was very excited. Although Xiongpa's strength has become stronger now, he has even completely surpassed himself. But Zillow didn't panic at all. Because only in such a situation can their own strength break through. And Chi-Luo believes that as long as his strength can break through, Xiongpa will not be his opponent at all. That guy like Pa would actually be irritated by Chi-Luo so simply. He, the god of destruction, really has no platoon at all. Seeing that Xiongpa would actually be so angry because of Zillow's few words, Beerus said with disdain. Weiss, on the side, glanced at Beerus. After staying with Beerus for so long, Weiss called Beerus an understanding. Don't look at Beerus's performance on Pa, very unimpressive. But if you replace Elephant Pa with Beerus, if anyone dares to say these things to Beerus, then Beerus will be even more angry than Elephant Pa. Don't believe it. Now Xiongpa's strength has risen sharply because of anger, and Zillow is not his opponent at all. Saying that, Beerus was about to intervene to block Xiongpa. But Weiss stopped him. Lord Beerus, Lord Zillow should have deliberately provoked Lord Elephant Pa. I don't know why he did it, but Mr. Zillow must have his reasons. Let's just watch. Mr. Zillow is not a fool, he knows the proportions. Although he said it, with Weiss's strength, he could feel that Zillow's current strength was at a critical point. So he guessed that the reason why Chi Luo wanted to provoke Xiongpa was to hope that Xiongpa could let him break through his strength. In other words, Xiongpa was completely treated as a tool man by Zillow. But then again, Chi Luo was actually able to make another breakthrough in such a short time, he was really a genius. For Zillow, Weiss is undoubtedly more satisfied. You fellow, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. Xiongpa, who was dominated by anger, didn't care about anything, all he had to do now was to teach Zai Luo a good lesson and protect his face. If you can do it. Zillow took a fighting stance and looked at Xiongpa. Facing the current Xiongpa, Chi Luo was also a little stressed in his heart. But the pressure didn't make him panic, it made him excited. Because he obviously felt that he could break through as long as he was a little worse. Although he can now completely use those thousands of points to exchange for the power of destruction to break through. But since he can break through in battle, then Zillow will of course still choose this. He had long wanted to try what it was like to break through in battle, as written in those novels. Elephant Pa was the first to attack Zillow. Whether it is speed or strength, Xiongpa is much stronger than before. If before, it was Zillow who had the upper hand. Now it's the elephant that has the upper hand. In the process of resisting Xiongpa, Chi Luo also clearly felt that the critical point of his breakthrough was being hit again and again. As long as he can break through this critical point, then he can break through. Therefore, in the face of the storm-like attack like Panna, Zai Luo did not dodge, but was tough and rigid in the front. It can't go on like this. Chi Luo is now even very difficult to resist Xiongpa's attack, and sooner or later he will be abused by Xiongpa's blood. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Beerus said with a slightly ugly face. Concerned is chaotic, he put all his thoughts on Chi Luo's safety, ignoring Chi Luo's imminent breakthrough strength. Otherwise, with the strength of Beerus, although it is not as good as Weiss, if you perceive it well, you can find that Zillow's current strength has reached a critical point. Soon. And Weiss on the side just spit out 2 words. He clearly felt that the bottleneck that imprisoned Chi Luo's breakthrough was getting weaker and weaker. Don't look at Xiongpa's current mood and beat Zai Luo. But it won't be long before Chi Luo can complete the breakthrough. At that time, it is not known who will win and who will lose. Ha 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 ha. See no, boy. That's what I'm good at. On the battlefield, Xiongpa laughed loudly while suppressing Zilluo. I admit you're strong. As a new god of destruction, your strength is already available. But in the eyes of my veteran god of destruction, you simply don't see enough. Today, I will teach you a good lesson instead of that guy from Beerus, so that you know what it means to have heaven outside the sky and God outside God. After that, Xiongpa's attack became even more violent. Beerus also heard Xiongpa's words, and if Weiss hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed up and lectured Xiongpa hard. What does it mean to teach Zillow a lesson instead of him? His people are also like Pa who can teach lessons. Weiss. Why do you keep stopping me? If Zai Luo really had any ideas, he would not have been pressed into this form by Xiongpa. Beerus glanced at Weiss unpleasantly. He is a very protective person, of course, he will not watch Zai Luo being bullied. And at this moment, Chi Luo, who was fighting with Xiongpa, suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum. Chapter 050. Lord Beerus, You really care about chaos, haven't you paid attention to the power in Lord Kiluo's body? Seeing Zillow's breakthrough, Weiss glanced at Beerus and said lightly. And when Zillow broke through, Beerus also understood it all. Why did Zillow deliberately provoke Xiongpa, and why did he provoke Xiongpa? It turned out that he used Xiongpa as a tool man, as a tool to make himself break through. This kid really thinks about it. It's a shame that I'm so worried about him here. That kid just likes to mess around. Although he said complaining words, the smile at the corner of Beerus's mouth had betrayed him. Beerus' heart, don't be too happy. Zillow is his heir. The stronger Qiluo is, the more face he has on his face. It's really sad that poor Lord Xiongpa was actually used as a tool for breakthrough by Lord Qiluo. Saying that, Bardos also deliberately wiped the corners of his eyes. But unfortunately, there was not a single tear in the corner of her eye. What Weiss could perceive, how could Bardos not know? But she didn't stop it. First, Zillow's breakthrough is a good thing for the 7th universe, and if she stops it, Weiss will definitely stop her. In these two, Xiongpa and the 7th universe are wronged, and she is not. As an angel, this kind of thing is not easy to do. And these three, making Xiongpa eat and seeing Xiongpa eat up is Bardos's favorite thing to do. How can she stop it? Poor Xiongpa, no one was on his side in this battle. On the battlefield, under the repeated attacks of Xiongpa, Zillow's critical point finally broke through. He finally stepped from the elementary stage destruction god to the middle elementary stage. Don't look at it, it seems to have only improved a little. But it is just this point that makes Qiluo's strength greatly increase. A domineering and powerful momentum emanated from Qiluo's body, and even suppressed Xiongpa back for a distance. If he hadn't broken through before, he wasn't an opponent of the angry Xiongpa. So now, Xiongpa is no longer in his eyes. Even angry Elephant Paw is the same. Moreover, what surprised Qiluo even more was that after he broke through, the destructive power he exchanged from the mall actually began to assimilate his other destructive powers. In other words, all of his destructive power will be assimilated into the destructive power exchanged from the mall. This is a very good thing for Zillow. You must know that these two destructive forces are not at the same level at all. In the same realm, if Qiluo's destructive power could be fully assimilated, his strength would at least increase several times. At that time, even if he does not turn on the perfect freedom extreme skill, just the imperfect freedom extreme intention omen, he can compete with some veteran destruction gods. And if he used the perfect freedom extreme skill, his strength could at least be ranked in the middle and upper reaches of the 12 destruction gods. It can be said that this breakthrough has greatly increased Qiluo's strength. How is it possible? How could you possibly have such great power? The movement caused by Qiluo's breakthrough made Xiongpa suddenly wake up from his anger. And Xiongpa, who came to his senses, his strength also changed back to its original state. The power gained through anger is not his own power after all, and if he loses his anger, his power will become the same. He looked at the breakthrough Qiluo, already dumbfounded. Is this sure that a new god of destruction and not an old god of destruction? The momentum that erupted from Qiluo's body just now had completely surpassed him, the veteran god of destruction. If Qiluo is really the new god of destruction, then he is probably the strongest new god of destruction ever. Xiongpa, I have to thank you, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have broken through so easily. But this is also to blame on you, who let you disturb my breakthrough when you came to my planet before. Qiluo looked at Xiongpa and said with a sneer. He withdrew from the state of perfect and free extreme intention and switched to free extreme intentional omen. With the strength of Xiongpa, it was enough for him to use the extreme intention of ease. Perfect and free, like Pa is not worthy. Just now you said that you would teach me a lesson in place of Beerus. Now change me, I will teach you a good lesson in place of Beerus, an incomplete brother. After being pressed and beaten by Xiongpa for so long just now, Qiluo would not let Xiongpa go so easily. Although you can't kill Xiangpa, it's still okay to beat him into a pig's head. Zillow. You can teach this guy like Pa a good lesson instead of me. Unlike Elephant Pa, when Beerus heard that Zillow was going to teach Elephant Pa a good lesson in his place, he was not angry, but very supportive. He had long wanted to teach Xiangpa a good lesson, and he was still so arrogant when he came to the 7th universe. Now let Zillow do the work. Did you hear that? Even Beerus asked me to teach you a good lesson. You're ready. Luo smiled coldly at Xiangpa, and then launched an attack on Xiangpa. This time, it was Qi Luo who took the lead. P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers and review votes, thank you. Chapter 051. After being pressed and beaten by Xiangpa for so long, Qi Luo's heart had already held a breath. Now, his strength has finally broken through, and he can spread this qi on Xiangpa. Wait a minute. As soon as Xiangpa wanted to say something, Luo had already come to him, and then punched him fiercely. There was no way, Xiangpa was too late to hide, so he had to raise his hand to resist. However, Luo's current strength is much stronger than before, and Xiangpa can't resist it at all. Under Qi Luo's fierce punch, Xiangpa was directly punched out for thousands of meters. Fortunately, this is in the boundary, there is nothing. If this were in the universe, it is estimated that there would be unlucky planets smashed by Xiangpa. Just this punch has already let Xiangpa know that he is not Ziluo's opponent, unless he is angry again. But anger does not mean anger is anger, like Pa wants to be angry, but he can't be angry at all. And just when Xiangpa wanted to regain his sense of anger, Ziluo's attack arrived again. When Xiangpa saw it, Luo flew up and kicked him fiercely. He quickly dodged, but his speed was simply not enough, and he was directly kicked by Qi Luo's kick, and he was still kicked in the face. Xiangpa only felt that his face was hot and painful, and it was estimated that it had swollen. Hitting people does not hit their faces, hitting their faces hurts their self-esteem. And this time, Xiangpa Shui was obedient, he quickly turned around and ran, not to fight with Qi Luo. What face, what destroys the dignity of God, has been thrown by Xiangpa without a trace at this moment. He only wanted to protect this face of his now and not let his face be beaten too badly by Qi Luo. Elephant Pa. You are also a veteran god of destruction. How did you actually run away? It's too humiliating to destroy God's face. In the distance, Beerus, who was watching the battle, saw that Xiangpa actually ran away, and mocked unceremoniously. But he remembered very well how arrogant Xiangpa was just now. Beerus, you shut up for me. The fleeing elephant did not forget to scare Beerus. Good, good, it seems that after Qi Luo teaches you a lesson, I will also teach you a good lesson. Beerus didn't expect that Xiangpa was at this time, and he was actually in the mood to scare him. This upset Beerus. He decided that after Qi Luo had taught Xiangpa a good lesson, he would also teach a lesson. Poor Elephant Pa didn't know that he was on the list of lessons for Beerus. Although Xiangpa's escape speed was fast enough, it was a pity that Ziluo's speed was faster than him. Before Xiangpa could run much distance, Luo had already caught up. I said, Xiangpa, what are you running? You are a veteran god of destruction, how can you escape in front of me, the new god of destruction? Qi Luo grabbed both of Xiangpa's ears and said to Xiangpa. How arrogant Xiangpa was before, how embarrassed he looked when he ran away now. Can you tell me if Beerus has been training you since a long time ago? Caught by Ziluo, Xiangpa knew that he couldn't run. He only wanted to know one thing now, that is, how long Qi Luo had been cultivating. If Qi Luo had been cultivating with Beerus since a long time ago, then it would be enough that he had such a strong strength. Because Xiangpa knew that he didn't like cultivation. And being defeated by a new god of destruction who had been cultivating for a long time seemed to have nothing unacceptable. Yes, it's been a long time. Qi Luo nodded and said, his expression very serious. And hearing Luo's answer, Xiangpa was also relieved. If that's the case, his face isn't too big. But the next moment, Chi Luo's words made him laugh. It took me years to go from being an ordinary person to a destroyer. Well, how many years? Are you sure you're talking about years and not tens of millions of years? Xiangpa was dumbfounded, and he wondered if Zillow had misheard because he grabbed his ears. For several years, from an ordinary person cultivating to the god of destruction, how is this possible? If it is tens of millions of years, then Xiangpa still thinks it is possible. Are you funny, tens of millions of years? I'm not even 40 now. Although he knew that the lifespan of the god of destruction was endless, but hearing tens of millions of years from Xiangpa's mouth, Chi Luo still felt a little strange. You must know that his original age, plus the years of his cultivation, add up to less than 40 years old. If this were to allow him to cultivate for tens of millions of years, it was estimated that even the great priest would not pay attention to him. Monster! Monster! Xiangpa looked at Zai Luo in horror, and kept talking about monsters in his mouth. In Xiangpa's mind, Zillow has now completely turned into a monster. It only took so many decades, surpassing his efforts of hundreds of millions of years. This is not what a monster is. Chi Luo didn't care what Xiangpa was thinking. He grabbed Xiangpa's ear with one hand, and punched Xiangpa's face with the other hand. Come out and mix to talk about credit. If you say that if you beat the elephant into a pig's head, you will beat him into a pig's head. And just as Zai Luo beat the elephant into a pig's head, he suddenly saw a message sent to him by the mall. Since the group master defeated the destruction god Elephant Pa, 30,000 points will be rewarded. Chapter 052. This message caught Zillow's attention, and he threw aside the elephant kerchief that had swollen into a pig's head on his hand, and then began to check them all. Looking at this, Chi Luo saw that he really had 30,000 more points in the mall. The chat group told him that there were only several ways to get points, but he didn't expect that now he actually discovered a new one. It was just to defeat an elephant and give him 30,000 points. In other words, as long as you can beat other people, you can earn points. Of course, it is impossible to beat a person casually, and the mall will reward points. Chi Luo knew that according to the rules, the enemies he wanted to defeat were either those whose strength realm was similar to him, or those whose strength realm was stronger than him. The reason why you can get 30,000 points by defeating Xiangpa is because purely in the realm, Xiangpa is stronger than Zilluo. If it weren't for Chi Luo's extreme effort, he really wouldn't be Xiangpa's opponent. In this way, if I can defeat all the other destruction gods, then I can get more points. Chi Luo seemed to have seen a road that could earn a lot of points in front of him. Xiangpa is only the weakest of the old god of destruction, but defeating him will have 30,000 points. If you defeat the other destruction gods, won't you get more points? If you defeat the strongest god of destruction like Beerus, how many points will it get? It is estimated that at least there are more than 100,000 points. What if you could defeat an angel, or even a high priest? The points that can be earned are definitely more. Of course, it is still a bit far away to defeat the angels, but it is still possible to defeat other destructive gods in a short time. Moreover, it should not only be about defeating the god of destruction, but also defeating humans whose strength and realm are similar to that of the god of destruction should also be able to earn points. Of course, there is only one person who is stronger than the current Chi Luo in terms of realm, and that is the strongest human in the 11th universe, Jillian. Jillian is not even a human being who is no opponent to Waimei, and Waimei's strength among the gods of destruction can also be ranked at the middle and upper levels. In other words, Jillian's current realm is higher than that of Chi Luo. As for the strength, because he has not fought, Chi Luo does not know yet. However, in Chi Luo's opinion, the current Jillian should be a little stronger than him. Because his current strength should be similar to the taste. Since Jillian can defeat Mimi, he should also be able to defeat himself. But it doesn't matter, he has now obtained another 30,000 points. Exchanging all these 30,000 points for destructive power is enough to bring his strength one step closer. However, the current situation is obviously not suitable for exchange, so let's wait until we go back. Qi Luo closed the mall and set his sights on Xiangpa, who had turned into a pig's head. After the battle, Wes and they had already come. Under Bardos's treatment, the elephant paw, which had been swollen into a pig's head, quickly recovered. I said, Xiangpa, see, no, my air is not something you can teach. Instead, you were defeated by a new god of destruction. If you say this, your face will be lost. Beerus looked at Elephant Paw and mocked unceremoniously. He was very happy to see Xiangpa's embarrassed appearance. And Beerus had already decided to tell him about the lesson that Elephant Paw had been taught by Zillow when he returned. Before, Beerus did not say anything about the replacement of the 7th Universe Destroyer, except that this matter was not related to other universes, it was not necessary. Another reason is that Qi Luo has just become a god of destruction, and he is not as good as other god of destruction in terms of strength, and may be bullied by other god of destruction. He couldn't stay with Zillow all the time, and Weiss wouldn't care about this kind of thing. At that time, Qi Luo was bullied, and there was no place to cry. But now, since Zi Luo can defeat Xiangpa, it means that his strength has caught up with the old god of destruction. Therefore, it is also time to announce to the whole universe that Qi Luo exists. By the way, you can also let the other gods of destruction laugh at the elephant paw. Just laughing at it by yourself, but it's not addictive. Humph. He must be an heir who has been cultivated since a long time ago, so his strength will be so strong. Xiangpa didn't believe that Zillow was only a few dozen years old, or rather, he didn't want to believe it. Because once he admits, his face will be completely lost. I'm sorry, it's only been a few years since Zillow taught him by Weiss. And before him, he was a complete mortal. A few years of people's efforts are more than hundreds of millions of years of your efforts, you are really a waste. Beerus looked at Elephant Paw very proudly and said, there is such an air, and his face also has light. However, Zillow was so demonized, Beerus was also a little surprised and panicked in his heart. It only took Qi Luo a few years to have such a strong strength. Doesn't that mean that after a while, his strength will surpass that of his predecessor, the god of destruction? Chapter 053. Although it is difficult to improve the strength of the destroying god realm, it doesn't seem to be a problem at all on Qi Luo. Didn't you see that Qi Luo had just become the god of destruction and made another breakthrough? Moreover, Qi Luo, who has mastered the perfect and free extreme skill, can leapfrog the challenge. Although as the heir of Beerus, Qi looking is better than blue out of blue is the most gratifying thing for Beerus. But it was so fast that Beerus was not mentally prepared at all. Although Zillow had not yet surpassed him, Beerus knew that the day would not be too slow. However, it is a happy thing to be able to have such a demon heir. Therefore, Beerus is also more satisfied with Zillow. Beerus, don't be proud. Your heir is such a genius, even if he surpasses you, it is only a matter of time. I'd rather see how you lose at his hands when the time comes. Xiangpa looked at Beerus very unpleasantly and said. He can't compare to Beerus, but now he can't even compare to Beerus's heir. In addition to being unhappy, like Pabalus is also called an envious jealousy. A demon heir like Qi Luo, he also wants it. Being able to have such a demon heir as Qi Luo, no matter which universe destroyer god must be able to laugh out loud in his dreams. Where did this abominable Beerus find the heir of such a monster? It is incredible that the 7th universe actually has such a demon human being. Xiangpa had already decided that when he returned to the 6th universe, he would also find out if there was such a demon human being. Since the 7th universe has it, then the 6th universe has no reason. If he can surpass me, that's best. If my heir can't even surpass me, doesn't that mean that my vision is not good, and where will my face be put then? I wish he could surpass me. Elephant Paw's words did not make Beerus angry, and Beerus also knew that Elephant Pa was nothing more than envy. But so what, like Pa, he can only be envious and jealous, who let him be unlucky and can't meet such a demon heir as Zilluo. After the battle, Bardos took Elephant Pa back to the 6th universe, and Ves also took Zilluo and Beerus back to the 7th universe. On the way back, Pana called a regret. He knew he shouldn't have gone to the 7th universe. Originally, he wanted to show off the food of the 6th universe in front of Beerus. As a result, Beerus dismissed his food, and even he failed miserably at the hands of Beerus's heirs. It's really a chicken that can't erode rice, blood loss. Elephant Pa was already able to anticipate what would happen next. Then Beerus will definitely release the news of his loss to Zilluo, and then his face will be lost. In the future, in the circle of the God of Destruction, he will not be able to raise his head. As Pashai was right, after answering the 7th universe, Beerus said what was in the boundary. The whole universe knows that Beerus passed on the position of the God of Destruction to a new person, and this new God of Destruction also defeated the old God of Destruction such as Elephant Pa. At this moment, the whole universe shook. For all kings and high priests, changing to a destroying god was not a big deal at all. But for other gods of destruction, that's a big deal. And the position of the God of Destruction has changed, it is still Beerus of the 7th universe. You must know that Beerus is one of the strongest God of Destruction. How could he pass on the position of God of Destruction to others? It's a rarity that Beerus actually stepped down as the God of Destruction. So the God of Destruction of the 7th universe is no longer Beerus, and I don't know what this new God of Destruction looks like. Just kidding, a new God of Destruction defeated the old God of Destruction like Pa. Is the new God of Destruction so powerful now? I really want to see this new God of Destruction when I have the opportunity. The other gods of destruction passed after a few sighs. However, there are a few gods of destruction who have a lot of ideas. Damn Beerus, it's actually not the God of Destruction anymore. He must have been afraid of me. That's why he hurriedly passed on the position of the God of Destruction to his heir. These are the words of Kutra, the 4th universe destroyer. As the God of Destruction in the 4th universe, Kutra and Beerus have always had a bad relationship. Even worse than the relationship between Elephant Pa and Beerus. Who made Kutra a mouse and Beerus a cat? Cats and mice have been natural enemies since ancient times. Kutra always wanted to share a victory with Beerus, but they fought for so long, each had a victory and defeat, and never came up with a real victory or defeat. And now, Beerus is no longer the God of Destruction, which means that he has lost the opportunity to share the victory with Beerus. This made Kutra very uncomfortable. Therefore, in order to make himself feel better, Kutra can only fantasize that Beerus is afraid of himself, so he will pass on the position of God of Destruction to the heir. Chapter 054. And in the 11th universe, the destruction god of the 11th universe also got the news. He didn't have any special feelings about Beerus' resignation as the God of Destruction. His relationship with Beerus is not very good, and whether Beerus does it or does not destroy God has nothing to do with him. He was just more interested in Zilluo. A newly promoted God of Destruction can actually defeat the old God of Destruction like Pa, which is quite difficult. Makarita, you said how could Beerus's luck be so good, and he actually met such an excellent heir. Facing the angel on the side, Makarita said. He thought of his universe's alternate God of Destruction. It has been a long time since Topo became a candidate God of Destruction, but he has never stepped into the realm of God of Destruction. Because of this matter, the taste is also a bit of a headache. Although he is a God of Destruction, he does not have the ability to let Topo step into the God of Destruction level. Otherwise, he would have done it a long time ago. Mimi remembered that when Topo became a candidate God of Destruction, Beerus had no heir. But now, the heir of Beerus has become the new God of Destruction, and Topo is actually a candidate God of Destruction. That's a bit too big. Moreover, the heir of Beerus, the new God of Destruction, actually defeated the old god of destruction such as Xiongpa. Although the strength of Xiongpa is said to be the weakest among their gods of destruction, it is not something that a new god of destruction can defeat. It was so delicious that he had to admit that he envied. No way, with Qi Luo's degree of demon, any god of destruction will be envious. Wei Mei thought to himself, if Tapo could be as good as Qi Luo, then he would have become the god of destruction a long time ago. Lord Mai Mei, we also have Jillian in our universe, but he doesn't want to be a god of destruction. Makarita said from the side. At the mention of Jillian, Wei Mei shook his head. Jillian's strength is indeed very strong, even stronger than him, the god of destruction. But it's a pity that Jillian has no interest in becoming the god of destruction. That's why Taste Mei will retreat to the second place, and let Tapo serve as the god of destruction. Otherwise, Jillian is actually the most suitable person to be the god of destruction. And if Jillian is the god of destruction, then it is he who makes other god of destruction envious. The taste is so delicious that I don't think Jillian will be worse than Zillow. The vibration of the whole universe, Qi Luo did not know, and even if he knew, he would not care. After returning to the 7th universe, Zillow first turned on the live video with Carp, where Vegeta told some knowledge about Qi. And he himself was there thinking about how to spend these more than 30,000 points. As for whether Carp can understand Vegeta's story, this is none of his business. He had already done what he promised Carp, and the rest was left to him. He is the leader of the group, but he is not the nanny of the group members. Qi Luo opened the mall because he had obtained 30,000 points, plus the thousands of points that he had exchanged for treasures before. He now has more than 30,000 points. Originally, Qi Luo wanted to exchange all these points for the power of destruction. Once all these points are exchanged for the power of destruction, Zi Luo believes that his strength will become even stronger. But when he saw a product in the mall, he put the idea aside for the time being. He saw that inside the mall, there was something very magical. Strengthen the point. As the name suggests, booster points can be used to reinforce what Zillow has, including skills, destructive powers, and more. The number of enhancements depends on the strength of the item to be strengthened. Like some ordinary skills, they can only be strengthened once, but the power of destruction can be strengthened 3 times. It's not that the power of destruction doesn't have a platoon, but that the enhancement point can only strengthen the same item up to 3 times. Moreover, what makes Qi Luo feel more humane is that the enhanced items, such as his destructive power, will be automatically transformed into the already strengthened destructive power if he obtains the destructive power again. However, a full enhancement must be completed first. This made Zillow feel very good. Otherwise, he will strengthen his destructive power now, but later he will exchange the destructive power, and the new destructive power will be strengthened, which is too troublesome. Well, now you only need to strengthen once, and you can do it once and for all. Such a good thing, he actually did not see it before. In this case, Qi Luo gave up the idea of exchanging the power of destruction. He planned to strengthen his destructive power to the highest level first, that is, strengthen it 3 times. Who knows if he redeems the power of destruction first, and then strengthens later, he will need more reinforcement points. Anyway, after strengthening the power of destruction now, the power of destruction in the future can be automatically transformed, so it is better to strengthen it while the power of destruction is not very much now. Heart is not as good as action. Qi Luo directly exchanged all 30,000 points for strengthening points. He didn't know if 30,000 points could complete the first strengthening of his destructive power. But even if he only strengthens part of it, it can improve his strength. Chapter 055. Zillow did not spend all the points, but only the 30,000 points he defeated Xiongpa. If the effect of the enhancement points is not bad, he has other uses for the remaining points. Qi Luo used all the enhancement points exchanged for 30,000 points for the power of strengthening destruction. He clearly sensed that when he used the enhancement point, his destructive power was undergoing transformation. His original destructive power had been completely assimilated into the higher level destructive power in the mall. And now, his destructive power has increased again, evolving towards a higher level. And with the strengthening of the power of destruction, Chi Luo could feel that his strength was also increasing. Using the things in the mall to improve your strength will not cause any movement. Therefore, in the eyes of Weiss and Beerus, Zillow was sitting in a chair at this time, just in a daze. They didn't know that Chi Luo was improving his strength again at this time. The enhancement points exchanged for 30,000 points did not strengthen all of Chi Luo's destructive power. It's only half strengthened. In other words, Chi Luo still needs 30,000 points to strengthen all his destructive power. And only by completely strengthening the power of destruction can it be regarded as completing a strengthening. However, although it was only half strengthened, Chi Luo still clearly felt that his strength had improved tremendously. Feeling his current strength, Chi Luo estimated. If he could completely strengthen his destructive power once, then he could compete with Xiongpa, even if he did not use the extreme intention of freedom. If he can strengthen his destructive power twice, he can beat Xiongpa without relying on his own extreme skill. That is to say, the power of destruction that has been strengthened twice is already comparable to his use of the extreme omen. And if he can strengthen the power of destruction to the extreme, that is, 3 times, he can even dare to use normality to fight with other destructive gods. If he used the perfect freedom extreme skill, even the strongest god of destruction like Beerus, he would be able to pass a few moves. Reinforcement points, really a good thing. Chi Luo was also glad that he did not choose to exchange the power of destruction to make a breakthrough. With his current realm, it would take 60,000 points to completely strengthen the power of destruction. If he makes another breakthrough, it is estimated that the more points he will need. Knowing the strength of the enhancement points, Chi Luo exchanged the remaining thousands of points into strengthening points. However, this time he is not strengthening the power of destruction, because these thousands of points can only strengthen the power of destruction a little more, and there is no need for Zilluo. Might as well use it to reinforce something else. What Chi Luo strengthened this time was a skill he learned not long ago, teleportation. Since his teleportation was learned from the Star of Adetra, there is a big restriction that he can only go to places where there are people. This is the biggest flaw of this teleportation, and it is also its biggest limitation. And the strongest teleportation is mastered by the Realm King God. The teleportation mastered by the Realm King God can go even where there is no one, and even the entire king's palace can be reached in an instant. You must know that even angels can only obediently fly to the palace of the whole king, but the Realm King God can arrive in an instant. This shows how strong the teleportation of the Realm King God is. There are no limits. It's just that this teleportation can only be mastered by the Realm King God, and others, even if they are destruction gods, can't even learn it. Just as the power of destruction can only be mastered by the god of destruction. Therefore, Chi Luo would have retreated and chose the teleportation of Yadetra Star, otherwise, he would have already shouted that the Realm King God taught him. And now with the strengthening point, he can completely strengthen his teleportation. If you can have perfect teleportation, who would want flawed teleportation? He destroys the gods, of course, to have the best things. The teleportation of Adetra Star is not a powerful skill, it can only be strengthened once. Chi Luo used all the enhancement points on teleportation, hoping to strengthen the teleportation completely. Even if you can't completely strengthen it once, at least make up for the flaws in it. After using the enhancement point to strengthen the teleportation, Chi Luo found that his teleportation was actually completely enhanced once. The number of reinforcement points required for a full enhancement teleportation is much less than the number of reinforcement points required for a full enhancement of the power of destruction at one time. After all, these two things are not a level. This made Zai Luo a little happy. After all, it is better to get things done at once or to do them all at once. After the teleportation enhancement was completed, Qiluo also mastered the information of this enhanced teleportation. Unlimited teleportation. In order to test what it means to be unlimited, Zillow walked to a place where no one was and began to teleport. In just an instant, Qiluo left his god of destruction planet and came to the cosmic space. Of course, there is no one in the universe, and if teleportation is used before, it cannot be reached. But now it has arrived. That said, the biggest flaw of teleportation has been solved. Chapter 056. With this alone, this time Qiluo strengthened the teleportation without loss. It's just that Qiluo always feels that the enhanced teleportation will not be so simple. In order to test the conjecture in his mind, Zillow used teleportation again. And this time he appeared, still in a space of space. It's just that Qiluo knows that he is no longer in the seventh universe. As the god of destruction of the seventh universe, Qiluo still knows the breadth of his universe very well. The breath emanating from this cosmic space is not the breath emitted by the seventh universe. As for which universe it was, Zillow did not know. Subsequently, Zillow once again used teleportation to leave the universe. After all, he is not a person from this universe, not to mention that he is also the destroyer of the seventh universe. It's not good to trespass into other universes. The point is that if it were other universes, he would not be afraid of most of the destruction gods now. But if the destroyers of this universe were those destroyers who were on the same level as Beerus, he wouldn't be able to deal with it now. In the future, when his strength is not afraid of all the gods of destruction, then he will have no limit at all. As for the angels, unless it is necessary, such as the destruction god fighting in the universe, they will not intervene in the things between the destruction gods. And just as Qiluo left, two figures suddenly appeared from the place he had just left. How come the breath of other destruction gods appeared here just now? Could it be that other destruction gods came to my universe? One of the figures spoke. If Zillow is here, he can recognize that these two figures are the destroying god of the 11th universe, Beauty, and the angel Macarita. Qiluo moved casually and actually left the 7th universe and came to the 11th universe. If Ziluo knew that this was the 11th universe, he wouldn't just leave. Although Yimei's strength is stronger than that of Xiongpa, it is only in the middle and upper reaches among the gods of destruction. With Qiluo's current strength, as long as it is not the strongest destruction gods like Beerus, he will not care about other destruction gods. Maybe he can still fight with Yimei, and if he can beat Yimei, he will definitely get more points than Xiongpa's. It was so beautiful that he didn't know who the god of destruction was, because he was unfamiliar with the breath of the other god of destruction. But the angel of Macarita knows. She sensed that this god of destruction who had broken into the 11th universe did not belong to the other 11 god of destruction that she knew. In other words, this god of destruction who came to the 11th universe is the new god of destruction in the 7th universe. However, Macarita did not tell Mimita that as angels, things between the destruction gods were nothing more than children's lives for them. If it is not a violation of the rules, the angels generally do not interfere. Back in the 7th universe, Qiluo's mood is still relatively good. This unlimited teleportation is powerful. There are only two ways to travel between the two universes. The first is to rely on angels, and the second is to use angels' vehicles to shuttle through blocks. Apart from these two methods, there seems to be no other way to travel between the two universes. As for whether the teleportation of the Realm King God can be done, this Qiluo does not know, because it was not shown in the original work. But he now knows that enhanced teleportation can do it. In this way, it will be much more convenient if he wants to go to other universes in the future. After returning to the 7th universe, Zillow continued to stay in the planet god of destruction. His points have all been spent, so it is impossible to become stronger in a short period of time. Moreover, after experiencing the benefits of them all, Qiluo became very unenthusiastic about his own cultivation. How slow is your own cultivation, even if it is for several years, or even decades, you can't improve. With this time, he can rely on points to improve his strength to the point where he can compete with angels and even great priests. Lying in his chair, Zillow opened the chat group. Previously, he gave Carp a live video to let Vegeta tell him something about Chi. I don't know how Carp learned, whether he appreciated a little fur. In the chat group, Zillow found that Carp had sent him several messages. Carp, group leader, is this the knowledge about Chi? It's also a little too profound. Carp, group master, do each of us really have the existence of Chi? Why did I gather Chi according to what this gentleman said, but I didn't feel the existence of Chi? Carp, group leader, maybe I am really not suitable for one of the ways of Chi, thank you for finding me a master. Judging from the message that Carp sent him, Carp did not understand anything about Chi that Vegeta had recounted. The tone is full of loss. But it's no wonder that the Chi that Carp has been exposed to before is domineering, and he has no understanding of the Chi in Dragon Ball. This is equivalent to letting a person who has never studied mathematics listen to the teacher talk about high numbers, and it is strange to be able to understand. Chapter 057. However, Zillow did not intend to let Vegeta tell Carp in detail again. The thing he promised Carp has been completed, and whether Carp can understand it is his own business. He is not Carp's nanny, nor Carp's teacher, and Carp does not understand and does not concern him. In the pirate world, in the headquarters of the Navy, Carp was staying in his office with a serious expression. People who don't know think something big has happened. After all, in the eyes of others, Carp is the kind of hip-hop, heartless personality, and he is smiling all day. There are very few times when this look is serious. Only when dealing with the Golden Lion, the sea thief like Lokes, such a look would appear. If others see it, they will probably wonder if those sea pirates have made any big moves. In fact, Carp looked serious because he was watching a video of Vegeta's lecture. Chat groups have a video recording function, and Carp is also very self-aware. He knew that with his own insight, it was impossible to grasp the knowledge of Chi just by listening to it once. So when Vegeta began to lecture, he turned on the video recording function and recorded all the content of Vegeta's lecture, so that he can watch and understand over and over again in the future. Diligent can make up for weakness, since he can't master Chi by watching it once or twice, then he will watch it 10, 100, 1,000 times. One day, he will always be able to master Chi. Carp has already decided that his main goal in the future will be how to master Chi, and as for the affairs of the Navy, it is none of his business. Lieutenant General Carp. Just then, a small naval soldier suddenly knocked on the door and walked into Carp's office. As soon as he entered the door, the Navy soldier saw Carp sitting there with a serious face, as if something big had happened. This made this naval soldier panic, and for Mr. Carp to show such a serious expression, something very important must have happened. Could it be that the 4 emperors are coming to attack the naval headquarters? What's going on? Someone came to look for it, and Carp paused to watch the video, looked at the Navy minions and said, "Marshal of the Warring States is looking for you for a meeting." The Navy soldier saluted, and then spoke. Originally, he was still curious about why the Marshal of the Warring States suddenly asked Carp for a meeting, but now he felt that he knew. Looking at Mr. Carp's serious face, it is estimated that he wants to discuss how to deal with those sea thieves. Although Carp is only a vice admiral, who in the Navy dares not to give him face? Even the 3 major generals did not dare to pose in front of him, and King He, one of the 3 major generals today, is Kapu's little fan. So at the meeting of the top of the Navy, every time the Warring States will let Carp participate, and others will not have any opinions. Tell Goku, just say I'm not there. Carp began to open his eyes and talk nonsense. If it had been before, he would have given the Warring States a face and went to what meeting to attend. But now, his mind is all focused on how to master Chi, and he has no interest in any meeting. The Navy minions are dumbfounded. This Vice Admiral Carp is also too tough, this ability to open his eyes and say nonsense is really superb. It is clear that the person is in the office, but he is not there. If this is known by the Marshal of the Warring States, it is estimated that he will be angry to death. Before the Navy minions could say anything, Carp let him out. There is no way, the naval minions can only inform the Warring States like this. Unexpectedly, when the Warring States learned the news, it was called and angry. He just knew that Carp was in the office and sent someone to call him. I didn't expect that Carp was so bold now that he dared to open his eyes and say nonsense. Sengoku postponed the meeting and personally went to Carp's office to find him. As a result, Carp is no longer in the office. As a brother for many years, Carp does not know too much about the Warring States, knowing that the other party will definitely come to him, and he naturally will not continue to stay in the office. Carp found a place that would never be found and continued to watch the video. He has seen this video several times, but he still does not see the mystery in it. For the other knowledge of Chi, Carp has not yet taken a serious look. His main thing was to put his mind on how to master Chi. For him now, how to master Chi is the most important thing. Other things, wait until he masters the Chi first. Carp watched the video of how to master Chi over and over again, and calmed down and realized it as Vegeta said. I don't know if it's because the surrounding environment is very quiet, Carp's mind is gradually immersed in the video. Moreover, he is becoming more and more proficient in sensing Chi. I don't know how long it took, Carp suddenly felt excited. When he looked down, he saw a little white gas appear in the palm of his hand. Although there were few and the intensity was weak, Carp was still excited. Because, this is the Chi in Mr. Zillow's world. Chapter 058. This made Carp excited, and after watching the videos so many times and working hard himself so many times, he finally gathered the Chi in his body. Actually, this is not surprising. In the original work, even Bidalai, under the guidance of Son Gohan, only took half a day to gather her Chi. No matter how Carp said, he was still much stronger than Bidai. And he has also experienced a lot of battles, and he has a strong control over his body. That's why Carp gathered his Chi so quickly. Don't watch Carp watch so many videos and practice so many times, thinking that time has passed for a long time. In fact, it was only a few hours from when Carp listened to Vegeta's story to when he succeeded in gathering Chi. Because of the excitement, the Chi that Carp had not easily gathered suddenly dissipated. But it didn't matter, because he had already managed to gather once and found that feeling. So, the next gathering will be easier than this one. To successfully gather your Chi, the next step is to be able to master your Chi skillfully. Because the art of dancing air originally requires a high enough mastery of Chi. Originally, Carp was worried that his Chi would be very weak, very little, resulting in him not being able to successfully learn the art of dancing. But Chi Luo told him that with his current strength, if he could learn the art of dancing the air, it would be no problem to circle the 4 seas in the southeast, southwest, and northwest from the naval headquarters. In the original work, an ordinary person as weak as Bidali can fly such a long distance after learning the art of dancing. With Carp's strength, the distance that can fly will definitely not be worse than Bidai, but will be farther. It's just that because Carp's Chi is very weak, the speed of flight is not very fast. Carp didn't care at all about this. The meal has to be eaten bite by bite, the mystery of this Chi is so deep, Carp did not expect to master too much in a short time. Carp had even made a detailed plan for himself. First let yourself be able to master your Chi, and then ask the mystery of Chi Luo dance void technique. After he has thoroughly learned the void dance technique, he can begin to embark on the path of Chi training. Although his own strength has stood at the peak of the pirate world, having the rushing gloves given to him by Chi Luo makes him confident to become the number 1 in the pirate world. But after witnessing the battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu, Carp's horizons were much broadened. That kind of destructive power that destroys the world is what every man yearns for. Although he is old, his heart is not old. He has come to an end on the road of domineering, so he has nothing to do all day long. But now, he has finally found his goal again. At the beginning, he could level 8 mountains in order to cultivate his domineering chi. Now, he can smash 8 mountains in order to cultivate his chi. He does not expect that he can be like Sun Wukong and Shailu, and destroying the earth is a trivial matter. He just needs to do his best, and he also believes that if he works hard, no matter how much he is, he will definitely be better than his current self. Carp, who was in a very good mood, decided to give Sengoku a face and go to this meeting. In the conference room, Sengoku had returned from Carp's office. He didn't find Carp, but he knew that Carp must be in the Navy headquarters, but he just found a place to hide. But there is no way, if Carp wants to hide, even he can't find it. So the Sengoku can only come back and start the meeting first. But not long after the meeting began, the door of the conference room was opened, and several people led by Sengoku saw Carp walk in leisurely. Carp walked into the room, found a spot, and then stared ahead. Because it was in the middle of the meeting, the warring states did not ask much, as long as Carp listened to the content of the meeting. However, how could Carp listen carefully to the content of the meeting? If it had been before, maybe he would have listened carefully. But after getting the chat group, Carp never listened carefully again. Is it bad to have this time, in the group and other people? Compared to meetings, the water is obviously much more interesting, right? He came to the meeting, but he changed the water group in a different place. Opening the chat group, Carp first sent a private message to Zillow and sent him a message of thanks. With Zillow's identity strength, Carp knew that the other party simply did not look at the things of his own world. So apart from sincere thanks, he had nothing else to give to Zillow. Later, Carp sent a message of bragging in the large group. Thank you to the group master for giving me this opportunity to open the door to a new world. As soon as this news was sent, it immediately attracted the attention of others. Shinomiya Kagaya, Mr. Carp, what did the group master do? How did he open the door to a new world for you? Sakamoto, yes, Mr. Carp, just talk about it. We are all curious. Kaned Aichi, +1. Please inform. Chapter 059. Carp's information let the other three know that he and the group owner had definitely contacted in private. As for how to get in touch, it's very simple, just add friends. In fact, except for Zi Luo, several other people have already added friends to each other. They also want Gazillo's friends, but they are afraid that Zillow will not agree at all. After all, what identity is Zillow? With his kind of strength that can destroy the world and be able to chat with these little people in a large group, the water group is already very good. If you add friends, it is estimated that people will not deal with these little people. Therefore, they did not take the initiative to go to Gazillo's friends. Of course, Zillow is even less likely to come and add their friends. It's just that I didn't expect that Carp was so bold that he actually dared to be Gazillo's friend. If this makes Chi Luo unhappy, when the time comes to use the group master authority to go to the pirate world, it will definitely be a big disaster for the pirate world, and it is the kind that cannot be avoided at all. And they didn't expect that Zi Luo actually agreed to Carp's friend application. This made Shinomiya Kagaya a little dumbfounded. Since Zillow can agree to Carp's friend application, can he also agree to their friend application? Although their Gazillo friend didn't have much to talk to him personally. But this is twice as face. Being able to be friends with such a powerful existence as Chi Luo can make their vanity extremely satisfying. After all, vanity is something everyone has. Carp, group leader, can I say? Show off is show off, but Carp still can carry the situation. The reason why he can show off is all thanks to the help of Zillow. Therefore, without Zillow's consent, he would not have told anyone else what had happened. In the 7th universe, Chi Luo, who was leisurely eating, suddenly found that someone at him. He opened the chat group and looked at it, first seeing the few thank you messages that Carp sent him, and then seeing the messages in the group. For Carp to gather gas so quickly, Zillow did not find anything strange. Even Bidalai can successfully gather chi in half a day. If Carp can't do it, then it means that he doesn't have this talent at all. And now, Carp has succeeded, becoming the first person in the pirate world to use chi. Of course, the gas here is not domineering. I don't know how far Carp can go down this path. After all, he is not young, and he has to worry about the affairs of the Navy, and he will definitely not spend a lot of time on gas. Zi Luo didn't know that in order to train his chi, Carp had decided not to worry about the Navy. What's more, the affairs of the Navy were originally left to the warring states to worry about, and what was the matter with him, the Vice Admiral? If I hadn't been in the Navy for so many years, I would have feelings for the Navy. Carp even wanted to resign from his position in the Navy and find a place to retreat and practice his chi in peace. Seeing the message of Carp in the group, Zillow edited a message and sent it. At, whatever you want. It's just 3 short words, but it represents his attitude. With Zillow's consent, what else is there to say? Carp directly posted what happened in the group. Carp, don't misunderstand, think that I secretly asked the group master about the knowledge of chi and didn't tell you, is it that I am too selfish? Carp. It's not that I'm selfish, but if I can successfully learn from the group leader how to gather your own chi, I will tell you this method. Carp, after all, the group owner is so busy, let's not bother him one by one. Originally, Shinomiya Kagaya had a little complaint about Kapu's approach, and felt that Kapu was actually eating alone. I didn't expect Carp to think like this. This made Shinomiya Kagaya a little ashamed, they would actually doubt their group friends. Shinomiya Kagaya, Mr. Carp, you are really good to us. I'm sorry, but I was still complaining about you and doubting you just now. It was me who was wrong. Sakamoto, actually, I'm the same, Mr. Carp, I'm here to apologize to you. Kained Aichi, I'm sorry, Mr. Carp, I hope you don't get angry. Seeing the message sent by his group of friends, Carp's old face was full of smiles. He didn't blame Shinomiya Kagaya, because he knew that it was normal for them to have such thoughts. And they immediately apologized after knowing that they had misunderstood themselves, which made Carp very happy. It was very strange for Sengoku to see Carp laugh inexplicably. Was what he said so funny? He called out Carp a few times, wanting to know what Carp was laughing at. But how could Carp, who was immersed in the chat group, go to deal with the warring states? Carp, it's okay, I don't blame you. If you are also interested in chi, you can talk to me privately. Shinomiya Kagaya, big guy, please take the flight. Sakamoto, how boring it is to fly for 2 people, take me 1. Kained Aichi, take me 2. Chapter 060. After witnessing the battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu, everyone in the group was very interested in such a thing as chi. Chi is not only powerful, but even mastering chi can also learn air dancing and be able to fly freely in the air. But Shinomiya Kagaya, they also have self-knowledge. Although Chi Luo said that everyone has chi in their bodies, they know that it is simply impossible for a completely ordinary person like them to master chi. So they just have to think about it. But now, Carp has actually mastered chi and is willing to teach them, which makes them very excited. Someone taught, maybe they can really master chi. Pirate World, Carp also nodded with satisfaction when he saw the news in the group. Because of his age, Carp faces other people as if he were facing his own grandchildren and granddaughters. Grandson Luffy is not by his side all year round, and their appearance in Shinomiya Kagaya is just enough to allow Carp to enjoy a more comfortable life. From the beginning of learning about the world they were in Kagaya, Carp was thinking about whether to teach them a little self-defense skills. Although other people's worlds are ordinary everyday worlds, it is difficult to encounter any dangers in ordinary times. But it doesn't hurt to have a little more self-defense skills. It's okay that you can dodge it thousands of times, but if you win it once, you will pay a terrible price. Originally, Carp wanted to teach them the Navy 6. However, Shinomiya Kagaya's physical fitness was simply not enough for them to learn the Navy 6 style. The same ordinary people, the physical fitness of ordinary people in the pirate world is definitely better than the physical fitness of ordinary people in the everyday world. If they forcibly let Shinomiya Kagaya learn the Navy 6 style, it would hurt them. And now, Carp has mastered Chi, and this kind of thing can be mastered even by an ordinary person. It is nothing more than a matter of time. If you can get others to master Chi as well, it will definitely be of great help to their safety. Big people like the group leader take care of every day, and they have time to find someone to lecture every day. As the second person in the group to gather in anger, Carp felt that he had an obligation to teach the rest of the group. As for who the first person was, it was of course the group leader Chi Luo. Although Chi Luo really didn't know the Dao of Chi, he could only sense Chi. But in Carp's opinion, Zillow is a big guy with gas. The situation in the group is not very clear, because he just has something to do right now. As a god of destruction, there is naturally a job that belongs to the god of destruction. However, because Zillow had been the god of destruction for a short time, he did not complete the work of the god of destruction. This time, VES reminds him that it's time to finish the work of destroying God. As for what the god of destruction does, it is very simple, it is destruction. Destroy the planets in the universe. There are too many planets in the universe, and most of them are inhabited. This leads to the fact that the resources in the universe will be quickly consumed by them. The task of destroying God is to destroy some of these planets and maintain the balanced development of the universe. This was the first time Zi Luo had done the work of destroying the gods, so he didn't know what to do for a while. It's very simple. You see which planet is unhappy, or which planet makes you unsatisfied, just destroy it. That's what I did. When Zillow consulted Beerus, Beerus told him so. This reminded Zillow of Beerus's style of doing things. He remembered that when Beerus destroyed the planet, either someone on the planet had provoked him, or the food on the planet had dissatisfied him. In short, there will be a reason to destroy the planet. This is indeed a good approach. In fact, if you follow Beerus's method, when Zillow went to Earth before, what he encountered on Earth was enough for him to have a reason to destroy Earth. Provoked by Vegeta and despised by Shuru, if he had changed Beerus, he would have done it a long time ago. But Zillow didn't say anything at all, and even just taught Vegeta a slight lesson. And Zillow's approach also made many people unhappy. Think the god of destruction is just that? They were all so provoked that they actually left Vegeta alive, and even spared the earth a yard. I feel that what he has done as a god of destruction is not qualified at all, not domineering at all, and his personality is not suitable for being a god of destruction at all. Not in line with the god of destruction in their minds. But please, how long has he been the god of destruction? Not long ago, he was just a human being, and he had only been a god of destruction for so short time. Always give him a process of adaptation. A human being, stepping into the realm of the god of destruction and becoming the god of destruction, let him immediately have the ruthlessness of the god of destruction and do whatever he wants, which is also unrealistic. Of course, he can't always be a human mentality. As he becomes a god of destruction for more and more time, his psychology will gradually get rid of humans and move closer to the psychology of god of destruction. Chapter 061. One thing Zi Luo still agrees with very much, that is, to be a destroyer, you should do whatever you want. So he does things, it all depends on his mood. When you are in a good mood, you can gag with other people in the group, without destroying the god's shelf a little. When you're in a bad mood, don't mess with him. Of course, Zi Luo thought that he was still in a good mood more often. After all, before he became the god of destruction, his personality belonged to the milder kind. In a word, most foodies are not bad people. And this time the work of the god of destruction can also be said to be a solid step taken by Qi Luo on the road to becoming the god of destruction. Weiss, how many planets are we going to destroy this time? Zillow looked at Weiss on the side and asked. There should also be a limit to the number of destructive planets, otherwise if all the planets of the 7th universe are destroyed, then the 7th universe will exist in name only. There is no rule for this, it all depends on Lord Zillow's own ideas. When Lord Beerus was the god of destruction, he would destroy any planet that did not suit his heart. Every time, it will probably destroy a dozen planets. It turns out that this is the first time I am doing the work of destroying God. How can I get a good start? Just destroy 15 planets so. Qi Luo touched his chin and spoke. Speaking of which, this is the first time he wants to destroy the planet, and I don't know what it feels like. Although the powerhouse of the Dragon Ball world destroys the planet is the same as playing, there are not many scenes where the real planet is destroyed. Frisia once, Gold Frisia once, Bu once. If the planet of the Realm King is also counted, it seems that there are only 4 times. Of course, Qi Luo didn't know if there were any missing, but there were definitely not many. And now, he can also try the feeling of destroying an entire planet, which should be very exciting. With the mentality of ending early and coming back early, Zillow directly asked Weiss to take him and set off. Because both he and Weiss can teleport, they don't need to fly in space. Weiss directly took Zillow and teleported to a planet. As for which planet, they don't know. God of Destruction destroys the planet, and which planet is it? The arrival of Zillow and Ves immediately attracted the attention of the inhabitants of the planet. After a while, a bunch of people rushed out with weapons and surrounded Zillow and Weiss. Then, a man with a crown on his head walked out, and it seemed that he should be the king of this planet. He looked at Zillow and Weiss with an unkind face. These 2 guys actually broke into his planet like this, although I don't know how they did it, but when they came to his territory, what to do with these 2 people is not up to him. After all, the people who know about destroying God are a minority, and most people do not know that there is such a God in the universe. Don't look at Beerus. When he destroyed the planet and came to planet Vegeta, the bosses of these planets knew Beerus. But this is just a coincidence. Just like now, the people of this planet don't know about the god of destruction. But even if they knew, they wouldn't treat Zillow as a god of destruction. Because in their consciousness, the god of destruction should be a purple cat. Who are you 2? How did it get here? The leading king stared at Zillow and Weiss and said coldly. And Weiss and Zillow just looked at each other like this and did not speak. The eyes of Zillow and Weiss made the leading king feel like a fool. He was angry, he was the king of a planet, he was used to it, and someone dared to look at him like this. Take them both down for me. With an order, the leading king rushed towards Zillow and Weiss with weapons in hand. This is the first planet. Qi Luo smiled coldly, a purple light emanated from under his feet, and then, the entire planet trembled. Then, Weiss took Zillow and teleported away directly. They don't have to stay here anymore, because the planet doesn't already exist. What a god of destruction, never looking back at the explosion. And just after they left, the whole planet turned into fireworks and disappeared into the universe, without even dust. Under the action of the power of destruction, you still want to leave dust? That's a joke. This is the first time that Qi Luo has destroyed a planet, and to be honest, there is no special feeling in my heart. Perhaps because of his great increase in strength, his mentality began to gradually approach the mentality of destroying God. If this were to change to the mentality of mortals before, destroying an entire planet, and so many lives on the planet, my heart would be more or less uncomfortable. But now, I don't feel it at all. Lord Qi Luo, it seems that you are really suitable for the position of the god of destruction. Seeing Zillow's calm face, Weiss spoke. When he was on Earth before, when he saw Zillow being provoked by Vegeta and despised by Shailu, but he didn't feel anything, Weiss was still a little worried about whether Zillow was suitable for the position of the god of destruction. But now, he saw another side of Zillow, a cold side. Chapter 062. Weiss remembers that when Beerus first did the work of the god of destruction, he did not perform as well as Zillow. Don't look at Beerus as now very domineering and arrogant, destroying a planet without saying a word. But Ves remembers very well that when Beerus had just become the god of destruction and had just destroyed the first planet, his face was very ugly. No one is born a god of destruction, unless it is the kind of person who is born evil, who destroys a planet and destroys so many lives for the first time. Even if these lives have nothing to do with themselves, they will still feel a little uncomfortable in their hearts. And Zillow is still very calm. Of course Weiss can see that he is not pretending, but really calm. Zillow's performance can be said to be the most outstanding among the gods of destruction he has served. You must know that Chiluo is a new god of destruction. In the circle of the god of destruction, he can be said to be a new person who is too new to be new. But both in terms of strength and mentality, he is very good. Just give him a little more time, and Weiss believes that he can definitely become the most powerful and outstanding god of destruction. Although in the eyes of the angels, the god of destruction is nothing at all, but with Zillow's performance, Ves is still very satisfied. After destroying a planet, Zillow is becoming more and more comfortable with the work of destroying gods. Soon, he destroyed the remaining dozen planets. To say that 15 planets are to be destroyed, then 15 planets are to be destroyed. One is not much, one is no less. Moreover, the planet destroyed by Zillow is still the kind of planet that is not strong, but has a very poor attitude. Zillow remembers very well that in the original work, under the leadership of Beerus, the 7th universe won the second lowest score among the 12 universes. To harm the 7th universe, it is necessary to participate in the assembly of power. If it weren't for the protagonist's aura, with the strength of the 7th universe, the probability of being eliminated by the whole king was very high. Although because of his appearance, the original plot is a little off, Sun Wukong may not know Chuan Wang, nor will he necessarily propose to Chuan Wang to hold a conference of power. But don't forget, if the power conference is not held, the king will wipe out all but the top 4 universes. In other words, if the power conference is not held, then the 7th universe is in the list that must be eliminated. Zillow certainly wouldn't let that happen. Because the universe has been purged, he, the god of destruction, will also be purged. Therefore, in order to prevent the fate of being cleared, Chiluo either raised the ranking of the 7th universe, or, it is to raise your strength to the point that you are not afraid of being eliminated by the whole king. And such strength, bottom angel level. So, Zillow is now starting to make 2 preparations. On the one hand, remove those low-level planets in the 7th universe, so as not to let them lower the level of the 7th universe. On the other hand, it is to improve one's own strength. Having completed the work of the god of destruction, Zillow and Ves return to the planet god of destruction. Coming back so soon? Zillow, how well did you destroy the gods? You won't just destroy one planet and come back. Seeing that Zillow and Weiss actually returned so soon, Beerus asked with some curiosity. How is it possible? When I said I would destroy 15 planets, I would definitely destroy 15 planets. Zillow glanced at Beerus and spoke. Lord Beerus, Lord Zillow's performance is much better than your original performance. Weiss also glanced at Beerus at this time and spoke. With Zillow in comparison, Weiss is now increasingly deciding that Beerus can't do it. And Vegeta on the side heard Zillow's conversation, and his whole body trembled. He had been practicing with Weiss for a few days, and during this time, he also knew what the identity of the god of destruction was. Especially when he saw Beerus, it reminded him of memories from his childhood. When he was a child, Beerus had come to planet Vegeta, and at that time, his father, King Vegeta, was in front of Beerus, and he did not dare to say a word. Even being trampled under the feet of Beerus, he didn't even dare to move. You know, even when facing Frisia, his father has never been so humble. Moreover, he had been killed by Beerus with a look before. Vegeta didn't expect that the mysterious young man in front of him who had gone to Earth before would actually be the god of destruction. When he knew this, Vegeta broke out in a cold sweat. Although he is proud, he is nothing in front of the god of destruction. He was also very glad that there were a large number of adults in Chi Luo at the beginning, and he actually spared his life. So, from the moment he learned how terrifying the god of destruction really was, Vegeta obeyed Zillow's words. I am deeply afraid that there is something about him that makes Chi Luo dissatisfied, and count his performance on the earth on his head again, and then he will have several lives that will not be enough to die. It was precisely because of this that when Zillow asked Vegeta to tell him about Chi before, he would agree without saying a word, without any complaints. Chapter 063. Otherwise, with Vegeta's personality, how could he waste time doing something he thought was meaningless? Having completed the work of the god of destruction, Zillow returned to his normal days. The work of the god of destruction is time-saving, and the intervals are long. Like Beerus, he loved to sleep so much, every time he slept for decades and hundreds of years. But even if he slept for so long, it did not delay him from completing the work of destroying God. Of course, as a god of destruction, you can also destroy whatever you want, whenever you want. But no god of destruction would do this, because by doing so, even if a universe is bigger, it will not be long before it will be destroyed by them. So for a long time to come, Zillow will be in a situation of doing nothing. But this is just right, Chi Luo can calm down and improve his strength. The fastest way to improve your strength is to use points, and the fastest source of points is now 2. One is to exchange treasures, and the other is to defeat existences that are similar to or more powerful than themselves. And Chi Luo is also making 2 preparations. On the one hand, he asked Weiss to hurry up and loot the treasures of the 7th universe, and on the other hand, he wanted to find a way to fight the other destruction gods reasonably. Going straight to the door and singling out with the other gods of destruction is one way. But in case he let the other destruction gods unite to besiege him, it would be more difficult to resist the siege of other destruction gods with his current strength. Don't look at those gods of destruction who are very arrogant and disdain to join forces with others. But if something happens that threatens them, see if they join forces. As for finding the king of Chuan and asking him to hold a big confrontation between the gods of destruction, this is also a good way to do this, but it would be embarrassing if he encountered the god of destruction who was almost as powerful as Beerus in the first game, and he was not an opponent at that time. As for asking the king and the great priest to operate it in the dark for him, Chi Luo was sure that as long as he dared to say so, the first person that the king would want to eliminate was him. Although he had already had a good relationship with the king and the high priest when he became the god of destruction. But for this kind of thing that will hinder the happiness of the whole king will not show mercy to his subordinates. And just when Chi Luo was a little distressed, on the other side, on the planet of the 9th universe's god of destruction, 2 uninvited guests suddenly came. If Zillow were here, he would recognize that these 2 uninvited guests were none other than Kuatra and the angel Konik, the destroyer of the 4th universe. This Kuatra is a mortal rival with Beerus, and even he is quite annoying to the 7th universe. He is now in the 9th universe, and if there is no conspiracy, then there are ghosts. Kuatra, you don't stay well in your 4th universe, what are you doing in my 9th universe? Sitara, the god of destruction of the 9th universe, looked at Kuatra with some curiosity and said, if you change to a universe destroyer, maybe it will be very unpleasant at this time. Because the god of destruction cannot go to other universes without permission. Of course, this rule is basically not followed. However, Sitara, the god of destruction in the 9th universe, is arguably the mildest of the 12 gods of destruction. He is the one who is truly unfit to be a destroyer. In particular, the performance in the full overview competition before the General Assembly of Force and the Assembly of Force in the original work. Let many people think that the destruction god of Sitara should be the realm king god, and the realm king god of the ninth universe should be the destruction god. Because the realm king god of the ninth universe has a rather irritable personality and is annoying. The seventh universe has changed the destruction of the god, have you heard? Quitra said. I've already heard. It seems that the newly promoted god of destruction in the seventh universe also defeated Xiongpa. Sitara nodded and said. This matter is already known to the whole universe, and Xiongpa has completely become a laughing stock among the destruction gods. But it doesn't seem to be our business. The destroyer of the seventh universe is changed. Besides, don't you hate Beerus? Now that Beerus is no longer the god of destruction, you should be happy, right? Sitara gave Qutra a strange look, not understanding why he was saying this. That's right, although Beerus and I did have fights before, no matter how we say it, we have known each other for so long. Now that he is no longer the god of destruction, I plan to visit him. How about it? Do you want to come with me? You go to Beerus. What am I going to do? I have no grudge with Beerus. But don't you want to see the new god of destruction? He had only just become the god of destruction and was already able to defeat Xiongpa. Aren't you afraid that he will threaten you? Among us gods of destruction, Xiongpa is the weakest, but then it's you. The seventh universe destroys a big change, but Quitra has found an opportunity to make Beerus uncomfortable. And Sitara was used as a pawn by him. Chapter 064. Although Beerus is no longer the god of destruction, the conflict between Qutra and Beerus will not disappear so easily. Since he can't fight with Beerus now, he has to make Beerus uncomfortable. As Beerus's nemesis for many years, Quitra knew very well that with such an excellent heir, Beerus was now very proud. And what Quitra has to do is not let Beerus continue to be proud. There is only one easiest and most direct way, and that is to defeat the new god of destruction that Beerus is proud of. Quitra is self-respecting and will not do it himself, so he must find a pawn. And among all the gods of destruction, the most suitable one to be a pawn is the god of destruction of the ninth universe, Exitera. That's why he traveled thousands of miles to the fourth universe to find Sitara. As for whether Sitara will agree, this Qutra is not worried. With his eloquence, if he can't say move Sitara, then there are ghosts. Hearing Qutra's words, Sitara fell into deep thought. Indeed, Qutra is right, his strength is also the last existence in the god of destruction. The 12 gods of destruction are exactly divided into 4 echelons. Of these, Qutra and Beerus are in the first echelon. Sitara and Elephantpa, on the other hand, are in the 4th echelon. Sitara is only slightly stronger than Xiongpa. If Xiongpa did not consolidate his strength after becoming a mid-level god of destruction, then Sitara had completely consolidated the strength of his intermediate god of destruction. Sitara's strength is probably similar to that of the angry elephant Pa. If Chiluo is left alone, I'm afraid it won't be long before his penultimate god of destruction will also lose to Chiluo. Sitara and Quitra did not know that with Zillow's current strength, he was no longer a person in the 4th echelon. If Sitara really dares to go to the trouble of Zillow, it will definitely be the same end as Xiongpa. Seeing Sitara's lost thoughts, Quitra knew that his words moved Saitala's heart, and he was only 1 foot away from the door, and he could say that Sitara was moved. Actually, this is nothing to consider, if you think about it. Although that new god of destruction defeated Xiongpa, it should not be your opponent yet. If you don't take advantage of this time to defeat him, when his strength comes up in the future, you will never have a chance to defeat him again. Of course, it doesn't seem good to go to fight him for no reason. You can say that you are talking to him. Who says you can't win or lose in a competition? I'll leave it here. If you want to come with me, you can see for yourself. If you miss this time, you may also be trampled under the feet of the new god of destruction in the future. Having said all this, Quitra did not believe that Sitara would not be moved. Good. I promised to go with you. But say it in advance, you will help me cover when the time comes. After pondering for a while, Sitara was persuaded by Quitra. However, he himself is also a veteran god of destruction, and it is a bit humiliating to find a new god of destruction to compete. So he hopes that Quitra will be able to cover for him then. Of course. Don't worry. Quitra gave Sitara a determined look. That's good. Poor Sitara had no idea that he had become a pawn in Quitra. And the angel of the 9th universe saw Quitra's thoughts at a glance, but he did not tell Sitara. This is a matter between the destruction gods and has nothing to do with him as an angel. As long as the two gods of destruction don't fight in the universe at that time. After convincing Sitara, Quitra asked the angel Conic to contact Weiss after returning to the 4th universe, and asked Weiss to find Beerus. Beerus, I heard that you are no longer a god of destruction. Quitra, you won't just come to me to talk about this. Of course not, I just want to tell you that I got news that it seems that Sitara will come to your 7th universe soon. Sitara? What did he come to me for? It shouldn't have come to you. It is estimated that he was anxious after knowing that your heir defeated Xiongpa. After all, his strength is only stronger than Xiongpa. You mean he came to find my heir? But even if it's true, why are you telling me? Besides, we've known each other for so long, so this is a gift from me. Of course, I know that your new god of destruction is not strong yet, so you don't want him to fight with Nishi. Otherwise, when the time comes, you will lose face. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Quitra seems to care about Beerus on the surface, but in fact he is provoking Beerus. Because he knew very well that as long as he said these words, even if he knew that his heir would lose, Beerus would still let him fight Sitara. Because Beerus would never want to weaken his momentum in front of him. Once the time comes to fight and Sitara wins, Beerus's face will definitely look good. Chapter 065. This is Qutra's conspiracy. Of course, he also knew that his conspiracy would soon be discovered by Beerus, because Beerus was not Sitara, and it was impossible not to see such an obvious conspiracy. But so what, even if Beerus knew that this was a pit, he would obediently jump down. Because Beerus is very face-oriented. Humph! I don't need you to remind me. Beerus snorted coldly, and then asked Weiss to cut off the connection. In the 4th universe, Quitrana is called a proud. Although Beerus didn't say anything just now, he knew Beerus, and he would definitely let that new god of destruction play when the time came. At that time, no matter who wins, it will not hurt you. If Sitara wins, then Beerus will definitely be very uncomfortable, and then he can take a good look at Beerus's ugly face. By the way, you can also mock a few words. And it doesn't matter if Sitala loses, at least let him know that the new god of destruction in the 7th universe is not simple. Anyway, it was not him who lost, and it was not him who lost face. But then again, Quitra doesn't believe Zillo can defeat Sitara. Between the gods of destruction, even if it is a small realm difference, the difference in strength is also very large. Being able to defeat Xiongpa is already considered Zillo, but to defeat Sitara, Quitra thinks that it is simply impossible. Xiongpa has only broken through the intermediate god of destruction not long ago, and even his strength has not been consolidated. And Sitara has completely consolidated the strength of his mid-level destruction god. The gap between this is still very large. So, he just had to wait to see Beerus's ugly face now. What Quitra didn't know was that in the 7th universe, Beerus's expression was not as cold as just now, but a bad smile. The appearance he looked just now was all pretended, in order to lower Quitra's vigilance. Sitara's strength is well known to him, and it is similar to that of the angry Xiongpa. But Zillo had easily defeated the angry elephant paw before. In other words, defeating Sitara is just a piece of cake. Quitra thought that he could see his uncomfortable face because of Zillo's defeat, but how did he know that Zillo could not lose at all? This Quitra still wants to see my ugly face? I would like to see Sitara's ugly face after he loses. Beerus said with a look of anticipation. This wave, Quitra thought he was on the 5th layer, and Beerus was only on the first layer. But he didn't expect that Beerus was actually on the 8th layer. Later, Beerus came to Zillow and told him about it. Although he knew that Zillow could defeat Sitara, he still had to let him know about this matter so that he could prepare in advance. "Are you saying that Quitra encouraged Sitara to come to my trouble?" Hearing the news, Zillow looked at Beerus with a happy face. "That's right, why are you so happy?" Beerus looked at Zillow with a strange expression. He didn't understand what was there to be happy about. Beerus didn't know how to get points when Zillow was having a headache, but he didn't expect that someone would actually send him a pillow when he was sleepy. He really had to thank that Quitra very much. "No, I'm bored and itchy, and Quitra is doing this exactly to my heart's content." Chi Luo casually found an excuse to fool the past. According to Beerus, Sitara was stronger than Elephant Pa. In other words, if he can defeat Sitara, then he can get at least 30,000 points. At that time, he can completely strengthen his destructive power once. Once the power of destruction is completely strengthened, his strength will increase greatly at that time. I don't know when that Sitara will come, he can't wait to beat him. On the other hand, after having already decided to go to Zilaki, Sitara contacted Quitra and planned to leave. Taking advantage of the fact that Chi Luo's strength has not changed yet, it is the best time to defeat him. If this drags on for a while, what if Chi Luo becomes stronger again by then? Although in the level of the god of destruction, it is very difficult to break through. Even if it is an early destruction god, it may take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, to make a breakthrough. But Chi Luo, the new god of destruction, cannot be viewed in normal eyes. What new god of destruction could have directly defeated the old god of destruction before? Quitra didn't expect Sitara to be so anxious, and he had just finished talking to Beerus, and Sitara came over. But it doesn't matter, go early, he can see the ugly face of Beerus earlier. The 7th universe is still quite far from the 9th and 4th universes, and even if it is carried by angels, it will take a little time to arrive. In the 7th universe, Chi Luo is sleeping beautifully. Since the god of destruction took the initiative to come to the door, the question of points did not need his headache for the time being, and his mood was much more relaxed. Chapter 066. Seeing Zillow sleeping leisurely, Beerus was also a little pitiful for the upcoming Sitara. Sitara was instigated by Quitra, and this Beerus guessed it. Otherwise, Tarla's temperament would not have done such a thing to find Chi Luo, the new god of destruction. As for what reason Quitra was instigated, he was generally clear. It's just that Zi Luo didn't put Sitara in his eyes at all. Poor Sitara was instigated by Quitra to come to Zillow's trouble. As a result, he also had to follow in the footsteps of Xiongpa and lost at the hands of Zillow. It's just that pitiful is pitiful. Beerus will not feel sorry for Sitara, nor will he tell Sitara Zillow's true strength, let him not challenge Zillow. Because this is what Sitara asked for himself. Although he was instigated by Quitra, if Sitara did not have this mind, no matter how much Quitra instigated, he would not succeed. As the god of destruction, Sitara is still responsible for his choices. Under the flight of two angels, Quitra and Sitara came to the 7th universe. They haven't been to the 7th universe for a long time, and the number of years is measured in tens of thousands of years. After coming to the 7th universe, they did not linger and immediately came to the planet of the god of destruction. At this time, Ves was training Vegeta, Beerus was eating while basking in the sun, and Zillow was sleeping soundly. This picture is very calm and peaceful. Beerus, your little life is quite leisurely. Quitra walked up to Beerus and said with a sneer. You guys actually came so soon, I thought it would be a while before you came. Beerus glanced at Quitra, still lying leisurely in his chair, not caring at all about the arrival of Quitra and Sitara. This is your heir? The new god of destruction in the 7th universe? How do you look so much like an ordinary human? Quitra glanced at Zillow, who was sleeping, and said with some curiosity. 12 destruction gods, except for the female destruction god in the second universe, the other destruction gods look strange one by one. And Chi Luo is the god of destruction that looks closest to ordinary humans. By the way, the ordinary humans mentioned here refer to ordinary humans like the earthlings. After all, the scope of human beings is very large. As long as they are not gods, they can be called human beings. Even Frisia, Majin Buu, can call them humans. What's so strange about this? He was originally an ordinary human before he became the god of destruction. Beerus looked at Quitra with a "Why are you making such a fuss" look and said. What? He is actually an ordinary human being. How is this possible? Beerus's words surprised Quitra and Sitara. The god of destruction is not so easy to become, and if you want to become a god, it takes a lot of time to cultivate. Which of those veteran destroyers did not cultivate for thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years, to become a destroying god? Ordinary humans, on the other hand, simply do not have that long lifespan. What's the fuss about? By the way, he has only been cultivating for a few years from an ordinary human to a god of destruction. A few years. The other two gods of destruction were even more shocked. In a few years, they completed their efforts of cultivating for tens of thousands of years. No, they missed one thing, that is, Zilou also defeated Xiangpa. And Xiang Peiguang's cultivation in destroying the realm of gods has been hundreds of millions of years. In other words, it only took Chi Luo a few years to complete their hundreds of millions of years of effort. How is this possible? How could an ordinary human be such a monster? In the eyes of Quitra and Sitara, now Zilou has become a monster, a demon. They did not doubt Beerus's words. Although Quitra hated Beerus, he had to admit that Beerus never panicked. And Sitara is also very lucky. Fortunately, he came over immediately. If this is a while later, with Chi Luo's demon level, he may really not be his opponent. The strength of the monsters increases at a speed, and ordinary gods of destruction like them will not understand it at all. Sitara, you came to find Zilou to single out. Then don't waste time, finish early and finish early. For the shock of the two gods of destruction, Beerus was used to it. After he spoke to Sitara, he woke Zilou up. Being woken up while sleeping soundly is a very annoying thing. Zilou was about to complain a few words when he saw two gods of destruction standing beside Beerus. Of course he knew Quitra and Sitara. Even if he hasn't seen it in real life, he doesn't know how many times he has seen it in anime. Originally, he thought that the two guys would not come so soon, but he miscalculated. Zilou, he is Quitra, the god of destruction in the 4th universe. He is Sitara, the god of destruction in the 9th universe. He is the one who is looking for you. Beerus introduced Zilou to the two gods of destruction. Chapter 067. And Chi Luo glanced at the two gods of destruction and nodded, which was considered a hello. Quitra glanced at Zilou without even nodding her head. And Saitala also said hello to Chi Luo. For Sitara, Zilou actually doesn't hate it, whether it's when he used to watch anime or when he sees real people now. Sitara's appearance is a bit like a kind old grandfather, and his personality is similar. It's a pity that now the other party took the initiative to come to the door. Coupled with the sake of his own points, Chi Luo could only defeat him. If it weren't for his own strength not enough now, Zi Luo would have solved this guy Quitra by the way. Defeat Quitra and he will definitely be able to earn a lot of points. Since you are looking for me to discuss, then hurry up, I still want to continue to sleep after the fight. Chi Luo yawned, rubbed his eyes and said. Since you want to talk, then go to the boundary. Hurry up, what are you still stunned for? Beerus glanced at Quitra and urged. Neither Zilou nor Beerus took this battle seriously. Because they all already know what the ending will be, there is no psychological pressure at all. The reason why Beerus followed the past was not that he was uneasy with Zilou, but that he was not at ease with Quitra. What if he saw that Sitara was not Zilou's opponent, and then Quitra made a move against Zillow. Quitra's strength is very clear than Ruth, and he is not much like himself. He is a god of destruction belonging to the first echelon, that is, one of the strongest gods of destruction. No matter how strong Zillow's strength is now, it is impossible to defeat Quitra. So, he had to guard against Quitra. Seeing Zillow and Beerus looking so anxious, Quitra was a little strange. How the situation was a little different from what he thought. Shouldn't it be that he urged Beerus and Zillow, and the other party showed a very reluctant look? Why is the plot completely different from what he thinks now? No, Beerus thinks that this Zillow can really defeat Sitara. Although it is strange for Beerus and Zillow to act, since they want to find death so much, then of course he must fulfill them. Quitra glanced at Sitara and then went to the infinity boundary with her angel. And Sitara followed behind them. In just a few days, it has already come to the boundless. But Zillow didn't feel annoyed. If he could, he really wanted to come to infinity as much as possible. Because coming to the boundless realm means that he can get points. This time it's just a competition, so it's okay. Beerus looked at Zillow, then at Sitara, and spoke. His words were mainly addressed to Chi Luo. The last time Xiongpa was beaten by Zillow, Beerus remembered it vividly. However, because it was Xiongpa who took the initiative to provoke him last time, he was beaten like that and Beerus would not say anything. But this time, although it was also Sitara who took the initiative to find the door, it was because he was instigated by Quitra. The main fault is still Zhang Quitra's body. If Zi Luo beat Xi Tala too badly, then Si Tala would be a little too pitiful. However, Quitra misunderstood. He thought that this sentence was addressed to Sitara, and it was for Sitara's subordinates to show mercy. I thought you were in such a hurry, there was something behind you. It turned out to be to let Sitara's subordinates stay merciful, and said it so tactfully. Quitra glanced at Beerus and said in a mocking tone. Originally, he was still a little worried in his heart. Beerus and Zilluo were so anxious and indifferent, did they have any backhand? But after listening to Beerus's words, he was completely relieved. It turned out that they were holding the intention of letting Sitara's subordinates stay merciful, fail early, and go back early. But don't say, with the character of Zidala, he will really show mercy to Zillow's subordinates. Sitara's subordinates don't care if they stay or not, as long as Sitara defeats Zillow. Beerus didn't explain anything about Qutra's misunderstanding. Facts speak louder than words, and when Zillow defeats Sitara strongly, and at that time he opens his mouth to taunt Quitra, it will feel more enjoyable. Beerus and the others left enough space for Zillow and Sitara to fight to their heart's content. Bring out your full strength, I'll let you attack first. Don't worry, I'll be merciful. Sitara looked at Zillow and said. Obviously, he also thought that Beerus's words just now were addressed to him. There is no need to say more than Ruth, he will also have mercy. He came this time just to defeat Chi Luo. As long as he defeated the other party, he didn't need to let the other party suffer too much. Then I will be respectful and obey. Although with Zilluo's strength, it doesn't matter if he lets Sitara strike first with all his strength. But since the other party is so generous, Chi Luo will certainly not live up to the other party's good intentions. This was also the second god of destruction he faced, and in the face of Sitara, Zillow directly used the Freedom Extreme Omen. Chapter 068. With Chi Luo's current strength, he really is not the opponent of Sitara without using the extreme skill of ease. Only after his destructive power has been completely strengthened twice, can he beat Sitara without relying on his own extreme skill. As for confronting Sitara, Chi Luo estimated that he only needed to strengthen the power of destruction once and a half, that is, once for complete reinforcement and twice for incompleteness. However, this is still a little far from Zilluo, and now he still defeats Sitara first. The fluctuations of the Freedom Extreme Intention Gong were not as strong as the Freedom Extreme Intention Gong, and except for a few angels who had mastered the Free Extreme Intention Gong and Beerus, the others did not know that Zi Luo used the free extreme intention gong. In other words, only Sitara and Quitra did not know. The angels of the 9th universe and the angels of the 4th universe looked at Qi Luo with some surprise. They now finally know why Qi Luo, a newly promoted god of destruction, can defeat the old god of destruction like Xiangpa. It turned out that he actually mastered the ultimate skill of ease. A new destroyer god had mastered the ultimate skill, and they had to admit that this was the best new destroyer they had ever seen. Of course, as angels, they will not remind Sitara to destroy the battle between gods. As long as it does not affect the safety of the universe, they will not interfere. On the battlefield, after using the Freedom Extreme Omen, Qi Luo took the lead in making a move. Since the other party gave him a chance to strike first, then of course he would not let it go. Qi Luo disappeared in a flash, and the fast Sitara couldn't react at all. How is this possible? Sitara felt bad when he saw Zillow disappear. He didn't think why a newly promoted god of destruction would actually have such a fast speed. He wanted to be defensive, but it was too late. Before Sitara could take a defensive stance, Zillow had already arrived in front of Sitara. Then, a punch hit Sitara directly in the face. Anyway, there will be angels to heal their injuries after the battle is over, so this kind of thing of hitting people without hitting their faces will not happen to Qi Luo. Si Tala was directly knocked out by Zi Luo's punch, and when he flew out, the whole person was dumbfounded. He hadn't come out of the question of why Zillow was so fast. With a punch, Qi Luo chased after him. His main purpose is to defeat Sitara, not to torture him so he will not treat Sitara the way he did with Nappa before. Zillow quickly caught up with Sitara, who had just stopped. Before he could come to his senses, Zi Luo's punch came again, and this time, it hit Sitara directly in the stomach. Wow! Sitara was directly punched by Qi Luo and spat out a mouthful of acid. Since he became the god of destruction, he has never been beaten so badly. The strength shown by Zillow not only made Sitara unbelievable, but even Quitra, who was watching from the sidelines, was a little surprised. Beerus, are you sure he's really the new god of destruction? Quitra looked at Beerus and asked suspiciously. He suspected that Beerus was lying. Zillow was not a new god of destruction at all, but had already reached the realm of god of destruction, but was just hidden by Beerus. Stupid question, I never lie, and there is no need to lie to you. Beerus glanced at Quitra and said lightly. Oh! What's going on with your face, it doesn't seem to be very good looking. Seeing Quitra's somewhat surprised face, Beerus taunted. This Quitra also wanted to see his ugly face, but now his own face is quite good looking. Humph! Beerus, count yourself lucky. There is such an air. Quitra snorted coldly and said with some reluctance. But although unwilling, Quitra also knew that this time he had lost the battle with Beerus. Under Zilana's great strength, Sitara would not be an opponent at all. However, Quitra was also a little uneasy in his heart. This air of Beerus was too good. It only took a few years to grow to this point. If you give him another period of time, wouldn't even he be able to surpass it? If Zillow surpassed herself, Quitra could imagine how proud Beerus would be. This can't work, with Quitra's character, how could he allow a newly promoted god of destruction to surpass him? What's more, this new god of destruction is still the heir of his most hated Beerus. It's just that now he hasn't thought of any good way to deal with Qi Luo. On the other side, the battle between Zillow and Sitara has also ended. The difference in strength between the two is a bit big, and Qi Luo can defeat Xi Dala only by relying on his own extreme signs. And Sitara did not have the slightest resistance from beginning to end. Poor Sitara, if he didn't give Qi Luo the opportunity to strike first, although the outcome would not change, at least he could still make such a few moves. It will not be like now, without even a chance to shoot, and the battle will be over. And just as Zillow defeated Sitara, he received a message from the chat group. The group master defeated the god of destruction Sitara and obtained 100,000 points. Chapter 069. 100,000 points. When Qi Luo saw the message of the chat group, he was very happy. Before defeating Xiangpa, the chat group gave him 30,000 points. And this time, although Sitara's strength is stronger than Xiangpa, in Qi Luo's estimation, it should be about 50,000 points. Unexpectedly, this chat group actually gave him a surprise. Gave him a full 100,000 points. 100,000 points. Not only can he completely strengthen his destructive power once, but maybe he can also strengthen it twice. Unexpectedly, the same last echelon of the God of Destruction, the gap between Sitara and Xiangpa was actually so big. 130,000 points, 100,000 points, 3 times more. In fact, it was also Qi Luo who underestimated the gap in the realm of the God of Destruction. Although both Xiangpa and Sitara are intermediate gods of destruction, one who said that he had just broken through did not even consolidate it. The other is that they have consolidated their strength. The gap between the two is still a bit big. Only by being completely angry can Zapala burst into the same strength as Sitara. Defeating Sitara earned 100,000 points, which made Zillow more and more interested in other gods of destruction. With these 100,000 points, his strength can be raised to a higher level. Before, he thought that his strength could reach the middle and upper reaches of the 12 destruction gods. But after listening to Beerus talk about the 4 strength echelons of the God of Destruction, Zi Luo had a clearer understanding of his strength. With his current strength, even if he uses the perfect freedom extreme skill, he is only in the 3rd echelon. And this time, relying on 100,000 points, he may be able to break directly into the 2nd echelon. The battle ended and Zillow was victorious, which made both Sitara and Quitra look a little ugly. Sitara's face is ugly because he has followed in the footsteps of Elephant Pa, and word of his defeat by a newly promoted God of Destruction will soon spread. Then he will be like Elephant Pa, unable to raise his head in the circle of the God of Destruction. Quitra, on the other hand, is uneasy about Zillow's growth rate. Zillow's growth rate is too fast. It only took a few years to complete the results of hundreds of millions of years of hard work. The gap between this can no longer be described as a genius or a demon. Zillow is simply a monster. And according to Quitra's understanding of Beerus, when Zillow's strength comes up in the future, Beerus will definitely let him challenge himself. If she lost to Zillow at that time, Quitra didn't dare to imagine how Beerus would mock herself. At that time, his loss to a newly promoted God of Destruction would be enough for him to lose his face. There is a rule of age for the new and old destroyers. If you have not been the God of Destruction for 100 million years, that is the new God of Destruction. Only when it is 100 million years old can it be called the old God of Destruction. With Zillow's growth rate, Quitra doesn't think it will take the other party 100 million years to defeat him. Moreover, even if Qi Luo spent 100 million years and became the old God of Destruction. But in the eyes of these gods of destruction, no matter how long it takes, Qi Luo is just a new God of Destruction. So, in order not to let himself be threatened, Quitra knew that he had to find a way to get Zillow. It's just that for now, he hasn't figured it out yet. Zillow didn't know that Quitra had set his sights on him, but even if he knew, he wouldn't care. With Beerus covered, Quitra won't do anything to herself in a short time. And as long as he defeats the remaining few destruction gods, the points he gets can definitely improve his strength to the point where he can compete or even defeat Quitra. At that time, if Quitra rushes to trouble herself, it will only be to send herself points. Zillow's mind is now all on the points, so he asks Weiss to quickly take him and Beerus back to the 7th universe. As for the remaining 2 gods of destruction, how they love is none of his business. Back in the 7th universe, Qi Luo walked into his room and opened the exclusive mall. He first spent 30,000 points to exchange for enhancement points, and then used all these enhancement points for his destructive power. Let's completely strengthen your destructive power first. Under the action of the strengthening point, Zillow's destructive power began to become stronger again. I don't know how long it took, as the destructive power in Qi Luo's body boiled, the strengthening ended. Qi Luo finally strengthened his destructive power completely. Feeling the power of his destruction, Qi Luo nodded in satisfaction. This complete enhancement of the power of destruction is very different from the previous power of only half of the destruction. If Qi Luo still needed to use the free extreme skill to deal with Xiangpa before, then now he can compete with Xiangpa, even if he does not use the freedom extreme skill. Don't look at it, just resisting Xiangpa, it doesn't seem to be very powerful. However, Xiangpa Hao is also a mid-level god of destruction, although it is only in the early stages. And Qi Luo, he is just a mid-primary god of destruction, and he is several small realms away from Xiang Peik. Chapter 070. If you change to a god of destruction with the same realm as Qi Luo, there is no resistance at all in front of Xiangpa. Xiangpa can completely kill that god of destruction with just one finger. The leapfrog challenge between the destroying gods is simply impossible unless it is mastered by the ultimate intention skill. Even if they are all in the early stage, one is the peak of the initial stage, and the other has just stepped into the early stage. The former can also beat the latter. But Qi Luo, relying on the high-quality destructive power of the Maul and the destructive power after strengthening, can complete the leapfrog challenge without using the free extreme skill. And it's a challenge that can be several levels higher. If this were known by other destruction gods, it is estimated that they would not even be able to sleep. And don't forget that the 100,000 points obtained by Zillow defeating Sitara have only used 30,000 points so far. He still has 70,000 points to use. If all these 70,000 points were exchanged for the power of destruction, Qi Luo believed that his realm would definitely have another breakthrough. But after tasting the sweetness of strengthening, Qi Luo was even more determined that he must first strengthen his destructive power 3 times before making a breakthrough in the realm. Still that sentence. What if after he broke through, the reinforcement points that enhanced the power of destruction became more? It is better to take advantage of the fact that there are not many reinforcement points needed now, and strengthen the power of destruction to the full level. Qi Luo exchanged the remaining 70,000 points for strengthening points. As for leaving a little points for backup, Zi Luo felt that there was no need for this. Because for now, he won't encounter the kind of thing that needs to be solved by points. In addition to strengthening yourself, Qi Luo once again used all the enhancement points of the exchange on his destructive power. Of course, he knew that these reinforcement points were not enough to fully strengthen his destructive power twice. He just wanted to know how far these reinforcement points could strengthen his destructive power. Under the action of the strengthening point, the destructive power that had been strengthened before changed again. Feeling his increasingly powerful destructive power, Qi Luo was very satisfied. Apart from him, who would have known that after his strength had improved not long ago, he had actually improved again in such a short period of time? But no way, who makes them all powerful? With the end of the strengthening, Qi Luo also knew to what point he had strengthened this second time. With 70,000 points, of course, it is impossible to completely strengthen the power of the two destructions. However, it made his destructive power take a big step on the road of the second strengthening. Just a little closer, you can complete half of the secondary reinforcement. According to Qi Luo's calculations, this second enhancement of the destructive power requires 80,000 points to complete half of the strengthening. To fully strengthen twice, you need 160,000 points. If it was before, Zillow might still feel that this point is a lot. After all, defeating an elephant paw only earned 30,000 points. But after beating Sitara and earning 100,000 points, he didn't think so. Sitara is also at the bottom of the god of destruction. But only a little stronger than elephant paw. But it gave him 100,000 points. Then the next god of destruction is even stronger than Sitara. How many points can he give? 150,000? 200,000? The destroyer god of this last echelon can provide him with so many points. What about the previous echelons? Beerus in the first echelon, what about Quitridhem? And how many points can it bring him? It is estimated that the bottom is more than 1 million points. Excluding the 70,000 points that have been used, Chi Luo only needs another 90,000 points to complete the second strengthening of the power of destruction. Moreover, after strengthening the strengthening points of 70,000 points, Chi Luo's strength has once again improved. If he had not used the Freedom Extreme skill before, he could only compete with Xiongpa and could not defeat it. So now, there is no problem in defeating Xiongpa. Even he was sure to defeat Sitara without using his own extreme skill. If he used the perfect Freedom Extreme skill, his current full strength was at least at the peak of the third echelon. You can even live a few moves with the second echelon God of Destruction. What Chi Luo didn't know was that just when he was happy about his strength, the fact that he had defeated 2 veteran destruction gods in a row had reached the ears of other destruction gods, and even the Great Priest knew about it. For Chi Luo, the Great Priest was still very impressed. After all, he was the first new god of destruction in so many years. And when Beerus brought Zillow to meet the king before, because Zillow brought him and the king a lot of good food, and also taught the king some games. Let Chuanwang be very happy, and also like this Chi Luo very much. Even himself, the impression of Zillow is quite good. It's just that he didn't expect that this Chi Luo's growth rate would actually be so fast. Not long ago, he had just become the god of destruction, and in the blink of an eye, he actually defeated 2 god of destruction in a row. Chapter 071. The God of Destruction is an ant-like existence in the eyes of the Great Priest. Don't say that he defeated the God of Destruction. Even if he killed the God of Destruction, he would not feel anything. Big deal, just change to a destroyer. He was interested in Zillow's growth rate. Chi Luo was the fastest growing God of Destruction that the Great Priest had ever seen, which gave the Great Priest some fun. Although the Great Priest has a high status and strength, in fact, his daily life is very boring. The same goes for including the whole king. If it weren't for the food and games that Chi Luo brought to him and Chuanwang before, his life with Chuanwang would probably be more difficult. And now, Chi Luo brought another pleasure to the Great Priest. That is to pay attention to Zillow's growth. He wanted to see how long it would take Zillow to defeat all the gods of destruction. Of course, he still had to tell the whole king about this matter, and he believed that if the whole king knew about it, he would be very interested. The days in the palace of the whole king are really a little too boring. Chi Luo did not know that he had been targeted by the Great Priest and the whole king. After improving his strength, Chi Luo once again fell into a peaceful life. His next target for the God of Destruction has been found, and that is the God of Destruction in the 10th universe, Rumsey, the pink elephant god of destruction. There are 3 weakest destroyers in the 4th echelon, the 10th universe destroyer Rumsey, the 9th universe destruction god Sitara, and the 6th universe destruction god Elephant Pa. Among them, Rumsey is the strongest presence in the 4th echelon. If Sitara has already consolidated the strength of his mid-level god of destruction, then Rumsey has already gone a long way on the road of the intermediate early god of destruction. In terms of strength, it is possible to compete with Rumsey only when Pa and Sitara combined. Moreover, there is another reason why Zillow chose Rumsey, and that is the angel of the 10th universe. The world of Dragon Ball is not just about bloody battles, but also about beautiful characters. Originally, Chi Luo was more interested in number 18, but Shailu provoked him before and directly killed Shailu. As a result, the 18th also died. Although Sun Wukong will later use Dragon Balls to resurrect people who died because of Shiru, that is, the 18th will be resurrected, he is no longer on Earth. If the next time he goes to Earth, he can meet number 18, and then number 18 thanks him for killing Shailu, then he may accept number 18. But if not, it doesn't matter. He doesn't have to be the 18th. And now, Zillow's greater interest is still in the angel of the 10th universe. Maybe many people don't know who Kessie is. After all, Kessie has very little playing time, much less than Bardos. But Kes appeared like this for a short time, but it aroused Zillow's great interest. Kers is different from Bardos and the angel of the 11th universe, Makarita, in that she looks like a very cute little girl. That is, having the appearance of a loli. However, she is the oldest of the 12 angels, the eldest sister of Ves. Of course, for angels and destroyers, age and time are the least worth mentioning. Previously, I could only see Kes in anime. But now that he has come to the world of Dragon Ball, of course, he still has to see the real person with his own eyes. If there is a chance to become their brother-in-law in the future, it will not be bad. However, because he had just finished fighting Satara, the other gods of destruction would definitely be more interested or wary of him than before. During this time, he will take a break first. Thinking that he hadn't paid attention to the message in the group for a long time, Chi-Luo opened the chat group. As soon as he opened the chat group, Chi-Luo found that the news in the group had reached a terrifying 99+. And there are several messages that are at his. Because the chat group reminds him of the message that he has earned points, it is separate from the message in the chat group or someone else chatting about him privately. So he didn't know that so many messages appeared in the group. Opening it, Chi-Luo knew that there were actually a few new people added to the chat group. Since Canada joined the chat group, no new person has been added to the chat group for a long time. Unexpectedly, this time I actually joined 3 new people at once. And these 3 newcomers also happened to be familiar to Zillow. Chi-Luo took a look, and the 3 newcomers were Lu Pleiades, Hattori Heiji, and Masamune Hizumi. The world these 3 people came from happened to be what Chi-Luo had seen before. They are the Chinese Little Master, Detective Conan, and Teacher Iramanga. Originally, Zillow thought that it would not be Conan in the future, that is, Kudo Shinichi joining the chat group. Unexpectedly, it would be his good brother Heiji Hattori who joined the chat group. But forget it, the popularity of the character of Hattori Heiji is also quite high, and the ability to solve cases is not under Conan. He joined the chat group and should have a lot in common with Kane Daiichi. Chi-Luo roughly glanced at the chat message. It was to inform him that a new member had joined the group. After all, he is the leader of the group, and if a new member joins the group, he must be informed that he knows. Chapter 072. Looking at the time, Hattori Heiji and the time when they joined the group coincided with when he was fighting with Shidara. After playing Satara back, he used the points to strengthen his strength. So he didn't see anything about the news in the group. These newcomers were also at a loss when they first joined the group, but Carp they were very enthusiastic, and you explained some information about the chat group to them in the group. I don't know how long it took to explain it, but Hattori Heiji and they believed that there was such a magical thing in this world. You can actually pull people from different worlds into the same chat group. Of the 3 newcomers, Hattori Heiji and Masamune Izumi were the first to adapt. After all, the 2 of them lived in modern times, and they are still familiar with chat groups. And Lu Pianxing, that is, the Little Master, he will be slower to accept. The era when the little boss lived was in modern times, not to mention chat groups, and even mobile phones. It is not easy to get the little boss to accept the chat group, but it took a lot of energy from Carp. After reading all the messages, Zai-Luo sent a message in the group. Zai-Luo, welcome newcomers to the group. He is the leader of the chat group, and of course he should welcome new people to join the group. Carp, Lord, you've finally appeared. Newcomers, hurry up and worship the group master. Shinomiya Kagaya, newcomers. Remember what we said before. Don't question the words of the group leader. The group leader is an existence that we need to look up to for the rest of our lives. Sakamoto, new people. Don't think we're kidding you. Don't blame us for not reminding you that if you provoke the lords, it could bring devastating disaster to your world. As soon as Zillow appeared, Kapu and they immediately reminded Hattori Heiji in the group. They didn't want these newcomers to say something that angered Chi-Luo because they didn't know Chi-Luo's strength. Although when they chatted with Chi Luo had always been very polite and gentle. But after watching Zillo deal with little Shiru and Chiru, they knew that Zillo was not as gentle as they thought. Chi Luo's ruthlessness was enough to make them fearful. Carp and they are very happy. When they said that Zillo was funny before, Zillo did not calculate with them, and they also apologized to Zillo later. Otherwise, being remembered by such a terrifying existence is definitely the most terrifying thing in the world. The old members of the group said so, and Carp had also described Zillo's horror before. Therefore, Hattori Heiji did not dare to say hello to Chi Luo at all, for fear that he had said something wrong to make Chi Luo angry. Even Hattori Heiji, a guy who is not afraid of heaven and earth, is very restrained. Chi Luo, don't be so restrained, as long as you don't provoke me, I won't do anything to you. Just like Carp and them, just chat happily in the group. Chi Luo also didn't want these newcomers to lose the courage to speak in the group because they were afraid of themselves. As the owner of the chat group, I still hope that the group can be more active, and you can also pass him a little time. Hattori Heiji, Group Master, listen to Mr. Carp and they say, your world is a very powerful world, and there are people who can destroy the earth, is it true? Finally, Hattori Heiji was the first at Zillo to speak. As a man and a hot-blooded high school student, Hattori Heiji is still interested in some heroic deeds. In particular, he is a kendo master, and he still admires and yearns for masters. Zillo, that's right, what's the problem? Hattori Heiji, I just think it's amazing. Group Master, I don't know if there are any people who practice kendo in your world, can you ask him to teach me? Hattori Heiji still likes kendo very much, and his kendo has now reached a bottleneck. If there could be a very powerful powerhouse to guide him, then his kendo would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Chi Luo, no, but if it is a problem in solving the case, you can talk to Canada. He is also a master of solving cases in his world. Heiji Hattori, really? That's great. I can finally win that Kudo guy. Although Heiji Hattori and Conan have a very good relationship, they are also competitors. Every time they solved the case, they joined forces to solve it, and Kudo Shinichi had won him before. Therefore, winning Kudo Shinichi has always been what Hattori Heiji wants to do the most. But he also knows that his reasoning ability is not better than Kudo Shinichi, at most it is equal. It's hard to win Kudo Shinichi. But now, if there is another master of solving the case who can help him, then he can definitely solve the case earlier than Kudo Shinichi. Although it was with the help of others, Kudo Shinichi did not know. Hattori Heiji already knew before that the existence of chat groups was invisible to anyone other than the group members. Although you may not be able to break through your own kendo, it is not bad to be able to win Kudo Shinichi once. Chapter 073. After chatting with Chi Luo for a few words, Hattori Heiji dived, probably to have a private chat with Kane Daichi. And it seems that the chat between Kiro and Hattori Heiji is relatively normal, and the other two newcomers, Kodanka and Masamune Waka Izumi, also have the courage to start chatting with Kilao. Since they have now joined the chat group, they must deal with Chi Luo, the group leader, and they can't stay in the group all the time, just chat with Carp and their group members. They were indeed frightened by what Carp told about Zillo at first, so they never dared to chat with Zillo. But now that Hattori Heiji was the first of them to chat with Kilo, and the effect was good, Kilo was not as high and mighty as they thought, and it was relatively normal to chat. So what are you waiting for? Talk. At this time, if you don't have a good relationship with the group leader of Chi Luo, then when will you wait? Xiao Dangjia and Hequan Zhengzong immediately began to chat with Chi Luo in the group one by one. And Zillo is also familiar with these two roles. Little Dangjia's anime is what he saw since he was a child, and the reason why he embarked on the road of foodie is that Xiao Dangjia's anime has a lot of credit. When he used to watch anime, he was salivating over the delicacies in it and wanted to see how delicious it tasted. But at that time, they were two-dimensional existences, and it was simply impossible to do it. After learning to cook, he also tried to imitate the food in Xiao Dang's house, but it was not satisfactory. And now, the little boss is actually in the chat group. If he has this opportunity, he still wants to try how good the food he makes is. Do the dishes he cooks really shine? Moreover, not only him, but also Ves and Beerus will definitely like the food made by the little master. No way, who let all three of them be foodies? And the role of Zhengzong Hequan, Qi Luo is not so familiar with him, only knows that he seems to be a fiction writer. And his novels always seem to be the kind of bottom-of-the-line existence. It's just that Masamune Kazumi was able to join the chat group, which can be regarded as his luck. Not only can he see so many people from other worlds, but he also has material for his novels. There are now 8 people in the group, and in addition to Masamune Kazumi himself, he can have material for 7 novels. At that time, maybe there will be a novel version of One Piece, Detective Conan, and so on. After chatting with Xiao Dangjia and Kazumi Masamune for a while, suddenly 2 red envelopes appeared in the group. One is sent by the small patriarch, and the other is sent by Hequan Masamune. They are very conscious of being newcomers, and they also implement one thing that newcomers are often encouraged to do by the old fritters in the group, that is, sending red envelopes. This is the first time that Qi Luo has grabbed red envelopes in the chat group. Although with his position of strength, these 2 red envelopes are useless to him at all. But good evil is also a little bit of the heart of the 2 newcomers. Clicking on the red envelope, Qi Luo found that the authentic red envelope of Hequan contained a novel written by himself. No way, he is a novelist himself, and he is also a novelist who does not sell, and there is nothing good to send. So he can only send some snippets of the novel he wrote for others to see. As for the red envelopes of the little master, this Qi Luo is still more interested. Exactly what he cooked. Moreover, this delicacy that Qi Luo grabbed is also familiar to him. It is the golden fried rice that Xiao Dang just made when he appeared. It is also commonly known as egg fried rice. When Qi Luo took out the golden fried rice, there were really several golden rays of light blooming from the fried rice. Unexpectedly, the little boss can really make a dish that shines. Well, even things like his crossing and chat groups can happen, and it doesn't seem like a big deal that the little boss can cook glowing dishes. Along with the golden yellow light, along with the fragrant aroma. I have to say that this golden fried rice is the best egg fried rice that Qi Luo has ever seen. Although he has not tasted the taste yet, Qi Luo knows that this plate of fried rice must be extremely delicious. What Qi Luo didn't know was that when he took out the golden fried rice, Beerus and Weiss outside sniffled in unison. They all smelled the aroma of golden fried rice. It's just that before they can smell it more carefully, the aroma has disappeared. Because, it has already been eaten by Qi Luo. For this gift from the little master, Qi Luo was still very satisfied. And not only him, but even Carp praised the cooking skills of the little boss in the group. Carp, little master, your cooking skills are probably too good. Shinomiya Kagaya, yes, I have eaten a lot of good things, but I have never eaten such a delicious thing. Sakamoto, I have always felt that my cooking skills are already very masterful, but in front of the little master, I am willing to bow down. Kaned Aichi, delicious. Obviously, these people in the group have also been conquered by the cooking skills of the little master. Chapter 074. Seeing that the food he made has been recognized by other members of the group, Xiao Dang is also very happy. The greatest sense of accomplishment as a chef is that someone can enjoy the food they make. It's like Zillow, who hasn't yet become the god of destruction. He conquered Beerus and Vis with his delicacies, and in addition to being glad that he saved his life, there is a sense of accomplishment. After all, not everyone can conquer the gods of destruction and angels. If Zai Luo hadn't become a god of destruction, maybe he would have learned his cooking skills from the little master. But now he is already the god of destruction, and he doesn't pay much attention to cooking. Anyway, if you need to eat delicious food in the future, it is good to find a small boss to do it. As the leader of the group, Chi Luo did not believe that the little boss would refuse. After 3 new people came to the group, it became much more lively, and it was no longer just a few people in the group. And Chi Luo is also going to start challenging the next god of destruction. Rumsey, the destroyer of the 10th universe, is Zillow's next target. If it was before, Chi Luo might still have a little headache, how to reasonably go to other destruction gods to discuss. Because once this matter is not done well, it may become a situation where several destructive gods besiege him. If it is the 4th echelon, the destroyer of the 3rd echelon, then Zillow is not worried. With his current strength, even if these gods of destruction are combined, he can handle it. But if a 2nd echelon god of destruction comes, then it will be more difficult for him to deal with it. But this time, the arrival of Sitara and Kutra gave Zillow a good idea. Since Sitara and Kitra can come under the banner of finding him, the new god of destruction, to get acquainted with each other. Then he can also use the identity of the new god of destruction to take the initiative to find other god of destruction. He is a new god of destruction, and it seems to be a very normal thing to visit the veteran god of destruction. Then the other gods of destruction can't say anything. Why, he can't visit the old destroyer god anymore. To go to the 10th universe, originally Chi Luo wanted to use teleportation directly. Anyway, his teleportation is unlimited, and he can go from one universe to another at will. But the problem is that he doesn't know where the 10th universe is. In case this teleports to other universes, it will not be good. Although his teleportation is unlimited, there is no navigation. Therefore, Zillow directly went to ask where the 10th universe of VES was. Lord Chi Luo, what are you going to the 10th universe for? Weiss glanced at Zillow a little strangely. After all, I am a new god of destruction, why should I visit those veteran god of destruction? By the way, you can also meet other gods of destruction. Zillow looked at Weiss and said. Of course, there is another sentence that he did not say, that is, he went to fight the god of destruction in the 10th universe. How can I, the heir of Beerus, take the initiative to visit other gods of destruction? To visit, it should be him Rumsey himself. Beerus, as the 1st echelon god of destruction, has his domineering and arrogance. Except for the 2 destruction gods who were also in the 1st echelon, the other destruction gods were not qualified to let Chi Luo personally visit the door. Because Zillow represents the face of his Beerus. That's fine, but what if people don't come over? Beerus's proposal Zillow agreed. If you can let the other gods of destruction come by themselves, you won't have to save him from finding the door one by one. It's just that the villain is also the god of destruction. Is it because of Beerus's words, let others personally come to visit their new god of destruction? Beerus has such a big face? Zillow, you have only recently become the god of destruction, so you may not know much about it yet. Among the gods of destruction, they also speak by strength. The weakest god of destruction like Xiongpa, if not everyone is the identity of the god of destruction, give him a little face. Do you think he will jump like that? As long as you have enough strength, other destruction gods dare not speak up against you, and they can only obediently follow your orders. Beerus transformed into a teacher and instructed Zillow. Beerus actually understood all these Zillow said, but his previous knowledge of watching anime affected his judgment. When he used to watch anime, he saw that those gods of destruction could talk to each other casually, and he thought that there was no superiority between gods of destruction. I didn't expect it to be like this. It seems that no matter where you are or what realm you have reached, everything still depends on strength. If you don't have strength, you can only be bullied. Weiss, inform Rumsey, the god of destruction in the 10th universe, and let him visit Zillow, the new god of destruction. Beerus turned his head and said to Weiss. However, Weiss only glanced at him and did not act. Lord Beerus, you are no longer the god of destruction, it is Lord Zillow who can command me. Weiss said lightly. Chapter 075. Weiss's words made Beerus embarrassed. He was used to giving orders to Weiss when he was a destroyer before. It has been forgotten that he is no longer a god of destruction, although he has the strength and power of god of destruction. Except for his position, there is no difference from before. But to command angels to do things, it is not by strength, but by destroying the position of God. Beerus is no longer a god of destruction, so even if his strength is the strongest among the god of destruction, he is not qualified to order Weiss. Of course, if Ves was willing to follow Beerus's orders, it would be fine. But the problem is that one of Weiss's favorite things to do is to tear down Beerus's platform. So many times Weiss would choose to ignore Beerus. Weiss, just do as Beerus says. Seeing Beerus's very embarrassed face, Zillow gave Beerus a step down. Yes, Lord Zillow. In the face of Zillow, Weiss's attitude is different. He nodded at Chi Luo, and then took out his staff and began to contact the people of the 10th universe. There is no way for the angel to directly contact the god of destruction, so Weiss first contacted the angel of the 10th universe, XTH, and then asked XTH to call Rumsey over. Weiss told Rumsey the general meaning of Beerus, so that Rumsey could come to the 7th universe to meet with Zillow, the new god of destruction, if he had time. The story of Chi Luo's successive defeat of the two veteran destruction gods has spread throughout the universe. Those first and second tier destroyers are not so flustered. Except for Quitra, who had seen the horror of Zillow with his own eyes, the other destruction gods had no other ideas than being surprised by the strength of Chi Luo, the newly promoted destruction god. Because in their opinion, even if Chi Luo's growth rate is fast, it is impossible to catch up with them in a short period of time. But the destroyer of the 3rd and 4th echelons does not think so. Especially Rumsey, the 4th echelon of destruction. The gods of destruction defeated by Zillow, like Pa and Sitara, are the gods of destruction of the 4th echelon, just like him. Although his strength was the strongest among the three of them, he would also have some uneasiness in his heart. This Zillow has already defeated the other two destruction gods, and if there is another one, it must be him. Therefore, after hearing that Beerus actually asked him to visit Zillow in the 7th universe, Rumsey immediately refused. If it was just a simple visit, he could go. Although he, the veteran god of destruction, personally went to visit the new god of destruction seems a little humiliating. But in the god of destruction, it is strength that depends. Chi Luo was a newly promoted god of destruction, and soon after becoming a god of destruction, he grew to this height, and no one knew his true strength. Such an excellent new god of destruction, even if he personally visits the door, no one will say anything. Because Zillow is good enough. But Rumsey is afraid, if he goes and ends up fighting Zillow, then whether he will fight or not. If you fight, there is nothing to be proud of if you win. And if he loses, then his face will be lost like Elephant Pa and Sitara. There is no benefit in winning this kind of fight, and it is all bad things if he loses, so he will not do it. Rumsey refused to visit, much to the anger of Beerus. He had previously sworn to Zillow that with his strength, he would have to come if Rumsey came. As a result, Rumsey directly refused, which made Beerus embarrassed. Since you don't want to take the initiative to come over, then I will take the initiative to go to your 10th universe. I'm a new destroyer, and it would be a bit rude not to visit you veteran destroyers. Zillow didn't want to dwell too long on who came and who went for too long. All he wants is points. Since Rumsey didn't want to come over, then he went over, and the result was the same anyway. Don't, I don't have time during this time, even if you come over, you won't find me. Hearing that Zillow wanted to take the initiative to come over, Rumsey immediately refused. Although Zillow's reasons are very reasonable, Rumsey always feels that there is some conspiracy in it. It's not that he's smart enough to see through Zillow's thoughts. He just didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Elephant Pa and Sitara. He also didn't have the idea of defeating Chi Luo and giving him a dismount while his current strength was still weak. In a word, that's Rumsey. Of course, Rumsey's refusal was of no use. Since Zi Luo said that he was going to find him, he would definitely go. As for escaping, just kidding, when unlimited teleportation is vegetarian. When talking to Rumsey, Zillow had already memorized Rumsey's divine breath through Weiss's staff. Wherever Rumsey went, Zillow could easily find him. After contacting Rumsey, Zillow asked Weiss for the location of the 10th universe. Of course, Zillow, the god of destruction, set out, and the angel of VES will definitely follow. There was no way, Zi Luo had to directly take Weiss to the 10th universe with a teleportation. Here, the planet of the 10th universe god of destruction? Lord Zilluo, when will your teleportation be able to travel through the universe? Weiss looked at Zillow with some curiosity and asked. Teleportation Weiss will also be, or what Zillow taught him before. But his teleportation has many flaws, one of which is that he cannot travel through the universe. But Qi Luo's teleportation can actually do it. This made Weiss feel very strange. This Qi Luo seems to have many secrets. You don't have to worry about this, let's go find Rumsey now. Zillow didn't explain anything to Weiss, and he didn't need to explain it. Because he knew that Weiss would only be suspicious and curious at first, and he would not care after a while. And the truth was just as Qi Luo expected, seeing that Zi Luo didn't want to say, Weiss didn't continue to ask. To be an angel is not necessarily to know all the secrets of the god of destruction. Because no matter how many secrets the god destroys, it can't get out of his control. It is precisely because of this that Qi Luo will have no scruples and directly cast unlimited teleportation in front of Weiss. Zillow directly took Weiss to the planet of the destroyer god of the 10th universe. At this time, Rumsey was preparing to run. If you wait until Qi Luo really comes, it will be too late to run. Suddenly, however, Rumsey felt an aura of destruction. Zillow probably couldn't have arrived so soon, so Rumsey thought it was the other god of destruction coming. However, when Rumsey saw Zillow and Weiss, he was dumbfounded. Isn't this young man in front of him the new god of destruction of the 7th universe that he had seen in Kessie's staff not long ago? Chapter 076. Rumsey remembered that he had just broken off contact with Beerus and Zillow, and it had only been a few minutes. How come the other party came over? You must know that there is a long distance between the 10th universe and the 7th universe. Even if an angel flies, it is impossible to reach it in a few minutes. If Rumsey knew that it didn't take Zillow a few minutes to come over, just for such a moment, I don't know if he would have glared at his eyes. Rumsey, I am Zillow, the new god of destruction in the 7th universe, and I came to visit. Zillow looked at Rumsey and said with a smile. He certainly wasn't laughing because of Rumsey, but in Zillow's eyes, Rumsey was now a lot of points. Seeing the points, Zillow was of course happy. In Zillow's eyes, Rumsey is now a sparkling existence, and it is the integral that is glowing. Later, Zillow saw the angel next to Rumsey. When talking to Rumsey before, because Rumsey blocked the staff, Zillow did not see X. And now, he had finally seen Kurth with his own eyes. Looking at Kess up close, it is a small one, which fits her little girl's appearance very well. Kess's height is not tall, and it can be said that he is the shortest being among the angels. Probably only a little up to Zi Luo's waist, not to the chest. Standing with Qi Luo, it can be said that the most cute height difference. Especially the staff she held in her hand contrasted sharply with her height. The moment he saw Kess, two words appeared in Zi Luo's mind, cute. It's just that don't look at Kurz's small, cute appearance, just think that she is the little sister in the angel. As mentioned before, Kex is actually the oldest of the 12 angels, the eldest daughter of the great priest. It's Weiss, their big sister. It's just that based on Kess's appearance, even if he is the oldest, it doesn't matter. Anyway, among angels and destroyers, time and age are not worth anything at all, because they are endless. After looking at Kessie for a while, Ziluo did not forget his purpose in coming to the 10th universe. Points are the most valuable thing for Ziluo now. After a sentence with Rum and a sentence in the West, Ziluo went straight to the subject. He could also see that Rumsey was simply careless and very careful. Since this is the case, then let him free early. Rumsey, in addition to visiting you this time, I actually have one more thing. That is to find you, the senior of the god of destruction, to have a discussion. Here it comes. When Rumsey heard Ziluo's words, his heart clicked. His worst fears happened. What comes to visit him, the old god of destruction, it is all fake. Ziluo's purpose is to come to him to discuss. Moreover, to say it nicely, it is called a competition, and to say it ugly, Ziluo is here to defeat him and make him lose face. Rumsey isn't very smart, but he's not stupid either. Since Ziluo dared to take the initiative to come to the door, he must be sure. He didn't think that Ziluo came to him to fight in order to lose to himself. Therefore, when Ziluo said that he wanted to talk to Rumsey, Rumsey immediately refused. I said, Rumsey, I traveled thousands of miles from the 7th universe, that's how you coped with me. I'm a new destroyer god to talk to you, the veteran destroyer, please guide me, this is a normal thing, why did you refuse? It may be the reason why his strength is getting stronger and stronger. Ziluo's psychology has become closer and closer to the real god of destruction. If only Ziluo would have said such arrogant words before. However, for his own change, Ziluo is not worried. Because he knew that in order to be a good destroyer, this was something that had to be experienced. Of course, when he was in the group, Ziluo should joke, and he would not be so cold without saying a word. As long as the people in the group do not provoke him and do not provoke him, let them go. So, Carp, Vegeta are still very lucky. Because they were provocative before, when they said that Ziluo was funny, Ziluo was still a mortal mentality. If with Ziluo's current mentality, it is estimated that they no longer exist. Lord Rumsey, since Lord Ziluo said so, then you should discuss with him. Although I don't know why Ziluo has to talk to the god of destruction, he is the god of destruction in the 7th universe, and he is an angel of the 7th universe. That is, of course, to speak to Ziluo. Moreover, since Ziluo dared to take the initiative to find Rumsey, he must be confident in his strength. Otherwise, it will be him who will lose face at that time. Weiss wanted to see how far Ziluo had grown. Lord Rumsey, let's talk to Lord Ziluo. Kessie also spoke at this time. Not only did she not help Rumsey refuse Ziluo's challenge, but she also helped Ziluo speak. Rumsey glared at Kurth, feeling very upset. What kind of angel is she? How to help the destruction gods of other universes speak? What Rumsey didn't know was that since the last time Ziluo defeated Satara and attracted the attention of the High Priest and the King, the Great Priest had already informed all the angels. Whether it was other destroyers who came to the door to find Ziluo to discuss, or Ziluo took the initiative to find other destruction gods to discuss. Angels not only cannot stop it, but also facilitate it. So, how could Kex help Rumsey speak? Not only Kurz, but other angels as well. Therefore, there is also such a reason why Weiss will help Ziluo speak just now. 2 angels plus a god of destruction have said so, and Rumsey has been cornered. He had no other way than to agree to Ziluo's consultation. As for escape? Just kidding, where can he escape? That is, Rumsey has to fight if he doesn't fight. There is no second option. So we'll stop there. There was no way, Rumsey could only agree to Ziluo's consultation. However, in order not to make the result too miserable, Rumsey also deliberately added a sentence. If he hadn't been beaten so badly, he would have lost less face than Satara and Elephant Paw. That's right, Rumsey didn't think he could win, and in his heart, he had already tacitly assumed that he would lose to Ziluo. Rumsey didn't know why he had the idea. It is clear that he is the veteran god of destruction, and he will lose to Chi Luo, the new god of destruction, by default. It's really that Chi Luo's performance is too good and too terrifying. In just a short time after becoming the god of destruction, he has already defeated 2 veteran god of destruction in a row. Chapter 077. Because of Zillow's excellence, Rumsey did not have any confidence when facing Zillow. Let a veteran destroyer default to his own loss, and he doesn't even have the courage to win, and Chi Luo is also the only one. As for what Rumsey said, Zillow also nodded and agreed. All he wanted was to beat Rumsey and earn points. He had no interest in teaching Rumsey a lesson. Because Rumsey didn't do anything to him, he even took the initiative to come to Rumsey to talk to him. Rumsey and he have no grievances, and Zillow certainly won't treat Rumsey the way he treats Pa. Even he would treat Rumsey more gently than he did with Sitara. Rumsey agreed to the discussion, which meant that they were going to the Boundless. Weiss and Kess set off with Zillow and Rumsey. Originally, Chi Luo could directly use teleportation to reach the Infinity Realm immediately. But if they get to the Infinity Realm first, and they have to wait for Rumsey and them, it is better to fly to the Infinity Boundary with Rumsey and them. As for Zillow taking Rumsey, they also brought it with teleportation? He is not a professional leader, why do such a thing? Anyway, even if it doesn't take much time to fly to the Infinite Realm, it's better to fly over like this. After a while, Chi Luo and the others came to the Boundless Realm. This is the 3rd time that Chi Luo has come to the Boundless Realm during this time, and if it goes on like this, he will almost treat the Boundless Realm as a writer. After arriving in the boundary, the 2 angels gave Zillow and Rumsey a very open space where they could fight to their heart's content. What the 2 gods of destruction did not notice was that after the 2 angels stayed aside, they took out their staff and contacted the archpriest. When the great priest contacted them before, in addition to asking them to facilitate the battle between Chi Luo and the other destruction gods, he also asked them to do one thing. That is, if Chi Luo and the other gods of destruction go to the Infinity Realm to fight, contact him and pass the picture over. It is also boring enough for the great priest and the king to stay in the palace of the king all day, and the games that Chi Luo taught them before will be tired of playing every day. Therefore, watching Chi Luo fight with other gods of destruction became an interest of the great priest and the king. Ves and Kex contacted the grand priest and passed the picture of the Infinity Realm. In the palace of the king was sitting in his chair, and the great priest was standing beside him. And in front of them, there is a picture of Zillow and Rumsey in the Boundless. Lord Xuanwang, this is already the 3rd destroyer god of Kilo Destruction battle. He is also the strongest Rumsey among the 4th echelon of the god of destruction. The great priest said respectfully to the king on the side. Oh! Chi Luo is actually so powerful. The last time he came over, he brought me a lot of food and taught me a lot of games. Now that he has defeated the 2 gods of destruction, Chi Luo is really interesting. Xuanwang looked at Chi Luo in the picture, his eyes were glowing. Because Zillow brought him a lot of things before, it made a good impression of the whole King Zillow. And now, when he was bored again, Zillow had come up with such a thing as competing with other gods of destruction. This made the impression of the whole King Zillow even better. The king had been bored for too long. And the other gods of destruction simply could not entertain him. Therefore, as long as anyone can make him happy and pass his boring time, the whole king will have a good impression of that person. In the eyes of the king and the great priest, the battle between Zillow and the other gods of destruction was just to entertain them. In the Boundless, Rumsey did not give Zillow the opportunity to take the lead like Sitara. And when Zillow faced Rumsey, he did not directly use the Freedom Extreme skill. His destructive power has just been strengthened, he just thinks that his destructive power is very strong. As for how strong it is, there is no accurate answer. Therefore, Zillow wanted to try to see if he could not rely on the free extreme skill, just use the enhanced destructive power, and see if he could compete with Rumsey. If you can't compete, how far can you fight with Rumsey? Zillow did not use the free extreme skill, which surprised Weiss slightly. Because in the first two battles, Chi Luo used the freedom extreme skill. It was also by virtue of his own self-determination that Zillow was able to defeat Xiongpa and Sitara. And when dealing with Rumsey, Zillow actually didn't use the freedom extreme skill. Could it be that Zillow wants to compete with Rumsey with his destructive power? Even if Zillow's previous performance was excellent, Weiss felt that it was an impossible thing. This Zi Luo actually didn't use the freedom extreme skill. Could it be that he wanted to fight Rumsey by relying on his own normality? What Wes could think of course Kes could think of. Moreover, among the angels, it is not a secret that Chi Luo will use the freedom extreme skill. Therefore, after seeing that Zi Luo actually did not use the freedom extreme skill, Kes was a little surprised like Weiss. Lord Zillow should have his own ideas. Weiss said lightly. On the battlefield, the battle between Rumsey and Zillow has begun. Rumsey directly brought out his full strength as soon as he came up, and he also took the lead. Fighting with a new god of destruction like Chi Luo, if you fight your identity as a veteran god of destruction and don't give your full strength, you won't know how to lose. Rumsey doesn't make that mistake. Lion fighting rabbit still has to use full strength. He fights a new god of destruction, and he is also an extraordinary new god of destruction. What is wrong with taking out his full strength? Feeling the momentum emanating from Rumsey's body, Zi Luo, who did not use his own extreme skill, felt a huge pressure. As the strongest god of destruction in the fourth echelon, Rumsey is still the weakest kind, but it is still much more powerful than Elephant Paw and Sitara. With the momentum exuded by Rumsey and the sense of oppression brought to Zillow, Zillow can be sure that Xiongpa and Sitara can barely compete with Rumsey. The other two have just become intermediate destroyers, and Rumsey is already a destroyer who can touch the third echelon. However, even if Rumsey brought Zillow a greater sense of oppression, Zillow still did not use the freedom extreme skill. Because he wanted to know what his strength had reached if he didn't rely on his own extreme skill. Rumsey's speed is fast, and with Zillow's current strength, it is a little reluctant to keep up with the speed of the opponent. By the time Zillow reacted, Rumsey had already come to him, and then a fist had already hit him. Chapter 078. It was too late to hide, and Chi Luo could only raise his hand to resist. Rumsey's fist hit Zillow's hands in front of him, directly knocking Zillow out. This is Rumsey's all-out punch, and the power is naturally not to be underestimated. Seeing that Chi Luo was actually knocked out by his own punch, Rumsey looked at his fist, and then looked at Chi Luo in the distance, a little confused. Chi Luo's strength shouldn't be so weak, right? Could it be that he misunderstood? In fact, Chi Luo's strength is not as strong as he imagined, and he can completely defeat Chi Luo with his own strength? Thinking of this, Rumsey's eyes lit up. If this is really the case, then not only can he not lose face today, but he can even defeat Chi Luo and raise his eyebrows for these veteran gods of destruction. Chuanwang Palace. After seeing that Zi Luo was actually repelled by Rumsey's punch, Chuanwang was a little unhappy. He wants to see how Zillow defeated Rumsey, not how Zillow was beaten. Zillow is the one who can bring him fun and pass his time. How can he be defeated by Rumsey? Great priest, go and tell that Rumsey that you are not allowed to win Zillow. Chuanwang huffed and said to the great priest. Lord Chuanwang, don't worry, Chi Luo didn't show his true strength. Just read on and you'll know. The great priest said respectfully. Chi Luo will be at ease, and the great priest also knows about it. And now Chi Luo did not use it, which means that Chi Luo did not come out with his true strength. On the other hand, Zillow also roughly understood the gap between the two sides after receiving a full punch from Rumsey. With the destructive power that he has only strengthened once and a half now, if he does not use the freedom extreme skill, he is not a match for Rumsey at all. According to Zillow's estimates, if you want to defeat Rumsey by the power of destruction alone, you must at least strengthen your destructive power 2 to 2.5 times. Of course, to defeat Elephanta and Sitara, his current destructive power is enough. However, Chi Luo was only an estimate, because according to the previous experience, Chi Luo knew that he still underestimated the gap between the god of destruction. Originally, he thought that with the power of destruction after strengthening, even if he did not use the freedom extreme skill, how could he squeeze into the third echelon? Coupled with the extreme skill, you can have a few moves with the destruction god of the second echelon. But now it seems that with his current junior and mid-stage destruction god realm, even if he completely strengthens the destructive power 3 times, it will be difficult to compete with the third echelon destruction god. Of course, if you add the effort of self-determination, it is another matter. If other destruction gods knew what Chi Luo was thinking, they would definitely drown Chi Luo with a mouthful of spit. Without relying on self-conscious skill, it is simply impossible to leapfrog the challenge in the realm of destroying gods. Not to mention several levels of challenge like Zillow. But he was still thinking about whether he could compete with the third echelon destruction god. If you change to a new god of destruction, it will be the same as Chi Luo's realm. Don't say anything about resisting the third echelon destruction god. Even the weakest destruction god in the fourth echelon, Xiangpa, can be killed in seconds with just one finger. It's a pity that Chi Luo's ideological realm is not at the same level as them at all. No way, who let them not have such gold fingers as chat groups and shopping malls? Resisting Rumsey's all-out punch made Zillow's hands feel a little painful. Fortunately, after strengthening the power of destruction, his body will also be strengthened. Otherwise, with the punch just now, it is estimated that his hands would have been broken. Now that he knew his general strength after not using the freedom extreme skill, Chi Luo no longer pretended. Getting beaten is not his habit. Immediately afterwards, Chi Luo directly used the freedom extreme omen. To deal with Rumsey, you don't need to use the perfect freedom extreme skill, it is enough to use the free extreme intention. Just when Zillow used the freedom omen, Weiss, Kess, and the great priest all noticed. Although they were a little puzzled, why Zi Luo had to punch Rumsey before using the free extreme skill. But since Zi Luo has already used it, it means that he is finally serious. Rumsey is not comfortable with extreme work, so he does not know that Zillow has changed dramatically at this time. At this time, he was immersed in the fantasy that he would defeat Zillow next, receiving thanks and praise from Elephanta and Sitara. Zi Luo, although you are a new destruction god who has done this step very well. But I'm not like Pa and Sitara. My strength is much stronger than theirs. Since you took the initiative to find me to discuss, then I will guide you well. Rumsey, who thought he knew Zillow's true strength, changed his previous image of being only a promise and began to be arrogant in front of Zillow. Especially his smug look, simply not too flat. And seeing Rumsey's current appearance, Weiss shook his head slightly. If Rumsey can always maintain the same stubborn look as before, then Zillow will not do anything to him, at most defeat him and it will be over. But after he punched Chi Luo, he felt that Chi Luo's strength was not good, and began to pose in front of Chi Luo. Chi Luo would definitely not let him go so easily. Zillow's change Weiss has always been in his eyes. Now Chi Luo has moved closer and closer to a successful god of destruction. It's not just about strength, it's about mentality. If it was Zillow before, it might still not take Rumsey. But now Zillow will definitely teach Rumsey a good lesson. Oh? Your changes are quite big, so we don't need to stop at the point, right? The change in Rumsey's attitude made a smile appear at the corner of Zillow's mouth, a sneer. Of course, if the point is over, then how can it show my guiding role? At this time, Rumsey, who was proud, did not notice the sneer on Zillow's face, and was still talking to himself there. Because Rumsey looks like a pink elephant, and the way he looks now, his long nose is now upturned into the sky. If that's the case, then I'm not welcome. Originally, I thought that defeating Rumsey would be over, but Rumsey actually killed himself, which is no wonder Zillow. Zillow twisted his neck, looked at Rumsey and smiled coldly, and then, a flash disappeared in place. And when Rumsey saw Zillow's sneer, he felt a little unpleasant. But alas, it's too late. Chapter 079. If it wasn't before using the Freedom Extreme skill, it was Zillow who couldn't keep up with Rumsey's speed. Now, then, it's Rumsey who can't keep up with Zillow's speed. Before Rumsey could react, Zillow had already come to him, and then grabbed Rumsey's nose. As the elephant god of destruction, Rumsey's nose is too eye-catching, and it is also the most vulnerable place for Rumsey's whole body to be attacked. Zillow grabbed Rumsey's nose with one hand, and punched Rumsey in the face with the other. Originally, if Rumsey continued to admit it, he would talk to Zillow so calmly. Then Zillow will not hit Rumsey's face. After all, hitting people does not hit their faces, hitting their faces hurts their self-esteem. But whoever let Rumsey die himself, then Zillow has no choice but to hurt Rumsey's self-esteem to death. Rumsey was stunned by Zillow's surprise attack and even forgot to resist for a while. He couldn't figure it out. Obviously he punched Chi Luo out before, and Chi Luo's strength should not be strong. But how could it be that all of a sudden, Chi Luo became so powerful? Could it be that Chi Luo had always been pretending before? He deliberately pretended to be very weak to fool himself? But Rumsey couldn't figure out what the point of Zillow was doing this. How could he know that Chi Luo had completely treated him as a tool before? Because of grabbing the nose, when Zillow punches Rumsey in the face every time, Rumsey will fly out first, and then bounce back no way, who makes Rumsey's nose elastic. After a while, Rumsey's face was already swollen. His elephant's face was already large, and now it was swollen and became even more huge. The big Zillow had no place to start, because Rumsey's face was covered with high and swollen scars. Rumsey's current appearance is comparable to the original elephant pad. It's just that Zi Luo didn't let go of Xiongpa so easily, and naturally he won't let Rumsey go so easily now. Although Rumsey's face was swollen, he was not swollen in other places, and there was still a place to start. Seeing that Rumsey was beaten so badly, Kes not only did not step forward to stop it, but was very happy to see it. At the same time, Kessie was also a little surprised in his heart. She knows very well how strong Rumsey is, although in the last echelon, it is much stronger than Sitara and Xiongpa. Although Zillow defeated Sitara and Elephant Pa, he was not necessarily able to defeat Rumsey. As a result, it was actually Rumsey who was beaten by Zillow. Even if Chi Luo would be at ease, it would be impossible to make up for such a big gap in strength. If Chi Luo uses the perfect Freedom Extreme skill, there is still a little possibility, but the Freedom Extreme Intention Omen, it should not be so powerful. Weiss, at what level is this Zillow's strength? Is it really the junior middle destruction god he displayed? Kes looked at Weiss on the side and asked. Yes, Lord Chi Luo's realm is this, moreover, he was just a primary destruction god not long ago. What? You are saying that it only took him a short time to complete a small realm breakthrough. Although the strength of the god of destruction is nothing in the eyes of the angels, Chi Luo completed a breakthrough in such a short time, which was enough to surprise Kessie. Lord Zilluo broke through while fighting Lord Xiongpa. It turns out that this is the case, no wonder his strength has improved so quickly. You say. Will he break through by fighting other destroyers? Kurza's guess was quite accurate in terms of results, but she thought a little too simply. Sister Kessie, you are an angel of the 10th universe, what do you care so much about Lord Qilao? Weiss glanced at Kes and said. I'm just curious, if you don't want to say it, forget it. Kes said casually and ended the topic. She thought it was just that Wes didn't want to say it, but how did she know? Even Weiss himself didn't know. On the other side, in the palace of the Whole King, when the Whole King saw Zillow beating Rumsey, he was very happy to pat his little hand. This is what he wants to see. Zillow clearly had a different status in his mind than the other gods of destruction. Don't say that Zillow just beat Rumsey, even if he kills Rumsey, he won't care. One god of destruction is just dead, just another one. Anyway, the god of destruction is not worth anything. It's a pity that Chi Luo doesn't know what Chuan Wang thinks in his heart, otherwise he might really kill a god of destruction. This defeat of the god of destruction can earn so many points. If you kill one, I don't know how many points you can get. It's a pity that the god of destruction kills the god of destruction, and if it is not for the permission of the whole king, even the great priest cannot do it without permission. And Xuanwang just saw that it was fun for Qi Luo to defeat other destruction gods, and did not give Qi Luo the full power to kill other destruction gods. Zilou kills the god of destruction, and the whole king will not be guilty. But if the whole king does not speak, at least for now, he cannot kill the god of destruction. I don't know how long it took to beat him, but Zilou finally let Rumsey go. Like the previous elephant paw, Rumsey now looks not too miserable, and there is almost no intact place on the whole body. In fact, as early as the process of Zilou's violent beating of Rumsey, he had already received messages from chat groups. But he did not choose to stop, but chose to continue beating. If Rumsey didn't pose in front of him, Zilou would stop immediately after receiving the news. But now, excuse me, who let Rumsey kill himself? Oh, Rumsey, tell me about you, why do you have to pose for music? It also abolished the point-to-point condition. Do you know, I really want to let you go like this, but what you ask for, how can I be embarrassed to refuse? Zilou tossed Rumsey aside and taunted him by the way. Hearing Zilou's taunt, Rumsey almost vomited out a mouthful of old blood. He literally wanted to slap himself twice. Originally, everything was so beautiful, and the discussion with Qi Luo could also be pointed, although he would also lose face, but the loss of face would not be so big. But he wanted to die, but after seeing that he punched Qi Luo, his heart swelled to the point that he couldn't do it, and he forgot who he was. Rumsey didn't blame Zilou for beating him so badly, he blamed himself. The self who died. Everything was his own fault. After taunting a wave of Rumsey, Zilou left him alone. At this time, Qi Luo was looking at the points in the mall happily. This time to defeat Rumsey, he earned 200,000 points. Chapter 080. When Qi Luo saw this news for the first time, his heart was a little excited. 200,000 points. More points than Elephanta and Sitara combined. I didn't expect Rumsey to be so valuable. In order to thank Rumsey for bringing him 200,000 points, Zilou also deliberately rewarded Rumsey with a few more punches, which made his face even more swollen. 200,000 points is enough for him to completely strengthen his destructive power for the second time. At that time, his strength will increase greatly. The battle is over. This battle is just a child's house in the eyes of Ves and Kes, and it is a battle whose outcome has already been decided. But Xuanwang was still very happy to see it. When he saw Zilou punching Rumsey, he also deliberately swung his small fist in the air a few times. Fortunately, there is no planetary chessboard in front of the king. Otherwise, just with these few punches he wielded, I don't know how many planets would be destroyed. In the boundary, Rumsey, who was beaten by Zilou and could no longer see his original appearance, had returned to his original state under Kes's treatment. He looked at Qi Luo's eyes at this time as if he was looking at a monster. Qi Luo, we have already discussed, if it's okay in the future, it's better that we don't meet. Rumsey said to Zilou with some trepidation. Then, no matter what Zilou said, he directly let Kesi take him back. How beautiful he was when he posed in front of Qi Luo before, and how embarrassed he looked when he ran away. There is no need for Rumsido to say that after receiving points, Zilou has no interest in Rumsey. Points are only awarded when you defeat other destroyers the first time, and if you have already defeated it once, there is no benefit in defeating again. Otherwise, Qi Luo would have directly swiped points on Xiangpa, and there was no need to challenge other destruction gods. After returning to the 7th universe, Zilou once again locked himself in the room. With so many points, of course, you can't put them in the mall to mold, of course, they are used to improve your strength. This time, Qi Luo did not exchange all the 200,000 points for strengthening points, but first exchanged 90,000 points. He is still 90,000 points away from completely strengthening his destructive power for the second time, so let's finish this matter first. The 90,000 points exchanged for strengthening points were all added to the power of destruction, and Qi Luo's strength began to grow again. First, his destructive power was half strengthened, and then, he began to move towards a full enhancement. After a while, the reinforcement finally ended. As Qi Luo estimated before, 90,000 points could completely strengthen his destructive power for the second time. Feeling his soaring strength again, Qi Luo was very satisfied. With his current strength, even if he doesn't use the Freedom Extreme skill, he won't be so embarrassed when facing Rumsey. It's still a bit difficult to beat Rumsey, but there's no problem getting to a tie. That is to say, if Qi Luo's destructive power can be strengthened a little more, it does not need to be fully strengthened once, only half a time. He can defeat Rumsey without relying on his own efforts. 90,000 points were spent, and Qi Luo still had 110,000 points left. However, these 110,000 points Qi Luo did not exchange them for strengthening points, nor did they exchange them for destructive power, but saved them. His performance during this time was really a bit dazzling, and it must have attracted the attention of other destruction gods, especially the third echelon destruction gods. They must have discovered that the three gods of destruction he defeated were all of the fourth echelon, and if they made another move, it would be their turn to be the third echelon. Perhaps, the destruction gods of the third echelon were gathering at this time to discuss countermeasures. So, this is not a good time to strike. Moreover, after defeating the three destruction gods in a row in such a short period of time, Qi Luo also had to slow down and rest first. As for what to do when you rest, it must be the water. Qi Luo opened the chat group and found that the messages in the chat group were simply overwhelming. He didn't pay attention to the chat group for how long, and the guys in the group sent so many messages. Could it be that they spend all their time every day on the water and do not do their own thing? I went into the chat group and looked at the messages they sent. Most of them were irrelevant messages. However, Qi Luo found that the three newcomers who joined later, Hattori Heiji, Masamune Waizumi and Kodeo, were no longer as restrained as when they first joined the group. They have already mingled with the rest of the group. Moreover, Zai Luo also found out that Carp actually held the position of teacher in the group, telling others about Qi. Carp, this is to spread the Qi cultivation system of the Dragon Ball world to other worlds. Zillow didn't stop Carp's move, because it was just a trivial matter for him. After reading all the news, Zillow did not find anything interesting. Most of the news was in the water. And at this time, Hattori Heiji suddenly posted a message in the group. Hattori Heiji, Kane Daiichi, thank you so much for your help. For the first time in my life, I won that guy Kudo Shinichi. This news from Hattori Heiji aroused a hint of interest from Zillow. In his impression, when Hattori Heiji appeared, he solved the case with Conan, that is, Kudo Shinichi. Of course, there are occasional duels between these two. It's just that it seems that Hattori Heiji rarely wins Conan, and most of the time it is Conan who solves the case first than Hattori Heiji. If you think about it, Hattori Heiji is also a little pitiful, and has always been pressed under Kudo Shinichi. It is precisely because of this that Zai Luo will let Hattori Heiji go to Kane Daiichi before. Because of his ability to reason, Kane Daiichi is not below him and Conan, and even surpasses them in some aspects. If with the help of Kane Daiichi, Hattori Heiji can't win Conan once, then Hattori Heiji is a little too dish. But it seems that Hattori Heiji won Conan once this time. I just don't know in which case he won. Hattori Heiji's news also attracted the attention of others, who left messages in the group. Kane Daiichi, the case you sent me before is quite interesting, and the case that happened here is two different styles. Carp, is that Kudo Shinichi the one you said you must win once? Shinomiya Kagaya, but you won with the help of Kane Daiichi, so you shouldn't have won it yourself. Chapter 081. Because Hattori Heiji had been talking about Kudo Shinichi in the group before, it led Carp and they all knew that there was such a person. As a member of the group, Hattori Heiji wants to win Kudo Shinichi, then they will definitely help. It's a pity that they are not good at reasoning and solving cases, so there is nothing they can do. Fortunately, there is a case-solving expert in the group, Kaneda Ichi, and the two of them not only chat privately, but also often post some things about the case in the group. This is what Carp asked for, because they also wanted to see what kind of cases would happen in the world where Hattori Heiji and Kaneda were around. Unexpectedly, with the help of kind Aichi, Hattori Heiji really won Kudo Shinichi once. But because this was done with the help of kind Aichi, whether it can be said that Hattori Heiji won Kudo Shinichi, Carp they actually don't really approve of it. Hattori Heiji, I just solved the case that faster than Kudo Shinichi with the help of kind Aichi. Without kind Aichi's help, I would have solved the case at the same time as Kudo Shinichi. Hattori Heiji, anyway, in Kudo Shinichi's eyes, I solved the case one step faster than him, who let him not have the help of a superior person. Hattori Heiji saw it very openly, he just wanted to win Kudo Shinichi once. Besides, when they solved the case before, didn't they also rely on the assistance of others to figure out the truth of the matter? This time, he just had one more assist than Kudo Shinichi, and it was he who essentially solved the case. Finally winning Kudo Shinichi, Hattori Heiji can be regarded as fulfilling a dream in his heart. Detective Conan World, in a restaurant, Hattori Heiji is leaning against the wall, his eyes looking at the air in front of him, and his face is full of smiles. In the eyes of others, Hattori Heiji is like this, as if he were a fool. I persuade the ministry, you can this time. Actually solved the case so quickly. A child wearing black framed glasses and a red bow walked up to Heiji Hattori and whispered. He is exactly what Heiji Hattori has always wanted to win, Kudo Shinichi. Now, his name is Conan. The cause of the incident was that Hattori Heiji and Kazuha Toyama came to Tokyo, and Kazuha got off the bus halfway and said that he was going to buy curry at a restaurant, and the case occurred. It happened that another female high school detective Shiro Meijin mentioned that whether it was Kudo Shinichi or Hattori Heiji who was powerful, so there was such a competition. Because the victims and murderers this time are both Kansai, that is, Heiji Hattori is a fellow countryman, so this case was originally that Hattori Heiji had an advantage. And this murderer, in order to hide his identity, pretended to be a Kanto person. As it happened, Hattori Heiji sent all the alibi and words of the three suspects to Kane Daichi, who, like Conan, was a Kanto man. So Kaneda immediately knew who the murderer was and told Heiji Hattori who the murderer was. In this way, with the help of Kane Daichi, Hattori Heiji rarely won Conan once. Therefore, Conan felt a little surprised, but he did not expect that Hattori Heiji's speed of solving the case would be so fast. Moreover, he is obviously a Kansai man, and he will actually know some things about Kanto. Of course, because I, a Kansai detective, am even more powerful than you. A Kanto detective. Hattori Heiji reached out and rubbed Conan's head, saying very proudly. This time, he raised his eyebrows in front of Conan. Poor Conan didn't know that behind Heiji Hattori, there was another reasoning guy helping him. When Hattori Heiji posted the process and truth of the case to the group, Carp and they all sighed. Especially Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto. The two of them lived in the era closest to Hattori Heiji, but they did not understand some of the differences between Kanto and Kansai. This case made them look dazed. If not for Hattori Heiji posting the truth in the group, they still don't know who the murderer is. This also lets them know that the profession of detective is not something that anyone can do. They are also high school students, and I have to say that the two people, Heiji Hattori and Kind Aichi, are very good. Chiluo also read the case from beginning to end. Moreover, he would actually have an impression of this case. Before he came to the world of Dragon Ball, Detective Conan's anime had more than 1,000 episodes, and I don't know how many of them there were. Unless it's a mainline case or something very exciting, not many people will remember every case clearly. As it happens, Zillow used to especially like watching cases with Hattori Heiji appearing, because he always felt that in addition to the main plot, cases with Hattori Heiji appearing are very exciting. Therefore, for the case in which Hattori Heiji was involved, Zillow still had an impression. Just like this case. If Zillow remembers correctly, Hattori Heiji went to Tokyo because he received a letter. Zillow, did you go to Tokyo because you received a letter, and it was sent by someone who should have died? Hattori Heiji, group leader, how would you know about this? Hattori Heiji was surprised, he had not said this in the group, but how could the group owner know? Carp, how many times have I told you, don't doubt and question the words of the group leader. The power of the group leader is not something that we mortals can know. Whatever the group owner says, don't be surprised. Carp wasn't surprised at all by Zillow's performance. Chi Luo even knew that his grandson was Luffy, and knowing some things about Hattori Heiji was not a big deal. Even, Carp suspects, the group owner knows about everyone in the group. Hattori Heiji, I'm sorry, I forgot. Although Heiji Persuaded was already integrated into the chat group, he was still not used to the magic of Zillow. Because he listened to the old people in the group about Chi Luo. Unfortunately, when they were on Earth before, Carp and they were surprised and did not record the picture of the Shayla conference. Otherwise, they can put this video in the group announcement, and remark well, the first time newcomers join the group must watch it. Hattori Heiji's news also proves that Zillow's memory is not wrong, and it is really the case he was thinking. Since you want to relax, it seems like a good idea to pay a little attention to the affairs of the other group members. Especially the world of reasoning in Heiji Hattori. Chapter 082. When Zillow had not yet come to the world of Dragon Ball, he also liked anime TV series in terms of reasoning and suspense. I also thought about how to solve these cases if I was a detective. It's a pity that reality is not two-dimensional. Ordinary people don't say that they are detectives, even if they are in a lifetime, they may not be able to experience a case in person. And now, since there are Hattori Heiji and Kane Aichi in the group, it happens that the world these two people are in is what Chi Luo has seen before. He is also familiar with some of the more classic cases in it. If there was something that Heiji and Kane Aichi couldn't understand, he could remind them a little. Anyway, he doesn't have much to do now, and he can also get points for helping other people. Although the points obtained are definitely not as many as defeating the god of destruction, as high as tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. But it's not points that he values. In the chat group, everyone else was attracted by the letter that Chi Luo said. Since someone sent a letter to Hattori Heiji, and it was actually sent by someone who should have died, there must be some conspiracy behind it. Several people in the chat group are now more interested in Hattori Heiji's affairs. Kaguya Shinomiya and Sakamoto are now on summer vacation and are already bored, so they are very interested in what happens to other people. And Carp, since he mastered the gas, he has completely ignored the affairs of the Navy. His daily life now is to practice chi and strive to learn air dance as soon as possible. The rest of the time is spent in the water to see if anything interesting is happening to the others. Canada doesn't need to say that he was originally a detective and was very interested in cases. Moreover, there are no cases happening in his world now, so he is naturally interested in the cases that happened in Hattori's Heiji world. And Masamune Waizumi, of course, will not miss it. This is the material of his novel. As for the small bosses, they speak much less often in the group. But there is no way, people are special chefs, usually busy, do not have so much time for the water. Seeing that there are so many people behind him, Hattori Heiji is not at all worried about the conspiracy behind this letter. He believed that he and Kane Aichi and Conan were there. Coupled with the presence of the powerful and omniscient group master Chi Luo, this conspiracy will soon be exposed by them. At the request of Carp and others, Hattori Heiji opened a live video broadcast in the group. Since the last time Chiluo opened a live video broadcast, no one has opened a live broadcast in the group for a long time. This surprised Kane Aichi, who had never watched the live broadcast. According to Sakamoto, after more than 2 decades in his era, technology will also develop to the level where live broadcasts can be launched. This made Kane Aichi look forward to it. Zillow also watched Heiji Hattori's live broadcast, and this was the first time he watched a live broadcast in a chat group. I used to watch Detective Conan watch anime, but I didn't expect to see reality shows now. This is also the first time that Heiji Hattori has opened a live broadcast in front of so many people, and it is also people from different worlds. This made Hattori Heiji nervous and excited. He introduced Conan and them first, and by the way, he also posted Conan's true identity in the group. Conan's true identity needs to be kept secret in his world, but not in the group. Is it possible that after the group of people know Conan's true identity, they will bring danger to Conan? It is impossible that they will come to their own world and tell the blacks their true identity to Conan. Therefore, Hattori Heiji said Conan's true identity, which was not a psychological burden at all. And when they learned that the child was actually Hattori Heiji's handmaid Fuji Shinichi all along, the people in the group were very surprised. Originally, they thought that Hattori Heiji's world was the same as Kine Daiichi's world, except that there were a little more cases. It was a daily world. But I didn't expect that in the world of Hattori Heiji, there would be medicine that can make people's bodies smaller. This medicine, although it has great side effects, but if you are lucky, it can completely rejuvenate people. Carp, can you get this medicine? If you can get it, can you give it to me? I can exchange it with you. The most excited about this medicine is Carp. Except for Zillow's age, Carp does not know, among the rest, his age is the oldest. If it was before, he didn't care much about his age, and he was old. But now it was different. Chiluo opened the door to a new world for him, allowing him to step into the cultivation system of Chi Dao. Carp also wants to go farther and farther on the road of Chi. But age limits him. And if there is a medicine that can rejuvenate people, he can have more time to study. As for the side effects, this Carp is not worried. He is still very confident in the technology of the Navy. Although it is not as good as the technology of the world where the group leader Chiluo is located, there is still no problem in studying a medicine. But the premise is that Hattori Heiji can obtain this medicine. Hattori Heiji, Mr. Carp, this medicine is only available in the black organization. I have no way to get it. If Hattori Heiji could obtain this medicine, then the black-clad organization would not be far from being destroyed. Carp, then forget it. Although Carp is a little disappointed, he can't help it, he can't let Hattori change a medicine out. The live broadcast continued, and Heiji Hattori took Conan and them to the house of a president. And this president has been killed not long ago. As we all know, in the Conan world, the profession of president can be said to be a high-risk profession. As one of the Tokyo twin evils, Conan's Shinigami physique is not covered. Not long after they arrived, there was a murder in which the president's son was poisoned. As soon as he saw this scene, Chiluo knew who the murderer of this case was, because this case was a case that he had seen several times before. It can be said that he knows the techniques and murderers inside. But he didn't tell Hattori Heiji, but continued to watch. A person died in front of them like this, and most of the people in the group expressed great calmness. After experiencing the events of the Shala conference, the endurance of these old group members has reached a very terrifying point. Among the new members, Kane Aichi is also a Shinigami who often participates in cases, so naturally he doesn't feel anything. And Hekwan Masamune is a little uncomfortable. Chapter 083. After all, Hekwan Masamune is just an ordinary person, and he has never experienced anything magnificent. However, he also knows that after joining the chat group, his ordinary life will also change drastically. So he has to learn to adapt. After the case, Hattori Heiji and Conan took action as soon as possible. They first looked at the body and found that the body died of potassium cyanide poisoning. In the world of Conan, as long as the victims of poisoning die, more than 95% are cyanide poisoning. There is a bitter almond smell that is characteristic of cyanide. The case has just happened, and Hattori Heiji naturally will not immediately ask Kane Daichi for help. After all, Kane Daichi is also a human being, not a god, and it is impossible to know the criminal method and who the murderer is just by looking at the corpse. As for the group leader Chiluo, who was said by others to be omniscient, Hattori Heiji thought about it and still did not seek his help. It's not that Hattori Heiji doesn't believe Zillow, since Zillow said before that he received a letter from a dead person. In Hattori Heiji's heart, Zillow has been an omnipotent existence. It's just that if it's a case that can be solved by yourself, it's better to solve it yourself. Hattori Heiji didn't want to ask someone else for help whenever he encountered any difficulties. In this case, his reasoning ability will also regress. There was a murder, and the police quickly came. The police officer who came is still Officer Twilight, and as long as it is a case that occurs in Tokyo, it will definitely be Officer Twilight, Officer Takagi, and these officers will arrive. As soon as he saw Maori Kogora, Officer Twilight felt speechless. For this old colleague, Officer Twilight really didn't know what to say. It seems that I don't know when it started. As long as there is a murder, there will definitely be Maori Kogora present. Sometimes Officer Twilight even wondered if Maori Kogora should have a Shinigami physique, and accidents would happen wherever he went. The arrival of the police did not have any effect on Heiji Hattori and Conan, who still worked together to solve the case. Of course, in addition to thinking about the case, Hattori Heiji did not forget to look at the news in the group. Although it is not yet time to ask Canada for help, looking at the opinions of others in the group, maybe it will bring him inspiration to solve the case. In the past, when he and Conan solved the case together, wasn't it just the two of them discussing, and finally solved the case? In the group, Carp and others also expressed their own opinions. Carp: I think that since I died of poisoning, the poison must still be hidden somewhere, maybe still hidden on the murderer. Shinomiya Kagaya: Mr. Carp, what you said is all obvious things, the key is when the murderer was poisoned. Sakamoto: I remember that before that person died, there seemed to be only two people who had been near the cake. One was the maid, and the other was the secretary of the president. If there really is a murderer, then the murderer should be among the two of them. Masamune Kazumi: it is also possible that the murderer said that the yellow-haired man, he bought the cake, and he also had a chance to poison it. People in the group, you and I discussed one by one, very lively. They are not professional detectives and do not have a god's perspective like Zillow. What they are discussing is the idea of a normal person. So, when Hattori Heiji saw the news, he didn't get anything useful. And at this time, the detective boss Kane Daichi finally spoke. Kane Daichi: the person who died was the president's son. So the murderer is likely to be the one who can get the most benefits. But that's just one of the motivations, and it's easy to spot. Canada is still professional in the end, and he directly speaks with motivation as soon as he comes up. Others are just speculating. The motive that Canada said, Hattori Heiji also thought about it. If this is really the case, then the president's wife is the most suspected. The president's wife is not the victim's biological mother, but only the stepmother. In order to be able to inherit the company, it is very normal to kill the heirs of the company. But is it really that simple? If the president's wife is really the murderer, how did she poison it? Hattori Heiji looked at the news in the group and found that everyone else had already spoken, and Kiloke, the group leader, had not. So, Hattori Heiji sent a message carefully. Hattori Heiji, group leader, I don't know what you think. Because Zillow is also watching the live broadcast now, Hattori Heiji is not worried about disturbing him. Zillow, My idea is that there will be people who will die. After sending such a message, Zillow did not continue, nor did he tell Heiji Hattori who would die next. He did know that the murderer was right, and he knew the modus operandi. But if you tell Hattori Heiji directly, then what else should Hattori Heiji do? If Hattori Heiji didn't know who the murderer was and didn't know how the crime was committed, he would remind him. But something like this that tells the answer directly, Zillow doesn't want to do. Because that's so boring. Will anyone die? Hattori knew that Zillow couldn't be talking casually. If it was someone else's words, he might not believe it, but what Zillow said, he believed. Hattori, what's wrong with you? How shocked. The actions produced by Hattori Heiji looking at the chat group messages were all seen by Conan. This made him very strange. This Hattori, could it be that the sheep had a mad attack? Kudo, if I say that there is more than one victim this time, and someone will die next, don't you believe it? Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan and said with a very serious expression. Since Ziluo said that someone will die next, the most important thing now is to find out who the person who will die is. As for finding out the murderer, it's okay to talk about it later. Now it's a matter of human life. Hattori, what are you talking about? Do you know something? Seeing Hattori's serious face, Conan also knew that he was not joking. Therefore, his face also began to become serious. If what Hattori said is true, then the priority now is to find the murderer's next target first. If I'm not mistaken, there should be more than one target of the murderer. I don't know who the murderer is, but we need to find out the next target as soon as possible. Conan couldn't be told about the chat group, so Hattori Heiji took Zillow's thoughts as his own. Chapter 084. But with so many people, everyone can be a victim. Conan frowned and spoke. There were many people in the villa. In addition to them and Maori Kogora, there were also several people related to the victims. Inside these people, there is a murderer hidden, and there is also a target of murderer. Don't look like it's easy to find, but in the midst of the incident, Hattori Heiji and Conan are simply shoji monks scratching their heads. Not only the two authorities, but even the bystanders of Karp and them were at a loss. Of course, they would not doubt Chiluo's words, since Chiluo said that there would be another victim appearing, then there would definitely be. Moreover, they also knew that Ziluo would definitely know who this person was. But Zillow doesn't say, and they can't help it. Can't let them force Chiluo to say. They don't have the courage either. Moreover, they did not feel that Zillow had done anything wrong. In the eyes of a big man like Chiluo who can destroy the earth, how can the life of an ordinary person be seen by him? Don't say it's Zillow, even Karp, who has experienced so many wars and seen so many deaths of pirates and navies, has become numb to such things as death. Therefore, in the eyes of these ordinary people, a human life may be very precious, and if they know who the next victim is, they will definitely say it. But for Zillow, whether to say it or not is simply an insignificant matter. Hattori Heiji also noticed this, so he did not open his mouth to ask Zillow. In case the time comes to ask something, it will be embarrassing. Just when Hattori Heiji and Conan were worried about who the next victim was, the president's wife and secretary were actually in the mood to deal with the company's affairs. According to their words, since everyone is dead, it is useless to be sad. And the company's affairs are so busy, it must first deal with the company's affairs. Moreover, the president's wife said that she did not want others to be present when she was working, so she threw everyone else out of the room. After being kicked out of the room, Conan and Hattori Heiji glanced at each other. Judging from the performance of the president's wife, they are very sure that the president's wife is either the murderer or the next victim. And according to their previous experience, the president's wife staying alone in the room is more likely to be a victim. Of course, the two cannot bet all the possibilities on one person. Therefore, Conan and Hattori Heiji decided that Hattori Heiji would look at the president's wife, and Conan would observe whether the others might be killed. Since he wanted to watch the president's wife, he naturally couldn't stay outside the room. So Hattori knocked on the door and walked in. Seeing Hattori Heiji walk in, of course, the president's wife told him to hurry out. However, Hattori Heiji sat in a chair in the room and did not leave on the grounds that he would not disturb the president's wife's office. There was no way, and the president's wife had to go by him. Of course, Hattori Heiji didn't just look at the president's wife and did nothing else. Although the president's wife is likely to be the next victim, it is not ruled out that she is the murderer. Therefore, Hattori Heiji has been secretly observing the president's wife's every move, hoping to see something from it. I don't know how long it took, the president's wife suddenly stood up. Then walked to the front of the bookshelf on the side, picked up a book and began to flip through it. And seeing this scene, in connection with a small action that the president's wife often makes, Hattori Heiji understands what method the murderer will use to kill the president's wife. And at this time, Kane Daiichi in the group also knew the murderer's methods, and quickly reminded Hattori Heiji in the group. Seeing that Kanedaichi's reasoning was the same as his own, Hattori Heiji quickly slapped the book in the president's wife's hand to the ground, and then called the police officer of the forensics section over. Originally, the president's wife was very dissatisfied with Hattori Heiji's impolite behavior, but when Hattori told her that the book was poisonous, and it was likely that the poison had reached her hands, she was so frightened that she didn't even dare to move. When an ordinary person knows that he is in danger now, he will react the same as the president's wife. Soon, the officers of the Identification Division arrived, followed by Officer Twilight, Maori Kogora, and Conan. Hattori Heiji made such a big move, of course they had to come and take a look. According to the test, the people of the forensics department really detected cyanide in the book, and also detected cyanide on the hands of the president's wife. That is, Shuo, the president's wife is really the murderer's next target. If it weren't for Hattori Heiji, then the president's wife would most likely be dead by now. Knowing the murderer's methods, Hattori Heiji already knew who the murderer was without being reminded by others. But he has yet to find proof of that. But it's just such a coincidence, his eyes glanced and saw the watch that someone wore on his hand, and this watch is evidence. The puzzles have all been solved. After communicating with Kane Daiichi for a while, Hattori Heiji learned all Kanedaichi's mantras. What he is saying now is what Kaneda will definitely say every time he knows the truth. Hattori Heiji learned the truth so quickly, which startled Conan. Because he was not in the room just now, he missed a lot of clues, resulting in him still not knowing who the murderer was and what the truth was. Then, under Conan's surprised eyes, Hattori Heiji began his reasoning. The murderer is the secretary of the president. Although I don't know what the motive is, the watch she is wearing is proof of it. Because she accidentally poured cyanide while on her watch when she was pouring cyanide on the book before. There was a chemical reaction with the copper strap on the watch. As soon as the evidence came out, the secretary knew that he could not escape, so he could only admit it. As for the motive for killing, it is also quite bloody, because she is the daughter of the president. Killed the president's son precisely to avenge the president. Because the president was killed by her son. Of course, for these things, Hattori Heiji had little interest in knowing. All he knew was that he had won Conan again. Yes, Hattori, you solved the cases very quickly in both cases. Conan glanced at Hattori and said a little unconvinced. In the past, he won Hattori, but now Hattori actually won him twice in a row, which made Conan a little unwilling. Of course, I have someone to help. Chapter 085. Speaking of Taketo, Hattori Heiji had a look of adoration on his face. This is not because Chiluo is watching the live broadcast at this time, he deliberately pretended to please Chiluo. This is Hattori Heiji's heartfelt worship. Although I had always heard from the mouths of other old group members before, how powerful the group leader Chiluo really was, Wu Neng waved his hand to destroy the earth, and when Neng knew anything. Because Kapu and they mentioned Zillo in a very serious tone, Hattori Heiji believed their words. But in fact, he didn't know how powerful Zi Luo really was. After all, hearing is nothing, seeing is believing. But now, he finally knew. Although he had never seen how powerful Qi Luo's force was, he knew how omniscient Qi Luo was. When he was still pondering about this case, Qi Luo already knew that there would be another victim next. If it weren't for Qi Luo's reminder, the president's wife would definitely be dead by now. And he himself, because he prevented the death of the president's wife, he found out who the murderer was. In other words, it is very likely that Zillow already knew who the murderer was when the case occurred. What a terrible crowd master! If the group leader came to his world to be a detective, Hattori Heiji could be sure of what Kudo Shinichi and what Hattori Heiji. Even if it adds up, it can't compare to the group leader. It was at this moment that Hattori Heiji had been completely conquered by Kilo. Facing Kudo Shinichi, Hattori Heiji's idea was to win him once. But Mikolo, Hattori Heiji didn't think so at all. Because he knew that it was simply impossible to win over Zi Luo. If it is impossible, then why waste time fantasizing? Seeing Hattori Heiji's adoring expression, Conan felt very strange. He and Hattori Heiji were basically together the whole time, and the only time they were apart was when Hattori Heiji went to see the president's wife. Could it be that the superior man that Hattori Heiji said in his mouth took advantage of this time to help him? This made Conan very interested in this master. You must know that this case, he and Hattori Heiji are both puzzled. However, this superior person was not present, which means that he contacted Hattori Heiji by mobile phone. Just by listening to Hattori Heiji on his mobile phone, he solved this case? Doesn't that mean that the superior man is even stronger than him and Hattori Heiji combined? Then this master is also a little too terrifying, and he can be compared to his father Kudo Yusaku. In Conan's mind, his father is the ceiling of reasoning. And comparing Zillow with Kudo Yusaku in his heart also proves how powerful Zillow is in Conan's heart. Hattori, who is this master, can you introduce me to him? Conan looked at Hattori Heiji and said with some expectation. Since this master is so powerful, then he must see it. And perhaps, if he can get the help of this master, then he is not far from destroying the black-clothed organization and completely restoring himself to his original state. I'm sorry, this master is a real master. I also met by chance. If there is no fate, you will never see this high-ranking person in your life. Hattori Heiji glanced at Conan and said with some smugness. To know Zilluo, you have to join a chat group, isn't that what you need to have a cause? If there is no fate, how can you go back to join the chat group? Being able to join the chat group. Hattori Heiji felt that this was the greatest luck of his life. Although he also wants to take Conan to see the magic of chat groups, unfortunately, people who are not chat groups cannot see chat groups at all. Therefore, in the face of Conan's request, Hattori Heiji could not do anything. Maybe Conan may have this opportunity to join the chat group in the future, and then he will naturally know Zillow. But now, don't believe it. Okay. Conan was a little disappointed. However, he knew Hattori Heiji and knew that the other party was not the kind of stingy person. If it weren't for the fact that there was really no way, Hattori Heiji would definitely introduce this high-ranking man to him. And this also made Conan even more curious. What kind of person is it that is so mysterious, and it still needs fate to meet? Conan's thoughts in his heart were that Hattori Heiji didn't know that he had turned off the group live broadcast at this time. The case is over, and there is no point in starting a live broadcast again. This time, because of the help of Zillow, it was quickly broken. This made Hattori Heiji a little unaccustomed. Think about the big cases that Conan solved with Conan before, which one didn't take at least 2 days and another night to solve. Just when the case ended perfectly, Qi Luo received a message from the chat group. Since the group owner helped the group member Hattori solve the case, 300 points were rewarded. Seeing this news, Chiluo remembered that it seemed that one of the ways to get points was to help other group members solve difficulties. It's just that at that time, because Chiluo felt that helping other group members solve difficulties could not get many points, he didn't care about this path. Plus exchange for treasures and defeat other gods of destruction, and you can get more points. So Zillow forgot that there was such a way. I remembered it before, but after watching the live broadcast, he forgot about it. It's really that Ziluo doesn't care much about the points he gets by helping other group members, because there are definitely not many. And the truth is the same, only 300 points. Although 300 points is not less, after all, defeating an elephant is only 30,000 points. But in the eyes of Chiluo, a big man who still has 110,000 points, 300 points is not enough to even plug his teeth. However, no matter how small the mosquito legs are, they are also meat. 300 points is 300 points. He just sent a random message in the group and got 300 points, so easy to get points don't go for nothing. Just sent a random message and did Hattori Heiji a small favor, and he got 300 points. If you can help 100 small favors like this, it is already equivalent to defeating one elephant paw. This is like paw, and it is a little too worthless. This also made Zillow think of another way to get points. That is to complete the tasks that are released from time to time in the group. You will definitely earn more points for completing missions than for helping others. As for whether it will be more points than the points obtained by exchanging and defeating the god of destruction with treasures, this Chiluo does not know, because the chat group has not posted tasks until now. According to Zillow's guess, it should be the reason why the number of people is not enough. Now it's 8 people, maybe 10. And new features will appear in chat groups. Chapter 086. Zillow is quite looking forward to what kind of features will be available if new features appear in chat groups. After solving the matter of Hattori Heiji, the excitement in the group suddenly decreased. This also lets the new members know when the group is most lively. That's when the group is live. In fact, this is also a normal thing. After all, the people in the group have lived in their own world for so many years, and suddenly know that there are other worlds, and they will definitely be very interested in those worlds. They will also be interested in what is happening in other worlds. Even Chiluo, as a god of destruction, is powerful, but he is also a little interested in people and things in other worlds. After all, although the god of destruction is powerful and has a high status, it is also too boring. Perhaps, this is why Beerus gave up the position of the god of destruction to Zillow so quickly. Because if you don't be a god of destruction, you will become a lot freer. Although it seems that Beerus does not do the god of destruction is like that. After passing the time, Chiluo thought for a while, but decided to rest for a few more days. Don't look like Hattori Heiji opened the group live broadcast for a long time, but in fact, it didn't even arrive for half a day. Without Zillow's help, it might take 1 to 2 days to solve the case. But with the help of Zillow, it only took Heiji Hattori a short time to solve the case. That is to say, in fact, Zillow defeated Rumsey to Hattori Heiji to end the group live broadcast, and even the day was not full. And at this time, other destruction gods, especially the destruction god of the third echelon, must be the most vigilant. Maybe now they are discussing how to deal with him. Zillow guessed right. When the news of his defeat of Rumsey came out, the destruction gods of the first 2 echelons were fine, because Zillow still had a long way to go to defeat them. But the destroyer of the third echelon could not sit still at all. Zillow destroyed the 4th echelon of the god of destruction, then it will be their turn next. In some unknown space, the 3rd echelon god of destruction was sitting together, discussing something. The 3rd echelon of destruction is the same as the 4th echelon of destruction. There are 3. They are Helios, the god of destruction in the 2nd universe, the only female god of destruction among the 12 gods of destruction. The destroyer of the 3rd universe, Moscow, is the god of destruction who stays in the robot all year round. And the destruction god of the 11th universe. Among them, Mei is the strongest among the third-tier destroyers. You should have heard that the new god of destruction in the 7th universe has defeated all 3 god of destruction in the 4th echelon. Mei glanced at the other 2 destruction gods and said lightly. Although the 3rd echelon god of destruction is a little panicked now, he is the least flustered. Not to mention that his strength is the strongest among the 3rd-tier destroyers. And there is another human being in his 11th universe that is even stronger than him, the existence of Jillian. Even if Qi Luo really came to challenge him at that time, he could let Jillian go up first. I've heard about it for a long time. I don't know how the hell that Beerus guy trained his heir. He actually defeated 3 veteran destruction gods in such a short time. It was Moscow who spoke, the god of destruction who seemed to be a robot. But in fact, Moss is just driving a robot, and his body is a very small purple villain. Also because his appearance is not domineering at all, in order to maintain his face of destroying god, he will sit in the robot. But now, the 2 opposite gods, who are also destroyers, both know what he really looks like. Naturally, there was no need to stay in the robot anymore. To say panic, he is the most panicked of the 3 gods of destruction. Because his strength is the weakest existence among the 3rd echelon destroyers. If Zi Luo really wanted to challenge the 3rd-tier god of destruction, then the next target was likely to be him. I also heard that it is said that the newly promoted god of destruction in the 7th universe, Qi Luo, has only been a god of destruction for a few years. And I also heard that he was just an ordinary human before, the kind without any combat power. But it only took him a few years to go from being an ordinary person to becoming the god of destruction. It's horrible. The last god of destruction, Helios, also spoke. For Zi Luo's excellent performance, it is not surprising that there is no god of destruction. You know, the 3 of us got together today to discuss what to do next. Mimi glanced at the other 2 destruction gods and continued. That new god of destruction named Qi Luo, as soon as he took office, made such a big move. I don't think he'll stop after defeating the 4th-tier destroyer. His next target is the 3 of us. Tell us what you think. What can I think? The soldiers will come to cover the water. Helios shrugged and said with a look of indifference. After the initial panic, Helios has calmed down. If Qi Luo really came to the door to challenge her, she couldn't do anything at all. Direct refusal? Shunned? If these methods worked, Qi Luo would not have defeated all 3 destruction gods. These methods, Rumsey, they must have used for a long time. And as a result, it was useless at all. Her current idea is that she will fight with Qi Luo if it is a big deal, and she still does not know who will win and who will lose. And she also has the advantage that she is a female god of destruction. Qi Luo will not beat her too badly no matter what, and his subordinates will show mercy. Wei Maida and Moscow also saw what Helios was thinking. Although they didn't say it, they sneered in their hearts. This Helios, who was the only female god of destruction, felt that other god of destruction must let her show mercy to her subordinates. Fortunately, she had never fought with the other god of destruction, otherwise she would not have such a stupid idea. Although I don't know if Zillow will really show mercy when he fights Helios at that time, in their opinion, it will not. After all, Zillow is the heir taught by Beerus, and Beerus does not have the habit of pitying Xiang Yu. What's more, Helios is not much fragrant and jade. Of course, although they think so in their hearts, they can't say it. They are also a gang now, but they can't grow other people's morale and destroy their own prestige. Chapter 087. What about you? It was so beautiful that he turned his head to look at Moscow again. As the weakest god of destruction in the 3rd echelon, Moss should be the most panicked one now. Me? Don't forget, my 3rd universe is the tech universe. I've looked for Rumsey before. Also asked them something about that Zillow. According to them, although that Zillow grew up fast, when fighting with them, although they lost, that Zillow was not comfortable. Plus after listening to their description of Kiluo's fighting style, I have already sent someone to build a new mech. When my new mech is built, it will be much easier to deal with that Zillow. When he mentioned his new mech, Moscow had a proud smile on his face. The third universe is a technological universe that can make a lot of things, and the robots he usually drives are also made in this way. And now, in order to respond to Zillow, he specially sent someone to create another stronger mecha, and it was also specially used to deal with Zillow's mecha. If Chiluo came to challenge him, with the new mecha, even if he couldn't defeat Chiluo, he wouldn't make Chiluo feel better. Now Moscow's biggest concern is whether Zillow will come and challenge him before his mech is finished. So he could only pray in his heart, hoping that Chiluo could come to the door later and let him finish the new mech first. Unfortunately, Moscow also overlooked the question of whether they had lied to him by Rumsey. Earlier, when Moscow went to ask Rumsey about the battle, in Rumsey's description, they and Zilina fought in the dark. Although they lost to Zi Luo in the end, Zi Luo was also uncomfortable and was seriously injured by them. And Moss didn't doubt what Rumsey said. Because in his opinion, Rumsey they said should be true. It is already remarkable that Chi Luo, the new god of destruction, can defeat those old god of destruction, and it must have been defeated after a very fierce battle. How could Moscow know that Rumsey deliberately weakened Zillow's strength in order to make his face look better? What Zillow was seriously injured by them, it was all fake. They simply had no room to resist in front of Chi Luo. Because the news circulating throughout the universe is that Chi Luo defeated all the gods of destruction in the fourth echelon, but there is no rumor of how he defeated it. Therefore, except for the parties and a few bigwigs watching the battle, the others did not know at all how Chi Luo beat those veteran destroyers. Seeing that Helis and Moscow had their own preparations, they didn't say anything about it. Originally, he thought that if the other two destruction gods did not have any preparations and ideas, he proposed to let the two of them join forces and deal with Chi Luo together. Although this may be a little humiliating, it is better than being broken by Zillow one by one. Besides, he was proposing to join forces with the other two destroyers, and he wouldn't join them. To lose face will not lose his face. But now, both Helis and Moss have their own ideas and preparations, and the taste is so beautiful that they give up this idea. Even the more shrewd god of destruction didn't notice. None of the three gods of destruction thought that they could defeat Chi Luo. They all acquiesced that if they didn't do something, they would lose to Zillow. In other words, they felt from the bottom of their hearts that they could not defeat Chi Luo with their own strength alone. The old god of destruction, and also the god of destruction of the third echelon, if their ideas are spread, they will definitely be ridiculed by the other two echelon god of destruction. But there is no way, it is really that Chi Luo's performance during this time is too dazzling. Their confidence as a third-tier destroyer god is gone. It was so delicious that they gathered together to discuss something, and this Zillow did not know. He also didn't know that in order to deal with him, the three third-tier destruction gods all had their own ideas. However, it was precisely because of this that Chi Luo did not immediately challenge the third echelon god of destruction. Although a little longer may prepare other destroyers. But if it takes a little longer, maybe the other destroyers will think that he has stopped the great act of challenging the destroyers, thus reducing their vigilance. Anyway, Chi Luo had already decided, at least in a short period of time, that he would not take the initiative to find other destruction gods to single out. Of course, if other gods of destruction came to the door, then he would not refuse. Since Hattori Heiji opened a live broadcast in the group, there has been no particularly big movement in the group. Although cases often occur in the world of Hattori Heiji and Kane Daiichi, this often does not happen every day. Otherwise, it would be a little too scary. As for what a certain old thief said, in fact, Conan's world has only passed half a year, so it would be good to listen to this as a joke. Ever since he became a grand chef, he has embarked on an adventure with his friends. He has been to many places and seen many local cuisines. Of course, every time he goes to a place, his identity as a special chef is also exposed, which then attracts a large number of exclamations from all around. Invisible pretense, the most deadly. Of course, although Zyodangea is a food world, there is also a villain in it, that is, the dark cuisine world. In order to compete for the legendary kitchenware, Xiao Dang and his friends have a fierce confrontation with the dark culinary world. And this time, the little boss is in trouble again. He meets a master chef in the dark culinary world who is doing evil in a certain place, so he wants to stop it. It's just that this chef has conquered the hearts of many people with his cooking skills and those strange ingredients. If you want to stop him, you can only beat him in cooking. It is worth mentioning that this chef does not know where to get some ingredients that he has never seen before. If you want to defeat him, you must first win from the ingredients. However, as a grand chef, he is familiar with most of the ingredients, and in order to win from the ingredients, he must come up with new ingredients. Unfortunately, in his time, the variety of ingredients is a little too small. It was at this time that he suddenly thought of chat groups. Although there are no new ingredients in his era, there will definitely be in other worlds. Therefore, he immediately sent a message in the group. Lu Pianxing, excuse me, are there any special ingredients in your world? I need a new ingredient now. Chapter 088. As soon as this news of the little boss came out, the group instantly became lively again. To say that the few people in the group spoke the least, Chi Luo, the group leader, was one, and Hequan Masamune was also one. And this little boss is also one. However, these three people are few in the water group, and others can understand it. Chi Luo, needless to say, what is the status of people? It's already good to be able to speak in the group for 2 sentences, and expect people to be like them all day in the water group? And Izumi Masamune, because he is a novelist, needs to spend a lot of time and energy on codewords every day, and every day he has to worry about whether he has written it himself, how the data does not move, and no one reads these things. Of course, there won't be a lot of time for the water. And the little boss, as a chef, is also very busy, and in the catering industry, there is basically no rest time. It's also busy until late every day, and of course there is no time for the water. And among the 3 people, the small boss has the fewest appearances. At least, Zillow and Masamune Waizumi had watched Hattori's live broadcast before. If these 3 people can one day send any news in the group, it will definitely attract the attention of others. Not to mention the news of help like the little boss. Carp, little boss, what kind of ingredients do you want, meat, fish, or vegetables? Whatever you want, I can get it for you. As a naval hero, doing something like some ingredients is not a piece of cake, but a matter of his words. Shinomiya Kagaya, in fact, there are a lot of good things in my time, as much as you want, I can get you as much. Sakamoto, since Miss Kagaya said so, then I'm embarrassed to rob her. Who made me a poor man? Kaned Aichi, +1. Heiji Hattori, +2. These 4 people are the closest in age, so their worlds all have similar ingredients. And they also know that Shinomiya Kagaya's identity in her world is definitely a world-class business magnate, rich and invincible. As long as it is an ingredient that is available in her world, she can get it. As for the money? Joke. Talk about money with the eldest lady of the 4 palace group? Therefore, the other 3 didn't say anything, because the ingredients that Shinomiya Kagaya could get would definitely be more than theirs. At this time, Chi Luo, who had not spoken for a long time, finally sent a message in the group. Chi Luo, are you sure that any ingredient can be made delicious? As soon as Chi Luo's news was sent, the group became more lively. The rest of the group was still wondering what day it was, and suddenly let Xiao Dangjia and Chi Luo, the 2 people who spoke the least, speak in the group. Carp, group leader, listen to what you mean, it seems that you also have some ingredients to hand over to the little master. Since that's the case, I won't lose face in front of you, the group leader. Shinomiya Kagaya, me too, the ingredients I have here are just some very ordinary ingredients. The group owner can kill me in seconds by taking out any ingredient, and I will not lose face in front of the group owner. As for the others, then not to mention. Carp and Shinomiya Kagaya are not flattering Zillow, but they really feel that their ingredients can't be taken in front of Zillow. Think about the gift that Chiluo gave them before, it was something beyond their imagination. Therefore, the ingredients that Chiluo can take out will definitely exceed their imagination. Chiluo stopped paying attention after taking a look at these news, and he was now waiting for news from the little master. Lu Pianxing, Group Master, although I can't do it in other aspects, I still have a little confidence in cooking. This phrase already represents the meaning of the little master, that is, he thinks that he can make any ingredient delicious. This is his pride and confidence as a Grand Cru chef. However, Chiluo still asked a little unsurely. Zillow, are you sure? Even ingredients you've never seen before? Lu Pianxing, I'm sure. In fact, when he saw Chiluo's news, Lu Pianxing's original confidence dropped a lot. The ingredients he had never seen before, he had never even seen, how could he be sure that they could be made delicious? He is just an ordinary person, not a god. Even a grand chef can't make delicious ingredients that he's never seen before. It's just that the little boss still confirmed Chiluo's news. Since joining the chat group, Xiao Dangjia is actually a little inferior in his heart. His era is in ancient times, and even in modern times, there is simply nothing to talk about. In addition to his culinary skills, the little boss was worried that if the rest of the group doubted his cooking skills, they would stop paying attention to him. So no matter what, he's going to give it a try. And, for a chef, it's an honor to be able to handle ingredients that you've never seen before. Chiluo, well, I just have an ingredient for you to handle. Lu Pianxing, Group Master, may I ask what kind of ingredient you have? Zillow, it is a meat ingredient, a kind of dinosaur meat on a planet in my world. As a god of destruction, Chiluo's interests now are only so few. Improve yourself to become stronger, pay attention to what is fun in the group, and food. In his impression, the seventh universe has a very good taste of dinosaur meat. When he was the exclusive chef of Beerus, he used this ingredient to make food, and the taste can be said to be endless. With his cooking skills can make such a delicacy, then with the cooking skills of the little master, isn't this delicacy even better? Lu Pianxing, dinosaur meat. Group Master, there are still dinosaurs in your world. Of course, Lu Pianxing knew what dinosaurs were, but he didn't expect that Chiluo could even take out dinosaur meat. Could it be that in Zillow's world, can dinosaurs still be completely extinct? As for the others, they were very calm when they heard Chiluo say dinosaur meat. They were no longer surprised by Zillow's words. Because they knew that if Chiluo would be surprised every time he said a word, they would probably not live long. Ziluo, now you still have a chance to regret it, dinosaur meat, can you handle it? Little boss, I'm willing to try. Group leader, please give me this opportunity. Little Dang didn't expect that he could actually handle dinosaur meat one day. Although he knew that the dinosaurs that Ziluo said might be different from the dinosaurs he understood, he was still very excited. Chapter 090. Seeing the news sent by the little boss, Chiluo couldn't help but show a smile. As a special chef, Xiao Dangjia is very strict about ingredients and dishes. Since he said so, it means that the ingredients he sent over have become one glowing dish after another. Zillow was already a little impatient to taste it. Chiluo, leave a little for you and your friends to taste, and send the rest in the group, and ask others to taste it well. Solo music is not as good as everyone's music, and Ziluo is not so selfish as not to let others taste it. And Zillow's words also received thanks and praise from others. Carp, the lord of the group is magnificent. The group master is the best. Shinomiya Kagaya, Lord Kun is really the best person. Sakamoto, Lord of the group, is an eternal god. Kained Aichi, Lord Kun is the most handsome. Hattori Heiji, you guys, you actually say that about the group master for a little food. All I can say is that you are so right. And Hekwan Masamune, it is estimated that he is trying to code, and did not look at the group, so he can only miss such a good opportunity. With Chi Luo's consent, Xiao Dangjia first moved most of the dishes to a place where no one was, leaving only a little for him, Master Xie and Ren. Although Master Xie and Ren felt very strange about the little boss's behavior, their thoughts were all on the food now, so they went to the little boss. The reason why the little boss wants to do this is also very simple. He can't turn these foods into red envelopes and send them to the group in front of the other two people. If he really did this, Master Xie and Ren would definitely faint in shock. The little boss stuffed all the remaining delicacies into red envelopes and sent them out. It's just that no one dares to be the first to grab it. Because they knew that the first person to grab the red envelope was only the group leader Chi Luo. After Chi Luo snatched the first red envelope, the others dared to grab the remaining red envelopes. Soon, the red envelopes sent by the little boss had all been snatched up. To be fair, the little boss made a dish for everyone in the group. But because Hekwan Masamune did not come out to grab the red envelope, his red envelope could only be received by the little boss himself. The dishes made by the little boss are different, and the dish that Chi Luo grabbed was a meat steak. More precisely, it should be called Dragon Platoon. This dragon steak is simply full of color and fragrance. Just by looking, it makes people full of appetite. However, it is a pity that this time's dragon chop is different from the golden fried rice last time, and Chi Luo did not see it glow. It is estimated that the little boss will indeed shine when he first made it, but it has been a while, and the light that should have been emitted has all been emitted. Naturally, there is no light. After getting the dragon steak, Chi Luo did not choose to eat it at the first time, but sent a message in the group. Chi Luo, you guys wait and eat first. Before you eat, I have a question I want to illustrate. As soon as Chi Luo's news was sent, Carp and the others, who were originally planning to move, stopped moving. They were curious about what Zillow needed to say. Zillow, the ingredients for these foods come from dinosaurs on a planet in my world. Although that dinosaur is weak, the energy it carries is still too large for you. So don't eat too much at once when you eat. It is best to eat in small bites. Chi Luo, if you eat too fast, if you eat too much at once, it is very likely that you will not be able to withstand the energy in the ingredients, causing your body to explode. As soon as Chi Luo's news was sent, in the world of the little boss, Master Xie and Ren suddenly ran over to find the little boss. People who say that they have eaten the food made by Xiao Dangjia, I don't know why their bodies actually exploded. Frightened, everyone around ran away, thinking that they had fallen for evil. Hearing this news, the little boss directly froze in place. He actually killed several people. Although the death of those people cannot be blamed on the little boss, after all, it is said that they died after eating the food he made, and the impact this brought to the little boss is called a big one. Lu Pianxing, Group Leader, what should I do? I have several people here who eat what I made and all die. After all, the little boss is just an ordinary person, and according to his age, he is still just a child. The first time he encountered such a thing, he had already panicked, so he could only ask Chi Luo and the group to solve it. And the news of the little boss also startled the rest of the group. Chi Luo had just finished sending the news, and someone really lost their lives because they ate this ingredient. This made Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakamoto, and other ordinary people so frightened that they did not dare to eat it. They quickly asked Chi Luo and the group what to do. However, at this time, Zai Luo had closed the chat group. His attention was now all on the dragon platoon in front of him. The aroma emitted by the dragon chop made Chi Luo swallow his saliva. What else is there to say? As a foodie, food can't wait for now. So Chi Luo picked up the dragon chop and ate it after dividing 3 times by 2. Only 2 words to describe it: delicious. It was just when Chi Luo had just finished eating the dragon chop and had not even disposed of the plate. Suddenly the door to his room was opened, and then Beerus and Ves burst into his room. Chi Luo's attention was all on the food just now, and he didn't notice anyone approaching his room. However, even if his attention was not drawn to the food, he did not know that Ves and Beerus were near his room. Because of his current strength, he is still some distance away from Beerus, let alone Weiss. Okay, Zillow. You actually eat secretly in the room. Rushing into the room, Beerus's gaze was suddenly on the plate that had not yet been put away by Zillow's side. He looked at Chi Luo, his eyes full of heartache. In the past, when Chi Luo was not a god of destruction, he would take the initiative to send him delicious food. But now, Chi Luo has become the god of destruction, and he has changed, and he actually eats delicious food alone in the room, and he doesn't know how to share. Even Weiss looked at Zi Luo with a little sadness in his eyes. As a foodie, having delicious food not shared with them is the most heart-wrenching thing. How do you know? Chi Luo asked with some curiosity. Did he stay in the room and eat so that they could still find out about it? It should not be said that Weiss has been monitoring his room all the time. This scent is so strong, how do you say we know? After speaking, Beerus twitched his nose a few times, with a look of enjoyment. Chapter 092. The rest of the group was excited after seeing Chi Luo's news. If it can really enhance their physique so that they can master Qi, they are very willing to try. As for the danger of dying from an explosion, they are no longer in their eyes. Chi Luo has said that as long as you eat less every time, it is okay. They were also very glad that they grabbed the red envelope and didn't pick it up like a starving ghost when they got the food. Otherwise, they would end up the same as those who ate the dishes of the little masters. Knowing the correct way to eat it from Zillow, Carp and the others found a dice and a knife and began to divide the dishes in their hands into pieces. It is worth mentioning that although Zillow said that eating the dice-sized amount each time is fine. But in addition to Carp, Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakamoto and other ordinary people, did not divide the dishes into the size of dice, but at least half less. Because they know very well that the amount of dice size that Chi Luo said is the amount in the eyes of Chi Luo, the absolute boss. Carp, who is also not an ordinary person, may be able to, but these ordinary people, forget it. Everything is based on safety, as small as you can. If you don't feel anything at all, you can eat more. On the other side, the little Dangjia took Master Xie and Ren and left after saying goodbye to the others. Those people all died by explosion, everyone else felt that they had fallen into evil, and none of them thought about their deaths on the little master. After all, if you can eat something and die by exploding, it will be too terrifying, and no one will believe it. And when the 3 of them went to a jungle and sat down to rest, the little boss suddenly found that there were people at him in the group. At a glance, it was actually Chi Luo, the group leader. Chi Luo, I still have some ingredients here, I'll send them over, you can help me make them into dishes. Then, the little boss received a red envelope from Chi Luo. Taking advantage of the other 2 not paying attention, the little boss ran to a place where no one was, and then opened the red envelope. Because he had the experience of being pressed under the ingredients last time, this time the little boss immediately ran to the side after receiving the red envelope. Sure enough, where the little boss was standing just now, a large piece of ingredients appeared. It's bigger than the ingredients just now. If it weren't for the little master's cleverness, it is estimated that he would be crushed by this ingredient. The little boss had just finished receiving a red envelope, and Chi Luo sent him a second red envelope. Chi Luo, here are some leftover ingredients, it can be regarded as a lucky expense for you. This little red envelope owner did not receive it at the first time, because even if he received it, there was no place to put it. Anyway, this red envelope was specially given to him by the group leader Chi Luo, and the others did not have the courage to grab it. Let's wait until he gets to a better place to pick it up, Next, the little boss began to help Chiluo cook the ingredients. As a special chef, what kind of kitchenware, what seasoning, that's all with you. But in this wilderness, there is no special kitchen, and there are many dishes that cannot be cooked. Therefore, the little boss can only make a fire and prepare these ingredients to make barbecue. Because there are so many ingredients, it is impossible to bake them all at once, so the little boss can only bake a little and give Chiluo a little. Zillow, on the other hand, brought the food sent by the little boss to Beerus and Weiss. Beerus and Weiss couldn't wait for a long time, and after a while, they ate all the food that Zillow had brought over. Moreover, because Beerus was no longer the god of destruction, Weiss did not be polite with him and snatched most of the food, while poor Beerus only got a small part. When they finish eating, the expression on their faces is called enjoyment. They've never eaten anything so delicious. Chiluo, I didn't expect that after you became the god of destruction, your cooking skills would also be excellent. Hurry up, do a little more. Beerus's face was unfinished, he had eaten less, so he quickly urged Chiluo to continue to bring the food. However, Chiluo glanced at him and shook his head. It's gone, so many ingredients. If you want to eat, wait for the next chance. Of course, Zillow lied to Beerus, he still has a lot of them, and the little boss is doing it non-stop now. But, the rest is all his. Joke. He hadn't eaten enough himself, and it was already nice to give Beerus and Weiss a taste. Of course, Beerus would not believe Zillow's words, but Zillow asked him to go to the kitchen to see that there was really nothing left, and Beerus stopped. It's a pity, next time you do a little more, I'm going to take them to the 6th universe to find Xiongpa, and show them well. Let him show off the food of the 6th universe in front of me all day long. Although Xiongpa had lost to Zillow last time, Beerus would not pity him. Not only that, but he also planned to show off in front of Xiongpa, and then stimulate Xiongpa. Beerus's words gave Zillow a wake-up call. Before, he asked Weiss to collect all the treasures of the 7th universe. A lot of treasures have been collected, but there are no high-grade ones at all. No way, the Dragon Ball world is different from other worlds, and there are no high-grade treasures. Luo exchanged all the treasures that Weiss found for points, which was just to change his points from the original 110,000 to 130,000. It seems that the most precious treasure in the Dragon Ball world is Super Dragon Ball, and the Dragon Ball on Earth and the Dragon Ball of Namex cannot be compared with Super Dragon Ball. Therefore, Zillow also let Weiss find Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe. Chiluo remembered that there should be a Super Dragon Ball in the 7th universe, but because there was too much dust in the universe, it covered the Super Dragon Ball and turned into a planet. Under Weiss's search, he did find the Super Dragon Ball. Luo thought about whether to exchange Super Dragon Balls for points. There are a total of 7 Super Dragon Balls, which can definitely be exchanged for a lot of points. But then Chiluo thought about it, he could collect 7 Super Dragon Balls, and then make a wish to the Super Divine Dragon to obtain a large number of treasures. Redeem Super Dragon Balls for points, which are one time, only redeem once and are gone. But if you use Super Dragon Ball to make a wish, you can make a wish I don't know how many times and get a lot of treasures. Beerus's words reminded Zillow, who remembered that in the original book, Peiko collected 6 Dragon Balls, just 1 Dragon Ball from the 7th universe. Chapter 093. Super Dragon Balls are not the same as the Dragon Balls of Earth and Namex, and are only scattered on one planet. Super Dragon Ball, which is scattered across 12 universes. If you really find it, it is a very troublesome thing. But since Xiongpa was able to find so many Super Dragon Balls in such a short time, there must be a way for him. Therefore, Chiluo had to ask about this method. Or if Pan doesn't know how, he can tell him where the other Super Dragon Balls are. Weiss, where is the 6th universe? I'll go to the 6th universe. By the way, tell me all the locations of the universe. Heart is not as good as action, Zillow immediately asked twice where the location of the 6th universe is. Although Elephanta knew the location of the 7th universe, he did not know the location of the 6th universe, and he did not know the location of many other universes. Therefore, Zillow simply asked the location of all the universes, and asked Weiss again and again in the future. Weiss told Zillow the location of all the universes, and this is not a secret, there is nothing that cannot be told. And hearing that Zillow was going to the 6th universe, Beerus said that he was also going. Moreover, Beerus also asked Zillow to prepare a little more of the food just now, which he wanted to bring over to show off in front of Xiongpa. Beerus is going, and this Zillow has no opinion. But what Beerus asked him to do, Zillow said he didn't do. It is none of his business to show off when he finds Xiongpa, why should he sacrifice his food and show himself in front of Xiongpa? And Zillow's refusal made Beerus unhappy. He now found that Zillow, this guy, is different from him before, and has undergone earth-shaking changes. No way, Zillow didn't agree, Beerus couldn't force him to do it. He knew that Zillow was very popular with the king and the high priest. It would be embarrassing if Chiluo sued him and let the king and the great priest trouble themselves. This is also why Zillow, after becoming the god of destruction, was able to call Beerus by name, and Beerus's words were willing to be reasonable, and if he was not willing to reason, he would forget it. Because he has the support of the whole king and the great priest behind him. It's just that the only people who know about this matter are the trio of Weiss, Beerus, and Zillow of the 7th universe. The gods of destruction and angels of other universes did not know about this at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the guts to go to Chiluo's trouble. But then again, it seems that they are the ones who are getting into trouble. Weiss took Zillow and Beerus towards the 6th universe. As for why Chiluo didn't use teleportation to move over, it was very simple. He is also a god of destruction, can't he always teleport with Ves and Beerus every time, so what has he become? Vase and Beerus entourage? Therefore, unless Zillow is alone or the road is really a little far away, he doesn't have to move instantaneously, just let Weiss fly with him. It just so happens that the 6th universe is next door to the 7th, not far away. You can reach it quickly even if you don't have to teleport. In the 6th universe, on the planet of the god of destruction, Xiongpa is very rare in cultivation. This is simply an incredible thing for a god of destruction who is too lazy to consolidate even if he breaks through the realm. Bardos on the side was also a little surprised at first. But now she is used to it. Since losing to Chiluo last time and losing his face in front of the god of destruction in the whole universe, Xiongpa began to cultivate seriously. Because he felt that if he could consolidate his realm when he fought with Chiluo before, or even a little stronger, he would not lose. I won't lose such a big face. Although Xiongpa hated cultivation very much, he hated losing face even more, especially if he was still losing his face related to Beerus. He also knew about Zillow's defeat of Sitara and Rumsey. So he had already decided, and when she became a little stronger, he would go to Rumsey and Sitara to discuss, and go to fight Zillow again. The three of them joined forces and hit Kilo 1. As for the three veteran destruction gods joining forces to fight a new destruction god, would it be too humiliating? This elephant is no longer there. Anyway, his face has been lost now, and he is no longer afraid of losing face. And at this time, Chiluo also came to the 6th universe. After coming to the 6th universe, Zillow and they went directly to the planet of the god of destruction in Xiongpa. I'm not mistaken. You are actually cultivating. After coming to the planet of Xiongpa, Beerus said in disbelief. He even rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had seen it wrong. He and Xiongpa are brothers, and naturally know what kind of personality Xiongpa is. Very lazy, especially dislike cultivation. Otherwise, although Xiongpa's talent is not as good as him, it is impossible for him to have just broken through the intermediate god of destruction for so many years, let alone be the weakest existence among the god of destruction. If Xiongpa can take the initiative to cultivate, even if he can't reach the first echelon, there is still no problem with the second echelon. It's just that he has never seen Xiongpa take the initiative to cultivate, and it was Bardos who forced him to cultivate. Therefore, every time Xiongpa's cultivation practiced, he would definitely have a reluctant expression on his face. But now, Beerus did not see that reluctant expression in Elephantpa. In other words, this time Xiongpa took the initiative to cultivate by himself. This made Beerus feel surprised. But immediately, Beerus reacted, which must have been the reason for the last loss to Zillow. Beerus felt that Xiongpa must want to cultivate hard from now on, be angry and strong, and then find Chi Luo to fight again, and want to be shameful. It's just a pity that this is something that will never be possible in a lifetime. Beerus, what are you coming to the 6th universe for? Xiongpa, who was cultivating, heard Beerus's voice and turned away, turning around and still saying something in his mouth. However, when he saw Zillow standing beside Beerus, Xiongpa's face suddenly became very panicked. Because Xiongpa was very worried that Zillow would come to fight him again. He has not even come out of the shadow of being beaten by Chi Luo. If he is hung and beaten again, his mentality will collapse. You won't want this heir of yours to fight me again. Don't fight, this time I won't fight again if you say anything. Before Beerus and Zillow could say anything, Xiongpa quickly shook his head and refused. Beerus was happy to see Xiongpa's stunned appearance, and it was the first time he had seen Xiongpa's scolding appearance. It's just that this time it wasn't him who came to find Xiongpa, but Zillow. Chapter 094. Beerus was also very curious about what happened to Zillow when he came to the 6th universe to find Xiongpa. Could it be that it's because the last time I beat the elephant paw was not too enjoyable, so I want to beat it again this time? If this is the case, Beerus will not stop it, but will stand on the sidelines and watch the play. Anyway, Xiongpa and he were originally a pair of happy and unhappy people, and one of the things they liked to do the most was to see each other ugly. But this time, Beerus and Elephant Paw were both wrong. The already defeated god of destruction will not earn points if he defeats it again, which means that it is only the first reward. Therefore, Zai Luo no longer has any interest in the 3 gods of destruction in the 4th echelon. Fortunately, there is this first reward, otherwise, Xiongpa is a little better, and the points are only 30,000. Rumsey is sure to be swiped back and forth by Zillow. It can be said that this first reward protects them. Xiongpa, I didn't expect your guts to become so small now. I used to see that you were quite arrogant in front of me. Hearing Beerus's words, Elephant Paw glared at him. This can be the same. Although the two of them are happy and wrongdoers, they like to see each other ugly the most, but the two of them are also brothers. No matter what, he won't really be too cruel to the other party, at most he will just make the other party lose face. As for really fighting, Beerus's strength can completely kill Xiongpa, but every time the two of them fight, they will fight back and forth, and in the end, both of them will be injured. In fact, everyone knows that Beerus simply released a whole universe of C. But Chi Luo is different, he doesn't have his subordinates to show mercy, that's called a ruthlessness. After being beaten by Chi Luo last time, Xiongpa felt that his body was no longer his own, and he was completely paralyzed. If Bardos hadn't helped him treat, he would have been lying in bed for at least a few months. Therefore, Xiongpa was not afraid at all when he faced Beerus, an existence that was stronger than Zillow. But in the face of Zillow, he is from the bottom of his heart. Of course, Zai Luo also saw Xiongpa's worry, and he smiled slightly, indicating that Xiongpa was thinking too much. Don't worry, I didn't come to you this time to fight you, but I have some questions I want to ask you. Of course, if you don't answer obediently or don't report it, then maybe I'll help you loosen up again. Zai Luo looked at Xiongpa and showed a smile that he thought was quite gentle. It's just that this smile of his is simply a devil's smile in Xiongpa's opinion. But fortunately, hearing that Chi Luo did not come to him this time to fight him, Xiongpa was relieved in his heart. As long as he didn't come to abuse him, As for what was wrong with Chi Luo, in order not to be beaten by Chi Luo, Xiongpa said that he would definitely know everything and say everything. I ask you, you should know how to find Super Dragon Ball, tell me that method. Chi Luo didn't want to go around and around, and asked straight to the point. He just doesn't hide his desire to find Super Dragon Ball, because he knows that it is useless to cover up, and he will be discovered sooner or later anyway. You're looking for Super Dragon Ball? Hearing Zilo's question, Xiongpa exclaimed in surprise. Because, he also wants to find Super Dragon Ball. And Beerus also glanced at Zilo with some surprise. Of course he knows what Super Dragon Ball is, and it's a good thing to be able to summon Super Dragon and theoretically grant any wish. Chi Luo actually wants to collect Super Dragon Balls, does he want to have some wish to fulfill? But he is already the god of destruction, and he is also the best, fast-growing god of destruction, and there should be no wishes to be fulfilled. However, although curious in his heart, Beerus also knew that this occasion was not suitable to ask. Since Zilo wants to collect Super Dragon Balls, collect it. If Xiongpa dared not to report it, he would help Zilo to let Xiongpa say it. You don't care about this, you just need to tell me how to find Super Dragon Ball. But I don't know. Xiongpa said with some weakness. This way, that's okay. Then you and I will go to the boundary. I happen to have a little itchy hand lately and want to find someone to talk to. Saying that, Chi Luo also twisted his neck and looked at Xiongpa with an unkind face. Wait. Don't be in such a hurry. I don't know how to find Super Dragon Balls, but I know where those Super Dragon Balls are. I can tell you where they are. Seeing that Chi Luo was about to make a move, Xiangpa panicked and quickly said to Chi Luo. Okay, then tell the play, where are those Super Dragon Balls? Don't think about lying, otherwise you will end up very bad. Not only Zilo, but even Beerus looked at Xiongpa with a bad face. If Xiongpa dares to lie, don't say Zilo, Beerus will be the first to not let him go. No way, who made Chi Luo's dishes so delicious, especially the roasted meat before. That taste is several times more delicious than what Chi Luo made before. In order to be able to eat the dishes made by Zilo often, Beerus of course has to stand on Zilo's side. Not to mention that the other party is still like this guy. Being looked at by the two destruction gods, and the destruction god whose strength far exceeded his, cold sweat suddenly broke out on Xiongpa's fat face. He didn't have time to wipe a cold sweat, so he told Chi Luo the location of the Super Dragon Ball. According to Elephant Paw, 7 Super Dragon Balls are scattered throughout the 12 universes. 1 is in the 7th universe, 2 in the 6th universe, and the remaining 4 are in 4 different universes. Xiongpa told Zilo all the location of the Super Dragon Ball. However, he only knows which universe Super Dragon Ball is, and as for the specific location, he doesn't know this. Otherwise, he would have collected it long ago, which would have waited until now. Looking at Xiongpa's serious expression, Zilo and Beerus both believed that Xiongpa was not lying. Good, then I'll ask you for one thing now. In addition to the 1 Dragon Ball from the 7th universe, the remaining 6 Dragon Balls, you collect them all and send them to the 7th universe. Chi Luo looked at Xiongpa with a smile, patted him on the shoulder and spoke. Originally, Chi Luo still thought that he would find it after knowing about Super Dragon Ball. But on second thought, why did he bother with this? He can ask Xiongpa to help find it. Why don't you have free labor? As for whether Xiongpa would refuse, Zilo was not worried about this problem at all. Just kidding, is there room for refusal like Pa? Chapter 095. You're going to let me help you find Super Dragon Ball. Zilo's words made Xiongpa's loud cry again, and then Xiongpa's face turned red. Not the shy kind of blush, but angry. He felt that Chi Luo was really getting more and more excessive, and let him say the location of the Super Dragon Ball. Now he actually asked him to help find Super Dragon Ball. After you find it, you will send it to the 7th universe. Did Zai Luo treat him as a god of destruction? Xiangpa suddenly felt that he seemed to be free labor in Zai Luo's eyes. If Zilo knew what was going on in Xiangpa's heart, he would have nodded in agreement. Because he really treated Elephant Pa as free labor. With his weak but arrogant and trouble-loving personality, if it weren't for Beerus being his own brother, he would have no idea what it would be like to be bullied by other gods of destruction. However, Beerus is not a threat to him, because he bullies Xiangpa, and Beerus will not refuse, but will help him. Who made himself the heir of Beerus, and also conquered the stomach of Beerus? Who does Beerus help him with? Therefore, Chi Luo bullied Xiang Palai, there was no pressure at all. Who made Xiangpa's character so annoying? Zilo felt that as the heir of Beerus, he had the responsibility to help Elephant Pa change his nasty personality. I said Xiangpa, since Zilo asked you to help him collect Super Dragon Balls, then you should collect them. It won't take you much time anyway. Beerus also spoke at this time, of course he was helping Zilo speak. I don't have time. Elephant Pa glared at Beerus and spoke. I still have to cultivate, you go find someone else. You? Practice? You stop kidding. If you can really cultivate well, your strength will already be more than that. You won't be beaten so badly by Zai Luo. You just thought about cultivating well now, wouldn't it be a little too late? Besides, with your current strength realm, even if you really want to cultivate, it's not too much time. Although he had indeed seen Xiangpa's active cultivation with his own eyes just now, Beerus still did not believe that Xiangpa would really last. According to his understanding of Pa, it is estimated that it is the rhythm of fishing for 3 days and drying nets for 2 days. Besides, Xiangpa's cultivation is estimated to consolidate his realm of intermediate destruction gods. But this will take a lot of time, let alone decades, or even hundreds of years to achieve. It's not something that can be done in a day or two. Not everyone is as evil as Chi Luo, and not everyone can complete a breakthrough with points like Chi Luo. Originally, the last time Chi Luo broke through to the junior middle destruction god on his own, he also needed to spend a while to consolidate his realm. But this process was directly solved by him with points. When he used the enhancement point to strengthen his destructive power, he also consolidated his realm by the way. No way, with points you can do whatever you want. As for the other destruction gods, it often takes at least a long time to cultivate once. In this way, Xiangpa, if you don't want to, I believe that Chi Luo will not force you, and of course he will not accompany you to help you consolidate your realm faster, right, Chi Luo? Seeing that Xiangpa still looked rejected, Beerus glanced at Ziluo and said lightly. Although his mouth sounded good, everyone present could hear the threat in his words. The meaning of Beerus's words, just listen to the opposite meaning. In other words, if Xiangpa did not agree, Beerus would have to ask Zilo to accompany Xiangpa. Of course, Zilo also understood Beerus's words, and he also nodded very cooperatively to Xiangpa. Yes, Xiangpa, if you don't agree, forget it, I won't force you. Although Chi Luo said so, Xiangpa knew that as long as he dared to disagree, it would be the beginning of the boundary. Xiangpa only felt that his future life was dark. This Beerus himself came to bully him, and now he actually brought his own heir to bully him. Xiangpa regretted it very much, knowing that he would not go to the 7th universe to find Beerus to show off the food of the 6th universe. In this way, he would not disturb Chi Luo's cultivation, and then Chi Luo would not find himself. Regret. Xiangpa really regretted it. But alas, there is no regret medicine in this world, even God. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Give me a little time and I'll send you the Super Dragon Balls when I've found them. There was no way, Xiangpa could only accept his fate. Originally, he wanted to collect the Super Dragon Balls first, so that he could make a wish first. But he also thought that Chi Luo only asked him to find 6 Super Dragon Balls, and the one in the 7th universe did not let him find it. Obviously, either Zilo has found the Super Dragon Ball, or he has not found it yet, but plans to find it himself. Therefore, the maximum Super Dragon Balls he can find is only 6. Unless he can sneak into the 7th universe and secretly find the Dragon Ball of the 7th universe. But this is simply unrealistic. So there was no way, Xiongpa had to confess his life. He now hopes to find the 6 Dragon Balls quickly, give them to Qi Luo, and tell Qi Luo by the way if he can stop bothering him in the future. The search for Elephant Paw is completed, and Zillow and Weiss and Beerus return to the 7th universe. For the matter of challenging the 3rd echelon destruction god, Zi Luo plans to slow down for the time being, wait for Xiongpa to collect the Dragon Balls, and after he has made his wish, he will go to his great cause of fighting the entire universe. After returning to the 7th universe, Beerus and Weiss were obsessed with the roast that Zillow had taken out before, hoping that Zillow could give them a little more. As for what Qi Luo said before, it has not come, they believe that there are ghosts. Seeing that Beerus had just been on his side and had done him a big favor, Zillow agreed. Opening the chat group, Qi Luo found that the little boss had sent him a lot of red envelopes. The contents of these red envelopes are the roasted meat that the little boss baked for Qi Luo. After receiving a red envelope, Zillow gave the roast to Beerus and Weiss. As for the rest, of course, he kept it for himself and tasted it slowly. Just when Qi Luo received the red envelope, he suddenly found that other people in the group left messages in the group, saying that their physical fitness had indeed been enhanced after eating the dishes. Chapter 096. Qi Luo remembered that from the time he suggested in the group to now, it had only been less than half a day in total, but he did not expect that those guys in the group had actually eaten the dishes and their physiques had been strengthened. It seems that he still underestimated the energy contained in the ingredients, or it can be said that he looked up to the physical quality of those in the group. In the group, those who have eaten food and strengthened their physical fitness are sharing their joy. First and foremost, of course, is Carp. His strength is the strongest in the group except for Qi Luo, and of course, he can eat the most dishes at once. Natural cuisine also increased him the most. Carp, the ingredients of the group owner are really magical. I only ate about the size of 2 dice, which improved my physical fitness. Because Zillow had said earlier that Carp could eat more than others, Carp ate 2 dice-sized amounts at once. As soon as he ate it, Carp felt that his body began to heat up, and there was an energy in his body that was transforming his body. When the transformation was completed, Carp found that his physique had actually improved. Although there is not much enhancement, but that is because the amount is small. If he can eat a little more, it will improve his physique even more. And after the physical improvement, Carp even felt as if he was several years younger. Of course, this is Carp's illusion, his age is not young, but because of his improved physique, at least he can let Carp live a few more years. Moreover, after the physical fitness improved, Carp also found that he had not increased much chi after practicing and training, and he actually increased a lot at once. This made Carp very excited, because now he is estimated to be able to practice air dancing. In fact, when he first mastered chi, he could already practice the art of dancing the void. It's just that at that time, Carp thought that he could use chi skillfully first, and then strengthen his chi a little before starting to practice. And now, he can already use chi skillfully, and the amount of chi has also increased, and he can finally learn the art of dancing the void. Not only Carp, but everyone else who ate the food was similar. Shinomiya Kagaya, I don't eat as much as Mr. Carp, probably only eating the equivalent of a quarter of the size of a dice. But I can feel that my physique has also increased, and my strength has also increased a lot. Shinomiya Kagaya, and more importantly, my body shape has not changed. I thought I would become a muscle woman. Scared me. Unlike the men in the group, Shinomiya Kagaya is also a girl, and she is also a girl who loves beauty. If she becomes a muscle woman, it is a very scary thing. So she was actually a little hesitant before eating. It's just that her inner desire to enhance her physique and learn the art of dancing has overcome her inner fear. But fortunately, the result still made her very satisfied, not only enhanced her physique, but also did not become a muscle woman, just perfect. Moreover, as a girl, she is very sensitive to the enhancement of her physique. Because in the past, she needed a lot of force to lift a table, but now, she only needs to use one hand. And you know, the little master's cooking is not only that little. If she eats all the dishes, she is estimated to become the most powerful person in the world. Even those Hercules couldn't compare to her. The same goes for everyone else. Sakamoto, Hattori Heiji, Kane Aichi, Kotoya, and others all felt the enhancement of their physique. A breathless high school student like Kane Aichi, who has achieved nothing but solve the case and will be tired after running a few steps, after his physique was enhanced, he deliberately went outside to run a few kilometers, and the result was very relaxed, and he didn't even gasp for breath. Sakamoto, on the other hand, uses his cheats, and when he repeatedly jumps left and right, he is more relaxed, his speed is faster, and his strength is stronger. As for Heiji Hattori, when he was practicing kendo, he accidentally destroyed the sword he usually used to practice. The small boss, on the other hand, is more convenient to cut vegetables when cooking, but because you haven't gotten used to it, you may ruin the kitchenware. In short, the people who ate the food, except for Chi Luo, everyone else enhanced their physique. It's a pity that poor Hequan Masamune missed the news in the group because he was working the code word, and did not receive the red envelope of the little boss, so he missed such a great opportunity. Therefore, as a writer, it is already very hard to code every day, and you may miss so many things. It's so pathetic. Only the great support of readers can soothe his young heart. Moreover, the people in the group not only have their physique enhanced, they have also been conquered by the superb cooking skills of the little master. Kiluo's perfect ingredients combined with Xiao Dangjia's superb cooking skills make the dishes simply enjoyable. This made Chi Luo also have a little expectation in his heart. If the Medicine King also joined the chat group at that time, it would be fun. In addition, if Ayu also joins the chat group, he is in the world of food captive, and there are a lot of various ingredients. The food group formed by these three people will definitely become a beautiful landscape in the group. Shinomiya Kagaya, at Mr. Carp, since our physique has all been enhanced, is it easier to perceive Chi and Master Chi? At this moment, a message from Shinomiya Kagaya in the group caught the attention of others. Especially those male members, have left messages in the group. Sakamoto, at Mr. Carp, can you give us another lesson? Kane Aichi, yes, Mr. Carp, our physique has been enhanced now, and we will definitely be able to do it this time. Hattori Heiji, Mr. Carp, since everyone wants it so much, then you can tell us about it. Even the girl Kagaya Shinomiya is obsessed with Chi, let alone those male members. Hattori Heiji is okay, because they haven't seen the Shalo conference, so they don't know how amazing Chi is. They just know that if they master the Chi, they can fly in the sky. And Kane Aichi and Sakamoto, the two people who have seen the Shiru conference, have a much greater thirst for Chi than Hattori Heiji. But they knew that mastering Chi could not only fly in the sky, but also turn into a humanoid nuclear weapon. Of course, they knew that they did not have this ability to become so exaggerated, but even if they only had 1/10,000th of their ability of Monkey King and Shalu, they were already satisfied. As a boy, who hasn't fantasized about how cool and very windy they are? Chapter 097. Looking at the way other people in the group asked Carp to take lessons, Chi Luo couldn't help but feel a little funny. He remembers that when he went to school, he asked the teacher to leave class quickly and not to delay the class. Unexpectedly, now he actually met a group of people who wanted to take classes. Although he knew that this class was not his class, Chi Luo still felt a little funny in his heart. Anyway, idle and boring is also boring, and Chi Luo also made a splash in the group. Chi Luo, at, since everyone wants you to be able to give them lessons, then you can open a live video broadcast and give everyone a good lesson. Others didn't expect that Chi Luo, the busy crowd lord who was busy with all the opportunities, would actually pay attention to this kind of thing. They couldn't help but be very moved, thinking that Chi Luo sent such a message to help them. Because as long as Zillow spoke, Carp would not refuse. Therefore, they quickly thanked Chi Luo in the group. How could they have thought that Chi Luo just thought it was a little fun, passing the boring time? And at this time, Carp finally spoke. Carp, even if the group leader didn't speak, I originally wanted to teach you another lesson. Then you guys find a convenient time, let's start a live video. Shinomiya Kagaya, great. I have time now. Kained Aichi, me too. It's idle now. Sakamoto, Mr. Carp wants to give a lecture, even if he is busy, he will definitely find time. Heiji Hattori, +1. Little boss, I'm so lucky, I just have time now. As a grand chef, the little chef is usually very busy and rarely has time to rest. So being able to have time to listen to Carp's lectures is really a very lucky thing for the little master. Besides, even if the little boss doesn't have time, he will definitely make time. For events like this kind of group, he must also participate as a member of the chat group. Not only the little boss, but even Masamune Waizumi, who usually rarely bubbles, also spoke in the group. Masamune Kazumi, I just haven't watched the group for a while, why do I seem to have missed a lot of things? The world of Iromana-sensei, Masamune Kazumi looked at the news of 99+ in the group with a blank face. Because he wanted to code, there was no water group for a while, but in this period of time, so many things actually happened in the group. Carp, you really missed a lot, you missed an opportunity to taste the food of Zyodangea, and you missed an opportunity to strengthen your physique. Shinomiya Kagaya, if you want to know what happened, just look at the news in the group. You'll know when you've seen it. In the end, I can only say that you have lost a lot. Sakamoto, you lost a lot of +1. Kained Aichi, +2. Heiji Hattori, +3. Little boss, +4. The speech in the group gave Masamune Waizumi a bad premonition. He quickly flipped to the front, and then read all the news from beginning to end. After reading it, he realized that he had lost a lot, he simply missed a whole world. Unexpectedly, when he coded, so many things happened in the group, and even the dishes that could enhance his physical fitness came out. As a novelist, he stays at home all day and does not go out much, and is a standard otaku. As we all know, the physique of otaku is generally not very good, and it is basically a sub-healthy state. And the dishes in the group that can enhance his physique are simply suitable for him. As a result, he missed it alive. Of course, Masamune Kazumi didn't blame anyone, he was blaming himself. He himself joined several other chat groups, but they were all very normal chat groups, the kind that didn't matter if he missed a lot of messages. So, Masamune Waizumi brought this habit to this chat group. He realized that the chat group he had joined was very different, even if he missed only a few messages, he was likely to miss the whole world. Masamune Kazumi has decided that the next time he codes words, he will open the chat group. Although this will slow down the speed of his code word, it is better than missing out on so many good things like this. Masamune Waizumi, Mr. Carp, I am also free now, so I will trouble you to attend class. Although my physique has not improved, I will record your class video and take it out again when I have the next opportunity. The next opportunity mentioned by Masamune Waizumi refers to the next time something good is posted in the group. He believes that there cannot be only one chance to strengthen his physique. Everyone is available, and Carp certainly won't refuse. Even if he has something, he must have put these things behind first. Opening the group live broadcast, Carp began to lecture in the group. This is not the first time Carp has lectured in the group, he has already lectured several times before. It's just that at that time, because everyone's physique had not been enhanced, the effect of the lecture was very poor. After talking for so long, no one has succeeded in gathering qi. And now it's different, everyone's physique has been enhanced, and the probability of being able to gather qi has been greatly enhanced. Karp's lecture made no sense to Zillow. Therefore, Zillow still chose to sleep first, hoping that when he woke up, Karp's lecture was over, and those who attended the class also had gains. Zillow soon fell asleep, and in his dream, he dreamed of something strange. He dreamed that Goku flew in the sky and used Turtle Pai Qigong to sink an island. And also One Punch won 4 emperors. He dreamed that Shinomiya Kagaya made the stock of the Shinomiya group soar because it flew in the sky, and the whole world wanted to know how this young lady did it. He also dreamed that when Hattori Heiji was practicing kendo, he actually swung a sword chi. Cut a large stone in half. If it weren't for Hattori Heiji's convergence a little, it is estimated that he could have cut a building in half with one sword. He dreamed again that Kane Aichi used the dance void technique to capture Yaishi Takato, who was about to escape, in a duel with Yaishi Jiyuan. When Yaishi Takato was arrested, his eyes were full of surprise when he looked at Kane Aichi. He also dreamed that when the little boss was cooking, he actually used chi to control the knife, and also used chi to urge fire to cook vegetables. It's like the way Xing Ye and Tang Niu cooked vegetables in The God of Food. Such a strange painting style was actually dreamed of by Qi Luo. Chapter 098. When Zai Luo woke up, his expression was a little strange. Because the style of painting in his dreams is very strange. But then he thought that if Goku and they really all mastered Qi, and they could use Qi skillfully, and they also cultivated Qi to a certain level. Even if the things in his dream happened, it was not strange. This made Qi Luo feel quite interesting, but he didn't expect that with his help, the culture of the Dragon Ball world actually invaded other worlds. In the future, more and more people joined the chat group, and more people also mastered Qi and embarked on the cultivation of Qi. At that time, I think it will be very interesting. After sleeping, Qi Luo estimated that the lecture in the group should have been finished. Open the chat group and see that it has really been finished. Zai Luo saw that the group members who attended the class sent a lot of words of thanks to Karp, saying that they benefited a lot from this class, and they could quickly master the Qi. However, it has been a while since the end of the class, but from this time until now, no one in the group has spoken. It is estimated that they are now learning to gather gas by following the video of Karp's lecture. Qi Luo guessed right. After Karp finished speaking, everyone was trying to sense Qi and gather Qi. Even Karp himself, after finishing the lecture, opened the last Vegeta's explanation video, crossed to the paragraph about dancing the air, and began to watch it. Karp felt that with his current Qi, he should be able to learn the art of dancing. Others, on the other hand, are beginning to gather gas. Detective Conan World, Hattori Heiji stayed in his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed, feeling the situation inside himself. This is what he learned on TV, and aren't those people on TV like this when they practice? And, in order to maintain a quiet environment, Hattori turned off his mobile phone, locked the door, and stuffed 2 earplugs in his ears. If he hadn't woken up on his own initiative, there would be no way for others to disturb him. Every time after listening to Karp's lecture before, Hattori Heiji used this method to perceive the Qi in his body. But because his physique was not strong enough at that time and his aura was very weak, he did not succeed at all. And this time, after the physical fitness was enhanced, Hattori Heiji finally found a little feeling. He felt that there was really a faint thing flowing in his body, everywhere. This discovery made Hattori Heiji very excited, and he thought that 9 times out of 10, this thing was the Qi in his body. Then, as Karp said, Hattori began to control the Qi in his body and gather it on his hands. Hattori Heiji was excited to find that something really began to flow to his hands. And where these things flow, it's warm and very comfortable. This made Hattori Heiji feel that in the future, there is no need to turn on the air conditioner in the big winter, and it can be heated by gathering gas alone. More and more chi flowed to Hattori's hands, and according to Carp, Hattori began to try to release it from his hands. At this time, Hattori Heiji had already opened his eyes, and he was surprised to see that in the middle of his hands, a white air mass the size of a soybean actually appeared. This made Hattori Heiji excited, and he finally managed to gather his chi. According to Carp, the next thing to do is to be able to skillfully use your own chi. To do where you want your chi to go, you can control your chi to travel throughout your body. Moreover, the speed of gas gathering should also be fast. Just like just now, as soon as the hands are raised, the chi has already appeared. To do this, it is not something that can be done by a guided class, it takes a long time of practice. Carp practiced day and night, and it took days and days to do it. But anyway, I have successfully sensed chi and gathered it. He has already taken this most crucial step. This made Hattori Heiji even happier than when he became a high school detective in Kansai and became a little famous. Because it means that he has finally stepped into the door of a new world. Such a happy thing, of course, cannot be hidden by one person, and must be shared with others. People in their own world definitely can't, and Hattori Heiji naturally sent this good news to the group. Hattori Heiji, everyone. I have successfully gathered to the point of gas. It's just that no one responded to his news, because everyone else was working hard to gather chi. Zillow, then congratulations. When you can learn to dance the air art, then you can take your good brother, Kudo Shinichi, to the sky with you. Hattori Heiji, as an ordinary person, now that he has mastered the chi, Luo still has to congratulate him as the leader of the group. Hattori Heiji, thank you, group leader. I will definitely practice hard and strive to learn the art of dancing as soon as possible. Receiving congratulations from Zillow, Hattori Heiji was excited. It's as if a mortal has received congratulations from a god, how can he not be excited? Moreover, Zillow's proposal also made Hattori Heiji feel a little moved. At that time, when he learns the art of dancing, he can really show off in front of Kudo Shinichi's guy, and the other party's eyes will definitely fall in surprise. The news that Hattori Heiji had successfully mastered chi was only known to Luo, because the others were now working hard to cultivate. Kagaya's world, in the Shimo Sakamoto world, Kaned Aichi world, Little Boss world, and Shinomiya Kagaya, they are also in an isolated environment at this time. In order to avoid being disturbed, they all found a quiet place for each other. Even Izumi Masamune, although his physique has not been enhanced, he is still practicing hard. Although he knew that he would definitely not be able to successfully gather chi this time. But after practicing a few more times, and after his physique has also improved, then it will be much easier to gather chi. Unlike Hattori Heiji, at least Hattori Heiji is still practicing kendo, and it can be regarded as having a little connection with martial arts, which is why he can successfully gather chi so quickly. As for the others, they don't know martial arts at all. Even Shinomiya Kagaya, although she can shoot arrows, it doesn't help her gather chi at all. Therefore, the difficulty and time for others to gather chi is slightly more difficult and a little slower than that of Hattori Heiji. However, because their physique has enhanced a lot. With their current physique, they are stronger than Dili, who originally found Sun Wuhan to learn the art of dancing, so it is only a matter of time before they succeed in gathering chi. Sure enough, as time passed, the four Palace Kagaya and they all successfully mastered the chi one by one. Chapter 100. Although it floats very slowly, Carp can really feel that he is slowly floating. Carp's old face was very excited, although he had experienced a lot of storms and seen a lot of winds and waves, and wanted to suppress the excitement in his heart. But he just couldn't hold back. Then Carp looked down with his head down, to see if he was really floating, not his illusion. If it was an illusion, then he was excited a little too early. As a result, Carp saw that his toes were really some distance from the ground. Although it is not much, only a few centimeters, but this still makes Carp very excited. Because he really managed to float. Although he is still a long way from being able to fly freely in the air, this is a good start for him. This gave Carp a lot of confidence. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as you successfully take this first step, the road after that will be much easier. It's just that as soon as Carp is excited, his attention is distracted, and Carp is now simply unable to do two things and stay in the air. As a result, Carp fell directly from the air to the ground, and he was still on his tiptoes. If it weren't for his current very strong physical fitness, if he were to change to an ordinary person, it is estimated that even his toes would be broken. Carp, who fell to the ground, quickly got up from the ground, first ate a few bags of fairy shells to calm his excitement, and then sent the good news to the group. Such good news, of course, cannot be known and happy by him alone. Although you can't share it with the warring states, it's okay to share it with the members of the group. Carp, everyone. Just now, I successfully used the dance technique to float in the air. As soon as Carp's message was sent, it instantly attracted the attention of the rest of the group. Shinomiya Kagaya, Mr. Carp, is what you said true? You really managed to fly in the sky. Sakamoto, Mr. Carp, what does it feel like to fly in the air? Aren't you afraid of heights? Hattori Heiji, Mr. Carp, if you accidentally fall out of the air, you won't fall to death. Kane Aichi, Mr. Carp, the flight suit that the group owner gave me last time, I wore it in the air a few times, but I didn't fly too high because I was afraid of attracting attention. Mr. Carp, how high can you fly? Seeing that Kane Aichi had actually flown in the air several times, although he used a saying tool instead of a dance technique, it still made others very envious. Even Carp is very envious. Because he is still far from flying in the air, and he is still the kind of self-propelled flying around, which is still far away. As a result, Kane Aichi had actually flown in the air several times. As for Shinomiya Kagaya and Sakamoto, two people who have also received gifts from Zillow, that is called an envy. Everyone received gifts, but in their opinion, it was Kanedaichi's best gift. With the flight suit, even if Kane Aichi did not learn to dance in the future, he could fly in the air. On the other hand, although their gifts are also very powerful, they are of little use in their world. Shinomiya Kagaya's powerful pistol, Sakamoto's hovercart, even when there is no one, dare not take it out. Of course, the other group members who had not received Chiluo's gift were even more envious, because they had nothing. There are actually such great benefits to joining the chat group. And you can also get a gift from the group leader Chiluo. It's a pity that when they joined, it was too late to get Zillow's gift. With Chiluo's position of strength, it is a good thing to take out a little thing casually. Looking at Kane Aichi, a flying suit, he can fly in the air without dancing aerial skills. After a burst of envy, Carp sent a message out. Carp, don't get me wrong, I'm just a few centimeters off the ground with my feet, and I'm still a long way from being able to fly around in the air. When he sent this message, Carp had a cold sweat on his face. Did these guys in the group regard him as the big guy of Chiluo? He just said that he was floating in the air, and they actually assumed that he had completely mastered the art of dancing the air, and asked him if he would fall to death. At such a distance of a few centimeters, even an ordinary person will have nothing to do. Shinomiya Kagaya, so that's the case. I thought that Mr. Carp you have completely mastered the art of dancing the air, and I thought about whether I could let you open a live broadcast and fly to us to see. Sakamoto, actually, that's what I thought. I would also like to see Mr. Carp flying in the air. Kane Aichi, but since Mr. Carp has successfully floated in the air, it should not be long before he can fly in the air. Hattori Heiji, it should be, with Mr. Carp's talent, it is estimated that it will be able in a few days. Kane Aichi, then we can't hold back, let's practice hard first, and strive to be able to skillfully control and use our chi first. Sakamoto, Kane Aichi, you're right, let's go one step at a time. Zheng Hequan also saw the news in the group at this time. Since he missed a world last time, he will now have to see if there is any new news in the group after a while. Watching the rest of the group speak, it was simply humiliating to him. He hadn't even mastered Qi yet, and the others were already discussing the use of Qi and the void dance technique. He also had to gather his Qi quickly, and he couldn't be left too far behind by others. Just when Qi Luo was happily watching the play in the water group in the chat group, on the other side, Xiangpa, who was sent out by Qi Luo to find Super Dragon Ball, was blocked by a figure at this time. Quitra, what are you stopping me for? Don't worry, I'm just coming to your fourth universe to find something, and I won't do anything in your universe. Elephant Paw looked at Quitra who stood in front of him and said. That's right, in front of Xiangpa, it is the destroying god of the fourth universe, Quitra. As for why Xiangpa appeared in the fourth universe, this is very simple, because one of the Super Dragon Balls is in the fourth universe. Xiangpa, why don't you stay in your sixth universe and run to my fourth universe? Looking for something? What is there in my fourth universe that you like Paw need to find? Quitra stared at Elephant Paw and spoke. If it was before, because Xiangpa and Beerus were brothers, and Xiangpa was also a cat, Quitra hated Xiangpa. But now, although he still hates the Elephant Paw, he can use the Elephant Paw to do something. That's right, Quitra is going to do things again. Chapter 101. Ever since the last time he encouraged Sitara to challenge Zillow to fail, Quitra has been thinking about how to give Zillow a taste of defeat and frustrate Beerus's arrogant majesty. Quitra didn't want to do this to avenge the three destroyers who had been defeated by Zillow. He has his own reasons. This time, he wanted to make Qi Luo fail, so that the whole universe would not be surprised because of Qi Luo again. Since Zi Luo was born, the whole universe has been talking about Qi Luo, and the other gods of destruction are envious of how they are so lucky than Ruth and have found such an excellent heir. Quitra could imagine how proud Beerus was when he heard the envy of the other gods of destruction. Just thinking about it makes Quitra uncomfortable. As Beerus's nemesis, how could Quitra allow Beerus to continue to be so proud? And there is only one way to break Beerus so proud, and that is to defeat Zillow. Of course, the first and second echelon of the destruction god would not make a move against a new destruction god like Qi Luo, because they felt that no matter how good Qi Luo was, it would take a long way to catch up with them. But Quitra's thoughts were different from theirs. He had seen with his own eyes how Zillow could easily hang Sitara. According to his guess, Qi Luo's strength has stepped into the third echelon. How long has it been since he stepped into the third echelon, and if he is given a little more time, won't he soon have to catch up with them? This is the second reason for Quitra, and that is for himself. He didn't want to be challenged by Beerus's heir one day and lose to the other side. If this happened, he would never be able to raise his head in front of Beerus. Even if Quitra died, she didn't want to see that happen. But if he had personally intervened, he was sure that Beerus would have intervened to stop him. Changing to other destroyers, Beerus may not make a move, because although the relationship between other destroyers and Beerus is not good, there is no grudge, so naturally they will not do anything to Zillow. But he was different, and Beerus would definitely not let him make a move on Zillow. So there is no way, Quitra can only borrow the hands of other destroying gods to deal with Zillow. It just so happened that Xiangpa actually personally delivered it to the door. Elephant Paw was the first god of destruction to be defeated by Zillow, and Quitra certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to let him deal with Zillow. It's just that he is very curious about how Xiangpa, the god of destruction who has never come to his fourth universe before, can come this time. Perhaps, he can make a fuss about this matter. Opposite Quitra, Xiangpa was looking at Quitra with a nasty look. Although the relationship between Elephanta and Beerus has always been bad, it can be said that they are happy and wronged. But there is one thing where the two of them are on the same side, and that is the hatred of Quitra. No way, it's a racial grudge. Therefore, for Quitra's question, Xiangpa naturally did not want to answer. It's a pity that this time he was discovered by Quitra that he didn't want to find Super Dragon Ball in the 4th universe. Only wait for next time. Don't look at me like that, although we were a little uncomfortable before. But I think you should have someone who hates me even more now. It's that new destruction god Chi Luo of the 7th universe. You lost to him last time and lost face in front of the whole universe. Don't you want to take revenge? Revenge? Do you think it's such a simple thing? Besides, even if I want revenge, can you help me? Can you give me the strength to surpass Ziluo in a short period of time? Elephant Pa glanced at Quitra and said with a sneer. Although he wasn't smart enough, he knew that Quitra wouldn't be so kind to help him. There must be a conspiracy in this. If it was just a conspiracy against Chi Luo, it would be okay, but if he was also involved, then he would not participate. You tell me first, you come to my 4th universe to find something, I can help you find it together. Quitra is still curious about what Elephant Pa is looking for, and what else attracts the god of destruction in his universe. It's okay to tell you, you don't have to help me find it, as long as you don't get in my way. Yes. Quitra nodded and agreed to Xiongpa's request. I'm here to find Super Dragon Ball, and there's a Super Dragon Ball in your 4th universe. Xiongpa spoke. Super Dragon Ball? What are you looking for that thing for? Could it be that you still have a wish to fulfill? You don't want to use Super Dragon Ball to give you the power to surpass that Zillow. You should know that this is not possible. Quitra glanced at Xiongpa with some surprise. He couldn't understand what Xiongpa was looking for Super Dragon Ball for. Although Super Dragon Ball claims to grant any wish, those who know that it is just a claim. Just like the Earth and the Dragon Balls of Namex, although it is said that you can achieve any wish, in fact, there are not too many restrictions. It's just that Super Dragon Ball is much less restrictive than those ordinary Dragon Balls, but many wishes cannot be fulfilled. For example, make a wish to Super Dragon Ball, say that you want to make another 100 wishes, and see if Super Dragon will help make it happen. For another example, Wish said that he would surpass the angels, surpass the great priest and even surpass the strength of the entire king, and see if the super divine dragon could do it. Moreover, as a god of destruction, there are even fewer wishes that can be made, and many wishes are forbidden and cannot be wished. If you dare to violate the law, then it is embarrassing, and you will be deprived of the position of the god of destruction and imprisoned in one place for eternity. Heavy rules, directly erased by the whole king. So, if Elephant Pa wants to use Super Dragon Balls to make his strength stronger, this is simply impossible. Because this wish will not be allowed. Of course not, it was that Chi Luo who asked me to help him collect Super Dragon Balls, and when he collected them, he would send them over. Speaking of this, Xiongpa is angry. He is also a veteran god of destruction, but this Chi Luo treats him as free labor. Moreover, he does not have the ability to resist yet. It's so humiliating. It turns out that this is the case. It seems that you are really miserable, being bullied by that Chi Luo so much. Quitra touched her chin, and suddenly her eyes lit up and she thought of a good idea. By the way, Xiongpa, do you want to see Zillow defeated? Quitra looked at Xiongpa with an evil smile. Just now, he suddenly thought of a conspiracy against Chi Luo. Chapter 102. See Zillow defeated? Of course you want to, but how do you do it? Quitra's words aroused Elephanta's interest. He suddenly found that this Quitra seemed to have been targeting Zillow. But then he realized that the conflict between Ruth and Quitra was greater than the dislike between him and Quitra. And Zillow, as the new god of destruction in the 7th universe, as the heir of Beerus, performed so well, Quitra would be unhappy, and it was also a very normal thing to target him. Now that everyone has a common goal, Elephant Pa expresses his willingness to let go of those minor conflicts with Quitra. Didn't that Zillow let you collect Super Dragon Balls, which means that he must have some wish to fulfill. If you collect all 7 Super Dragon Balls but don't give them to him, you say what will happen to him? Will he be in a hurry? At that time, you can make demands on him, such as deliberately losing to you in front of other destructive gods. And explain that in fact, the last time you lost to him was just because he was the new god of destruction. Let him go. In that case, won't your face come back? Kutra said with a bad smile. He thought his idea was very good. Elephant Paw just wanted to say something, but Quitra spoke again. I know what you want to ask. What if Zillow doesn't agree? In fact, don't worry about this, even if Chiluo does not agree at first, but as long as you take the 7 Super Dragon Balls into your own hands, sooner or later, Chiluo will definitely come to you. Do you think that as the god of destruction, if he doesn't have any special wishes, he will collect Super Dragon Balls? Although he doesn't know what wish he wants to make, it must be very important to him. The longer it takes, the more anxious he will be. Anyway, as long as the Super Dragon Ball is in your hands, then Zillow has been limited by you. As for whether Zillow will come to snatch it, you just need to hide the Dragon Ball in a more secret place. At that time, even if Chiluo comes to grab it, it's a big deal to beat you up, and if you can't find the Dragon Ball, he will naturally go back. Kutra said very confidently. According to Quitra's idea, a good god of destruction would not have to collect Super Dragon Balls if he didn't have any special wishes. Super Dragon Ball has also been around for a long time, but basically no god of destruction will collect it, because they have no desire at all. They have all reached the realm and strength of the god of destruction. What other wishes? Even if there is, it cannot be achieved by Super Dragon Ball. Therefore, Quitra feels that the reason why Zillow wants to collect Super Dragon Balls should be that there should be a very important wish to be fulfilled. After all, now the whole universe knows that Chiluo was just an ordinary human with 0 combat power not long ago. And he has only been a destroyer for so long, and his mentality has definitely not completely become the mentality of destroying God. With the mentality of ordinary people, of course, there are many wishes that want to be fulfilled, and it is also the kind of wishes that have been thinking about for a long time and are very important. No, I mean to say that Chiluo only asked me to collect 6 Dragon Balls, and 1 Dragon Ball is in the 7th universe, and it is estimated that he has found it now. So I can't put together 7 Dragon Balls, at most 6. 6 is fine. He can't collect 7, he will always ask you for the remaining 6. Won't you still be able to negotiate terms with him then? This method seems to be good. Listening to Kutra's analysis, Xiongpa was a little moved. Indeed, if he mastered the other Dragon Balls, he would be able to negotiate terms with Chiluo at that time. His requirements are actually not high, let him be ashamed and earn face back. Seeing that Xiongpa's heart was moved, Quitra continued to strike while the iron was hot. Xiongpa, what are you still hesitating about? After this village, there will be no such shop, and if you do not seize this opportunity, then you will most likely not have a chance to take revenge in the future. If you're worried that Ziluo won't accept such an excessive request, then I have another way. What way? Seriously, although Xiongpa was a little moved, he was more worried. If Zillow could accept his request, then everyone would be happy, but if he didn't accept it, or that Chiluo simply didn't want Super Dragon Ball, and directly chose to beat him up, which would be embarrassing. And Xiongpa can be sure that if Ziluo really gives up Super Dragon Ball, with his death condition, he will definitely be beaten by Ziluo from time to time in the future. And not only Zillow, but also Beerus is definitely hands-on. Then he will really have to live in a nightmare every day from now on. Xiongpa still doesn't dare to gamble. But if Quitra had another way, he would be more than happy to hear it. It's better not to involve him. Didn't Zillow ask you to find 6 Dragon Balls? You can find 6 Dragon Balls and give them to the 3 gods of destruction in the 3rd echelon, that is, Mimide, Helis and Moscow. At that time, you will tell Zillow that you have been working very hard to find Dragon Ball, but Dragon Ball was found by the 3 of them. Then let Zillow go to the trouble of the 3 of them. At that time, they will take Super Dragon Ball as a condition and take turns to fight Zillo, and Zillo can't rest halfway through, and can't let the angels recover. If you can defeat one god of destruction, you can get 2 Dragon Balls. This was the second method that Quitra thought of. Since Xiongpa was so instigated, he was already moved and hesitated there, which made Quitra feel that Xiongpa was still unreliable. Therefore, he hit the idea on the 3 destruction gods in the 3rd echelon. Are you sure the 3 of them will agree? Xiongpa was a little puzzled. Why don't you agree? Chi Luo has now destroyed your 4th echelon, and the next target is their 3rd echelon. I don't think they want to follow in your footsteps. Although the wheel battle between the 3 veteran destroyers and a new destroyer god is a little unpleasant, it is also a loss of face when it is passed out. But it's better than when the time comes, their 3rd echelon will also be destroyed by Zilluo. Or do you agree with me to the previous solution? Then forget it, let's do it later. But say it in advance, the 3 of them must agree, otherwise when the time comes, Chi Luo thinks I played him and beats me up, don't blame me for selling you. Elephant Paw glared at Quitra and said threateningly. Don't worry, I'll get them to agree. Chapter 103. Seeing that Xiongpa still looked uneasy, Quitra spoke again. In this way, you don't go to Chi Luo first, I will tell you after I convince those 3 guys, and then you can tell Chi Luo, so be fine. If you're not worried, you can also ask those 3 guys. Okay, so be it. But then, if Zi Luo agrees, I will watch the battle from the sidelines. I want to see with my own eyes how Zillo is defeated. Hearing Quitra's words, Xiongpa was finally relieved. Quitra will lie to him, but the other 3 gods of destruction will not, after all, he has no grievances with them. Moreover, even if he really deceives him, he will sell them all when the time comes. Even if he lives in a nightmare in the future, it will not make others feel better. Agreeing with Quitra, there is no need for Elephant Paw to stay in the 4th universe to find Super Dragon Ball. Hey, Bardos! You must not tell Weiss about the conversation between me and Quitra just now. On the way back to the 6th universe, Xiongpa said to Bardos. Although as long as the destroying god does not do anything against the rules, the angels will not interfere. But there is no guarantee that Bardos will not tell Weiss about his conversation with Quitra. Then Weiss will tell Zillo and Beerus, then he will be finished later. Don't worry, Lord Xiongpa, I won't say it. Bardos nodded and said. Since Bardos said so, Xiongpa was relieved. Because Bardos has never said panic, since it is something she promises, then she can rest assured. In the 7th universe, on the planet god of destruction, Zillo does not know that Quitra and Xiongpa have a conspiracy against him. At this time, he was lying comfortably on the bed, watching what fun the others in the group had. Since the last time Carp said in the group that he had used the dance technique to float, the rest of the group didn't care much about their other things. The most important thing for them now is to quickly be able to use their chi skillfully. It is worth mentioning that after receiving a red envelope from Killua, his physique has also been enhanced, from a sub-healthy otaku to a presence with better physical fitness than those fitness experts. Moreover, with his efforts, he finally sensed his chi and gathered them. In order not to be left too far behind by the rest of the group, it was called a hard time during this time with Izumi Masamune. He was grasping the time code word during the day, and at night he began to practice hard. By the way, he also has to take time to take a look at the group to see if there is any new news in the group that he can't miss. It can be said that the time other than eating and going to the toilet is full arranged by him. Fortunately, his physique has been enhanced, otherwise his body may really be overwhelmed. However, his body is not tired, but he is a little tired psychologically. But fortunately, he finally managed to gather his chi. When he succeeded in gathering his chi, he knew that all his efforts were worth it. Pirate World, since Carp successfully floated, his motivation has been even stronger. In order to practice air dancing, Carp has not participated in any naval operations for some time. Even he is rare even in the warring states. No one at the headquarters of the Navy knew where he was, as if Carp had disappeared entirely. This also made the warring states more than once say that he would punish Carp and let him do a review. But alas! Even no one has been found, so how to do a review? Because Carp had already taken advantage of the dark and windy night of a month to leave the naval headquarters and go to an uninhabited island. With his unremitting efforts, his gains are also huge. If before he could only leave the ground for a few centimeters, now he can leave the ground for several meters. If it was in the naval headquarters, Carp could now reach a height that exceeded the height of a relatively low house. This made Carp very excited. Moreover, what makes Carp even happier is that he can already control his movement back and forth when he leaves the ground. That is, he is not far from being able to fly completely. Carp, today is a lot of progress, I can already move slowly in the air. In the chat group, Carp suddenly sent such a message, and also sent a video. In the video, it is the whole process of Carp from standing on the ground, to floating, and then moving back and forth, left and right. Shinomiya Kagaya, Mr. Carp, I didn't expect you to be able to do this. Sakamoto, Mr. Carp is really powerful. It's not far from real flight. Hattori Heiji, it looks like we're going to have to work harder. I still haven't been able to master my chi proficiently. Kained Aichi, I was the same before, but after I ate a little more food to strengthen my physique, I found that I became more and more skilled in controlling chi. Shinomiya Kagaya. Sakamoto. Hattori Heiji. Kained Aichi, what's wrong with you, why do you put so many exclamation points? Hattori Heiji, I was stupid, I actually forgot that I hadn't finished eating the dishes of the little boss before. Shinomiya Kagaya, me too, after I ate it for the first time, I saved it. I've been busy practicing chi these days, and I forgot that there is such a thing. Sakamoto, I just said how I seem to have forgotten something, something is wrong, it turns out to be this. If it weren't for Kanadaichi's reminder, they would have really forgotten that there was still the rest of the food they hadn't eaten. If they hadn't forgotten, it is estimated that they would have successfully used their chi by now. After all, the stronger the physical fitness and the more chi you have, the more convenient it must be to use it skillfully. Damn it! They actually forgot such an important thing. Kazuto Kiritani? Is this something that Kyabajing Hiko came up with? Why is there a chat group in the game? Takayuki Furiyuaki, Oge. Are you in this group, male dear? At this time, two news with different styles suddenly appeared in the group. Two messages that suddenly appeared caught everyone's attention, including Zillow. Because, these two messages that suddenly appeared came from two people who were not originally part of the chat group. Kazuto Kiritani, Takayuki Furiyuaki joined this group. The number of chat groups has reached 10, and new features are on.